that the sun is in the position we see it in, and these shadows prove that's where the sun geometrically is? Yes or no? Because I have a follow-up question, please.
Wait, did you ask me a question? I wasn't looking because I read
Yeah,
the chat.
yes or no? Because I have a follow-up question. I don't have a lot of time. Are you saying these shadows prove the geometric positioning of the sun?
No, what I'm saying is they would only be able to do that on a flat surface.
Okay, so the shadows and Eratosthenes, that does not prove the geometric position of the sun.
No. But what the Eratosthenes experiment does specifically with the two poles is it does tell you the curvature of the Earth. But what it doesn't tell you is the height of the sun. To get that, you need something a little more advanced. But you could get the height of the sun if the surface were flat. But the trouble is, when you try to do that, it doesn't work out because there's inconsistencies in the shadow measurements.
Okay, so you're saying when we get the shadow measurements, that is showing us the geometric position, that is the actual position of the sun, you're saying?
If the Earth were flat, but it's not.
Dude, is when we get the shadows, is that the actual position of the sun, the geometric position of the sun?
On a flat Earth, it would be.
No, and just in reality, where we got a shadow, a stick in the ground, are you telling me that you are deriving the actual geometric position
No, I just
of the sun from the shadow?
Doesn't work. It doesn't work on a curved surface because the curve affects the length of the shadow going off the calculation.
Dude, we have a stick and a shadow, the sun shining on it. Are you deriving the geometric position of the sun from this shadow?
On a flat surface, yes.
In reality, not on a flat surface, not on a curved surface, just in reality, are you saying, ooh, I got this shadow from the
because
sun.
the Earth is not flat.
I'm going to now derive the geometric, hold on, dude, don't interrupt. I'm going to now derive the geometric position of the sun from this shadow. Is that what you're doing?
No, because the Earth is round, so it won't work.
So Eratosthenes doesn't work?
No, because Eratosthenes is not about calculating the height of the sun. The Eratosthenes experiment is about calculating the curvature of the Earth, which it does very well. You're not understanding. I answered perfectly multiple times. What are you not following?
So this doesn't give you anything? This doesn't give you this shadow and the stick thing, that doesn't give you any geometric position of the sun?
No, you need more than that if you want the height of the sun. So
I'm just trying to figure out what you're doing, dude. You got the stick and the shadow. You're not deriving any kind of geometry from anything to do with the stick and the shadow.
Yes, you are. But you can use that geometry to calculate the curve of the Earth. Because if you assume parallel light rays, then on a curved surface, that would allow you to calculate the curve. If you assume that they're not parallel light rays and that you're actually on a flat surface, you could use it to calculate the height of the sun. Theoretically, you could calculate the height on a curved surface, but that would require something else that's way too advanced for today's explanations.
Dude, just stop, bro. Stop, man. We got the stick and the shadow. We're gonna just stop. I'm just trying to figure out what you're doing with the stick and the shadow. We got the sun, it's shining on a stick. Are you saying this is the actual position of the sun when we get this shadow?
Or an apparent
What do you mean?
position.
What do you mean? This is the actual position of the sun? You mean can we calculate the height of the sun based on the shadow?
Nope, not the height of the sun, just the actual position where the sun's making the shadow. Are you saying you're trying to do some geometry? You're trying to derive some kind of geometric thing off of this. So I'm wondering if you're getting the geometric position of the sun from this shadow. Where we see it, where it is geometrically.
Dude, you weren't here for the beginning of this explanation, so let me fill you in. What I'm saying is on a flat Earth, you should be able to calculate the height of the sun using trigonometry. So if you place two or more poles, let's just do two to keep it simple, and you have the distance between those poles and the angles created by two of those poles, which is two angles and one distance, that allows you to get the two other distances and the final angle, which allows you to determine the height of the sun. Now, what I was talking about in the beginning of my explanation is that the height of the sun that you get at different poles is different heights. You get a different height for every single measurement point. showing that the height of the sun is inconsistent on a flat Earth model. However, it works on a curved model due to the fact that the curve changes the shadows themselves. Does that make sense?
Dude, I heard that whole thing, bro. So you are doing geometry based on the position of the sun.
The shadows.
The shadows, which is based on the position of the sun. Obviously, the shadows aren't going to be. Obviously, the shadows are going to be based on the position of the sun, right?
Yes.
Okay, so we're saying that this is the actual position of the sun, and I'm going to use these shadows to show where it is, right? So wherever we see the sun, that's the actual position of the sun.
No, wherever you see the shadows, that will allow you to calculate the height of the sun. Not
okay, wherever I see a shadow. Okay, wherever I see a shadow, that is the actual position of the sun. You're saying
it indicates the height of the sun. Yes.
The position where we see the sun, that is its actual position. You're saying when we have a shadow, as long as we have a shadow from a stick, that is the actual position of the sun.
2 sticks. You need to make a comparative calculation based on angles. Yes.
Okay, but obviously you're going to need to do 1 stick, and then you're going to get the actual position of the sun from that stick. Then you're going to do another stick. You're going to get the actual position of the sun.
No, that's not how
from that
works. No. You calculate the ratio of the shadow difference between the 2 sticks. You don't even know how this works, for fuck's sake. But anyways, that doesn't matter. You
well, hold on. I do know how this works. I do know how this works. Hold on, man. Don't do that, bro. Listen, I do know how this works. You're taking the position of the sun where we see it geometrically. You're getting a shadow on the ground from it. So you're saying that is the position of the sun. That's its real position, right?
You need 2 shadows. Look,
I understand you need 2 shadows. We're just doing the first one right now. We're doing the first one. This is step 1. We put a stick in the ground. We're getting a shadow. Can we just do 1 step at a time, please?
Okay. Here, I have a diagram showing exactly what it looks like. There you go.
Dude, I don't need a diagram, bro. I don't need a diagram. I know what Eratosthenes is. You're putting a stick in the ground. There's a shadow derived from the position of the sun, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and we're saying that is the position of the sun. That's the actual position of the sun, right? Where we see it, that's where it is, right? Okay, so if that's the game we're playing, we can easily debunk the globe with a Selenilian eclipse if that's the actual position of the sun.
What does a Selenilian eclipse have to do with this?
Dun, dun, dun.
We're using the actual
flat
position.
earther. I'm a globe earther. You realize that, right? I'm not arguing for a flat earth.
Yeah, I know. And we just debunked the globe, the thing you believe in, with the actual position of the sun. You don't even know what a Selenilian eclipse is, so how do you know we didn't?
Yeah,
sounds like you're saying
what does the Selenilian eclipse have to do?
Did you just say nuh-uh?
The height of the sun, because I'm not using this to determine the height of the sun on a round Earth. I'm using it to determine the height of the sun on a flat Earth.
You are assuming a fixed position for the sun. You are already assuming a fixed position of the sun, not an apparent position. You are assuming, man.
He's also assuming parallel light rays. This is like everything that they do, including celestial navigation, where they take the planar aspect. This is
it needs to happen.
Okay.
The Selenilian, because I actually talked to you about this, following it, what was it, 2 days ago? And I didn't have time, and you avoided the conversation. When you were doing the same thing right now in Gem Server, and you were trying to prove your shadows and all that. Then I brought up that eclipse, and you ignored it completely. And again, right now, you admitted you know nothing about it. So instead of arguing the position of what you think, because you just said you don't know, why don't you listen to Jeremy and what that actually is? And then maybe you'll come from a different perspective because you have more information.
Tell me how that eclipse is like countering or providing a solution to this multiple sun height problem.
Hey, for anyone that wasn't here.
By the way, one more thing I want to say, because it was mentioned by Stacy, that was disingenuous of you. I've never avoided a conversation with you. If anything, I've been trying to have a conversation with you, and you've been running away. So disingenuous of you. But anyway, go on.
I'm wanting to talk about boyfriends and girlfriends usually when you're in the room, honey. So that's not true. But anyway.
All right, but Just
Anyway,
relax.
I just want to point
We've
out that
also
he did say if someone convinces him that Eratosthenes works with a flat Earth, he's going to be on our side. He's going to totally convert, give up the ball. This is all it takes for him. All it takes is giving him the calculation that makes it work with a flat Earth. So I guess he's an easy one. I mean, I don't know
What I
if that
need
does it
is a
for him, really.
solution. What I need is a
Then let Jeremy
solution to the
talk.
multiple sun height problem. That's what I need.
Well, good
I
luck.
told you at the beginning, we've done Dr. Zach has done Eratosthenes on a flat surface with multiple sticks. All he did was put a lens in front of the light source, which means going forward with this Eratosthenes thing, you're assuming how the sky works for one. And it's been replicated on a flat surface. So if that's all you need, I mean, does anyone have the
eclipse thing. Go back to your eclipse thing before you move on to anything else. What was that eclipse deal? How is that like making it so that the sun doesn't have to be at multiple heights?
It's not about it being at multiple heights. The problem is you guys claim that the sun is where it is based on the shadows, right? So it's not about making a distance claim to the sun when you're talking about the curvature of the earth. It's about making a claim of parallel light rays. And that claim of parallel light rays doesn't work within the Solennelian eclipse because the Solennelian eclipse has both the sun and the moon above the horizon when the eclipse starts to take place. And we also see it enter from the top down, right? So geometrically, you have a problem there unless you try to explain the sun's position and the moon's position based on a refracted sun and moon, but you're still getting shadows from that refracted sun and moon, thus proving that those two objects would not be in their exact position, but still casting shadows as if they are geometrically in that position. So that's where you have the problem.
There was something you said at the beginning that already.
How about you just address everything I said?
I literally just said there was something you said at the beginning. So I'm going to go one thing at a time. Repeat the thing you said at the beginning.
What do you mean the thing I said at the beginning?
There was something you said at the beginning, but I forgot what it was because you threw in a bunch of other stuff. And I need to respond to the thing you said at the beginning because it was something
You don't
important.
remember, how were we supposed to know?
Right. Which portion of the beginning? I don't know exactly what I started with, the first 3 words I said.
It wasn't like the first 3 words. It was like some concept you brought up in the beginning.
I said if you're trying to get the sun's position geometrically, meaning where the sun is.
Yeah. All right, I remember. Stop. I remember. Let's save time. No need to waste time. All right, so you said that you cannot get the sun's position, or I'm assuming you could get the sun's position by taking these shadows, but I'm fallacious for thinking that. All right, well, let's do a little thought experiment. Can you get the height of like a lamp you have in your room doing the same experiment with like 2 toothpicks and a styrofoam board? The answer is an obvious yes.
Sun? Is the lamp in that position?
The answer, hold on. I'm not done. The answer,
the rays from the light come parallel.
The answer is an obvious yes. Next one. Can you get the?
Why are we playing a game where you're just answering the questions for me?
Hold on.
You're disingenuous.
Don't interrupt.
Can you answer the question about the Solennelian eclipse?
I let you talk for a while. I let you talk for a while. My turn. So let's say it's a lamppost now outside, a little bit higher, a little bit of a different light. Same exact deal. You could still calculate the height of the light.
You're going off into a completely different example and avoiding my question because it just completely destroys what you're trying to say. We all know what you're doing.
This is something. No. I'm addressing everything one by one.
No.
Yeah, you're just going to make it worse for yourself, by the way. Because if you want to go off into, well, if we do it to a lamppost, then we know the lampost's exact position, blah, 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 based on where the rays are coming from. That's cool. That's fine. So how do we explain the sun's position in the Solennelian eclipse and its shadow that's being cast allegedly by the Earth onto the moon in those positions?
That's not happening.
Denial? If you research Solennelian eclipse in Google.
Wow, so you muted me so that you could talk over me? It's like I just started talking. I let you talk for so long. It's almost like you're so scared to let the opposition talk. You're pathetic.
I didn't mute you.
I'm going to
Dude, you've done nothing but talk, interrupt, and be very long-winded. I have no. What are you talking about? People are not letting you talk.
Yeah, straw man attempts.
I was
all
muted.
sorts of shit.
Hold on, wait. I was muted when I was telling him that I muted him. Sorry, Napalm. It made it look like it was you. Okay, so it was me.
No, I
Your
didn't mute him.
perspective that
The
muted
problem
you,
is he just
Fallen.
wants
It
to
wasn't the
avoid
guy that
answering
was
the
talking to
actual
you.
question.
The
Yeah, he just
reason
wants
I
to
did
avoid.
though is because you can't just
If you
answer
mute me
for
one more
somebody and
time,
then
I'm
talk to
leaving.
them.
Don't mute me.
Bro,
I don't
just
care if
leave.
you
Nobody
leave.
cares
You
if
can
you
leave.
leave.
You can leave if you want. But the problem is
let's
that
all
you're
just
saying
relax.
yes. You're saying here's the
What you're
answer
doing is
yes, and
dishonest.
answering
You're
for him. You
literally
can't do
just
that.
using a
Okay.
mute button that you
Hold
have
on,
and I
guys.
don't have. That's
To
not an
explain
honest
something to
conversation.
you, the way things work here, okay, buddy? You're not going to do
All
that
right,
here.
just
So
okay.
let me get this
Let's all
straight.
go
There's
one at a
10
time, please.
people. There's 10 people that are not me that are talking. I have to wait my turn through all of them. I just start talking and then get muted after getting interrupted and
No,
trying to
because you
continue what I was
answered for
saying.
him.
That's
You said,
dishonest as
here's the
fuck.
question.
You
Your
guys are
answer is
pathetic.
yes. We can move on to the
Call
next
the
thing. You're not
ambulance.
answering yes for somebody. You give him a chance to say yes or no.
Yeah, you answered the question for me that you posed to me, and you talked over my answer, right? And what you're doing is you're avoiding my actual question. So
Okay,
can you
fine. I'll
answer the
ask the
question
same
about the
question
Solenilian
and I'll ask
eclipse
if it's a
before
yes
we
or
move
no.
forward? As you talk over me. Here's
Yeah,
the problem,
So
bud,
I'll just
is
ask the
you're in
same
this room
question.
because you're not here to actually learn.
Dude,
Well,
You're not
let me
willing to
chime in
listen
real
to
quick.
what people are saying, so you have
let
to
me
try
just
to
ask the
talk over
question
them.
again then.
Then
Don't
you
waste time.
complain that they're getting
Don't waste time. Don't waste
and you're
time.
still
Just ask
Guys,
the same
talking.
question
please,
again.
guys. Yo, hold on, guys. Hey, yo, we got to go one at a time, man. Come on.
Yeah,
Can we
so let
please?
me
Can we
talk.
do
I
it? You
haven't
can
gotten
have
to
a
talk
back
in a
and
while.
forth with Napalm. Fallen, hold on a second. I know this is a very exciting moment. You can have a back and forth with Napalm, but you guys got to go one at a time. There's not going to be 10 people going. Let's give Napalm some room, and you guys can go back and forth with it if you want.
Yeah, so I'll restate my question again. How do you explain geometrically the Solenilian eclipse if light rays are coming into the Earth parallel and we're measuring the shadows based on curvature and we see the sun above the horizon, thus we're still getting a shadow from that sun, and we see the moon above the horizon when the eclipse starts to take place. So this is an eclipse where both the sun and the moon are above the horizon that can only be explained geometrically in your model by the sun and the moon being in refracted positions, meaning they're not in their actual position, they're in an apparent position. So if the sun and the moon are in apparent positions, how do you explain the sun giving a shadow in an apparent position when you're receiving parallel light rays?
So this is like a criticism of like a globe situation or something?
It's a question.
Yeah, I'm asking, is this a criticism of like how that would work on the globe?
How do you explain it in your globe model? Yes.
Well, let me look up what a Sicilian eclipse is.
Solenilian.
Sicilian. I like that.
I mean, it was presented to you at least almost 15 minutes ago and you still haven't looked it up.
Yeah,
So,
except
like I
when
said, I
you
think you're in this
Square
room to not
eclipse.
necessarily learn.
Sicilian square eclipse. Yeah.
Wait. How am I in this room not to learn if I'm literally looking up the eclipse right now? If anything, you're not in here to learn because what you're doing is like not engaging with the question that I asked first. And yet I'm engaging with a question that was asked after my question was asked and not given an answer. So anyways,
We should just
I'm looking up
engage.
what this is.
Yeah.
Hold on,
Instead
is
of
the
being
sun in its
boohoo.
actual position where you see it? That's the question, bro. Just go ahead. Stop.
Well, I don't know.
Sicilian.
Maybe Napalm
Should I
wants to
give you a
address this
butler
question
report for
so
a
that we
sellout
can
or
go.
what?
We don't need all the extras, bro. Come on.
Is a Solenilian eclipse.
I mean, on a side note, we've done Eratosthenes on a flat surface. That should be, like I said, we put a lens in front of the light source, and we can make Eratosthenes work on a flat surface. Now, with your light in your room and the lamppost, we can actually go to the light and go to the lamppost and see that.
Right, how do you spell
exactly
Solenilian?
how the.
Why are you
That's
talking
not
over
see
it?
coming up.
exactly.
Wow.
That's
What's
not
up?
coming up.
More
How do you spell
difficult every day.
Solenilian?
Hey, just look up impossible eclipse.
It's
Just
called
look
the
up
impossible eclipse.
No, you said Solenilian eclipse.
It's
How
the
do you
same-
spell that?
Yes.
Just
It's called.
Seleno
spell
lion.
also
impossible. How
called.
about that?
Selene lion.
It's also called the impossible eclipse.
What? So there's no solennilian eclipse.
I figured it would just be easier for you to spell impossible than solennilian.
Just spell it out for me.
Hey, there's no
And I've spelled it to you like I don't know how many times, and I gave it to you the other day. You need to pay attention to chat. It's literally right there, word for word.
SELENELION.
No. Yeah, ELION. Yep, you're right.
Selene Lion. It's like Moon Lion. Break it down.
Yep, it's not coming up. I don't think this is a real thing.
I can Google it. For heaven's sake.
Bro,
ELION.
just post it in the chat, bro. It's real simple.
Yeah,
we all got to sit here and wait for you to educate yourself, bro.
We're going to go from he can't spell it to he's an expert.
So
in
you're
about 15
mad that
seconds.
I'm researching what you're talking about?
No, it's
No,
fine.
dude, we're mad that you don't know how to use Google.
Just copy what I wrote in the chat multiple times
No,
and
I
paste
found
it
it.
into
I
your
just had to
browser.
scroll down. I found it. I just had to scroll down for a while.
Oh, nice.
Jesus.
Wait, so it does exist?
What do you mean, Jesus, dude? I'm doing you a favor and engaging with
Okay,
what
Boomer,
you
you
said.
can't even
Shut
Google.
up, dude.
And
We don't
you're
need to hear
bitching,
you
you fucking
complain. We
moron.
don't need to hear
Stop
you.
being a little
Guys,
bitch.
okay, yo.
Do us a
Don't
favor
call
and
names.
stop the
First of all,
college
hold
stuff.
on. Cookie
I didn't mean to
Monster,
call
hold on a
Boomer.
second. Guys, we
Sorry.
don't call names. Listen, it's very tense right now. If you don't have something important to say, just don't open your mic for a minute because it's too chaotic. We don't call names here. Please don't call names. If you want to look the thing up, that's fine. Go ahead.
I got something important to say, Jeremy. This is just like they do with everything, right? They want to take the planar aspect of the world in which we live in, and they want to make the sky and everything in the sky planar and say that, that's the only thing that's planar, even though we know that we see the world from our perspective in a non-planar aspect, meaning we have a curvature to our vision. We see things get lower and lower as they go further away from us, right? So obviously things are presented to us in this kind of hemispherical dome of vision. And they want to take that dome of vision and somehow place that below our feet and say that everything presents itself to us in a planar aspect. This is the same thing they do with celestial navigation. They do it here with the sun, and they're saying, the light rays from the sun come in completely parallel. But then when you try to talk about things like eclipses, even the shadows that we received just the other day from an eclipse, if we want to talk about those, they're like, well, you got this umbra, penumbra. We've got all these different various directions in which the light is hitting, yada, 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 so on and so forth. So everything has to be ad hoc, but when you put it all together, all they're doing is they're taking our how the world presents itself to an individual observer, which is in a hemispherical dome, and they're placing that dome below our feet and say everything in the sky presents itself to you as if it's all hitting you with parallel light rays. So what they can do is take that celestial dome, put it below your feet, and make everything planar in the sky when it's actually the opposite.
Yeah, I mean, Fallen, you started the whole thing off with, if you assume parallel light rays, well, I can show you diagrams from your own model that show that the light rays aren't parallel with an umbra and penumbra. So I don't know what you want to do with that.
I don't like sticks and shadows and using the sky to determine what we're standing on. We can do a hell of a lot more than that.
Well, what they want to avoid doing is actually measuring the surface to have drop over distance based on an established horizontal or tangent, whatever you want to call it. That's what they want to do to avoid at all costs, is actually physically measuring the curvature. They want to use shit in the sky and claim that perspective is just a drawing technique.
There's so many problems with Eratosthenes. Like I said, we've done it on a flat surface by just manipulating the light source. You don't have parallel rays, even in your own model. The rays aren't parallel. You can just Google a diagram of an umbra and penumbra. You'll see they're not parallel.
Yeah, I find it interesting that it's like he was even saying, well, we can't get the distance to the sun on a curved Earth. But then when they try to flip it to a flat Earth, it's like, well, why can't we triangulate the sun to get the distance to the sun? We should be able to get the distance to the sun if it was flat. It's like, bro, you can't do it on either. The only time things
But
in
he
the
stated the
sky aren't,
opposite. He
yeah,
said that
the
you
only
can get it
time
on a
things in
flat
the sky
plane.
aren't being affected by atmospheric conditions is when they're directly above you. That's it. Everything else, as you start to get a deviation from normal based on Snell's law, meaning the sun is not interacting directly 90 degrees from its interaction with different mediums or changes in a medium, then you're going to get refractive effects. So you're never going to get an exact triangulation method that you're going to be able to use over extremely long distances to lights in the sky. It just doesn't work.
Do it on a globe, but if you had 3/6, you can do it on a flat plane, but not a sun can't be 93 million miles away. I mean, he said a lot of stuff, but he said they need to see the sun the whole damn time if you're on a flat. Or I don't know. He's going in so many different angles, real angles.
Can we measure shadows to all the different angles that he's trying to use?
Is there any other globe evidence that he would suggest to us other than Eratosthenes and star rotation, or do we want to stay on this topic? I don't know. It seems like he's going to take a while to investigate.
I was in the bathroom. I'm back now.
Oh, okay.
Now, where were we? Oh yeah, I looked into that eclipse. I don't know how that debunks a round Earth. In fact, it would only work on a round Earth, from what I read. But anyways, if what you were saying about it, rather than saying it somehow debunks a round Earth, is that, oh look, this article shows that this eclipse has, it shows that there's refraction in the atmosphere, and that could be explaining the way the light is curving in ways that wouldn't be possible without the refraction. And that is the solution to the multiple sun height problem. Unfortunately, it doesn't get you there. And here's why. The refraction that you'd have to be getting would not only have to be symmetrical around that center point, but every time you create a center point, the pole that you put under the sun where no shadow is created because it's directly under, every center point would have to have its own refraction somehow. And that would create an issue of contradiction where you'd have somewhat like each one of them having their own different refraction. And that doesn't work.
Yeah, well, that is how the world works, right? The world is presented to each individual observer in their own position. Right. So everything is based on each individual observer. So trying to perfectly accurately triangulate things, long distances in the sky between multiple observers that are at vast distances between one another is never going to work, because you do have those refractive effects, because you do have different conditions at
you're
each
not
location.
understanding. I'm not saying that
different conditions at each location will have different. Jesus fuck.
I know. Hold on. Well, can you hear when other people start talking when you're talking? Because if you just keep going, it makes it.
But Jeremy, here's the problem. If I just have to stop every time he starts to talk, I never get to actually finish anything, and then I have to wait for him to finish, which completely negates the point that I'm trying to make.
I know. Go ahead. I've fallen. If you interrupt again, I'm just going to temporarily mute you real quick so Napalm can finish. Please, let's everyone go at one at a time, please, so we can hear what everyone's saying.
And also give equal amount of time too for the mic. Would be fair.
Yeah, let's try to keep it to like 30, 45 seconds, please. Come on, guys.
Yeah, I'm just saying he is basically saying that all different observers would have different refractive indexes, so therefore we would have different refractive effects at each different observer point, which is exactly what we experience in reality. So thank you for proving my point.
I'm going to respond now. So you misunderstood what I was saying when I said everybody would have a different refraction. What I mean to say is not that the light is going in different directions through the atmosphere. What I'm saying is it would be like everyone would actually have to have their own different atmosphere when they're standing at different points making these observations of the ratios between the shadows. And it would also somehow vary at the time of day what the refraction would be, and somehow that refraction would have to follow perfectly under head of the sun and create symmetrical refractions every day, all the time. Now, if that's what you want to go with, good luck, because that sounds ridiculous.
Yeah, well, the closer the sun gets to the horizon, the more refracted it becomes. So if you're in a different location to where your elevation angle to the sun is closer to the horizon than another observer, you will be experiencing more refractive effects because you're seeing through a completely different portion of the atmos, meaning you're viewing the sun through a lower portion of the atmosphere, which has different refractive effects than if the sun is directly above you or just slightly off of your zenith. It's what we experience in reality every single day.
No, that's not what I'm talking about. What I'm saying is not that there is refraction, and because of the refraction, people standing in different areas are seeing different things. What I'm saying is one individual person can witness multiple contradictory forms of refraction for this to work, right? That's the only way this could work. So, for example, if I'm standing and looking at the shadows of two different poles, right? Those two shadows are going to be apparently somehow different than the two shadows that the other person is looking at from their position relative to my position. So what I'm seeing from my position is somehow different, even though I'm looking at the same thing that they are looking at. Like, do you understand? So let me find another way to explain this. So it's like, imagine doing the experiment at two different times of the day. So like I said, you have that pole that creates no shadow overhead. So what you're saying is that the light of the sun coming down on that pole, followed by that person looking at the other poles that have the shadows, that person is seeing the shadows that you expect from the graph I showed. But then the other person, once the sun comes to their area and then the shadows over them, their poles are showing a different refraction index than what you'd expect. Like you'd expect if the refraction is going in this direction, then when it hits their area, it should point this, and that way. But it points like the opposite direction. It's like, well, how the fuck is that possible? Like you have simultaneous different refractions at the same time when they all should be under like the same atmosphere that's creating the same refraction in these different areas, but it doesn't.
Yeah, that doesn't take place. That's the problem, is you don't have an actual example of that, because what you're trying to say is that when the sun is at 45 degrees for me, I'm getting a different shadow than when the sun moves, halfway across the earth and is 45 degrees for somebody else. That's not what we experience. We always experience the 45-degree shadow because we're experiencing the sun at 45 degrees. Now, where the sun is located, the amount of degrees that the sun is located at any specific time can vary based on atmospheric conditions. And we see more of a refraction effect or more of a deviation from being able to triangulate over these vast distances, because the closer the sun gets to the horizon, the more refractive effects you get for each individual observer.
I'm going to have to pull out my drawing app to show you why we do have examples of that. Let's see here. Because the thing you're describing is actually the exact thing we have examples of right here.
No, it's very simple to explain. If you take the geometry that you're putting below somebody's feet and claiming that light rays are coming in parallel, if you put that geometry around each individual observer, then it works out just perfectly. Thank you, Walter Bislin.
Wrong. So here's the problem. So actually, before I even draw this, I should go to this Let me go to the tab, this one, and go to this. So I want you to look at this, right? And I want you to notice something about this, which is that the further out you go, the farther out the light seems to go, right? I want you to memorize this. So what you're saying is that the refraction is curving the light upward and away. Now let's go back to the drawing app.
Never said that.
So, well, that's the direction the refraction would have to go to make those shadows be produced, right? Because what you're saying is that we have our pole, and the shadow we get from the pole, right, at the different heights. I'm drawing this a little bit crude right now. Let me make this shadow like more drastic to make the point. Do it like that, and then like that or something, right? And then you have the sun here, right? Makes sense. And the light pointing here seems to make sense. But then here, let me actually make this more to proportion.
We're never going to be able to triangulate that back with perfect geometry because you have refractive indexes, right? And you even showed it in your previous thing where it looks like the sun is getting
problem. I'm about to
further
show you
down
the problem.
and further.
So let's say the sun is here, right? Well, I could even put it up higher actually, just for demonstration purposes. Let's say the sun is here, right? The light coming down here makes sense. The light going there, though, doesn't align with the angle. The way we could fix this is we could move the sun down here, but then the light wouldn't move with that other pole. But
Why
what
are
you're
you
saying,
trying to triangulate the sun, dude? Are you doing that with your model?
I'm doing it on a flat Earth.
Why? We're not trying to triangulate. Why are we trying to triangulate the sun?
Because I'm showing that the sun would have to be at different heights. And then what you responded to that with is, oh, but there could be refraction. And it's not actually that the sun is at different heights, but rather that the sun is, like getting refracted. And that's why the shadows that are being produced are different. Right? So that's where we're at. Are you following?
Location, right? So if you take something like crepuscular rays, so if I'm looking out over the ocean and I see sun rays coming through clouds, those sun rays are going to present themselves to me as though I could take those rays and triangulate the sun. But in reality, I can't do that because it's just a matter of perspective on why it looks that way. And it looks that way strictly to me and only me as an observer. Whereas if I change my position, those crepuscular rays are going to update based on me as an individual and based on my perspective. This is why every time you move around, you're changing your perspective.
Do you know how light works? Do you know how photons work? How like eyesight works?
God.
Your eyes are not projecting some magical thing out towards an object.
What's a photon?
It's a packet of energy. Why?
A packet of energy. So do you think light is a packet of energy?
Hey, Napalm, tell him what anti-crepuscular rays are.
Dude, I'm actually done with this guy. I don't want to go any further with this guy because he's now trying to
denying the way light works at this point, because you know that with this simple little drawing, your whole thing is about to fall apart. It's pathetic. You're really gonna ditch out on me? Like that's cringe.
Hey,
no, we can do that, right? So what is the nature of light then? Go ahead and explain to me what a photon is. You say it's a packet of energy?
Yep. And when those packets of energy hit your eyes, interpreter in your brain registers that information using some tools in your eyes to make something of an image out of it. Why?
Yep. Cool. So what does that have to do with what we were talking about?
I'll tell you what it has to do with what you're talking about. You're saying that the observer being at different points means they're going to observe different things. The question is why? The answer is there's just different photons hitting their eyes, but the photons from the location they were in are still the same photons. The question is, what caused these photons to move in this or that direction? I originally proposed that they're moving in straight lines from the original light source, you understand? But you said, oh no, it could be that some of them are not moving in straight lines, but are getting curved by refraction like that, because there's like a hot zone right here. You see what I'm drawing?
First of all, a photon is not something that moves in a straight line. There is no such thing as light rays where you have one specific photon that gets shot from a location to that individual. That's not exactly how it works. It's actually energetic ripples within the ether, and that does
Straight lines.
update
Okay, so
how
like,
you
when
view the
I turn
world.
on my
That does
phone light and then
that
it hits like another point further away, and the line of sight is straight when I block all but a small part of it, how is it not going straight?
what does that have to do with the crepuscular ray? And exactly what I told you, where each individual, as they move, updates how they visually see the world.
Yeah, why does it update how they individually see the world? Because they're just in different spots where there's different photons hitting their eyes. It's very fucking simple.
Hey, Fallen,
No, it's
do you
not
know what
different photons hitting the
anti-crepuscular?
eyes, but
Can I just ask
Dude.
one question? Yeah, Fallen, do you know what anti-crepuscular rays are?
No, enlighten me.
All right, well, it's like the opposite effect of crepuscular rays. So, like, if you're looking at the sun in the east, and like the sun looks as though it's like the light is expanding over your head. If you were to look west, those same rays would converge in the west. This kind of the identical way that they present themselves from the sun. So that in itself is evidence for like this, like your perspective dictates the way the light looks.
Cool.
So
Do you use these crepuscular rays to determine the height of a light?
well, my point is that it shows that there is an element of perspective, because if you can look at the sun and have crepuscular rays and then look in the opposite direction, and if you could see those light, they converge in the opposite way, or like in an identical way, but back to their source point based on your perspective. That's what crepuscular and anti-crepuscular
When did
rays
I
are.
bring
Just
up
something to think.
when did I bring up crepuscular rays though? All I talked about were shadows, and you acknowledged, well, everybody in the room acknowledged that you could calculate the height of a light like on your phone or a lamppost or even something bigger based on the shadows that are created. This is verifiable experimentation, right?
the sun is
And
not
then
a
what's being
lamppost.
proposed is that this can't be done with the sun, which means there must be something different from the sun as opposed to these other light sources. And the thing that was proposed was refraction. And that's what I'm talking about. And the moment I started talking about it, he said, oh, wait. No, so it's not just refraction. There's actually something else that's going on that has to do with
Correct.
perspective and whatever.
Correct.
And it's like,
both things are taking place.
Well, when you say, so when you say perspective, what does that even mean, right? Because I'm talking about measuring shadows. If you have a shadow on the ground, does it matter where you look at that shadow from?
Issa just
Shadow's always going to be the same length.
Issa just explained it to you very easily, just like we were talking about with crepuscular rays, right? So as you move around, how those rays present themselves to the observer changed based on the observer's location, meaning it's always going to be perspective dependent. And then he brought up anti-crepuscular rays, which is a good example of if I see the sun setting in my west and I see crepuscular rays, meaning rays coming off the sun where it looks like I could just triangulate that sun perfectly right to where its position is. And then I look off to the east and I see what's called anti-crepuscular rays. I see that those rays, as they're coming from the west, splay out, go over my head at their widest, and then go back towards a specific point directly in my east, thus showing that based on my location, I get presented these light rays in different angles based on where I'm personally located. And it's based solely on the observer. So if somebody 400 miles to the north of me is not going to look back at my position and see those rays going splaying out and then coming back together in a different location, they're going to see the light rays in a completely different way based on their position.
I'm going to ask you a simple question because I got to go soon through all of that. Simple question. Does it matter where you stand? Does where you stand change the shadow that the pole is creating based on where the pole is placed? Yes or no?
I don't even know what you mean by that question.
Does where you stand change the shadow that is created by the pole that's in the ground? Yes or no?
Yes. Do you know what angle of incidence
Yeah.
is? Correction.
So the answer is actually a no. Where you stand has
No, I
nothing
said
to do
yes.
with the shadow
said
created
yes.
by the pole. Nice dodge.
The answer is yes. I didn't say no.
Oh,
Do you know
okay.
what angle of incidence is?
So, oh wait, you mean yes, as in like the shadow is the same, regardless of where you stand?
Why don't you ask your question again?
If I go 1,000 miles in another direction and place a stick in the ground, it's going to be a different shadow.
Wait, no, I didn't ask you if you place
Newsflash.
a stick in a different spot. I'm saying if you have the stick in the ground and the shadow is there and you stand at different spots to look at that shadow, does that shadow ever change? The answer is a no.
That's not what we're talking about, dude. Jesus.
Yes, it is, because I'm talking about shadows, not crepuscular rays. You're talking about viewer perspective and this and that. And what I'm telling
What are you
you
talking about?
is that I'm talking about the same thing I've been talking about from the beginning, which is the multiple sun height issue.
Multiple sun, huh?
But see,
Multiple
here's
sun
the
height.
issue with that. So
Height.
that stick. So if I'm seeing crepuscular rays and I move around to where I'm still going to be able to see whatever stick is in the ground, I'm going to see the crepuscular rays in the sky the same way, no matter where I'm at, if I can still visually see that stick.
Mm.
So the crepuscular rays aren't updating enough. See what I'm saying?
Why
You're
are
like
you
saying,
talking about
oh, if
crepuscular
you
rays
walk
with
10
the
feet that
shadows?
way, then you're going to get some vast difference. No, that's not what I'm talking about.
Well, I'm talking about the multiple sun height issue, which is created by shadows you observe. I don't know
Not
why
an
you're on
issue.
about crepuscular rays. It's completely irrelevant to shadows and sticks, which is all we're talking about. There was only
So
one
you
objection
use
you brought up
shadows and
that I
sticks
have
to
yet
measure
to
the
talk about,
Hold on.
which is
Hold on.
refraction.
Hold on. You're waffling back and forth. So are you using shadows and sticks to measure the distance to the sun?
The height of the sun.
So you're using sticks and shadows to measure the height of the sun. So
On a flat Earth.
in your globe model, how do you explain the sun being refracted and getting a shadow
The
with your
sun doesn't
parallel light rays?
give shadows,
Uh-oh.
it creates shadows.
How do you explain a refracted sun? Meaning in your model, when we are seeing a sunrise, we're not seeing the sun in its actual location, it's in an apparent location. It's not actually there. It's being refracted up and we're getting a shadow. So are we measuring geometrically to that apparent location in your model?
Are you talking about in that eclipse you're talking about?
No, just every single day. In your
Yeah.
model, the sun is refracted at every single sunrise and sunset.
Yeah, the answer is yeah.
Okay, so now take that back to the flat earth. And when you're like, well, we can't pinpoint exactly where the sun is based on every single observer having a slightly different angle, guess what? Just factor in your refraction that you're factoring in for
What?
every single
No.
sunrise
I
and
said we
sunset on
can
your
determine. No, I
model.
said we can determine the height of the sun.
He was right in the
You
middle
get
of
a
his sentence.
different height every time.
Hold on. Let's all relax and go. Fallen, I just muted you temporarily. Let's not try not to clip people. Let's let everyone finish, guys. Come on.
Yeah, be fair and mute everyone, not just one person.
Well,
It's just
he was
one
the one
person
guy
over
that
talking
just.
everybody.
Yeah, he was the one guy that just did it, so I muted him. I'm not going to mute everyone in the room because he overtalked someone. So let's just try to go one at a time, please.
So to respond, no, I didn't say you can't observe the height of the sun. I said you can, but every observation you make at those different points seems to produce a different sun height. And what you're saying is that there could be refraction taking place, changing the results of the shadow that you'd expect from the single light source. The problem is, if that were the case, that refraction would have to apply differently in different spots, which is not how it would work, because the refraction should be following some sort of path. So back to my drawing to explain what I mean by that.
Let me answer that real quick. So you're saying that the refraction would have to be different at different spots. Why? Because the sun is at a different angle?
No, because of the shadows we seem to observe.
Which would be how we're measuring the angle, right? Is the shadow. So the shadows are at different angles at different locations. What does that have to do with anything?
It's specifically what the angles are. They are angles that are not possible. So again, let me show you. Remember this?
What do you mean not
So
possible?
the
Like
angles.
I said again, you're waffling back and forth between we're trying to
No, you
measure
just asked me
exactly where
why
the
is it.
sun is.
No, I'm going to explain. You need to stop interrupting me, and I will explain.
No, because you're going off and you're not actually answering the question. Because
My God,
what you're
yes, I
doing is
am.
in your
You
model.
just asked me. No, you just asked me what is the problem with different angles, and I'm explaining by saying there are angles that are impossible. And then you said, "How are they impossible?" And I'm explaining what I mean by impossible. Just stop and listen. Holy shit! Now you have these angles, right? And you might be looking at this and saying, but wait, it shows that these angles are possible. But that's only if the sun matches the height that these angles should be. Your response to this was, oh, but there could be refraction, making it so that, like, this one at the top could be curving the light down and then to the left or something like that, right?
What? No, that's not what I'm talking about.
Well, then how do you explain the multiple sun height problem?
That's not a problem. That's a visual. That's how it visually presents itself based on perspective.
Okay, but you're saying the perspective is distorted by refraction, no?
Slightly, the closer you get to the sun being on the horizon, which is the exact same in your model. But here's the problem. You're trying to triangulate the sun in one model and not the other. Because in your model, when the sun is close to the horizon, it's not in its
Why are
actual
we, what do you
location. It's
mean
in an
in one
apparent
model and not
location,
the
meaning it's
other?
refracted, which is
Interruption.
exactly what I'm saying within the other one. But then you're saying that can't take place.
What do you mean I'm doing it in one model and not the other? We're not even talking about a globe model right now. We're talking about the flat earth and seeing if the flat earth works. What are you on
mean?
about?
Okay, so apply the exact same scrutiny to the globe model. So let's triangulate the sun's distance in your model. Can you do that?
The exact distance?
Yeah.
Well, there's a way to do that, but it's not this.
So you can't use this method to triangulate the sun. We got
No, because
that.
the surface is curved.
So why does the surface curving have anything to do with whether you can or cannot triangulate?
Because the curving of the surface itself affects the results. If you already know the curve, technically you could do it, but I'm not assuming that you know the curve for your sake because, you know, your whole thing is like, oh, but like, what if this is that or whatever. So I'm not even going to assume there's a curve.
So if you listened to me earlier, what I said is your assumption is that the ground is curving, so therefore you can factor in the curving of the ground and thus put the sun in some sort of location kind of close, right? But then you have issues when it's close to the horizon, which is where we talk about refraction and apparent locations because it doesn't exactly work out in your model. We get that. We understand. So all I'm saying is instead of putting that curving geometry below your feet to do your mathematics, put that curving geometry in the sky, meaning that each individual observer sees in a dome of perspective, a hemisphere of perspective. And effectively, each individual is measuring to this dome of perspective. The closer objects get to the horizon, the more refracted they become specific with all these celestial objects.
Okay, so your answer is refraction. Like I already said, why did we go this
No,
whole
you're
route?
not listening. You're not listening.
I was listening. It's literally you just said.
Why did you leave out perspective?
When you say perspective, you just mean where the person is standing, right?
No.
What the hell else does that mean then?
So why does you can use your streetlight example, right? But the celestial objects are slightly different. So why does the sun or why does the streetlight appear to go towards the horizon as I get further away from it? Is it actually getting smaller? Is it actually getting closer to the ground?
Why does it appear to get smaller? Because your distance from it is further.
No.
What do you mean?
I didn't say smaller. I said, why does it appear to go towards the ground?
Who said it does?
Oh, for fuck's sake. I'm done with this guy.
What do you mean you're done?
I mean, it's
Who
pretty
said it
known.
does?
It's pretty known, dude, that things appear to converge at distance. Like, I don't
Yeah, but
understand
he
why you're beating
said
around
goes
the bush.
towards the ground as
It's
if
what
like
he
its
meant.
height is decreasing.
No, it's apparent. It's not actual. I mean, it's pretty simple, dude. It's perspective,
Right. As you get further away from a street light, if the
Bro,
street light is 15 feet above your head, as you walk away from the street light, it appears to get closer to the ground as you get further away from it.
Bro, look at my screen. This is like the street light in one case, right? You see the street light? And then if you get further away, like here's what happens. It's like the same thing, except now it's just like this, and then the street light is here. Like, how did it get closer to the ground? It just shrunk from your perspective. Like it just went inward.
It
Like-
appears to get closer to the horizon. The light appears closer to the horizon than it does when it's
All right, the
directly over
horizon
your
is the center point right here, right? Let me color that in orange for
head. When
you.
it's above
The
your head,
horizon is
how
the
close
center
does it look
point.
to the horizon?
What?
When it's above your head, how close does it look to the horizon to you?
When what's above my head?
The street light. How close is it to the horizon?
It's within my middle line of sight.
No, it's not. You have to look
You
up
mean
to
the
see the
light
street light.
part of the lamp? You mean the part where the light is specifically?
Why don't you just go at 12 o'clock solar noon?
Jesus fucking Christ! It's the same way
What
like
do you
an
mean, Jesus fucking
airplane
Christ, dude?
appears
What?
above the
You're not
horizon,
being
and then
clear
it
with
goes
what you're
above your head,
saying.
and then
You
it
think that
appears.
what you're saying is clear, but you're not making yourself clear in any way.
Okay,
Like I'm
an
trying to help you
airplane
out
is
too. That's
above your
the funny
head.
thing.
An airplane is above your head, flying at 10,000 feet,
Mm-hmm.
and it goes further away from you. What does it
Yeah.
appear to do?
You tell me.
Converge. Converges into the
Okay.
horizon.
How does converging towards the horizon necessarily mean it gets closer to the ground? What if something
No,
is
it
below your
doesn't
line
mean
of
that it gets
sight?
closer to the ground. It doesn't
That's the
mean it
wording you
actually
use,
physically
jackass.
gets closer to the ground.
That's
That's
the
what you're
wording
not
you
comprehending.
used.
This
That's
is a
the wording you
matter.
used. You said closer to the ground. That's the part I was contesting. Don't say that next time if that's not what you mean.
It appears closer to the ground, does it not?
No, it could be that something is actually going further from the ground, apparently. Because if something is below your line of sight, like at your feet, you know, a plane is above your head. If you have something below your head, like a toyed car, it actually will raise in your apparent center point of vision.
Yeah, why does that take place?
Because it's approaching the further distance from your eyes towards the center point, the horizon. That's not getting
What do we
closer to
call
the
these
ground.
effects?
That's either getting further. What?
What do we call these effects?
What do you call it?
Perspective. What do you call it?
Okay, so this is your whole roundabout thing about perspective. You're saying that being further from something makes it smaller. That's your whole deal, or that closer to the horizon.
It's not a roundabout thing. It's a matter of fact that each individual observer has their own perspective.
So my description earlier,
And
when
the
I
world-
said
hold
what
on,
you
bud.
mean by perspective. So my description earlier, when I said what you mean by perspective is someone standing in a different spot. That's literally all you meant. Congratulations. We could have skipped all
No,
this.
that's
Now-
not what I meant. What do you mean? Somebody standing in a different spot means perspective. What does that mean?
More specifically to what I said the first time, standing in a different spot and observing from that different spot. That's literally what you mean by perspective.
You're talking about relative perspective. He's talking about optical perspective. I mean, I don't understand why you're like dodging the whole point of.
What is being dodged? I'm trying to get to the part of interest. I already just this whole thing could have been saved if he just said yes when I said so standing at a different spot and observing from there.
That's not what he's saying though. Again, you're talking about relative perspective. He's talking about individual optical perspective, how the human eye perceives reality.
What is the difference between those two things?
Because one is apparent and the other is actual. When you have a perspective, yeah, when you have a perspective of something converging into the horizon, that's apparent, not actual. It's real simple, dude.
Okay, so wait. So I stated that what he's probably meaning by perspective is standing in a different spot and making an observation. You're saying that what he means by perspective is not that, which means it has to be something that's not moving to a different spot and making an observation. So how do you get a different perspective if you are looking in the same spot? What are you talking about?
He's addressing the optical features of that spot, not just you're basically minimizing it to a point where you don't have to talk about it.
So, yeah, so perspective is just standing in a different spot, getting a different observation from a different point because you're at a different perspective point. Congratulations. We could have saved all that time instead of going on that stupid like ramble out perspective, just saying, okay, standing in a different spot. Moving on, right? We ready to move on?
Yeah. Standing at a different spot, the world's going to present itself differently to you, right?
Uh-huh. That's what I've been saying. Like,
so we could have saved all that time. You just like didn't have to bicker.
Yeah. So when you're saying three different observers are getting different things and they don't all line up, that's cool because everybody sees the world different at each one of those perspectives points. And each one of those perspective points is also going to have a slight deviation in how the world's presenting themselves due to the atmospheric conditions around them. It's not too difficult.
so refraction is the thing you're talking about.
Coupled with perspective, because perspective plays a role on how we visually see things. So, if I'm in a different location, I'm going to see that lamppost at a different elevation, slightly different for the celestial objects, but yes.
Yeah, so these two poles represent difference in perspective. They give you different shadows. That was already done and done with. So I don't know why you're saying and a combination of perspective. Like we're already getting different shadow lengths because of the different points that the poles are placed in. And then the second one is refraction. So your answer to this was refraction, yes or no?
Well, see, now you're taking shadows from light poles, but that's not where we're taking shadows from. We're taking shadows from a celestial object, right?
On the light poles.
Oh, I thought we were using the sun to get the shadows. So you're talking about Eratosthenes, but with light poles?
No, not light poles. I said poles. Like the poles are blocking the light. So what we're getting is shadows of the sun.
Yeah, but we're using the sun. So how do you explain that the sun at sunrise is not actually where we visually see it, but we're getting a shadow on our stick?
I'll tell you how. So if there was no refraction, then the results you saw in the previous thing I showed you stand. If there is refraction, you run into a problem, and I'll show you what that problem is. And to show you what that problem is, take a look at this real quick. You'll notice that the further away you go, the more drastic the angle of the shadow is, right? Which means that if refraction is what's explaining the difference, what you'd have to have, let me erase this and make it more like clear. Let me choose a color like orange.
I'm talking about on your model. On the globe, how do you explain that we get a shadow from a sun that's in an apparent location? So it's not where we visually see it, but our shadow would direct us towards where we visually see it, but it's not actually there.
Yeah, that's where you visually see it is also what's creating the shadow on the pole. Those are the same.
Right, but in your model,
The
it's not
apparent
actually
location
there.
is
So how
where
do
the
you
light is
explain
coming
that?
from. And so what you're saying is that that explanation for how the sun seems to be in an apparent location is an explanation for why the sun could actually be at the same height at all times. And it's just that the apparent location, which is creating the difference in light, is changing based on refraction, right? So the answer is refraction, or no?
Yeah, you have a different refractive index as the sun appears.
Yeah, so the answer is refraction, the thing I've been saying since an hour ago.
It's the same on your model.
So the answer is refraction. That's the answer that I literally asked you for
I think
an
the
hour
answer
ago, and then
is
you tried to throw.
maybe fluoride might be the answer actually.
Yeah, I don't think you get that it's not just
Ooh,
one
so here's the
specific
problem
thing.
if it's refraction. So here's the problem
No,
if it's
it's
refraction.
refraction and perspective. You don't, dude.
Oh my God,
Can you
we've already
not?
been over this. When you say perspective, you just mean observers at different points. The observers in this case are the
We
poles
okay?
creating
So
the
are we only
shadows.
talking about one observer then? How are we talking about triangulation if we're only talking about one fucking observer?
I honestly don't know what perspective has to do with. Does perspective change the spot at which objects are?
Exactly. I don't
Apparently.
know what he's on about.
I don't even know why we're talking about perspective with this. Maybe I
Me
don't. Maybe I
neither.
missed it.
Me neither. I don't know why. Like, all perspective is if you stand in a different position or even move your head, because that's like changing the position of like your line of sight anyway. That is a different perspective. I don't know what the fuck that has to do with anything. Now, what you're
Well, hold
saying
on.
is that refraction is what's
Hold on a second.
explaining the light.
Hold on 1 second. Let's just get napalm to clarify it. What does perspective have to do with the position of the sun?
I didn't realize that in one we're trying to figure out the position of the sun, meaning if we're on a flat earth, we're trying to figure out the position of the sun, like its exact position. But then on the globe Earth, we're not trying to figure out the sun's exact position. We're just trying to figure out curvature. And we're assuming parallel light rays.
And it's based on
I didn't realize that we had the double standard where in one model we're trying to figure out one thing, but in the other model we're trying to figure out something else.
Oh, he
And
didn't
then we're
answer your
trying to
question
figure
on
out why
perspective.
both
That's cool.
models aren't congruent with one another.
Yeah, no, this isn't about a flat or globe or anything. This is about the position of the sun and making geometric claims off it. And you brought up perspective. I'm just wondering why.
Right, because the position of the sun is relevant to an individual observer's perspective.
Yeah, but how does that change the position of? How does perspective change the position of anything?
It changes where you visually see it individually.
Okay, but it's still there though. It's still there. If I'm at the railroad tracks and I got a gun and I shoot at one of the rails, yeah, they're converging due to perspective, but my bullet still hits the rails because that's where the rail is.
Correct.
Yeah, so why are we talking about perspective? Because this is based on the position of the sun or the position of the rails, if you will.
Because he's wondering why the position of the sun changes for each observer. That's due to perspective.
No, it's due to refraction, like you said. And I'm going with your refraction thing, and I'm about to go through the problem with that. We're talking about poles producing different shadows. So what you're saying is that the shadows, the length of the shadows on the poles is longer than they would have been if it weren't for the refraction. That's what you're saying. Now let's go through this claim and examine the problems with it. Right, so let's go through the claim. So,
what is my claim? Because I didn't say anything about a length of a shadow. So why are you straw manning me?
What the fuck have we been talking about this whole time? The length of shadows on these poles when observing from different points on the earth. This is the solution I need. Why is it that the sun is at multiple heights at the same time of day when running the calculation at these different parts? Your answer, I thought,
at multiple heights.
It's not at different heights? Well, that's impossible on a flat earth unless you present an explanation. And the explanation you gave is, oh, refraction is changing the angle of the light's path. And that's why it could be at the same height, but produce these different shadows, right?
It's the same exact solution, dude. What do you mean? Where's the problem?
No. What do you mean this is not an issue on the globe Earth? Because the curve of the Earth is what creates these different shadow angles. And that's the fucking point.
No, it's not. So how do you explain that you visually see the sun on the horizon when it's not actually there to get that shadow in your model?
It's refraction.
Okay. So why does it change when you go to a flat Earth?
So the answer you're giving is refraction. Yes or no?
Light doesn't refract?
So the answer you're giving is refraction. Yes or no?
Yes, the sun is always in an apparent it is always in an apparent location for each individual observer. The only time it's not in an apparent
Okay.
location is when it's directly above your head.
Yeah, so what you're saying is that this low sun here must be in an apparent location, and it actually is still up here, but the light right here at this point, you see this X right here? It must have curved to the left, right? And that's why it's producing this, but like in a more round way than just like suddenly curving at that exact point, right? So what you're saying is essentially that this happens, where the light just starts to curve more and more and more like this, right? Is that what you're
It's a
saying?
refractive index. Yes, the closer that the sun gets to the horizon, the more refractive effects that you have. Correct.
Yeah, so this is going to create issues for you. This is the part I've been
No, it's
trying to
not.
get to, and I don't know why it took you so long to get here. You were talking about perspective and this and that one, and I was just asking a simple question of, is it refraction? You could have just said yes, and then we'd be at this part like an hour ago. Holy shit. Now,
I already
here's
said
the
it was
problem.
refraction.
Oh, so it's not refraction now.
Do you have a listening problem? I literally
Do
said
you
it.
have a listening? Dude, even
Oh,
your friends are listening to you like, wait, what the fuck is he on about? Like, this is
No.
insane.
Napalm just said it. Yes, it's because of refraction, and you said the exact opposite of said. I don't know. Maybe you weren't listening, or you heard him wrong, or something.
No, I just said, all right, so if it's refraction, here's the problem with it being refraction. What do you mean? I literally, all I was saying right now is, why didn't he just say yes to refraction like an hour ago instead of babbling about perspective and all this and that? It's not all that. It's just he was saying refraction. That's what I said. Like, I don't understand what the fuck.
Here's the deal. You're going to go to another observer, which is going to change the scenario, but you think it's going to be the same for each individual observer. That's the problem.
Well, the
So stick
observers
with one
standing at
observer and tell
different
me what you're
points
going to
are
say.
just observing like different light hitting their face. Like if I have a guy standing here, right?
No.
The light hitting his face
Oh wait, no,
is
maybe
just
Nope,
different
it changes.
than the light hitting this guy's face. You see what I mean?
Nope. It changes because now you're going to have to go to that person's perspective. You can't just withdraw yourself into some godlike.
Do you notice?
perspective
Wait, pause.
and
Do you
say that
notice
this
how
is
we're
how
not?
they're visually going to see
Well, no,
it based on a
What are you
third
not
person.
understanding? This is so basic. Your friends are looking at you like, dude, what are you even arguing
No,
about
they're
right now?
not.
Like, yeah, they are.
It's not.
Well, why'd you bring perspective back up? We just went through that. Perspective has changed the actual position of object.
Right,
This is
Jeremy.
about
So
the
telling him
actual
that, right?
position.
Hold on.
This is about the actual position of the sun.
Because Jeremy, what he's going to do is he's now going to take all those little lines there, and he's going to say that each one of those people is a stick or an observer, and he's going to
No,
say, if I draw myself back all the way over here, and I look at it from this perspective, why is this happening to this guy and this happening to that guy? It's
no,
happening to all of those individual observers differently
no,
because of how the world presents itself
no,
to each
no,
Can
no,
you
specific
stop with the
one.
interruptions like this?
no.
What is
Why
this?
are you
Guys,
That's what I'm
interrupting me? I'm
saying.
talking to Jeremy,
I
dude.
know. Come on,
Fuck
please,
off.
guys.
Yeah, well, you're just misrepresenting what I'm even going to say. And your assumption of what I'm going to say is the reason why you're not able to move forward and listen to what's going to be said. So
in
we're
that
not
drawing, is
talking
that one
even.
observer? Where's one observer in that
Hold
drawing?
on, Napalm. Hold on, Napalm. Just 1 second. Let him finish, and then you're gonna go. No one else jump in. Just let Napalm and this guy go back for 4 more minutes.
Yep. Listen to how many observers he has. Go ahead.
There are no observers. There are wooden poles casting shadows. Simple. There are people measuring the shadows, if you'd like to throw them in doing that, but I don't think it matters where you look at the shadow from. The shadow length being 10 feet is always going to be 10 feet, whether you like it or not. Now, what you notice is that the shadows created by these poles, like I said in here, produce these shadows that wouldn't be possible unless the sun was simultaneously at different heights. But what you're going to say is, oh no, the sun could be at one height, but the light could be curving. And that's why the light is actually able to persist, right? Here's the problem. If it worked like that, what you'd get is an issue where you'd be able to see the sun from any point on the earth if the earth was flat. Because if I were to continue this light and it is to keep curving like that, it would just keep fucking going.
That's not what we see, though. And the problem that
Exactly.
you're
That's
having
not
is
what we
this
see, which means that this refraction is incorrect.
You have a model for flat Earth for me that you want to keep saying, and everybody keeps saying that stuff can't work on a flat Earth when you have no understanding probably what even the flat Earth model would state or what is going on here. If you get your globe model, no offense, out of your head, then you might be able to think maybe what a flat Earth would be like. But to sit here and state that you know is actually dishonest.
Well, there's many other things that take place, right? Like the
Stacy, wait, what
attenuation
do
of
you
light.
mean? So a
So
flat
light
Earth has a flat
attenuates.
surface, right?
Hold on. So you have many different things going on here, right? So as you're getting refractive effects, you also have an attenuation of light, meaning that light won't actually physically go as far through the thicker portions of the atmosphere. So you have attenuation of light that takes place as well.
Yeah, if that was happening, then what should happen is the sun should start to fade at distance, but it doesn't fade, does it?
Sometimes it does, yeah.
The
Know
sun
where the sun
fades.
is. You'd have to even know more about this sun because obviously everything you've ever been taught would have to go out the window. Correct?
Well, but wait,
If it's not a
but
globe,
Stacy, he
that
was
means
the
everything
one.
you've been told about that sun and the distance and everything you're talking about would have to go out the window and you'd have to look at it from a different perspective. Now you can go ahead and bring that in there.
Yeah,
But the point is, you're literally
what I'm
making
working.
up stuff.
we can see things visually
Wait, Stacy.
appear to disappear from the bottom up, right? So that we can see that with physical objects. So that's no problem. So as the sun goes away, we see not only refractive effects as it gets closer to the horizon, which is the same in your globe Earth model, which is why you can't explain how every sunrise and every sunset is actually a refracted sun. But if you go to observers on the other side of your globe, you're getting different refractive effects as well. So it's the exact same thing in both models. The problem is you're just taking what we call like a curved dome of perspective where each individual observer has the world present themselves in a spherical or hemispherical shape, and you're placing that below everybody's feet, and then you're trying to say that all the rays are planar, meaning the sun light hits us in parallel rays, but then somehow it's non-parallel as it gets closer to the horizon.
Do you see this drawing I made? It could be the case that the light is curving the whole time. But before I get to you, let me respond to Stacy because she was saying something. Stacy, what I was working on there is the information he gave me, not some assumptions I had. Because he told me that this is how the light's working. It's curving because of refraction. And then I said, well, then after like curving like this, it would travel like all across and you'd be able to see the sun from just about anywhere on a flat earth, right? And then he said, well, like the light would fade. And then I said, well, then you'd see a faded looking sun because the light hitting your eyes would be faded light. And then he said, well, no. And then Stacey, you jumped in and said, oh, well, like, I mean, you don't know anything about this. And I'm like, well, I'm working off information he gave me about how the flat earth should work, right?
Hey,
So
honey,
I'm not like
the very
making any
beginning,
you're straw manning me.
all this happened, you actually stated in the very beginning that you cannot get certain things from a flat earth. It would have to work at a flat earth. You know what I mean? Literally, you were talking about the shadows and getting the distance to the sun. You said you can only do that on the flat earth. You can't do that on a curved surface. You were even talking about that. You yourself have stated what can and cannot work on a flat earth. So I want the model that you show me that it can.
No, I said you can measure the height of the sun on the flat earth.
Yeah,
The
then you're
trouble
also
is just
stating what can and can't work on a flat earth. Obviously, you know more about my flat earth than I do.
well, yeah, what I'm saying is you can measure it, but you can't get a consistent measurement because for some reason you keep getting different heights.
Hey, does anyone have the Dr. Zach thing where he did this Eratosthenes thing by putting a lens in front of the light and then did it on a flat surface? Does anyone have that video we could show this guy? Because I mean, if we could show you Eratosthenes on a flat surface, would that do it for you or no?
If by Eratosthenes you mean that the light was producing ratios over multiple different shadow points that fell consistent with what you see on a curve, then yeah. But here's the reason why that won't work.
No. That's not what I mean. I mean all the shadows line up to the spot where the sun is.
With like what's it called? Yeah, of course it's going to line up where the sun is, but that's not going to match the shadows we see on Earth. Like, hold on, that doesn't get you anywhere, because what you'd have here, if you have a sun here, right, and then you have like your poles, you could see my screen, right? Can you see my screen?
No,
Hello?
not watching your screen. No.
Well, you need to watch my screen. All these explanations are based on like visuals, so like I want you to join up.
People can actually, like Jeremy, understand because he's been through this stuff before, and a lot of people in here have. But you just explaining it because a lot of people are at their job or they're doing something in life right now, to be honest, that are on here still, especially the mods and stuff. Mad respect to Jeremy, so he's probably quite busy that he can't click on it. But if you still explain it, I'm sure he's on the same page as you.
Okay,
Well,
so
I'll just back out then if you want to describe something to somebody
Look, I'll
visually.
explain
But
it
I'm
then.
telling you right now, we do have Eratosthenes on a flat surface. You also said this is all presupposed on parallel light rays right at the beginning of this an hour
Wait, no,
ago.
you can have.
We have diagrams from the globe model showing how the light rays aren't parallel than umbra and penumbra. So that right there debunks your whole thing of parallel light rays. You're debunked. It's debunked.
Wait. So no, the Eratosthenes experiment only involves 2 poles, right? You can replicate that, but you won't be able to do it with a 3rd one. And the reason why is because the rate of shadow change is different on a curved surface, right?
Why
like
don't
you can
address
have.
what he says?
He's addressing the first thing of what I
doing
said.
that
I made
right
multiple
now.
points. That's fine. We have it. We have Eratosthenes on a flat surface from Dr. Zach, I think his name is, and he uses multiple points, way more than 2. I think there's like 7 or 9 points on the table. The point is, you said this was all presupposed on parallel light rays, right?
Yeah, so here's the problem. So I already am guessing what this person probably did, right? So you're saying there's all these different poles, right? And what happened is you got these drastically different angles. And then let me grab yellow.
Bro,
I really wish you
hold on.
had the visuals here, because
Just
they
hold
would
on.
help a lot.
Okay, just hold on. You said this was all based on parallel light rays at the beginning of this?
No.
You said at the beginning, I'll run the tape back, bro. This is all being recorded. You know that, right? You said this was all based on the assumption of parallel light rays. Did you not say that?
No, actually, the only way this works is if they're not parallel.
All right. So the light rays are not this only. Eratosthenes only works if light rays are not parallel.
Means?
I know what parallel means. Yes.
If they're parallel, that would be a sun that's like 96 million miles away, like, the globe Earth sun. But on the flat Earth, if the sun is really close, of course, the shadows that you're getting are not going to be parallel to each other. Otherwise, you wouldn't have different shadow lengths. You understand that? The only way to get different shadow lengths if the light is parallel is if the actual poles are on a curved surface in which the light is actually hitting it from a different angle, even though the light is all traveling in a straight line together. You get what I'm saying?
Okay,
so anyways,
I know what you're saying. You said it works on a globe because you're presupposing that all the light rays are parallel from the sun. Right? Yes or no? Because I have a follow-up question, please.
Yeah.
Yes. So, okay. So, given that presupposition for this to work on your globe, I can show you the globe model of an umbra and penumbra where the light rays are not parallel in your model.
Oh yeah, I'd like to see that.
Well,
and
can
also,
somebody Google,
what I would need to see
Google for
is
me
not
real
just
quick?
that. What I would need
Hold
to
on,
see
bro.
is
We're
not
gonna
just
bring it
that
up,
the
dude.
light is not parallel, but also that what's causing it to not be parallel is not that the light coming from the sun all the way to the point of the Earth and then something between happening suddenly makes it not parallel, but that it's
No, that's not
actually
what's going
that the
on.
light. What?
That's not what's going on, dude. It's called an umbra and penumbra. It's models of the of your globe model diagram on how the sunlight is hitting the Earth, and it clearly shows that they're not parallel. So your whole thing of Eratosthenes, that parallel light rays for it to work on the globe, is debunked.
Umbra and
within your own
penumbra. Let
model.
me look this up for you. Umbra and penumbra. What are you saying? For umbra and.
It's fine. Umbra and
Like
penumbra,
I'm the one being
non-parallel
good
light rays.
and
You'll
looking up
see
what
it in
you're
the
talking
visual.
about. Umbra, penumbra,
You'll
and the ensumbra of Earth's images could be seen at some
Yep,
points in these areas.
Dude, don't read us through it, bro. We're all familiar with them. You could look at a diagram at an image, pull up the images of that, and you'll see the non-parallelity of the light rays. So this whole Eratosthenes thing being based on parallel light rays, within your own model, they're showing you that how non-parallel these light rays are.
Oh, okay. I know what this is. So, yeah, Umbra and penumbra, this is not to scale, the images that you see here. The sun is incredibly fucking far away. And if what you're saying is that the light is not literally perfectly parallel, that's because no matter how far the sun is, even if it was 1 trillion miles away, technically, mathematically speaking, it would only be like 99.9% followed by a bunch of nines parallel. There's no way to make it actually literally perfectly parallel. So in this case, the 1 like millionth of a percent of not parallel generating like these tiny lines that you're talking about called the penumbra effect.
You cut out.
Sorry, I got a phone call. Let me answer them real quick.
Yeah, so the light rays aren't parallel within your own model. I mean, there you go. You said the light rays had to be parallel at the beginning. They're not parallel. Also, we have this working on a flat surface. Also, you have to have the distance. There's so many problems with Eratosthenes. I can't even begin. You have to have the distance between the two places. I'd love to see how you get distance. I've been through that with multiple pullovers.
You know how they get distance? Jeremy, you know how they get distance?
I've heard multiple ways, yeah.
Most of the time it's measuring the things in the sky. Locations of things in the sky. That's how they're getting distance many times too.
Does anyone have the Dr. Zach thing where he did it on a flat surface by any chance? The video?
No.
No one's seen it. You guys ain't
But
seen
yeah,
it.
so Jeremy, that's my point.
Have you
Right?
seen it, Napalm?
Yeah, I've seen it. So that's kind of my point, right? Is the sun what Dr. Zach does with that lens is he's effectively producing refractive effects that would take place in the atmosphere based on each individual observer. All those little points on his thing, you're getting refractive effects.
Yeah, I mean, you're just presupposing how the sky works. They're presupposing how the sky works. That's
correct.
There's so many presuppositions.
Yeah, they want to say that everything is going to be sunlight and straight lines, straight line geometry. This is how we should look at the sun: straight lines, straight lines, straight lines. But then when they talk about anything else, it's refraction, 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 refraction. Okay, so which is it? Do we look at things
I'm back. I'm going to say a few words before I go because I have to
refraction
go
when
after
things
this.
are taking place in the distance, or do we not see with refraction?
Dude, did you hear me? I
Because
got
you
to
have
go
to.
soon.
You can't
I got
have
to
it.
make this quick.
Dude, what are you doing? What is wrong
Yeah,
with you?
just hold on. You can go next, bro. You can go next. Napalm's done.
Yeah, but you see what I'm saying, Jeremy, is like they want to draw it out where it's like if the earth was flat, we'd have these straight lines, straight lines, straight lines. It needs to be here, it needs to be there, it needs to be there. And then when it comes down to observations in reality and we make observations, all they want to talk about is refraction, refraction, refraction. So which is it?
All right, go ahead, Paul. All right.
I figure he's waiting for him left. So this conversation can go on if people want it to, but that's up to y'all.
Well, I guess he left. I mean, I was trying not to interrupt the dude, but like he literally had a fucking problem. Like I don't know if he's an only child and has to be center of attention or what, but like, dude. came into the room
Well,
just over talk.
This gets tense. You know how it is. People's whole models and their brains start getting challenged, and it's tough.
But that's the thing, right? So you understand what I'm saying, Jeremy? Is they want to claim parallel light rays, but then they want to claim refraction, meaning the sun is in an apparent location when it's close to the horizon. That's a refractive effect. But the light's still parallel, but it's refracted. But then when they take their little orthographic views and they put it on a flat earth, they want to say, look, straight lines, it would be here, straight lines. And you're like, well, there's refraction that takes place as well. Oh.
Also, real quick, there's no such thing as a percentage of parallel. You can't be like 99.9% parallel. It's a yes or no thing. It's an A or B, 1 or 0 thing. It either is parallel or isn't. But yeah, the refraction, well, B-Ball will show you his image and he'll say, boom, there's the thing, there's geometry. But then when we show them something, they say no refraction. So I know what I'm talking about. You can't have refraction happening and they're parallel.
Right. And the only reason I bring up perspective is because, the sun is going to present itself to you closer to the horizon the further you are away from it.
Yeah, but that don't have nothing to do with that whole Cosmos thing. It's still perspective doesn't change unless perspective changes its position, then it's really not relevant.
So it's relevant in that little diagram that he was bringing up where it showed the 6 different suns in the middle and then rays going out to the sides of it, right? So it was this orthographic view from some third party perspective of 2 different observers on the side of the sun, and the sun being presented, downwards or something as people are further away. And it's like, well, yeah, if you step back in that third party perspective, that's not how we see the world. Nobody has that view. There is no view like that exists.
That's the perspective you're getting from the shadows, though. Like the stick is the observer, and you're just viewing the shadow as a third party. Yeah, so I just don't think it's relevant for the Eratosthenes thing, unless you have that thing. You guys were saying that perspective was changing the position of things before, and I thought that's where you were going.
No. So that little drawing that he had where it had 6 different suns in the middle of the graph, and then he drew lines out to the side of that graph. The problem with that graph is from the perspective that you're viewing that graph, it's completely incorrect. You're never you don't see that way. You can't see that way. The stick, where if you're looking at that graph and you put a stick, you take that 2-dimensional graph and you make it 3-dimensional, which is what they're trying to claim, and you put a stick at the perspective of where you're viewing that graph, you're never going. I don't know. Hard for me to explain, but hopefully some people understand what I'm saying.
Yeah, I wasn't checking the diagram.
What I didn't like was him poisoning the well, talking about your friends looking at you like what? I was about to step in and be like, listen, whatever your name is, you're the new kid on the block, and Napalm has done just a good enough job as any of the flat Earth model perceivers would demonstrate and speak about. So his friends are, in fact, supporting him. I, in fact, was supporting you the whole way, man. That was, he attempted to catch you on double speak with relation to refraction, something to the words, so it isn't refraction. But at the end of the day, fully support you, dude.
Well, I appreciate it. Well, Jeremy came in to say, it's not about perspective, and the reason I was bringing that up is because based on what he was trying to draw there in his little graph, where he's basically taking, he could do it for a light post or whatever. and he's putting that in the center, and then he's showing observers going further away from it to each side of it. And then it's like, well, this doesn't line up with this, that, or the other. It's like, yeah, it doesn't line up because you have multiple things taking place. You're trying to show 3D, 3-dimensionally from a third person perspective. You're showing a 2-dimensional rendering of 3 dimensions from a third party perspective. So of course that's not going to line up, but it perfectly explains that as somebody gets further away, the object is going to appear lower or closer towards the horizon as you get further away.
I threw up a picture.
I think you did a good job, Napalm, representing the flat earthers in here, bro. I couldn't have done it better myself, bro. Good job.
And I threw up a picture just to, jump onto what you're saying with relation to perspective. Am I coming through, or is it just me?
Sound like miking, and you were coming through beautifully, by the way.
Who is it?
Awesome. Thank you, Stacey. Appreciate the confirmation. So I threw up a picture into Livestream just to back up what Napalm is saying with relation to perspective. Now, what's interesting is when we observe the sun setting over a body of water, we always get that light ray that you see, that reflection along the water directly to the person perceiving the sunset. Now, you could have somebody standing 10 kilometers away from you along the same body of water, and guess what? They're going to have their own light ray lit towards them along the body of water as well. So, in fact, perspective is the thing that really takes the cake for us.
Yeah. I don't know where he was trying to go with the photon thing or something like that, but it's like, bro, no, that's.
Yeah, but if you're gonna bring in like discussions about light rays, like a light ray is a projection, right? That is a light that is projected out of a thing that creates the light. So you are like putting in the representation of the fact that light is traveling at that point. But if you're going to then bring in, well, how does the sun work? Well, the sun doesn't operate the same as like a laser would work. They're two different perspectives as how light propagates from each of those individual things. So comparing them, I think that's a fallacy on its own.
Yeah, I mean, even if we took something like a lamppost and we created a much more defined density gradient of air from the light post down to the ground, as an observer walked further away from that lamppost and got further and further and was seeing through more and more of the thicker portion, seeing that light more and more through the more dense and or less dense portion of the atmosphere, you're going to get a presentation of that light in an apparent location. That's why we can't perfectly use something like a lamppost to explain how we visually see a celestial object, because we are dealing with more atmospheric effects as it gets closer to the horizon with something like a celestial object.
Let me ask you a question, Napalm.
Yeah, what's up?
Just for my, because I want to know. So, would you reduce refraction if the sun is right overhead, perpendicular, right, at its like true zenith, like 90 degrees overhead? Could you then theoretically maybe measure its altitude or its elevation? Because it's straight up and down. I mean, you're not going to really have much refraction. It's going straight down through the atmosphere.
Right, but I don't know what you would use. I mean, you wouldn't be able to utilize some sort of method, and this is where I was confused with this guy. He was using a flat surface to try to measure the distance to the sun, but that's not the point, right? And then he was using his model to say, no, we're not measuring to the sun. We're just showing that it's curving.
Because I get what you're saying. Like if you have pegs, right, lined up, and you got a peg that's 100 miles away, and you're trying to get some information off the shadow from a peg that's 100 miles away from the sun, or from the peg that's perpendicular at the zenith, right? So let's say you have at the equinox, at the equator, in Ecuador, the capital of Ecuador, Quito, right? And you have a
Hmm.
peg that's literally perpendicular at the zenith, 90 degrees. The sun's over your head, literally, the true zenith. And then you have pegs lined up all the way down to the southern tropic of Capricorn. And you measure the peg that's the furthest distance away at the southern tropic of Capricorn, and the shadow is stretched out, right? You're saying that that shadow is stretched out because of refraction, correct?
I wouldn't say that it's stretched out because of refraction. Refraction takes place and is a cause of a certain portion of that shadow. Yeah,
And that makes sense. Like I can get on board with that.
that's why we see this like. So the way I see it is it's a combination of perspective, something visually getting lower, and then you have atmospheric conditions as something visually gets lower, meaning you're seeing it through a different portion. So you have perspective coupled with refraction, which is why you're never going to be able to triangulate the sun in the way that they say, oh, you would be able to perfectly, you know, triangulate the sun. All these shadows should point to the exact same spot, but they're never going to.
Yeah, I get that because of different densities and gradients and all that. So by the time you get
Right.
to like the last peg, right, at the tropic, like you know what I'm saying, right? You picture what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
if you
it's a
had, let's say you had
combination
10
of
pegs, you had 10 pegs, right? 10 miles apart, or maybe let's say 100 miles apart each. And so the furthest peg, you know, the shadow, you're saying that the shadow that we're seeing, the reason it's stretched out isn't because of the curve, it's because of the gradient densities. Because I mean, I don't really understand why perspective would come into play, respectively. I don't know why. Like, I understand if you're looking at all four pegs from one perspective, from like a third person perspective, or 10 pegs. But I still don't get how perspective would come into play with the shadows. Can you help me out with that?
well, the shadow is just showing visually the perspective of that individual peg. Does that make sense?
I would have to have a diagram, like a picture or something.
Okay. It's just that the shadow is changing, the angle to that object is changing as it gets further away because it goes down. Does that make sense?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, if you're looking at all 10 pegs, right, at the same time from a distance, theoretically, right, from like a third person perspective, the observer's perspective is going to definitely take effect. But if you're right next to the peg and you're looking at the shadow 2 foot from the ground, you know what I mean? Why would perspective make a difference?
Well, it is that perspective is taking place with every single object, right? The world is presenting itself to each point differently.
Yo.
Does that make sense, Lion? Like all those shadows are drawing out your perspective from each position. So if we took the sun and we could grab it. So let's say you're one of those stakes, and we took that sun and we just moved it around. That shadow would update within that position. That's how perspective works.
You mentioned something else when it was on here that I wanted to take an opportunity to address. Lion, you good on your discussion? Question?
Yeah, man, it's all good.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it. So that he mentioned if the ground were in fact flat and the sun setting, we wouldn't see a sunset. We would just see the sun disappearing as it fades away. That's not how we can, or how we actually observe the celestial hemisphere working. Right, this sky dome, this azimuthal reference dome that we have above us presents itself in a dome. Now, when you have lights that interact with that domed ceiling, if you will, the lights don't interact like they would if, in fact, the sky was flat. The sky's not flat. We're saying that the sky is actually a dome, right? And that and I say we, like say we loosely, nobody, not reflecting that on anybody here, speaking for anybody. But as that sun travels away from you, it'll either disappear, right? Or there's a potentiality, which is the thing that we observe quite often, is that sun basically comes down to meet the ground and dissolve with the horizon, which we understand that's what the horizon is. The horizon is actually where the sky meets the ground. So whatever happens off in the far distance is what's actually happening off in the distance. But we know that as we get closer to the sun then takes its position above us or slightly off angle to us. So to say that the sun would fade away is completely a stickman representation of the flat Earth model, quote, if you will, or even real life for that matter. I hope that made sense.
Yeah, I mean, we see both effects, right? We do see sometimes the sun fading out. It's usually when we have fog or anything like that, right? So when we have atmospheric conditions to where the light from the sun can't physically push through any further due to the attenuation of light, we will see the sun fade out. Typically, on a clear day, we don't see the sun fade out. We see it become visually obscured from the bottom up, right? But we can experience the sun. Yeah, we can experience the sun fading out. We can also have scenarios. I've been at the beach many times where you've got clouds off in the distance, right, creating a false horizon, and as the sun gets obscured by the clouds off in the distance, it appears as though the sun is setting when it's going behind those clouds, and it's just the sun is behind the clouds. The light isn't able to physically push its way through. Not physically, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, the light's being obstructed by the clouds, the dense clouds. And I mean, we can even see where you have sun right behind dense clouds, and you can see those light rays coming out sometimes when that sun is right behind the clouds. It almost gives the impression that the sun is actually really local to you. What is it? Is it crepuscular rays? Would it be?
Yeah, he said that the sun doesn't fade or some shit like that. But why would he say that when we know that the sun does fade? There's PAR measurements, photoactive radiation measurements Not even talking about lumens. Like you can tell that the sun does. On different days it's stronger, it's more intense, and the farther it is, the less intense the PAR is. Photoactive radiation. That's why plants at certain times of the day, you'll see them all perked up when the PAR is high, and you know what I mean. They're getting water. And the PAR is low. They're not really getting as much sunlight. I don't know what he's talking about, man. He made a lot of claims that you know what I mean aren't true.
That's why I say it's like it's poisoning the well at the end of the day. Right? You can say whatever you want, talk as smooth as you'd like, but at the end of it, if you're falsely misrepresenting the claim, your adverse claim, the claim that is opposite to yours, you can't poison the well and give a crappy explanation as to, well, it would be this way if it was that way. That's you're bargaining in poor faith at that point. You get thrown out of court for being a shitty witness. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, it's pretty much unanimously agreed that in the morning there's less intensity, right? And at solar noon around 12 to 2 o'clock is when the sun's the strongest, the most intense. And as it goes away, it fades. I don't know what he's talking about. It makes no sense. But yeah, Napalm, you did a good job, bro. Don't be too hard on yourself, bro. You did a good job.
Yeah, well, I just found it interesting that he wanted to have refraction in his model, but then somehow refraction can only apply in one area but not another. Like it can only apply if the Earth is a globe, but then refraction can't take place if it's not a globe. Because refraction is built into their model, which is why I kept asking him, and he kept avoiding and dodging the question. I kept asking him, why at every sunrise and sunset do we visually see the sun in a location where it's not actually located? He kept avoiding that. Because if we're visually seeing the sun, a sunrise and a sunset in a location where it isn't actually, meaning it's technically behind the curvature of the Earth, but we're visually seeing it and it's giving us a shadow, how is that taking place? Please answer that question. He wouldn't answer that question because he knew that the answer to that question was refraction. And if that's the case, then that perfectly explains why when they want to talk about, well, this wouldn't work if the Earth was flat, because we're pointing to a sun that is not in the same location when we try to triangulate it. And the answer to that is because of refraction. Because it gets refracted. And if it gets refracted, then yes, there is a deviation of the straight lines that he's trying to draw on that piece of paper. So those deviation from straight lines is taking place in their model as well. But then they want to say that the lines are parallel. That's why he didn't want to say refraction. Because if he said refraction, then it would completely dispel the parallel light rays. So they want their refraction, but they don't want to talk about it in the same. No, I was just going to say they want their refraction, but they don't want to talk about it in an overall way, right? They want to compartmentalize every little thing that they talk about.
Just want to ask you, so refraction would affect the shadows, right? Not just perspective, but the refraction itself actually affects the shadows, the elongation of the shadows. Because
it would change the position of where the sun. Refraction would change the position of where the stick is the sun, therefore, yes, causing it to have a different shadow.
Cool. Yeah, that makes sense to me.
Perspective doesn't really do anything as far as where the stick sees the shadow.
And you know what else? Yeah, and you know what else makes sense, Lion, is if they talk about this gradient that we have from the surface upwards, we have a gradient of refraction. It would certainly make sense, even on a flat Earth, that as something got further away, like the sun, and it's working its way through that gradient of refraction, that we would get refractive effects that would be in some sort of curved progression.
Yeah, I can see that.
You know what I'm saying? So as
Yeah.
something moves through that gradient and it becomes refracted, now we're getting that curvature, right? That exponential curve that they keep talking about, that they say is below our feet when actually it's just up in the air. And it's only really for celestial objects, things that are like super far away that are interacting with the atmosphere or the atmos.
Jeremy,
Not
were you able
only.
to find that video with Zach, Dr. Zach? I want to see it.
I don't have it on hand.
I'll try to find it for you, Lion, when I get done watering all my plants and stuff. But effectively what he does is he places a lens between the light source and all of the little stakes that he has in the table. And with that lensing effect, you can get the shadows showing exactly on a flat surface what you would expect to see with like a refractive index.
Last question, and I won't bother you no more. So is it possible to triangulate the sun?
I don't think so. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know if we can do that. I have no clue.
I'm actually on some Pete Shea shit when it comes to the sky. I think it's we're getting like a reflection or something. Remember how he was saying you get these multiple different sun heights? That's what happens when you try to triangulate a reflection. You don't get it. You get all different positions depending on which angle you're looking at it from.
So
Yeah.
the model on the Vibes of Cosmos state that the sun and the moon are both 51 kilometers in diameter, and they both orbit at a height of 5,500 kilometers above the surface. I don't know how they arrived at those numbers. I don't know where they came from. But
how many miles is that? Or what is the distance in American?
Let me ask Google for you. Hey Google, what's 5,500 kilometers converted to miles?
500 kilometers is equivalent to 3,417.542 miles.
3,500 miles.
I would say effectively everything can work out to have each individual observer or each individual location having everything presenting as though it's like 3,959 miles away. I think that's exactly how they got that number, to be honest.
And it's not far off, right? Well stated. And
But I'm not saying that those things are actually physically 3,959 miles away. I think visually they're presenting themselves at 3,959 miles away.
Yeah,
Right.
what was Witchet on about?
Which, hold on, Jeremy, give me a quick sec. Which could in fact be the limit of our perspective. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say Witchet was on about the 3959 thing and how it translates to the sky. I think he was talking about something like that.
Yeah, I mean, effectively, so that is essentially the radius of the celestial sphere on a flat surface, updated for each observer.
And that we also can stonewall because as we get to the equator, we note that Polaris effectively sets into the horizon.
Yeah, that's what we would describe perfectly as our limit of perspective. Yep.
Which is crazy because if we take the notion that Polaris is stationary, now I do agree that Polaris has a wobble to it. There's a variation to it, fine. But for the purpose of this argument, we're going to assume that it's stationary. The sun, in fact, moves. Now, we're going to take Polaris, we're going to walk away from it, and we notice that it starts to fall into the horizon line as we walk away from it. It goes from being above us like a disco ball in a room to now being closer to the horizon as we get closer to the equator. And now when we stand in one place, we see the sun, which is moving, doing the absolute opposite thing that we just did by moving ourselves away from Polaris, which is interesting. Now that number, as you said, napalm, works out to be perfectly as such. Almost 4,000 miles of a radius that we're observing, right? So we're literally observing our limit to the radius of the circle that we see to.
Yeah, which to me makes more sense than Polaris is a light in the sky that is super far away, and that light, all the light from that is coming and hitting the Earth parallel, meaning it's so much wider than the Earth, and that light is hitting it parallel from such a long distance that it just visually presents itself as though it's moving in the sky, right, in this arc-like pattern, which follows our perspective, but actually all of those rays are hitting us parallel, and as this curved surface moves, it just presents itself as a point of light. I don't know, like, it just makes more sense to me that that point of light is moving away from us, appearing to get towards the horizon, and that arc or whatever of our perspective appears as though it's almost 4,000 miles.
Which makes total sense, right? It's almost like saying, well, if you can see the sun, then you know the sun is within your limit, your perspective limit or your limit of view. But if you can't see the sun, then it's outside of your limit of perspective. But the thing about it is, if I know what time it is for me, I can call somebody up 6-7 hours ahead of me and say to them, hey, do you see the sun right now? And be like, yeah, I see the sun. Okay. Oh no, 6-7 hours behind me, sorry. They would have the sun because the sun would be going towards them and be like, hey, yeah, do you see the sun? Yeah, I see the sun. Okay, cool beans. And then it goes on to the next person.
Yeah, this is the same thing we've talked about many times, right? People have called it a personal atmospheric dome, azimuthal grid of vision, however you want to describe it.
Shout out to the Sky Dome. Check the text chat. Toronto's very own, now known as the Rogers Centre.
Is that where the Blue Jays play?
That is where the men play for the Blue Jays. Hit stick with ball, man run. Dessert.
They play sports ball there.
Yeah, stick ball.
I actually get to play a sports game in a professional facility this week. Yay! Fun.
What are you playing and where?
I don't want
Or in where?
I'm not even gonna say. But yeah, I get to
Don't.
play in a. What?
Just be careful if you want some nutcase to show up.
Yeah, that's
No,
what I'm
I
saying.
didn't mean like dox yourself. Like I need the address, time, and date that you'll be there. No, I meant like
Next thing you know, Killian's in the stands throwing you flowers and shit.
Bro, listen, napalm for president. It ain't about that. No, is it you playing hockey inside of a professional arena? You playing indoor soccer inside of a professional arena? What are you doing and where are you doing it at, dog? That's all I meant.
Yeah, yeah.
Far from it.
I'm playing a sport in a professional sports stadium.
Is it
That's all I'm
badminton?
gonna say.
Dude, it's something bad.
It's badminton for sure.
No. You got weird people online, dude. You got creepy people, so I'm not gonna.
Fair enough, fair enough, fair enough.
It's field hockey.
I'm a weird person.
Yeah, but it's like, possibility of figuring out who I am and all that kind of shit. So, I mean, there's people that know who I am, but I'm just saying there's.
Oh, would you want to do that? Then you'd ruin all the mystery.
Right.
I'm gonna be over there this weekend, bro. You need to hit me up and let me know. I'm gonna go to Weeki Springs.
Wikiwachi, are you kayaking?
Yeah.
Do we do that a couple times a
Fishing,
year?
all of it.
Yeah, we do that a couple times a year. We go kayaking on the river there.
I'm gonna hit you in the DMs for a little bit of insider information, if that's cool.
Yeah. About Wikiwachi?
Yeah, this is my first time heading there.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I mean, just go to the state park and kayak the state park. They changed it all around. It used to be different, but yeah, just go through the
That's what
state
I've been
park.
hearing. Cool.
But I'm actually, I mean, I would try to meet up with you, but I'm actually going to be out of town this weekend, so catching another sports event in a stadium in a city somewhere. And I'll just leave it at that.
Napalm, the man of mystery.
I feel like I already say way too much about my personal life on here, so I'm going to try to restrict too many specifics.
Yeah, I've already let heads know way too much about like my vacation and shit. Like, yeah, I don't. You might want to just be easy.
I can just roll down to Jeremy's neck of the woods and look fresh solar panel install, and I'll be like, "That's Jeremy's house."
Hold on, somebody's roboting. Sorry, robot to try again. Bro, my solar panels are banging. I don't know what we've been doing lately. They're doing good. My wife got pissed because I told all the kids, I'm like, we electricity. My wife's like, no, the fuck we don't. Don't leave the lights on. Shut everything off.
Hey, Jeremy, does your boss know you're a flat earther?
My boss does. Yeah, a lot of all my coworkers do. Some of the science teachers.
They do? Wow.
I'm about to break one of my science teachers off with this Coriolis argument one of these days if I ever catch him and get a free.
My boss knows I'm a flat earther.
I tried with the one guy, with the earth science teacher, ironically, but he wasn't familiar with like the reference frame, so I couldn't. This was a long time ago before I even had this new argument, so I don't even know what I was doing. There's another guy who's got like a telescope and shit.
Doing stuff at work is awesome. I got that sky observation with the flat map. I got that posted up on my cubicle wall. People walk by, they're like, "Really?" I'm like, "Uh-huh. Talk to me about more." And they know me around the office as the flat Earth guy. It's awesome. It's a freeing feeling. Jeremy spitting bars at work.
Yeah, bro. I'm about to bring this to one of the science teachers. The guy came up to me one day. He's like, "What's talking about?" He's like, "It's awesome." He's like, "I love listening to you."
Nice. Good for you, dude. That is absolutely awesome.
It's when we were going over the stakes on a train thing for a week.
I almost missed that argument, dude. That was such a good week.
That kills their whole thing because there's mad problems with relativity. Like, they're insurmountable.
Yeah, they might have snakes on a plane.
What's up?
I was saying
Snakes
you're gonna
on
have
a
to
train?
make like movies. Yeah, stakes on a train, bro.
Stakes on a plane?
We're gonna do one called "Leading the Target," little documentary with Jeremy, and then another called "Stakes on a Train."
That argument's killer right there. I mean, if it doesn't like debunk the globe or the fact that we're rotating or anything, but it does debunk the claim that they're flying in the shortest path possible. You know, there's a shorter path.
Well, you know, the horizon is zero.
Sorry, what was that? The horizon is what?
Zero. You know, it's level.
The horizon is level, yeah. From when you look at it down here, even on a flat earth, on a planar or flat earth though, it would still appear curved the higher you get. Possibly. I want to rule out an optical horizon.
But you could cancel that out by looking from a different direction, right? You could stand at 90 degrees and look back at yourself, and you could see that wasn't curving, right?
Where do you understand? No, I'm saying from the ground. If you're at the ground and you're at the horizon, yeah, it looks flat. But then if you were to go up, I'm guessing it would start to look curved the higher you got because you're basically looking at a circle all around you. You know, we see in a circle. Do a 360 right now. Like go out to the ocean, you're pretty much going to see in a circle, give or take. It might be a little off due to like some refractive things, but it's going to be a circle all around you. All right. So given that, what happens when you raise up, shine a flashlight on the ground or get a hula hoop or something and put the hula hoop right at your eye level, yo, that shit looks flat, straight thing. But then when you start to raise your head up from the hula hoop, then you can start to see curve. even though we know it's not curving in that dimension. It looks like it is.
Right, but looks and reality are different.
I agree.
I don't know. Globers seem to have claimed they see the curve from the beach. So,
well,
yeah, well,
that's such if I may say, a perversion, because when, again, if we take us as being the center point of the circle, right, and I see out the 3959 mile, let's say, that would be the extremity, the limit of my vision. Now, that's the radius of the circle that I'm seeing out the limits to. And then I'm going to turn around all the way around and I'm going to observe a circle around me. That does not mean that there's a curve there. That just means that I'm standing inside of my own personal visual circle, so to speak.
or sphere, yeah.
so there's a visual curve, not a physical one.
Not see, boys, I can't even bring curve or circle or sphere. No, circle I can, but sphere, because again, a sphere, right? That brings forward the definition of a sphere is literally a 3D ball, right? Like it's a ball. It has a curve to it. It has drop over distance, so on and so forth. I'm only explaining to you free of the surface. I'm only talking about observing the horizon where the floor meets the ceiling. Right, and the fact that you see, like, if you again, you're the center point of that circle, you see out the radius, the limit of that circle, you turn around and you see the circumference of that circle. That is literally the horizon that you're seeing around you. That doesn't bring in any kind of curve or a sphere. It brings in a circle, sure, but not a sphere. I don't see it, or a curve for that matter. Maybe I'm being too specific with my verbiage.
I mean, when they say they're seeing curve from the beach, that's like they're just talking about seeing like the effects of curve. However, Soundly is actually talking about
They're not
seeing
seeing
actual. What's up?
They're not seeing nothing.
Sure, they are. You're
Yeah,
seeing, buildings cut off and half the ships and shit. They're attributing that to Earth curve.
Right.
No, like they're saying that they see the curve from the beach, not that they've seen a ship go over the curve. No, they think they can actually see the curve.
You're talking about like left to right curvature?
Yes, yeah, that's the one.
Like the one where they shrink where they not shrink, where they compress the image. Is that what it is?
The one. That's the one, sir.
I mean, that shit is retarded. There's no straight line anywhere in that photo to even have a judge on if straight lines are staying straight in that compression thing. You know what I'm saying? Like they don't have a straight line in there. Even on that red and black spirit level, even the red and black parts are all wavy and shit. Like nothing straight. The table, you ever seen the table? They usually crop the table out, rightfully so, if you're trying to show that something's curving, because the table in the picture is friggin' looks nuts. It's crazy. I don't know why they gave up on using that a while ago.
Yo, you think any straight lines even exist? Like, in order to make a straight line, don't you have to have a reference to something else that's straight to make that straight line?
Plumb lines. I think plumb lines are close as we're gonna get to straight.
Yeah, I agree. Plumb lines. That makes sense.
I mean, I can make a relatively straight line. Go ahead.
They don't think those are straight. They think they're all diverging. I should say straight. They're straight, but not parallel. Like, so how do you know one is even straight then? If there's not, you can never make another one straight.
I mean, honestly, in their paradigm, they got this thing called the Schehalian experiment, I guess it's called, where the plumb line is not plumb because the mass is attracting the other mass. So even in their model, there might be a tiny bit of curvature in a plumb line due to where the sun is, or if there's a mountain or a plane or a nearby or something happens. For the most part, though, I mean, they do say all lines are straight. We could end this with a straight line. This whole argument, that whole Eratosthenes thing we just had, would dust in the wind if we could just make a straight line for a long distance.
That's what I'm saying though. Like, if they can just at that point claim your straight line is curving with the Earth because you stayed at the same elevation from the Earth, like, how, where do straight lines exist?
Plumb line's one of them. I could make a fairly straight line by, say, you had like 3 spirit level shape precision pieces of metal. You could like leapfrog them shits. And you could do it in such a manner to where there would be no bias. Like if you flipped every one every time, you know what I'm saying? You put it down. You could do it multiple times too. You could do it with flipping them and then without flipping them, so that the bias, like if there was a bias in one direction, it would just like even out because you just keep flipping it. So that would be the argument if we were to make a straight line. That would be the next argument. How do you know the line's straight? Because I've actually used that argument in things that they present. So.
Yeah, because they could just easily say those spirit levels are conforming to the Earth's curve. Depending on which way you flip it, it just conforms in that manner. That's because everything's made of little balls and they all just move to the gravity of the Earth.
Well, I wasn't talking about using the level function of the spirit level. I was talking about using like that shape, and like leapfrogging them to make a straight line. You know, you got two side by side, and then top, so everything's nice and flush. And then you make a mark, and then you leapfrog it, and then you make, and then eventually you would have this straight line of marks going along the wall.
But Jeremy, wouldn't or don't drones honor Plum when they take flight?
Sorry, what is it?
Don't drones honor Plum when they take flight?
Like if you shoot a drone straight up, if you just hit the up stick on a drone.
Yeah. Drones, when they're recording during flight, the camera is hung on the bottom, the belly of the drone. So isn't that what you're observing, how the camera is hung off the belly of the drone? Isn't that Plum?
Yeah.
Cool. Thanks.
I'm not real familiar with drones. I mean, I guess
No, but
hanging.
Dude, saying that, I mean, if we know of drones, like I haven't seen a drone that has a camera on the top. I've only seen cameras on the bottom, the drone's on the belly. So from my understanding, like when that drone is flying and it's just hovering, it's getting a picture of, or getting video for that matter, of the horizon. It's sitting plumb, right? It's literally the heaviest part is on the bottom, and the part that's the lightest, which would be the props, are spinning and they're on top. And so you always have that orientation of plumb the entire time that thing's being shot. The only thing that then comes into question is the type of lens that's used on the drone, so that you can see what kind of perspective you get on the horizon line, whether it's has a curve to it, so on and so forth. But the actual like orientation of plumb, that's always held within the drone's perspective from during flight.
Well, as long as it stays level, I guess, and the thing's going straight down perpendicular. But I mean, they've sent high altitude up. I figured out that whole curve thing with the circle of light and shit. What's that dude's name that was on that a while ago? Circle of Light or some shit. I used to fuck with him and sing the Lion King song. It's not important.
Don Geo is his name, right?
Don, that's right. That's right,
That's
Don.
my boy. Well, I don't know. I haven't seen him in a while, but that fucker was funny, man. Like someone, he made that server and then it got like invaded by fucking. Bro, that guy's a fucking legend.
I mean, he was on it with that circle of light thing because, you know, we see in a circle, and then if you were to bring a high altitude up, you got a circle, you're seeing the ground, so there's a circle on the ground that you're looking at. Like that shit would probably. I did some remedial testing on it. It'd have to be scaled to actually find out if that is what would happen or not, but I'm pretty sure it would.
He had Bacon, the Glober, Bacon. I guess they were fucking around with, I guess, simulating a flat Earth on some video game thing where you can design like 3D environments or something. I'm not too sure, but essentially they designed a flat Earth and they had a sun over the flat Earth, and it was causing this circle that you would look out to the horizon and see it kind of curving, but it was on a flat, like the simulation was a flat Earth. And so he was like, yeah, bro, like, yeah. So I know Bacon, I think, has like the other half of it or some shit, like the program that made that shit. Or it might have been Armbar. I can't remember. One of those two guys.
Just get his off level, jump out of an airplane, and then point it at the stars while he's flying, and this whole thing could be over. See, relativity is that whole reference frame, that whole Coriolis argument. They act like you can never know what's happening in reality. Same thing with the Earth rising up when you drop an object. Like they act like you can never know what's happening in reality. It's relative because you got this from this person's point of view. It looks like this from this person's point of view. It looks like this, and they act like you can never get that third person viewer to see what's actually happening. You know what I'm saying? That's another problem with relativity. They don't have any actual in relativity. They don't have any actual objective reality. It's all about whatever is relative. It doesn't, there's no reality frame basically.
Yeah, and a change of reference frame, meaning a change of perspective, doesn't change physicality of what's taking place. And that's what they try to do with relativity many times. Is like, yeah, but from the reference frame of this observer, it looks like it's doing X, Y, and Z. It's like, who cares about what it looks like? What is actually physically taking place? That's the question.
Like we do know what's taking place. We know that when you shoot a bullet, it just goes straight and there's forces actually pushing it left or right, as opposed to when you have to introduce the Coriolis force or effect. Now you have to make up a pseudo force for how much force would have been put on the object had it been actually being pushed or deviated out of the way. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like they just make up stuff. Just made up a force that's not even there for the Coriolis effect.
And at the same time, they'll say, well, everything's in all reference frames at all times. It's doublespeak.
That's obnoxious. I know.
Well, here's how reference frames work. You choose one and then you stick to it, and you don't change out of that reference frame. And if you do, then you can make transforms. But I mean, there's really no point in saying all reference frames. That's a retard shit. You'll never use all reference frames. You only use 1, 2, 3. You're not gonna use all because that's infinity. No computer can even fucking simulate that. That's a retarded shit if anyone said it.
When it comes to Coriolis, I don't know.
But Noah, don't they always say that Everything is in all reference frames?
Yeah, and you should have heard when Rumpus was in here when they tried pulling that shit on Rumpus. Rumpus told him, he's like, dude, it's irrelevant to even talk about reference frames if you're gonna say everything's in reference frames. There's no point in even talking about reference frames then. Because now it's irrelevant because everything's in all reference frames. So now what? That was some good shit that day. It was Kosho, Zanuck, and Rumpus. And Rumpus was on my side for most of it. I've been DMing with Zanuck for 3 or 4 years now. I could go back and check, but I've been DMing with him for years on it. What's up? Somebody hot micing maybe. Yeah, I don't know. I'll tell you what I can't stop thinking about though. Is airless tires. I don't know how excited you guys are for this. I'm pumped. Ironically.
Didn't I tell you the limitations of those yesterday?
Oh, what is it? Well, it got a little crazy. We got a little crazy yesterday. What was it? The sound.
We got
All
two
right.
issues.
What else?
We got two issues: noise, and they can't work in the snow. Cold temperatures.
Really?
Yeah, because the lattice inside the tire is what makes the takes away the air for the shock, for the bouncy thing, right? So if that becomes full with snow and freezes, you're gonna be riding.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is a problem because I've seen the way those tires are made and they have all these open, it's like a wet, it's like this weird structure. What do you call it? A lattice?
Yeah.
Yeah, if that shit filled up with snow and ice. I mean, even as it is right now, in between the tire and the car, you know what I'm talking about. Like, there's times where you gotta like your car will start making you think your car is broke, but
You
it's
gotta
just
get
because
out
your
of
wheel well.
Yeah.
Yes, because your wheel well is full of ice and snow, so it sounds like your thing's all messed up. My wife was like, "No, my car is broke one way." I'm like, "No, it's not."
Do you know them BMW tires, them run flats they've been doing for decades? Do they still put air in them, or are they airless?
Yeah, I think they have air in them, but it's individual pot. It works like a boat where they have. I'm not sure. I think Geo's got a pair of run flat. I don't know. I'm not sure exactly. I think there is still air in them, but it's like individual pockets of air. I don't know.
I've heard people say they're not very comfortable, and they tend to change them out. But
yeah, nothing is going to replace the air. That balloon thing. That's going to be tough.
That is a problem with the snow. I'm not worried about the noise. The noise. I mean, how noisy can it be?
Very noisy, apparently.
From the wind going through the lattice.
The way the lattice rolls, I think, just makes a crazy noise. From what I remember, it's been years since I looked into this. Yeah.
What did sorry, I started doing something. What did Napalm ask me earlier? I was doing some shit. Going once, going twice. Never mind.
So you can take those tires out of your mind, Jeremy.
I'll never take them out of my mind. We get a flat tire. We get a puncture every 7 seconds. That's just in America. That's not counting, all the other countries. We're probably getting like more than one a second if you counted all the countries. But just in America, we're getting one every 7 seconds, bro. A punctured tire. That's got to end. We can't keep living. I can't live like this.
Well, you're taking food out of people's mouths. I hope you realize that, right? You're a very mean man. How about the guy that repairs the tire? He has to feed his family.
It's a broken window theory, though. There is. I know. Ironically, you would put a hurting on the economy if you got rid of flat tires. Yeah. If you got rid of car accidents from if you right now, if tomorrow they were like, yo, we got rid of flat tires and we have all self-driving cars now, there's no more car accidents, it's all working perfect. I'm pretty sure the economy would just straight collapse within like
But
a
not
matter
even
of time.
that. Not even that. If you're talking about eliminating useless workers, you probably take out 90% of the government positions, like a good 90%. If we're gonna talk about if you lived in a perfect society with no corruption, no evil businessmen, no corrupt politicians, we wouldn't even have any government workers, dude. We'd have like
Bro, I'm a
zero.
government worker.
Exactly, dude. We'd have hardly any. 90% of them would be gone.
I don't know, man.
Yeah, the government,
There,
dude. Do you think if the government, like, the government used to have no fucking employees at a certain, like, not no, but like hardly any. The United States of America, when it was first formed, man, was like there was like no fucking government employees, and now it's like what 50% of the jobs are for the government or something. How can you even claim to have a capitalist society when everyone works for the government? That's communism. I mean, we probably wouldn't even have wars in the Middle East if shit was not corrupt. Listen, there would be no jobs, there'd be no military. Like, if we want to talk about an imaginary world where we just use the best invention and don't screw each other over, all of us would probably be chilling on a beach right now, doing nothing, getting served by robots.
first of all, I'm a big fan of robots. Second of all, I'm never gonna get the airless tire out of my head. We gotta come up with some. I mean, what is the difference? What is the difference in the ride of a vehicle if the tires have air in it or if they're solid rubber? Like, how much harder ride is it?
Have you ever ridden a bike without shocks and a bike with shocks? A regular bike.
No. The car still has shocks. We're not getting rid of the shocks. We're just going to change the tires.
Well, it's kind of like getting rid of a shock. Like they're like the second shocks that are not even thought of as shocks.
I realize they absorb.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I realize they absorb some of this, bouncing up and down thing. But I'm saying, how much difference is it with
a lot, bro,
to solid rubber?
It's a lot difference. It's a big difference.
Couldn't we compensate
How do you know?
for that with the shocks, with like better shocks?
That's what I'm saying. Like, there's no way around it. Come on, use that. I like where your head's at, Tora.
I'll tell you how I know.
I'm thinking a softer rubber. I'm thinking all kinds of things because this, like, go-kart tires are this way already. So come on, we could get them.
You know how I know, Jeremy? Because it would have been out already. It would have been out already.
Forklift tires.
The fact that they have them for, construction and that means that if they were viable for the road, they would have been out already.
I don't know, man. I mean, do you really want, if you sell, let's say you're Goodyear or Michelin. Let's say you sell, I don't know what they do. Let's say they sell $10 billion of tires a year. Do you really want to put out a tire that doesn't get a hole in it or doesn't pop or whatever?
We're talking about the wheel?
Yeah. Do you think it's going to last forever, Jeremy, this wheel? Is this what you have in your mind?
No, not that it'll last forever, but I mean, say it lasts the same amount of time as a regular, but there's no it doesn't get punctured, or it gets punctured, but it doesn't go flat. So if you get a puncture in your sidewall or something, you can't even they won't even plug it.
Patch it.
Yeah, they won't even patch it. You have to get a whole new tire. So if you're Michelin or Goodyear, you really kind of don't want this.
Have you ever gotten a puncture in your sidewall? I've been driving for many years, never, always on the bottom.
I've gotten multiple.
Well, on the retrospective, Jeremy, Yeah, real quick on the retrospective, Jeremy. Like, yeah, it's not ideal for car or the tire manufacturers to sell something that they're not going to make as much money off in the sense that they can have replaceability. But you also have to factor in the fact that the consumer is now going to have an option that's going to be far more durable and suitable for their needs. So weighing that in, why would you go buy a normal tire when you can buy this Tweel that doesn't take air and has all these features? You're probably going to spend a few more dollars and get the Tweel. So you're going to dominate the market at that point. So yeah, maybe Michelin might be losing money in the sense that they're not going to be able to sell you 3 separate sets of tires within the lifetime of that vehicle, maybe only one. But when you look at how many tires are on how many different vehicles and how many different tire manufacturers there are, they're going to dominate the market. So they're going to make hand over fist money.
Yeah, but they don't work in the winter, guys, and the colds. I mean, you don't have a viable
Sure they do.
product. No, they don't.
Sure they do. You put a cover over it. I already told you that when you brought up that point. It was a valid point you made, but it could be simply fixed with just a cover going out over the outside, kind of like a hubcap.
A flexible kind of hubcap thing that flexes
Right.
the wheel.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay, maybe
See,
so.
there we go.
I don't see it because the snow will rip it off and this and that. But let's say you do that, right? How are you going to handle the cold? If the rubber gets cold, it won't have the flexibility that it should have. No.
I mean, they use rubber on snow tires now. I mean, it's going to be the same thing.
No, but they won't have rigidity. No, you're not thinking this through, bro. Don't think they can use the same rubber.
I think honestly, the die-slow solution of a cap over the thing solves the problem we were talking about snow and ice building up inside the lattice structure.
Hammer's trying to get in,
bro.
Not only that, bro. What you could do is you could put like a heater kit on it. What you could do is run wires and just run a low amount of voltage through them, and that will actually create heat and keep them from freezing.
That's a good one.
That's a little bit extra.
Yeah, we're looking at a $10 million tire now.
No. But what about regional? Why couldn't they sell this tire in places that it doesn't get cold? What about regional sales?
Well, no, even with the coldness, you can take oh God, what the fuck is it called? There's a spray you can use. It's not a silicone spray. They spray it on ice machines and stuff that plows the snow, and it keeps the ice from bonding to the metal. I can't remember the name off the top of my head. It's like some type of ceramic spray.
Yeah, but you got to spray that. We're trying to make things more efficient. Now we got to make a whole new industry for 10 billion bottles of this fucking spray.
All right, bro. You stick with your shitty rubber tires, bro. I'm going with the Tweel. All right,
dude.
Yeah. And Dyslow's right, dude. You're saying we're going to need workers? Well, we're going to have a bunch out of work because of all the non-tire repair. So we'll put them to work doing that.
No, man, no. We're not trying to make new jobs. You want to go to this friggin' ceramic spray factory all day and ingest these toxic chemicals and pollution and all kinds of shit? No, man. We're not trying to do all that.
All right, I got you. But I don't think putting wires around it's going to cost millions of dollars. I mean, you have AC compressors. They have crankcase heaters around, like all of them, if you have a heat pump up north, and that's normal. It doesn't cost any extra.
You put wires on it, now it's a $10 million tire. SE's got the math for it.
Then we got heater cores on the vehicles. All you need is a small little outlet to exhaust right over top of that wheel, bro. It's wheel, sorry.
Dude, I just durst a fucking motorcycle. I'm the best driver ever.
Yo, and for the record, I have had multiple punctures in the sidewall or close enough to the sidewall. Like, it doesn't have to be in the sidewall. All it has to do is be close enough, and they won't plug it.
That's because you're watching the road with one fucking eye, Jeremy.
What are you going off-roading? How do you puncture your tire in the street? Come on.
Dude, I don't friggin' know, man. It just happens.
What are you driving with one hand too, bro? And half a brain?
One hand, one eye, one foot.
Oh.
You only need half a body to drive. So.
You ever heard of these smart materials? What they say is gonna like come out like a long time from now.
I don't know.
They
You
say
had that
like
right, Jeremy. You got bodied on this one.
I know. The smart material.
All right, bust
they
out the
say that
scriptures now, bro. Run away.
they're gonna have a smart material like that'll be able to detect who's touching it, like somehow. So like if you get a package for Amazon, if it has this like smart plastic on it, and someone who's not supposed to like touch the package touches it, like it'll be able to tell and like put off an alert and give you
How did we
ads
get
on
to
the
this,
package
bro?
and shit. You guys are talking about fucking cutting edge, right?
I mean, that
talking
sounds
about
like a
tires,
$10
bro.
million. I'm gonna order a pair of Bluetooth earbuds, and it's gonna be in a $10 million package, according to SE's math.
They say that the doorknob, like you're gonna go up to your doorknob, there's gonna be no lock because the doorknob's gonna be able to sense that it's you just by you touching the doorknob. That won't
They got that
move
right now,
someone who's not you.
fingerprint. Yeah, they
Okay,
got
so
that
why
right now. Like I gotta.
SC? I want to know why the tire wouldn't work. You said that I kind of got in here late about it, so I kind of want to refresh you on that.
He thinks
Okay, the
snow
tire does
breaks
work, right? It's used in applications now in tractors and that. But for commercial use on the highway, there's two issues. One of them is noise. Apparently, it makes a lot of noise. The other one is in the winter, if the internal lattice structure, if snow goes in there and freezes, the wheel will not have its elasticity. So therefore will be useless.
I understand the noise because the more the rubber, the more rubber you have, the louder it is with the ground. But it's freezing.
Less rubber.
The
He's
more rubber
talking
you have,
about
the more noise you have. Have you ever?
Have you ever seen what a wheel looks like? It's like you can see through it. It's like like you said, a latticing structure. So if you've got snow packed inside that fucking lattice structure, he's saying that it's not going to have the same efficiency of resistance to bumps in the road and whatnot. It's going to be more rigid.
Yeah, well said.
I mean, I like Tora's idea where we just get better shocks. Just get better shocks. Put more shocks on. Can we do another set of shocks, or how many shocks do we need to compensate for just the solid rubber tire?
At least another set.
No,
it's like
this tire flexes way more than a normal pneumatic tire, bro. Like way more flexibility, bro. Have you guys seen these things in action?
I haven't. Is there a link?
Bro, fucking awesome, bro.
I know. I've seen them.
I've been waiting for the Tweel forever, bro. For over 10 years, I've been waiting for the Tweel, bro. Give me the
I
Tweel.
heard about this years ago. I know. I've been waiting on this a while.
Bro, I just spent close to $2,000 on tires, dude. Okay? Give me the Tweel, dude. I'm about done with this shit.
What makes you think they'll be cheaper?
No, it'll be a little bit more expensive, but I won't be running through tires every 3 to 4 years, dude, and then having to spend close to $2,000. It'll be like I said.
Hold on. You assume they'll last longer?
Yeah.
Yeah. Why?
Why?
Yeah.
Well, because like I said, you're not dealing with a degrading of a piece of rubber that's going to crack and no longer hold the air pressure required. You're dealing with something that's going to eventually lose its tread. And at that point, you just cut in a new tread. Like you could literally take a grinder wheel and grind in yourself a new tread pattern once it smooths itself out and be back on the road, dude.
Okay, you're assuming that the manufacturer will give you that option, right? But you know how money works, right? They'll definitely not give you that option.
You could take a normal tire right now and cut a new tread pattern in. In fact, most off-road racers and racers alike cut their own tread pattern depending on the track and conditions. So, I mean, it's not anything that's out of the ordinary.
See, you're assuming all these benefits, right? But I guarantee you, the manufacturer, when he gives you the wheel, he will not make it last twice as long as the other wheel. He's not dumb, right? Things are designed to break, so that's a big assumption on your part.
That's true. It's definitely true. I'm definitely assuming and hoping for the best.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't see any difference in the longevity of a regular. Like, you can cut a new tread in your rail tire now. The reason why we get rid of it now is not because they don't hold air; it's because they lose. Generally, it's because they lose tread, and
Well,
there's
no,
no
they
tread.
crack. They start cracking. Like the tires, I had a pair of Toyo cross country tires, $600 a pair, or $600 each. Sorry. All right, and after 4 years, the sidewall started getting cracks in it. And it's only a matter of time before that fucking thing blows out. Even though it's a steel belted radial tire, you know, it'll blow out.
Well, I'm not saying that doesn't happen. I've never had to get new tires because the sidewall was cracking. It's always because either the sidewall, it got a puncture in it where it couldn't be plugged, or the tread was gone.
Yeah, but that's the point, Jeremy. You're buying a soft composition tire to where the tread's wearing out before the life expectancy of the tire wears out. That's because you're a cheap son of a bitch.
I got these Ling Longs, I think they're called. Walmart.
Ling Ling?
Dude. Yeah, something. Bro, what are you letting it sit in your fucking driveway for 20 years? I mean, are you driving a thing or what?
Yeah, I drive the shit out of that truck, dude. I take it off road and all sorts of dumb shit.
Well, how
shit
are you
just
not?
wears out.
Yeah, the tread wears out, and then you get a new. I don't know. I'm not saying sidewalls don't crack. I know that's a thing, but I don't think that's like a regular.
No, it's a
like
regular thing, bro. It's a regular thing. When you buy an expensive tire, the tire will start cracking before the tread goes, depending on how you're driving it, of course, and you know, the maintenance of the tire, i.e., balance and rotation and whatnot. But point is yeah, like you buy an expensive tire, that thing's gonna fucking last you until it starts cracking, and then you're gonna be wanting a new tire.
Okay, I think this would all be solved with just solid rubber. Why can't we melt rubber down and then reform it into the shape of a new tire?
That's what they do every year with Goodyear.
Well, why is they say there's landfills and we're throwing them in oceans and shit?
That was a joke. It was a Goodyear joke that I was trying to drop, but killed it.
We didn't get it.
So, if a prostitute takes all the condoms she used throughout the year and melts them down into a tire, what do you call that tire?
I don't know. What do you call it?
It's called a Goodyear.
No, seriously though, can you not melt rubber down and reform it?
No, I think it changes the composition of the rubber when you start adding heat and stuff like that. Like you would have to add in all sorts of other components, petroleum, resins, and whatnots, and then it degrades the probably the molecular structure of the composition.
Because I mean, if we had solid rubber tires and you could just cut new tread in them every time the tread wore out, that would be the best way to go. If you need to add better shocks or another set of shocks or something, I feel like that's worth it just for that whole. I'd probably be working with the same tires I bought when I was 16.
I think the tire is going to keep evolving. I think eventually we're going to have a tire that's literally a round ball. That's what it's going to come down to. And then after it being a round ball full of air, eventually it'll be a ball, like a lattice ball. So essentially it won't be like a pneumatic ball, but rather a printed ball that's designed
Well, they got my bad. Did you see the basketball? Did you see the basketball?
Nah, but I can envision it based on what you told me the other day.
Yeah, they think it's Wilson that makes it. They got an airless basketball. The NBA's thinking of adopting it.
But I think we're gonna have a new Tom Hanks movie coming out. But yeah, like fuck was I gonna say? Oh, they did that with a skateboard. They printed a skateboard, so it's not like a solid, wood deck. It's aluminum, and it's all fucking hollowed out and wafered and shit. So it's got all the same snap and flex as a normal board, but it's aluminum. It's pretty neat.
$10 million skateboard, bro.
Maybe just the patent on it, but to produce it, it's fucking cheap. They're just gonna fucking 3D print all this shit.
I just can't imagine how much. I'd like to see a car with solid rubber tires versus a ride in a car with air in the tires. I'd love to see what the difference is in between those. Has anyone ever seen that?
Trying to think. It would be analogous to like riding a fucking skateboard, right? The skateboard's got a solid wheel, no suspension, versus like a rubber wheel with air in it. It's night and day difference, dude. One's gonna be hard and fucking bumpy and rigid, and the other's gonna flex a shit ton.
Yeah, but if you have great shocks on a bicycle, let's say you get the best shocks in the world for the bicycle, it'll probably be decent still with the solid rubber ones, no?
Well, the shocks only handle the up and down motion of the tire. They don't handle like the vibration within the tire. So if you've got a solid tire that's fucking hitting all sorts of like inconsistent, topography, it's just gonna fucking vibrate the shit out of the vehicle.
Maybe it's got to be a spherical solid tire, like you were saying then.
Yeah, but where do you attach it? Then there's only one point touching the ground at any time. That doesn't even seem safe. It's never going to be a spherical tire. I don't know why I didn't realize that earlier.
Nah, we're going
you
to
only have
tires,
one.
Bro.
Where's the tread going to be? What tread? You can't even have tread. There's only one point touching the ground at any moment.
Well, it's one point that's compressed. So the footprint's going to like significantly increase as the compression of that ball hugs the ground. So it's not just going to be like you setting a basketball on the ground. It's you setting a basketball on the ground with a shit ton of weight on top of it, which is going to widen that footprint. You're going to have way more fucking contact.
Yeah, but
remember,
nowhere near the contact.
We're not using a pneumatic ball, bro. It's a flexi ball.
Yeah, but not nowhere near the amount of tread a regular tire or contact that a regular tire is going to.
Well, you'll be able to change that. You'll be able to change the rigidity of the tire probably with the new technology that's going in it. So, like if you want a wider footprint, i.e. more traction, more tread, that ball will squish down and hug the ground more.
SC, he's trying to make $1 million, $10 million tire. SC.
I'm reinventing the wheel, bro.
Don't forget the heating. It's got to have heating for the cold weather.
Well, we don't necessarily need the heating depending on how much friction that tire is going to be experiencing, because friction equals heat.
As it rolls, maybe, but imagine when you start your journey.
Yeah,
you're going to be like on a skateboard.
So then we'll have a ball within a ball, right? Which will be continuously rotating, generating
add
friction.
Another million, Jeremy. Add another million.
We're at a $11 million tire now. All right.
But they're gonna last you the rest of your life, bro.
I mean, dude, I would pay, coming out of high school, I would have paid $5-10 grand if they were like, yo, this set of tires, you buy these tires, they're going to last the rest of your life. Like, I would have paid a great deal amount for that tire.
What about the tread pattern like the shark wheel for the skateboard uses? That's like a chevron. That's a solid rubber wheel that has, it's definitely, you could feel a shock difference from a regular wheel to that.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, you gotta Google them. Shark wheels. Put them on your longboard. It's amazing. You don't get stopped by rocks anymore, dude.
Oh yeah, no, I take that back. I have seen that actually.
Yeah, so that
Have you?
helps with that problem that you were talking about. That like you hit all the different topography. If you have that pattern, that it's constantly changing its shape regardless what it's hitting.
Have you seen that
Well, it's not a,
geometry that like you set it down and the thing just kind of keeps rolling due to the geometry of the design of the object? I forget what the fuck it's called, but it's kind of
those
got
are
like an
neat. There's
inch.
a bunch of them. There's a bunch of them like that. Yeah, where you
Yeah,
can roll
bro.
it, but it's not a.
Yeah. It's like, why don't we have wheels like that, bro? So it's like you get this thing fucking moving and it just, the weight of it and the geometry of it just kind of keeps it in motion, a little longer.
Yeah, have the tires pull the car. When it gets into once you get them going.
Right.
We have solid rubber tires or foam filled tires for our tractors on my land, but they're rougher and they're a lot heavier. And they still wear out, but they last a long time more than having a tube in your tire and getting a puncture, every time you drive it. So, but I don't know, special materials that could be made a non-flat tire on your car that still has not vibrate, it can't vibrate. I mean, it has to be just tuned to the hilt, right? So if you
Do you
spin,
got those run flats on your trucks or anything on your personal vehicles, Rakia?
say it again.
Do you have the run flats on any of your personal vehicles?
Yeah, I want
I
a
do.
Mercedes.
I got one on
It
my dirt bike.
It doesn't mean like these tires are just low profile run flats, which means you can drive on them when the air pressure gets low, but it doesn't mean you shouldn't get them fixed and air them back up. The performance is lower, and it's just made so you do not.
They only go so many miles. Like on my dirt bike tire, you can get probably 20 miles out of it before it'll just completely fucking go to shit. But it's basically just a Kevlar, steel belted Kevlar tire. So it's a little bit more rigid and a shit ton of more weight.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm
those
talking
are designed to what? Oh, sorry.
Well, I have one tractor, a Kubota that has all rubber tires. Like there's no air in them. There's all rubber. And then I have other tires that I've had for a long time. I took the tubes out and got them foam filled where there's no air in them, but it's just so much heavier and so rough.
I used at one point I took all the air out of my tires, my truck tires, and I put these balls in there. I forget what they're called, but they're like these squishy balls. So it eliminates you from ever getting a flat tire, but you could still roll the bead off the tire and separate the tire from the rim. But point is you don't have to have air, right? Like it'll prevent you from getting a flat tire out in the desert. But the issue I experienced was balance. At highway speeds, there was a shit ton of vibration. I got to get to work.
Let's put some clarity on the run flat tires, right? The run flat tires have air in them. They're designed if you get a flat, so you can drive to the garage station like 20 miles or whatever. They're not made so you can drive without air. That's all that is. It still has air in it.
Yeah, that's the type I have. Now you can run them for a long time. They'll wear out faster, and the performance isn't as good if you don't have the right around. But
the military Humvees have a mechanism where if the tire goes flat, they'll actually self-inflate, and then they're like bulletproof up to like a 9mm round or something.
Bro, you saw that in a James Bond movie.
Well, there's 18-wheelers. If you notice, they'll have airlines run to their hubs, and that's just keeping the constant pressure. They can take air out or put air in depending on their load, or if they get a slow leak, they can continually put air in there whether they're not stranded or they don't have a blowout. Some 18-wheelers have that.
Yeah, imagine getting stumped Sorry to change the subject, but imagine getting stumped by a mustard seed. I love it.
What's a mustard seed?
Yeah. They're
What
going on
about a
about
mustard?
creation and this and that, and So I tell them, can you make a mustard seed? Since you don't believe in a creator, right? Can you make a mustard seed? And of course, the answer is no.
I'm pretty sure you can, but it starts with a ketchup seed first.
Yeah, good luck. Have one of them fancy scientists make you a mustard seed. Yeah, good luck. If that doesn't spell creation, I don't know what does. Now, what the creation is, that's up to debate, but that there is a creation, I don't see any way around it. Or a creator. Let me say a creator. Yeah.
The mustard seed evolved from single-celled amoebas and shit. Like, we share like 95% of DNA in a mustard seed, so obviously we came from a mustard. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
Science.
Yes.
Science.
Yep.
Some of the stuff you say makes me crack up. Science. Done. I don't know why that was so funny to me. Anyway.
The mustard seed miracle.
The turnip harvest of revenge. Sorry, that's a bad reference. Hope everyone is well. Just had to chime in and say that made me laugh out loud.
So are you done with the tire, Jeremy? We convinced you that it's a crazy idea, it won't work? Maybe in the southern states, that's about it.
Unless you got $12 million, sounds about right.
Yeah.
Relax. It's only $11 million. Never be over this. Okay, if I am 80 years old, I'll still be on this airless tire thing.
With all this technology, right? Can't they come up with a self-sealing rubber? Oh man, why didn't I think of this, guys? Jeez. Why don't they get some of that ISS rubber? And the O-rings. The freaking thing's indestructible. 25-year at least tire life. At least 25 years. Do I gotta think of all these things?
That's what I'm talking about. All you need to do is figure out which they use for that O-ring, and we're good.
They got that. It comes in green slime. You put it in your tire and refill it.
Dude, mechanics hate when you use that. They hate when you use that. Fix a flat.
I agree. Don't use it. I'm just saying. They got something like it.
Does it actually work?
Not if you have like a blowout, but I think if you get like a little nail in the tire or something. I don't know exactly. I've never used it because I hear it's a disgusting mess. But like what you're saying is we could put this stuff in the tire, and then if the tire gets low, the bag pops. And then now you fill the tire back up, get going, and it spins it all around the tire. And
It's a $13 million tire now. All right.
It's going to surpass the moon tire by the time we're finished.
I mean, you're talking about the shit from Demolition Man when a car crashes and the thing fills with foam and solidifies.
That's what we should be thinking. We should be filling a tire with foam and then putting the rubber on the outside.
Yeah, but now you got the thing Rocky has got going on with the foam-filled tire. That's a thing, but you basically have like a solid tire now, and you don't have that little flex. We all need to ride in 100% comfortability. So, God forbid, we have a little extra vibration, something.
Can I make like different grades of density of foam, and just find the perfect density that we need?
That's what we need, a refractive index inside your tire.
Something tells me by the time we're done, the tire's going to be able to cook a meal for you as well.
You're going to have them hooked to your phone via Bluetooth.
Yeah. So it's clear that when it comes to innovative ideas, this is not the place, especially when Jeremy gets involved with his trench digging and that.
Dig a trench before noon.
Listen, the point is, I'd like to ride in a car with solid rubber tires and see how much difference could it really make.
Well, look, Rakia told you, bro. He has tires like that in his truck, and they're like way different. Like he said, it's very rough. He put the foam. He's got the other tires. It's very rough. You
Probably got bad. He probably got bad shocks or something.
Yeah, right. He's got bad shocks. Yeah, he's pouring cement, and he's got bad shocks. Come on.
He probably got some cement residue on his shocks or struts or something.
Yeah.
Mustard seeds don't even work on.
Imagine with all our technology, we can't make a seed. Freaking seed.
Don't worry about a seed, bro. We're about to clone a T-Rex and put it in Times Square. First thing I would clone is a dodo. Send that shit to PJ. That's what I would do. Guys, I only got like another, half hour and I'm going to be in the Faraday cage, so better get in there right now. What do you guys got?
We keep bringing stuff. We're gonna put them in trauma. We've got to do it slowly. I mean, we really destroyed their dark matter, dark energy. Their cosmological model, their Big Bang. I mean, their black holes, sun development. I mean, well, maybe not sun development, but the rest of it. I mean,
hold on. Be specific. It's not dark matter, cold dark matter. They still have hot dark matter, lukewarm dark matter. They got all kinds of.
Yeah, it's a freaking joke. But the only problem is their whole model is based on the cold one. So now if they want to turn up the heat, well, they're going to have to come up with a new one. Because it's cold, dark matter that, is incorporated in their theory.
They got light dark matter, dark matter. They got all kinds of dark matter. Whatever you need, bro. Like I said, if you got a mathematical model, you can just ad hoc any shit you want in there, call it whatever, and just make the math work.
Yep. Remember the other day when I was talking, who was it? Was it with Chiral or Jace? I think it was Chiral. Just turn the dial, he's going to me. If you don't just, fix the math. We're going to just dial up gravity, dial up time, simple stuff. Yeah.
Exactly, dude. Nothing matters. Physical reality doesn't matter. It's all about if the math works. It's all you gotta do is make the math work. Math is reality. How many times I gotta tell you guys?
Yeah,
Even
to
though
the
it's
people
abstract.
we deal with here, but to normal people, when you tell them this, they see the problem right away. It's only this handful of people that just keep telling us that we don't understand and this and that. They keep telling me that they got the measurements wrong, right? Well, they didn't get the measure. They did an initial measurement, which was not spectroscopy, and that was a bit off. But then they redid the measurements. I keep telling them that, but they're saying, no, they still got them wrong. We got to do them over. Dude, we had 2 years. 2 years. I mean, come on.
All right, Jeremy, I want to know something. When I'm here on the Earth and I'm looking up at an airplane, am I in the rotating reference frame? And is the airplane in a different reference frame?
Yes. You are in it's called the non-inertial or the rotating reference frame. It's equivalent to you being on a roundabout and the plane is equivalent to not quite equivalent because it's controlled flight and non-controlled flight, but it's basically equivalent to you throwing a baseball. A baseball you could steer.
So we should be seeing them turning then, right?
Well, that's in the globe model. I don't think that's actually a thing, but that's in their model. They're in different reference range. Yes. What was the question?
So do you think that we would see them turning then? Like the Coriolis effect, we'd actually see the effect happening with airplanes since we're in the non-inertial frame?
No, I don't think you'd be able to see it with an airplane. You would see it with a bullet, though. You definitely would see it with a bullet because the bullet can't. That's what I said. There's a difference between controlled and non-controlled flight. The airplane can adjust a little bit every time, but a ballistic can adjust. So you would have to, you'd have to shoot where the target's going to be because it can't adjust the whole time.
So you'd literally see curving bullets then.
Yeah. Curving bullets. Absolutely.
Not just for Hollywood.
The thing with the whole Coriolis thing though is, I don't know, it's complicated. I should probably do a presentation on it one of these days. I mean, you've heard the whole lead in the thing, so most people have.
Yep, I understand it.
Yeah, like if you were going to shoot the bullet, if you shoot the bullet, that goes in a straight line because there's no forces pushing it left or right. So the bullet just goes in like if you throw a baseball off a merry-go-round, say, throw a baseball off a merry-go-round, the baseball goes in a straight line because there's no forces pushing it left or right. It's conservation of momentum, Newtonian mechanics, and all that. It has to just go in a straight line. There's no wind. You know what I'm saying? Nothing's pushing it left or right. If you're on the merry-go-round, no, watching baseball, you can say there is a force there. It's a pseudo force. Sorry, it's a pseudo force. You say a pseudo force is there because that's what it looks like it's doing. We all know it's going in a straight line, actually, because there are no forces that are pushing it left or right, so it has to go in a straight line. Because you would need a force. You'd break Newtonian mechanics if it wasn't going in a straight line. It just appears to curve because you're viewing it from the non-inertial or rotating reference frame. So that being the case, we know which path is the shortest path for the ball. It's the one where you're viewing it go in a straight line. That is the shortest path the ball can take. You know what I'm saying? You're not throwing a curveball. You're just throwing a straight line with the baseball. So that is the shortest path the ball can take. Straight line between 2 points. Can't get shorter than that. If they were flying in the shortest paths that they could take, they would be flying to where the airport is going to be. Like, you wouldn't be adjusting for Coriolis the whole flight because that's not the shortest path. You're taking a curved path now in an inertial reference frame. You would just fly right at where the airport's going to be, do your little globe math, and all your math nerds can get excited, and they would just fly to where the airport's going to be. That's all. And then that would be the shortest path the plane could take. They actually show this in a diagram with ballistic. They'll say the ballistic's actually going straight, but it rotates. And then this is where, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I'm with you. I think the heat-seeking missile thing was like helps clear it up too. Of showing the difference in the paths, I should say.
Yeah, like, dude, if you're just standing there and somebody's running laterally in front of you in a straight line, and you want to run and punch that person in the face, the shortest path you could take would be to run to where he's going to be. You wouldn't want to run at him and have to, like, chase him the whole time. You would just run at where he's going to be so that you go in a straight line, and boom, you snuff him. The planes are not doing that, though. The planes are constantly running to where the person's at, trying to punch them, but they're going in a long path. The thing is, when you talk to these guys, they get bogged down with the reference frame. They can say, well, it looks like in this reference frame, it is the shortest path. It's silly because that's what I'm saying. They act like there's no, like, reality. Like, we don't know what's happening in reality.
Yeah, that's because the Earth's not rotating.
I still think the effect is there. I just don't think it's the Coriolis effect. I think it's an actual force.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's a transfer of movement from the sky down.
Does the sky do that with like a whole dome in the way?
Did you know the sun causes waves?
I don't know if that answered my question though.
Well, what I'm saying is, like, if you excite the particles in the air, right, and that warms them up and stuff, and then you have, like, cooler temperatures on the water, and you start mixing those airs, you start to get turbulence, and then that starts messing with the water with no, like, real physical thing touching the water, right? It's just air.
Uh-huh. So
So
what's
yeah,
that got to do with Coriolis?
so the motion transferred literally, like, you could think of it from the sun to the air, and then that caused the water to move. So I don't see what the difference is.
So you're saying it's just changes in temperature, right?
Well, also what you notice is, the sun is moving too, so it could be directional as it excites the particles. I don't know, change in temperature. Yeah, obviously exciting particles increases temperature. It also increases pressure. There's, like, when you just say temperature, you're including so many other variables as well, aren't you?
I don't know. I mean, the only variable you mentioned was temperature. If there's other variables, I mean, you can mention them.
Well, no, like yeah, like if I say the temperature went up, obviously the pressure went up, right? Those correlate together. So it's like, and then like I think density is even in a factor in those too. So I mean, I was just showing you how one way of like the sun heating up the air, mixing with cold air can cause waves in the ocean. So it's not
Then
like a foreign idea.
So that's the same mechanism behind Coriolis then?
Oh no, I wasn't claiming to know the mechanism behind Coriolis. I was proposing a mechanism that, yeah, maybe, yeah, that could possibly be the possibility. Now I don't know if it's like exciting of particles or what kind of movement is transferring down and what that does, because I don't really know what's above the air pressure. You know what I mean? Like, what is that? Just less air pressure? What is it made out of? I don't know. Like, what substance is the stars in? Do you know? Like, that's crazy.
He knows exactly what they are. Tell us what stars are made out of, Nate.
You gonna give us the Pumbaa answer?
Pixie dust. Yeah.
It means no worries.
What was that?
It means no worries.
Stars are made out of pixie dust.
Pixie dust? Is that what that's what you think? Like Tinkerbell
Yeah,
shit?
definitely. Pixie dust spreader on the
Yeah.
on the tilt world.
What do you think, Jeremy? What are stars made of?
I have no idea. I could speculate on a whole bunch of things.
Light?
Could be sonoluminescence. Neat. That's a fun one. I always like that one. Sonoluminescence and a superfluid reflection thingy going on. All kinds of weird stuff I can imagine.
You're just throwing out words, man. But okay.
No, that's not just words. Dude, sonoluminescence, the speed of sound broken in a fluid. And if space was a superfluid and there's, you know what I'm saying? And we can do that with a star in a jar. We can make that last indefinitely. That whole.
So you said a key word though, if.
Oh, I mean, superfluids don't carry friction, heat, temperature, none of that. So how are you having a sonoluminescent event happening when this is something that creates great friction and heat? A superfluid wouldn't be able to carry that. You can't change the temperatures of superfluid once they're in that state. So how is this happening, Jeremy?
Wait, what fluid is the star?
Bro, are you saying it's impossible to do sonoluminescence in a superfluid?
I'm asking you, how would you do it, Jeremy?
How would I do it? I don't know. If I was God, I could probably tell you, but if that's even the way it is, who knows, bro? I'm just speculating on
you just
some
say
ideas.
words, bro. You just throw out fancy
We're
words.
speculating.
And try to, push them together. Yeah, but I mean, I can't speculate and say it might be alligators eating pie in the sky, bro. I can't just say shit, you know?
That wouldn't even make sense, though. Come on, use your head,
Exactly.
Nate.
So how does sonoluminescence in a superfluid make sense?
Yeah, you see what he did here, right?
Well,
first you asked him what he thought stars were. He didn't answer. He asked you what
I
you
answered.
thought stars
Don't lie.
were.
I answered. You're lying.
Okay, maybe just calm down. Maybe I didn't hear it. I didn't hear your
he
answer.
said pixie dust. He said pixie dust.
Yeah, he answered in a ridiculous way, right? So I did hear it right. Sorry for saying he didn't answer because that's what they want to do. And then asked you your opinion. You actually said, I'm just speculating. And now he wants to get you to nail down on your speculation how it would work. Because if you can't do that, then it's not possible. Although his answer was pixie dust.
I never said it's not possible. I just want to understand how Jeremy's putting two and two together and getting 5.
Why
If
would you
he's not
think
sure, that's
Jeremy?
fine.
Why would on his speculation? Why would you think he knows every little detail about it? He actually told you he was speculating.
Yeah, but
So
even
if
when
he's
you
wrong about the
speculate,
superfluid, if he's wrong about the superfluid, that part of speculation, and it's something else, and it actually is what he's saying, right? I mean, how would he know? He's
we could
even
talk
claiming he
man, bro.
doesn't know. But
The
you want to
longest
argue
breaks.
about what he doesn't know. Let's argue about your pixie dust. Let's turn it back around on you. Because Jeremy already, we know he's
Yeah, what's
speculating.
Tinkerbell up there? You got
What's
Tinkerbell and Peter
Tinkerbell?
Pan?
Yeah, tell me how that works. What's the medium again? In your Tinkerbell theory? Speculation? Yeah, that was easy.
Anywho, Jeremy, you are free to speculate, bro. But I mean, I would just like to think that there's a bit of thought put behind your speculation, and it's not just a wild guess you're throwing out. If it was a wild guess, that's fine, bro. But it sounded like you knew what you was talking about, you know?
It's not a wild guess to say that the sky is superfluid and that's where all the helium goes, because that's what scientists are kind of coming to the conclusion of now. So that's not a wild guess. So you're wrong about that. To say how the light would appear in that superfluid, who knows? Because it's a brand new, fluid that we're finding out about. We don't know everything about it, but to speculate and say that's what we think it is because of A and B, I think is dead ass balls accurate. A lot better than Tinkerbell.
I mean, isn't this an actual mainstream theory? Superfluid, it's called SVT or something. Superfluid vacuum theory.
Yeah, definitely. It is a theory, Jeremy. But no one says that this then works with sonoluminescence. That's what I'm questioning here. I'm not questioning whether or not, space could be made of a superfluid.
Theory.
You're right. That is an actual theory. But no one has that theory combined with sonoluminescence being stars.
Jeremy does.
You're
wrong
the
about
first
that
person
because Jeremy does.
please don't interrupt me, bro. You spoke and I didn't interrupt you, Rakia. Please be respectful. So if you have that theory, Jeremy, I'm just trying to understand how it works. If it was a wild guess and it was just pure speculation and nothing else, then it's fine, bro. I'll drop it.
Isn't that what he told you it was?
So please don't clip me. You
you were finished.
It's speculation, but I mean that is a real theory about how space is a Bose-Einstein condensate and it's superfluid, and since you can get sonoluminescent fluid, right? Then, I mean, what's the problem?
Because he knows everything about superfluid at that altitude and knows. Please don't clip me. And knows that you can't have that heat You can't have that heat transfer with the solar luminescence. So he knows your speculation is not true because he is the knower. You understand, Jeremy?
Well, I mean, can you not have sonoluminescence inside a superfluid? I don't know.
What's wrong with being a no-E?
What's wrong with what?
Oh, Jeremy, what did you say about Bose-Einstein condensates?
No, he asked you a direct question. Can't you have solar
Can you let me
luminescence?
talk to Jeremy? Like, are you his dad or what? Relax,
no, I'm
bro.
just saying he asked you a direct question.
Being
That
weird.
question's on the
That's
table.
what you're doing right now. You're being weird.
No, you're being
You
weird
just let
by
me-
going to something
You
else.
just
that he
let
asked
me
you-
talk to Jeremy. Jeremy's
just
my
answer-
boy. There's nothing heated
I
between
know.
me and him here.
Nothing heated here either. I'm not heated. I'm just asking you to answer his
For
question.
you to sit here and tell me what I should and shouldn't do, you're bugging, bro. Fall back.
He asked
Jeremy,
you
what
a
did you
very
say?
simple question.
I'll be
Jeremy.
happy to answer the Bose-Einstein condensate thing if you can just answer my one question first, real quick, about is sonoluminescence possible in a superfluid?
Well, I know not really, but I don't know everything, Jeremy. You might know how it's possible. That's why I'm asking you. How would it work?
I don't think anybody
know.
knows.
You said it wasn't possible, Nate, or whatever your name is.
I made it clear. From what I know, it's not possible. But I don't
No,
know.
just then you did. But earlier you said it's not possible.
No, earlier I said that as well, right here. You just don't listen, and you want to dictate to people what they should and shouldn't do, which is weird. Calm down.
Not really.
So, Jeremy,
let me answer your thing.
Can you just tell us then why it wouldn't? If you're going to claim that you don't think it would, then can you please say why it wouldn't you believe?
I said why.
He's running this show, Stacey.
Anywho, Jeremy, could you please? I heard you say something about Bose-Einstein condensates, but I didn't hear all of it. You could just run over that again.
Condensate, BEC. Not a bacon, egg, and cheese. Bose-Einstein condensate.
Yeah.
We've talked about
Did
this.
you say something about
How do you
it?
condensate it?
That's in the space vacuum or superfluid vacuum theory. Okay, let me just read it real quick. Superfluid vacuum theory, sometimes known as the BEC, not bacon, egg, and cheese, vacuum theory is an approach in theoretical physics and quantum mechanics where the fundamental physical vacuum, non-removable background, is considered as a superfluid or as a Bose-Einstein condensate, BEC, bacon, egg, and cheese.
That's what's up. All right.
So, I mean, I don't know if sonoluminescence is possible inside a superfluid. Nonetheless, that is a viable theory that space, instead of being an empty vacuum, an empty physical vacuum, is actually a superfluid.
I 100% agree with that. That is an actual theory people have out there. And I mean, it's not a crazy theory.
It's not crazy? You think that's a viable theory?
I think so, yeah. Don't you? It sounds like you do.
I do think it's a good one, yeah.
And we're on the same page. Now, the page you need to get me on is how sonoluminescence would work within
Bro, I don't know. I don't know. It's wild speculation. I don't know if sonoluminescence can happen in a superfluid. Maybe we don't know how to do it yet. Maybe the creator knows how to do it, and we don't. I don't know.
Okay, that's fine.
Maybe you got to break the speed of light in a superfluid, and then you get sonoluminescence. Who knows?
That would be crazy. Yeah,
Crazy
maybe.
shit, right?
Or
bro?
maybe they just made it all up.
They could have made it all up. Yeah, could be something else. It could be a empty space. Maybe there's some kind of weird shit going on up there. Who knows? Like, anytime you're talking about the sky, it's pretty much all speculation. No one knows if it's pixie dust or essence or superfluid or what have you. Right?
I always thought it was Superman.
Unless you wanted to make your pixie dust argument. What did you say about Superman?
Yeah, I always liked the idea that Superman does it. Yeah. Seems like the most logical explanation.
Superman, yeah, could be. Yeah, I mean, the only reason I think it wouldn't be possible, Jeremy, is because number one, superfluids don't lose kinetic energy because they're at such a low state. You know, it's a very cooled down state of matter. They gotta cool it down to cryogenic temperatures. You know, so I don't know how in such a cold temperature we'd be able to create enough heat to have a sonoluminescence explosion. You know, like. Need a lot of heat, a lot of friction, a lot of energy. And superfluids are at very low energies. So I don't know how.
Have you seen the Primer fields, dude?
What?
The Primer fields. Have you seen that?
What's the permafield?
It's basically somebody who figured out how to make star in a jar.
It's a person? What?
That's a group of people.
Oh, okay.
And they created sonoluminescence inside of a vacuum.
Inside a vacuum?
In a vacuum?
Well, I'm not really sure how they did it, but you'd have to look into it. But
are you sure it was
That'd
a
be dope.
vacuum, not like in a liquid or something?
Well, I know that they
What do I
inject
Google?
plasma and different things. I don't know. You take a look at it. You want me to post it?
Yeah, but what do I Google? Permafield, right?
Primer. PRIMER. Primer fields.
Permafields.
There's three movies or three sections for it.
That word got too many R's in it, so I don't know if Nate's gonna say that word, but
Right. I'm not finding anything, but I'll keep checking. Is this on YouTube or?
Where did you find that it produces heat and all that? Like I haven't read that anywhere. I'd like to read that. The star in a jar produces a lot of heat.
I never said that. I'm just saying that.
No, no, Nate did. I want to clarify. He was
Right, sorry.
teaching us what he knew about solar luminescence and said it produces heat. That's why it couldn't work in the very cool superfluid, which he's assuming it's very cold because that's all he's read about. There's
And it's
also
called
current studies that
sonoluminescence.
Sonar.
Sono? Yeah, sonoluminescence.
But also
Sound,
these superfluids are being created now at room temperature, so he might be a little behind times on the stating that it has to be a very cold and that sonar luminescence produces heat. I didn't know it did that.
You don't think
Or
they
he could
produce
just
heat?
No, I'm saying that. Dude, did you listen? I said, where did you
Hold
find
on,
that?
Nate.
Or I would like to read it.
Hold on, real quick, Nate. Hold on, real quick, Nate. Could we have sonoluminescence if the superfluid was room temperature?
I don't know. If you could, you would first have to make a superfluid at room temperature. I've never seen that. Like, if you have that, I mean, I would love to see it. I just don't know.
I mean,
how
we're
you
just
would.
up to speed with the superfluids and sonal. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you could catch up. We'll wait for you.
Yeah, but who has made superfluids at room temperature? Like, where has this been done?
I'm gonna Google it. Hold on.
All right.
Yeah, and if it's at a very cold state anyway, and then you're adding a little bit of temperature, it just warms it up a little bit, but it might be able to overcome that. I mean, there's a lot of unknowns here, but
All right, here we go.
I
got something from Nature. You're gonna love this, right? Nature, that's legit.
I posted
room
the link.
temperatures. Oh, you already did it.
Yeah, part 1 is up there in the live stream chat.
Read it, Jim.
Oh no, he posted the primer field video. Thank you. I'm going to check that out.
Read your thing from Nature, Jim.
Here it is. Room temperature superfluidity in a polarization condensate. Cited by 317 G. Lagrario. I don't know how to say that guy's name. 2017. Superfluidity is a phenomenon usually restricted to cryogenic temperatures, but organic microactivity provide the conditions for hold on, I'm gonna have to actually open it now. Hold on. I mean, just search. Just do a search for superfluid in a room temperature superfluid. The Nature Journal one is the first one that comes up. I don't want to read the whole thing. There's a lot to it.
All right. I'll check it out, Jeremy. Thank you.
Did you guys say solar luminescence in a vacuum? Did I hear correctly?
He said he might have misspoke. He didn't know.
Okay.
He said to research it.
Because
I
they
am
would need
interested.
something. Go on.
No, I'm not sure. I'm not sure it was in a vacuum. I just know that in that demonstration, that video I posted, they do show them creating like what you guys are talking about, the star in a jar thing. I'm not sure about the heats and all that, but they go through extensively like how they did it and all that. So in case you're curious, there is some evidence for it. Just so.
Right, because when I heard vacuum, like in my head, there has to be something there in order for it to luminesce.
I agree. Yeah, I agree. Yeah. There's
But
got to be something.
This is a question
I'm not
I've
sure.
had. When you produce a vacuum in a lit room, the light is still in the vacuum. Why doesn't it go dark? Something's in there to let the light travel through it or be in it.
Well, God did separate light from darkness. Maybe that's the reason why he did it.
It's called an electromagnetic field, which isn't consistent of physical matter or particles, rather than that of a field.
Okay, what's a field? You want to play your? I'm gonna play your game on you.
A field is an ether perturbation modality.
Okay, that's one way of explaining it.
You're just saying words.
That's not words, bro. That's big words for big people. Okay?
He's definitely saying words to me because I don't know what they mean. But yeah, I mean, there's something actually having to. You have to come up with something, right? Because the light doesn't go away in the vacuum of what they call space. It's dark, right? The light just travels through it, and once it gets to our atmosphere, it lights up. But in a vacuum, which they're saying is very similar, the light doesn't dim, it doesn't change, it doesn't do anything. It just is still there.
It's always there.
And what is light again? Some say electromagnetic radiation.
Energy.
Little balls called photons. Come on, man. We all know. No math.
Light and simplex is just a. Oh, sorry.
We can't measure light. We can only measure its effect, right?
Go ahead, Dice-Law. Say more words.
Son of a bitch.
more word salad. Come on. Just kidding, of course.
That's all you got. That's all you got. But
Yeah, when you're speaking, and explaining to us what you're trying to say, all you have is words.
That's all you got is words, bro.
So light is just a coaxial geometry.
Maybe.
Of the magnetic, of the magnetic and the dielectric interacting with each other, and this is how we get phi times psi equals Q and Planck of electrification.
I mean, who can refute that? I say God is light.
I agree.
So imagine a packet of energy is a photon. A packet of energy. What the hell is a packet of energy?
And a photon phase in and out of existence.
You ever buy nickel bags back in the 90s?
Yeah.
Remember those little packets the weed came in? That's probably what it
is.
Yeah, half your packet was filled with seeds, Jeremy, because you're a cheapskate.
That's messed up.
I don't miss the seeds at all.
I do. You can grow more with the seeds, man.
You guys remember? You guys remember Pretendica? It was that. It was basically just regular stress bud without seeds.
No, I don't.
Yeah, they used to call it dro. Did they call it dro? Hydro?
Yeah. But the thing with Pretendica is it's more of an outside deal, right? Like they were actually able to remove the male plants from pollinating the females. Thus, you had no seeds, but it was a lower gain. That fucking telemarketers are blowing me up today.
Damn.
Yo, so I learned something new today. You can make superfluids at room temperatures. This is pretty cool, Jeremy. I know this.
Yeah, there's all kinds of stuff out there, bro.
I'm gonna need to see you after class.
Jeremy got that from me, man. Don't give credit.
Oh, come on. I'll listen to this.
You can also do it at bedroom temperatures. And that's why Kosho's mom only messes with me for my superfluid. Just saying.
Now we're gonna pick on Kosho. Okay. I guess we haven't done that.
We always pick on Kosho. Yeah, Kosho's a daily disturbance.
Yeah.
Holy crap! What if sperm is a superfluid? That's how like it's frictionless and it
maybe that's what space is made out of.
Yeah.
At least I got a lot out of that one.
This explains a lot about what NASA's doing.
It might explain a lot, right? Yep. What?
They're sending those rockets that are shaped like penises up there, and I mean it all makes sense. It's all coming together now.
Yeah. Yeah, didn't you hear Bro Stern yesterday? Or day before yesterday talking about how the sun is a vagina or something like that? I was like, what the hell? Some people are fucking. They just crack me up, bro. Like, where did he get these ideas?
I think Jeremy actually has scripture to support that. Go ahead,
Oh
Jeremy.
no, really? Oh right.
I got 17 Bible verses. I just wanted to rip off real quick on that.
Nice.
Real quick, guys. Real quick.
Okay, real quick.
Seriously, we better come up with something good. I can hear people leaving the room right now.
Hey, don't blame us on me, bro. My fault this time.
Now the question is, Nate, can we get a sonoluminescence inside of a room temperature super or other superfluid?
Can we get a superfluid?
Yeah, we get a superfluid.
What are you talking about? What do you mean by that? You mean you're talking about compressing like different gases like helium and getting high pressure? Is that what you're talking about, or the opposite? What do you mean?
Bro, I don't know the recipe and shit, but they got this super thing where there's no friction.
Okay, right.
Rocky is the expert on. Rocky is my superfluid guy.
I get what you're saying. You're talking about quantum locking and shit like that, magnetic locking and that kind of thing.
Quantum locking's something else, I believe.
Oh, I'm not an expert.
Yeah.
I'm just curious. That's all.
Yeah, no doubt. I don't think any of us are.
That's where I put Jason in a headlock. That's what we call it.
Yeah, the headlock. Yeah, that makes sense. Well, I think any theory that's based on something phasing in and out of existence is kind of a silly type of thing to just, I don't know. That's just me, though. I always thought that was a silly idea.
Yet both theories have it. Both the ether boys and the quantum foam boys.
Yeah, well.
You ever heard of a quantum armbar?
Heard it.
Good one. A quantum knockout? Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. That'd be fun.
You see, I keep saying when we get there, now we're in God territory, right? That's just a fact, bro. We're in creator territory there.
Got a point.
Everything, all truth has to lead there. I'm not being religious. I'm just saying all truth has to lead to a creator, an intelligent designer.
I agree.
It just has to.
I agree.
Either that or we are just a big cosmic accident, but I'm not going to believe that.
Dude, I mean, just think of the then the accidents would be creating all types of different things, and I don't know. I think it would be a lot different if it was.
Imagine if we were actually evolving. Imagine how great things would be. You know what I mean? Like, that's what I think is odd about science, is that they're always talking about how we're evolving, but in reality, we're not. We're de-evolving. We're not evolving. We're not getting smarter. We're getting dumber. It's proven.
If you were evolving, what features would you choose to like have from evolution?
None. I don't.
You don't want
they're worthless.
no features, huh?
Yeah. Well, they're worthless. I mean, because the physical body is only around for 100 years, maybe, if I'm lucky.
You wouldn't want like an extra inch.
I don't want to get like.
Not really. I mean, I've done without the extra inch till now. Why would I need it now? I mean,
how about
you know what I'm saying?
How about two members instead of one?
But what would I do with them? I'd just have to. Then I'd have both hands busy. You know, like at least I have one hand right now.
I was talking more like a third leg, like actually having like a fourth leg or something. You know.
Okay.
And by leg, I don't mean leg.
An extra.
Well, yeah, no, I
an
understand.
extra set of arms would be useful.
Well, yeah, of course. An extra brain would be an extra processing.
Jeremy would want an extra bone.
Maybe an extra.
But what would you? But what could you do with it that you couldn't do what you've already got? See, that's the thing. You've already been given everything. I mean, you've already been given everything that you need in order to survive this place and move on to the next one, right?
Well, Kosho's got a third nipple, so how do you explain that?
Well,
I don't know.
more. That's what I was going to say. You've been given
How
more.
how do extra nipples work on a flat Earth? That's what I want to know.
On a serious point, though, we were given more than what we need to survive. Look at Jeremy is a perfect example.
Yeah.
So am I, right?
Yeah, there you go. Well, we're all that. We're all that.
Yeah, exactly. So am I. So are you. He deals with one eye. I have two.
We were all given elect. We were all given life. We were all given free will, and it's a matter of us manifesting that free will into something valuable. That's really what we're here for. It's really a simple thing. It's not rocket science. It doesn't have to be difficult or even hard to understand. It's just relationship.
I think we complicate it because not only do we want to be right, but we want to know all things.
We
and
want
that's
things to
not
be
possible.
complicated because then it makes us seem like we're doing more work, though. Too. Think about it. It makes us look better. It's like, look at all this work I've been doing, but no, you really haven't. You've just been sitting around on your hands, going, "Well, it's just going to get better. Don't worry. God will fix it." No, that's not what you're here for. You're not here to sit on your hands, dude. Come on.
Yeah, explain it to groups sometimes. Like God doesn't make the mess and doesn't sweep it up for you, but He allows you to do both.
But He gives you the power, right, in order to fix it. Yeah,
exactly.
Which is really kind of odd when you really think about it, because then see that's going to point back at all of us. Because when it's all over, and when we get to the end and we get asked, okay, so why did you do this and why did you do that? I want to be able to explain it and not look like an idiot. I don't know about you guys, but I'd like to be able to at least say, well, you know what, I was aware that I did something wrong and all that, but this is how it worked out, rather than just saying, well, I don't know.
Can I get an amen?
Amen. So be it.
There's a bunch of stuff I would like if like evolution or adaptation or whatever was real. There's some cool shit I could imagine having. Another set of eyes.
Yeah, we could have
maybe
already
having different
evolved into like
vision.
these future creatures with extra eyeballs and extra brains and stuff. Yeah, but
Jeremy's just projecting,
like Predator style.
Jeremy's just projecting.
Like how dope would it be if you had like Predator style vision?
I don't know. Well, maybe not Predator, but like see-through clothes would be nice. I think all the stupid things that I would invent would probably be just silly stuff, like just for fun, right?
I mean, it would be useful to have like
creating like evil, like when you see someone creating like let's say what do they call that place down the street where you can get free abortions? I forget what they call that place, but anyway, like those are the things that bother me the most. Is like, why do places like that exist?
FC's got a good one. Put the skeleton on the outside. Have an exoskeleton.
Right.
That might come in handy, so we don't get all these nicks and cuts and scrapes and shit.
Yeah, but doesn't it kind of make it fun to get broken every once in a while? I mean, it feels kind of good, doesn't it? I mean, how do you really understand what healthy is if you're not sick one time, right? Or how do you really understand what
superheroes, Blue
what
Beetle,
love is if you don't? See, go ahead.
I was just saying, SE's favorite superhero is Blue Beetle. Just saying.
Oh, and which one's
like
yours?
How handy would it be if we were like a squirrel and you couldn't die from falling because you hit the terminal velocity? That'd be neat.
Doesn't terminal velocity prove that it's not a ball? Like,
you could basically go skydiving.
Because if the only thing holding us down is gravity, then when you're falling, you should just continue to keep falling faster and faster because gravity keeps pulling down on you more and more. Why would it stop, right?
Well, see, Jeremy, when your sack finally drops, you could use that as a hang glider, dude.
A hang glider. Hey, that's a good one. I heard you could use the inside of your cheeks for that too. If you just open your mouth big enough. Just go.
I now believe we are devolving.
All right, I got to get back to work. You guys get on with evolution.
Right now, in this moment.
Darn it. We lost one. Damn.
I'll be listening, dude.
All right. We'll be here. We'll be making noise for you.
Just waiting for Jeremy to drop that scripture verse.
Oh, really?
I heard that ball earthers are going extinct.
The what? Yeah, I think there was a rapture or something, huh?
Yeah.
That would be funny though, right? If there was a rapture and all the bad people disappeared instead of the good people, that'd be creepy. I'd be like, wait a minute, what happened? Like, what are you still doing here? Okay, you didn't get the joke, obviously.
What if God said, "Get away from me, for I never knew you"?
He won't, but I'm not worried about that.
Yeah, I don't think God would be that cruel, because of course he knows us, because he created us.
God created good and evil, so why wouldn't he be both? What makes you think that he wouldn't be both?
Well,
Seriously.
I do think he would be both, sir.
Right, so one without the other, kind of meaningless. So if you don't suffer and you don't have to work and slave or whatever it is that you want to call it, suffer, go through pain, then you wouldn't understand what the opposite of it was, would you? It's gonna be tough when you get ready to go, leave this place, and you realize that good and evil are always going to exist. It's not like evil's going to go away anytime soon, guys. It's part of the whole thing, right? It's never going away. You'll always still have to choose right from wrong.
That's pretty interesting, though. You know, like
It is
what you
very
said.
powerful.
You know, so, yeah, about God. You know, being good and evil. You know, that's like an idea the ancients had. You know, like the extreme ancients. You know, they were of the mind that the gods were just as human as we are. You know, they could get jealous, they could get married, they would cheat on each other, they would fight.
Well, yeah,
They're
our
not even.
ancestors would, but there's still that doesn't mean that God doesn't exist. You know,
I'm
the
not.
source.
I'm not saying God doesn't exist. I'm not
I
trying
know
to
you're
put
not.
forth an. Yeah,
I know you're.
I'm just trying to steel man what you said. You know that it was a pretty common idea way back when that God was as human as we are. Oh, the gods. You know, um, it's only really with Zoroastrianism and the um, explosion of monotheism that we now have this idea of God only being good. And then this opens a whole can of worms because if God
Right.
is only
Right.
good, why would he let evil be in the world? And then
Right.
we trip
Exactly.
over ourselves
And that's a good
and
question.
explain
I think
free
that when people ask
will
that
and
question, that's a very good question. Why does God
mm,
allow evil? It's because we wouldn't know the difference from the two if we didn't have evil. So it's necessary. It's duality. It's just, you know what I mean? It's like, I think it's the most obvious thing, right? But of course, suffering sucks, but it doesn't kill us, right? So far, it hasn't killed me. So it's just
honestly,
suffering.
it kills a
It'll
lot
be
of
over.
people,
You know
man.
what I mean? But I'm saying,
Suffering kills a lot of people.
the what? Yes,
Suffering
it does.
kills a lot of people.
Yes, it does. But I'm saying, me now, it hasn't killed me yet. So until it does,
Have you ever been in a hospice where people are dying?
yes, I've watched people die. Yes, been there around them. Yes.
Not horrible.
No, it's quite fascinating, actually. It's kind of horrible, I guess, but in a way, I don't know. For me, both experiences that I dealt with it was kind of humbling. It was really humbling, and one of the people wanted to die, and so that was like their purpose of it. So when it finally happened, it was almost like it was the ending to something, you know. Like I didn't think it was a negative thing, but when somebody's being taken away from you and you love that person, I can completely understand why people have why that changes the perspective and why it changes the whole outlook, and I can relate to that. Like I have my doubts. Everybody does, don't they?
When someone dies for like no reason, like like seeing a little baby die,
Right. Yeah. Exactly. Especially those. Yes. Now, why does that happen? I don't know, except for that it's a purpose of God to teach us to understand things like He does. You know what I mean? That's the only thing that makes logical sense to me. But I guess I want until I get to that point where it's all brought together on the same table and we can discuss it. I won't really know, right? Or until the things that have been taken from me have been revealed to me, which is what I feel like has happened. Is something's been taken from me, and I've been put here in order to learn something because of my doubt. I've fallen here. This is what I'm. It's what I am. I'm a fallen. I'm just like anybody else. Like we all fell here, and it's because we didn't understand good and evil. So we got put here to understand it. It makes sense to me.
Not to me, it doesn't.
Okay, why? Explain. What makes more sense? Or like, what do you think?
Suffering makes sense to you?
Yes, it does. Absolutely.
Okay. And why is that?
Because if I didn't suffer, then I wouldn't understand what good was. I wouldn't know what it was like to feel better afterwards, right? So in a way, yeah. I'm just being honest. It's not like, I have full control over everything that's happening, right? But I can make choices, and those choices are powerful. Like if I wanted to, I could walk out in the street right here and get run over by a car if I really wanted to. I could just end my life right now, and I could find out exactly whether there's a God or whether there's not, or all this stuff. I guess I would find out, wouldn't I? But does that mean I'm going to do that? No, because I'm not. That would be stupid, right? Like, why would I just throw something away that could be important and powerful just to see that it's that it is or it isn't? That's kind of silly,
Yeah,
but
have you ever seen a person that can't eat that has to be fed through his stomach?
no. But I'm sure that. Yeah, well, actually, yeah, I think I have. Why?
This is my point. Why is our end so riddled with misery? Why can't you just, the creator could have just made you live 80 years and then boom, lights out.
Because if all you ever did was have fun and everything was always good, then you would just be a robot. There wouldn't be any, like, huh? I don't understand
But
what
I
you're
mean,
asking.
birth is also kind of fucked up. Like I've seen both of my daughters one, and that was a horror movie. That ain't pretty either.
I agree, but beautiful at the same time.
Yeah, definitely. Once it's all
Oh,
over,
I
but while your
I
lady
can't wait to
friend there
meet God.
dying
I
and
can't wait to
suffering
meet
and
God,
shedding
guys.
herself.
I don't understand. Like, I'm confused why you wouldn't want to meet your creator, like, or at least how we got here. I want to know that answer. That's what I want. I don't really
You're
want to
not
be
in
here
the
and
least bit
suffering. No, I
afraid?
hate suffering. I don't like suffering. Trust me, I don't. I hate it. I'm empathetic. I sit here every day and I think about those people down the street that are murdering their children, and there's nothing I can do about it, and it hurts. It drives me insane. It does. It drives me crazy to think that people actually do that to their own children, and they could care less about it. It makes me cry all the time. I cry all the time. I think about that shit. It fucking bothers me. But what am
You
I going to
said
do about
that.
it?
People
You
do
know?
that. We do that
Yeah.
to each other.
Yes. Why? But yet you're telling me
And
that
it's not
you don't
God doing it
understand
to us.
suffering? That doesn't make any sense, though, right? You're
No.
telling me that you don't understand why suffering exists, and I don't. But yeah, I see it. Of course, I understand what it is. It's disgusting. I want to be away from here. I don't want to be here any longer than I have to. I can't wait to leave here. If I knew that I could leave right now and just put a knife in my arm or whatever, I'd do it. If I thought it wasn't going to get me lose my salvation, you bet your ass I would. I don't want to be here. This place sucks, dude. Okay, I'll be honest. It sucks. I hate it here. It's a prison. It feels like a prison. It does. It feels like nothing but pain and suffering. But I have to try to believe in something beyond that, because why else would I be here? It can't just mean nothing. That doesn't make any sense. It must
And
be
hence
because I'm supposed to
religion.
suffer
You
to
just said it,
understand
bro.
something. I'm learning something here.
You just explained why religion exists and what you just said.
Okay.
Oh, wow. For me, anyway.
Okay.
He does have a good point there. It sounds like because of your lack of understanding of what happens after we die or why we're here, that not knowing, religion kind of fills that gap and provides answers. God or we're here to fulfill God's will, or after you die, you go to heaven. You know, all of these great mysteries and unknowns.
And if that's wrong, what's wrong with that? What would be
Nothing.
wrong with me believing that in a God and trying to be a better person and not murder my children and not be a horrible person and not do all these bad things and kill people and put poison in their food and all this nasty shit that goes on in the world? Why can't we just do that?
I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I mean, I'm religious as well. Do you have a problem with that, SE?
I didn't quite catch all of it. I'm in the middle of something.
All right.
If you can give me a small rundown, I'll tell you.
Like, I mean, do you have a problem with religion answering these great mysteries we can't answer, and some people using that as a fuel to be better people?
Yeah, that's
Not
a
at
good
all.
question.
Not at all. I don't mind that at all, as long as you don't try to convince somebody else and do the preaching thing and try to convert people by force and all that ugly stuff.
But of course I would. If I really believe that what I'm doing is right, why wouldn't I fight for that?
Fight
At
to
least in some
convince
little
people
way,
of your
right?
religion by force?
Yeah,
No,
but I mean,
but
Cookie
I'm saying, why wouldn't I
you force
perpetuate
that
being a
on?
better person and showing that a better person is the better way to be? Why wouldn't I do that? You make it
Then
sound
would
like
you?
it's taboo or something, right? Yeah,
Maybe
I'm not
you're
saying you are, but I'm saying, that's the way it's presented, right? It's like as if there's something
What
wrong with that.
what SE is against is you then pushing that onto other people. If you're doing that in your own life, that's fine. But then when you
Well,
start
I agree.
preaching,
I agree.
or condemning others, trying to force them to be like you, I think that's where SE has a problem.
Oh,
Yeah,
well, I don't
any
have a problem with
religion.
that.
Yeah.
I don't have a problem with that because if you're a better person than me and you're showing it and you're walking a walk and your life's better, but my life's miserable, but I'm complaining all the time, then I might actually learn something from you, right? I don't understand what the logic, you know what I mean? Like, that's why I don't understand why people ever think opposite of that. It doesn't make sense. Okay, I get it. So people are imperfect. We make mistakes. So what? But we move on, right? We fix the problems. We go back and we say, hey, I'm sorry. Whenever I piss off my neighbor, I usually go over there afterwards and I apologize. Even if I'm not right, or even if I feel like I'm right about what I said, I'm still going to go over there and try to make it up with him because I don't want to make an enemy of my neighbor. You know what I'm saying? It's logical. It's about survival. It's about, you know what I'm saying? It's just logic. I don't get why people are manifesting all this evil and all this negativity into the world and this yelling at each other and telling each other we're stupid and all these things for no reason at all, except just because it sounds good or it feels good or because it's the fun thing to do. It just doesn't make logical sense to me. So yeah, why wouldn't I push that? Why wouldn't I give you a hard time when you're a shitty person? I would want you to do the same for me because it reminds me that I need to stop being a shitty person. What's wrong with that? I don't get it. I mean, isn't that what freedom's about? Isn't that what life's all about? Is believing in something, fighting for it, like
We should
truly
all be
fighting for it,
we
not just
should all
you know.
be better people. I'm definitely glad when my friends keep me in check. Absolutely.
And you know what? I don't like it when they tell me I'm wrong, but a lot of times they're right, or at least they're right about my attitude about it. And I have a shitty attitude right now, but I'm trying to I'm trying to make a point. You know what I'm saying? Like sometimes you have to drag people in and you have to piss them off and you have to slap them around a little bit to get their attention. And then once you have their attention, then you can actually have a conversation with them because it seems to me like when I've been coming here lately, it seems like there's a little bit of people that really do know what they're talking about, but the rest of them just seem to be reading a script and then just acting along like it's some kind of a joke or it's some kind of a comedy show where everybody is supposed to put in their little 2 cents in order to keep the show going or something. It's just creepy. It's like, I don't, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's not.
Make a list. Make a list, then. Who knows what they're talking about? Just pretend.
Oh, it's none of my business who does. I'm listening for truth. Like I'm not here necessarily to tell you you're wrong. I'm here to find out what you think's right and test it out. Like that's what I'm here. I'm here for the experience. But I want to know the truth. I don't care what your personal opinion is. I don't care what Jeremy's personal opinion is. I don't care what QE's personal opinion is. And I don't really care what Austin Witzett's personal opinion is. I don't care about any of that. All I care about what applies to me in my life directly. All that stuff that happens outside, those wars, those things, all those people that are fighting with each other and claiming they're killing each other, I could care less about that because it doesn't affect my life specifically. So I just don't put my mind towards it. I don't sit around and watch it on the screen and then tell myself, oh my God, I need to do something about it. What I think about is the stuff that I can control. And that's what I do and the things that I put out into the world. And yeah, I'm an aggressive person and I'm not perfect, but I demand respect and I demand truth. It's like, I don't want to know anything else. If all you got is just a bunch of your theories and crap and it's not going to help me any, then I don't really know why it applies to what we're talking about. But if it does, then that's why you bring it to the table, right? Because we all want to learn something and we can't all learn something if we're all telling each other, well, I'm right and you're wrong. And then, but it doesn't, you know what I mean? Like, this makes more sense as we organize all of our information and figure out what is evidence, what isn't evidence, what is all this stuff. Let's lay it all out and then let's tie it in bows. You know what I mean? Like, that's what we should have. We should have evidence that supports physical things, not bullshit, not theory, not supposition, none of this bullshit. But we come at it like a debate, but that's not how life really is. In real life, we don't. Do we debate with each other really? I mean, I don't know. We argue, right?
Hey, let me ask you. How much certainty do you think we have? Let's start off with the place where we live.
Be
How
careful
much
what you ask,
certainty
because I'll
do
give
you?
you an answer.
What?
Okay, go ahead. Ask the question.
I was gonna say, how much certainty do you have in the place where they tell you live, like on a globe with water in a vacuum? How much certainty do you have of that?
Which part of it are you asking about specifically?
Well, the whole thing, the model. Let's start off with the globe, surrounded by water and at most gas in a vacuum. How much of
No, I don't
that do
believe
you
that.
believe?
I don't believe any of that because I don't see it. I don't see a curve and I don't feel a spin. So that's honestly, that's how I feel about that. Now, if you can show me anything beyond that, that's fine, but I've never seen any of it.
Fair enough. Okay.
But when I go to the ocean, I know that no matter which direction I look, if I walk 5 miles directly in front of me and I look back at me, or if I walk 5 miles to my right and then look back at where I'm standing now or whatever, I can see that no matter which way I look, it's always a flat horizon. And I know that's zero, right? I know that works because the military uses it, like airplanes use it, all that. We already know that there is no argument there, right? So I don't have to argue about any specifics about science or any of that because I already know that celestial navigation works and it can pinpoint where you're at to quite a good degree that you could travel around on a completely flat surface like the ocean and still find your way based on where the stars are and the way they rotate and all that, right? But how that works, I have no idea. I'm 0% sure that I know exactly how big the Earth is or the exact shape of it or any of it. I know it's a plane. I understand that much because, we have a water level and we have, dirt that comes up and goes above that and below it. And I know that above our heads, from what I can tell, looks blue to me. So it's probably water above our heads. We're probably just an air bubble underwater. That's what I think. That's just the most likely, most logical thing that I can think of. But I don't really know. I can't prove any of it. I've seen the moon disappear literally in front of my eyes. So you can't tell me that the moon is anything solid. I don't believe that. What else do you want to know? I mean, from what I can tell, I live on a flat, non-rotating surface. I don't know what it is beyond that, or where it's at, or if it's moving, or I don't know. I don't feel it, but I guess it could be.
I think
If there was some kind of way,
the amount of times you said I don't know.
No, I
That's
don't.
good. That's good for me. Yeah.
I don't. I really don't. I think it's a plane that's non-moving, but I don't know where it's at. I don't know whether God's in control. I really don't know. I can't prove any of it until I see it with my own eyes, the whole thing at once. Then I can give you an answer to that. But I really don't think that'll ever happen.
Absolutely, bro. Yeah.
More than likely, by the time I'm in a position where I can see it from that point, I'll have moved on to the next level, and it won't matter anymore. I'll be like, well, what do I care about that? I'm moving on to the next level. I don't need to go back, right? Same thing with a good relationship. When you meet someone that you like and you want to hang out with, right? Like you meet a new friend or you meet your wife or whatever, and you want to be friends with that person, you enjoy their time, right? You keep going over and you spend time with that person, right? Because you're getting something out of that. There's an investment involved, right? You're putting in energy, they're putting in energy, and you're both getting benefits from it, right? That's what I'm here for. That's what I'm looking for. The truth. If you have that, then share it with me. But I mean, what I hear in here mostly is I hear a lot of people arguing about stuff that we can't even really prove anything with. It's like, well, maybe that's true or maybe that's not true. But what does that prove? It doesn't really prove nothing. It's just, okay, well, I say I'm right and you say you're right, but nobody really knows. So how are we going to, I mean, we should all just say, we don't know. What shape is the Earth? I don't know. How big is it? I don't know. I'd like to see
Going
all
back.
of it. I'd just like to see the whole thing. Why won't they let me see that? I don't know. Or maybe they will. Maybe I'm just not smart enough to get up high. I don't know. But I've been in airplanes. I've been like 40 something thousand feet up in different planes all through my life, and I've never seen a curve. So
No, that well,
and I've
it's
never
not
seen a
universal.
tornado. You know,
It's not unilateral though, but like most of the people in the room who do present the argument would say that the default position is that it's flat, and that the assertion that it's a spinning globe is that which has the
an
burden of.
assumption.
It's
It's
so
just an
they're not
assumption.
saying
Yeah,
like
I would
they're
agree.
not they're saying we take the default position. If you can in some wacky weird way, but so actually prove that it's a spinning globe in spite of all of these measurements, maybe it's 20,000 times bigger, right? The burden of proof would be on them. So it's not. It's people aren't. I mean, some people are. I suppose it does get caught in the weeds,
And
but
like, I hear people saying like there's an ice wall and there's this and there's that and there's a hole in the middle of the North Pole and all this. I don't know any of that either. I mean, it sounds like a fascinating, interesting
people don't.
idea, but
I mean, but you were complaining
maybe I don't know.
specifically about,
I've never seen it.
but you were complaining specifically about the people here. I mean, like all the people here. Like I don't think anyone proclaims any of those things. Like
Well,
the
I'm talking
name.
about mostly the Globers and the anti-flat earthers. I'm not necessarily talking about flat earthers.
Okay.
You know what I mean? But I do hear a lot of flat earthers that say things that all the time that I know is not true. But they seem to think that it means something, and I guess I can't really change that,
And
right? But I'm not gonna go and talk about. I'm not gonna go and tell all my friends all about this and be introducing my friends to this person if that person is still confused about some specific thing, and that makes me look bad, right? Like, I'm sorry, but that's just how it is. You know what I'm saying? You get where I'm coming from? It's like I'm not attacking anybody in particular. I'm just saying if you can't be honest with yourself and you're saying that this one thing that you're saying means something and everybody else is arguing that we don't think so. I mean, like, what's the point of that? I don't understand the point of it. Especially when they won't listen to you and they won't reason with you on a logical interface. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I do agree with you that fundamentally, I don't think there is any debate to be had at all. There's
right,
just
yeah.
no proof. There's no proof that there's a globe, that it's a globe, or any of these
Right.
things that they're talking about. So just like,
But I also don't have a photograph of the Earth from space or from wherever where you could see whether or not it's completely flat either. So I really don't know.
yeah, I mean
That's the
that's
honest truth about it.
yeah. The default position that we measure and observe is that it's flat and not moving. It could be in some weird, wacky way moving and curved or some other
Yeah,
sort of shape.
maybe we're on a pie plate and God's delivering us somewhere. I don't know. Maybe it is possible, I guess, but I don't
I
feel
agree.
like it just it just doesn't make
I agree. So
logical
there's no
sense
debate. It's just that there's
to go
no.
there. Yeah.
But the problem is there's an entire fucking hegemony that's proclaiming that it's a globe and that you're crazy if you believe otherwise. Or
Right.
stay.
Yeah. It's basically
That's the
just
problem.
basically written the story of it like as if it did, and then we've all just acquired it. Right. We've just picked it up and started arguing about it, which
Yeah.
is really dumb when you really think about it. It proves that we're all really dumb because, I mean, you know what I mean. I'm not saying that if you're enlightened to the knowledge of it doesn't make you dumb. What I mean is that if you don't move from that point and you don't move on, if all you do is squander that point and you just sit around and talk about, okay, the Earth's flat, the Earth's flat, the Earth's flat. I don't see how that's helping you or benefiting you in your life, right?
No,
Because
I think you
know what I'm saying?
confuse the word squander and squalor.
Oh.
Yeah. I mean, help me, because if this community didn't exist, when I finally started like being open to even looking into it, there wouldn't have been the wealth of information that I've had to like explore all these different aspects of it.
I agree. But I mean, but to most people that I deal with, they're just business people. They just do their thing. They go to work. They don't. I honestly don't have a problem with them just doing their own thing and doing that, right? I don't have a problem with that because they're friends of mine, right? But their stubbornness in this particular argument, when I try to bring something to the table, is just, it blows me away that I can't even share that with people that I love in my own family. So there is this weird thing that no one can explain of what's going on here, where we have these people that have their minds are completely so solid, decided on this argument that not only will they not look at the evidence or even have a conversation about it, but they don't even take it seriously, and they think that literally people like me who bring the subject up and try to force it are somehow stupid or ignorant because we're wasting our time because we're trying to force the world to believe the same thing we do. No, I'm just trying to make sure that you're not nuts, because I need to decide, am I the crazy one or are you the crazy one?
No, I mean,
We need to figure this out, right? And we need to
You
separate the
realize
two.
you're asking people to be hated by society and no longer fit in because you
Do
have
you
an
realize
idea.
that society
Because you
already
have an
hates you
idea that
and you
you
already
can't
don't fit
prove.
in? So if you really think you do, I think you're fooling yourself. But that's just my
All right,
opinion.
but you spoke over me. I don't know what to tell you. But that's probably why your family members don't want to listen about flat Earth.
That must be it.
No, but seriously, like, listen to what you're saying. You're like, these people, they don't want to listen. And it's like, yeah, you're asking them to literally step away from society and be fucking hated and called retarded.
What?
Why would
Because I asked
anyone
a
just be
question
like,
and ask you,
oh,
because I ask you to look at something and tell me whether or not it looks crazy to you or
yes.
not?
Please let him finish. Please let him finish. You're jumping in the middle of his conversation.
Sorry, was that me or him?
I think you were being interrupted.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Oh, no, it's no good. I'm just saying, dude, like, you got to be delicate. Like, you're asking people to step outside of their comfort zones and even question something that is socially damaging. I don't know. People care what
Who's
other
gonna
people
know?
think.
But who's gonna know about it? If I sent you a video or something and you watched the video and then you called me back and said, "Hey, that's an interesting video that you sent me." What does that mean? Like, I don't understand what you mean.
I mean,
It's probably because you don't give a shit about what society thinks about you, which is an amazing and beautiful thing. But other people can't even consider thinking about something that will make them even slightly ostracized from society. People
Maybe
care
I
that
don't.
much.
That's true, man.
I guess
It's
I've
so
always
powerful.
been disliked and I've always been the outcast, so it's just always been convenient for me. Everybody has always complained about it. Oh, you talk too much. Oh, you cut everybody off. Oh, you do this, you do that. That's what everybody's always told me.
But that's not the I mean, I agree that's a massive reason, by the way, that there's social ostracization. But it's like that's just like one of the mechanisms that stops people from questioning it. Because there are people who don't care about what society thinks about them, like transsexuals and stuff, and they won't.
Oh,
They
I
won't
don't know.
care.
I mean,
are you sure?
They care
I
the
don't
most
know.
about what society thinks about them. That's why they're literally like mutilating themselves for attention.
Well, some of them, yeah, but
Yeah.
there is a massive contingent of them who have. I mean, to be fair, like no matter, I understand that it's still sanctioned and it's like it's popularized and glamorized today's culture, but still, boots on the ground reality, they are making themselves outcasts by their behavior and their choices. But those kind of people too are like staunch defenders of this world. So it's like there are so many different psychological things going on which are precluding people from looking at this. But foundationally, it comes down to, I call it like the honesty toggle. Are you going to toggle it on and off given the subject matter? And then number two would be the actual epistemological tools to discern the truth, which also is lacking in 99.99% of people, including flat earthers, including myself, at different points.
Sorry, I got a phone call.
You're good. I'm not going to say who it was or whether or not they're in the room right now, but I do want to make a public service announcement. I heard somebody use the saying, so-and-so is too big for their bridges. And I didn't want to call them out right then and there to embarrass them, but I will say it is too big for their britches. And britches is an old world word for pants. So I hope that you don't say that in public.
I like that actual term. I think it's funny.
I do too. I think it's super cool and kind of cute, especially when your friends do it. You're like, oh, you're like almost 40 and you don't know English. But that's like a huge anxiety thing for me. So if you ever hear me say something that's not accurate, please correct me. right there, or DM me immediately.
Yeah, I would.
Are you too big for
I
your
would go that
bridges?
same way.
I might be too big for my bridges, dude.
Okay.
But what happens if I go over a bridge and the bridge collapses? Wouldn't that mean that I'm too big for the bridge?
Well, you just burn it afterwards. It makes it easier.
At that point, it's just water under the bus, dude.
Or bridge, unless the bridge gets carried away in the water. Yeah, I know. There's right.
And just to confirm, that's breeches. Breeches.
Yeah.
Is that correct, Platypus?
Yeah. Cheeky breekies.
Yeah, kind of like the fire department comes over and they breach. Yeah. Breaches. I think it's funny. Quite funny. I need my big boy boots on so I can go ride my toys.
Everyone's all fucking like afraid to talk because I'm gonna correct you. Come on, guys, what's going on? It's just one. This happened like a week ago.
What's the problem? I don't know. I just didn't have anything else to
It's
say
just
at
that
the
kind
moment.
of.
My mind
It's
kind
that
of
kind
went
of thing
somewhere
where
else.
it's like you don't want to take people for granted.
No, dude. Take them for
Well, you
idiots,
think?
dude.
Oh, you thought
Way,
we were
way
afraid of
stronger.
you attacking us? No.
No. I'm not dabbing. I'm not a zoomer, dude. I don't even know what dabbing is.
I mean, I like an attention and all, but gee.
So wait a minute. You mean to tell me that somebody could say that too big for the breeches, and the comeback could be, "Are you calling me fat?"
You could say that. I think.
Why would you
But
though?
I don't know if you would make the mistake of saying
I
that to a
didn't.
female, but you might be playing with taking
No,
your
I
own
would say
language
that
and
that would
saying
be.
something like that.
You're cutting out a little.
You got to be careful when talking to women.
I would say that you would be instigating someone's ego. You'd be saying, "Well, your ego's too big. That's what too big for your britches would be." It's britches, not breeches. Britches. You just say britches. Like your pants, your
Yeah, it's
jeans.
britches.
Yeah,
But it's also it's both.
Well,
Actually.
you could say it either way, I guess, if you want to. I'm not going to
Yeah,
complain. I'm just
but
saying the way I heard it was britches.
yeah, as country folks, it's never the other.
And the reason why
Sorry.
we use it that way, why we
Britches.
say it that way, is so you can discriminate between the two words because there's two different words, right? So that way it makes it easy for you to know which one I mean. But I guess it could sound like I'm just talking out my butt. Anything's possible, right?
All right, I went to the Googles to look it up, and I typed
Old
in
English.
too big
I know.
for.
I really wish you wouldn't do that. I'm kidding.
I could just get a second, please, guys. I typed in too big for my space and then allowed Google to fill in the rest. And what it did come back with was britches, BRITCHES. Now, the definition of such is conceited, self-important. Conceited, self-important, as in ever since he won that tournament, he's gotten too big for his britches, or there's no talking to Jill anymore. She's just too big for her boots. This metaphoric idiom alludes to becoming so swollen with conceit that one's pants or boots no longer fit. i.e., call him fat. Okay, I'm done. Thanks, guys.
Good one. Like it. That was actually a good description, good definition. Well read and well rounded. So
What was it that somebody said?
I think somebody was
I
implying
can't.
that I was too good for my britches or something. I don't know.
No way, no way. I can't give you any details on who it was because I don't want that individual to be like targeted. I'll just tell you right now, if I hear you say something that's not correct, I go into your notes and I write it down. And if I get a one-on-one with you, I'll let you know. I hear a lot of people in this VC saying etc. It is not etc. It's etc. I hear a lot of people saying espresso. It is not espresso. It is espresso. ESS.
Hey, how dare you?
How dare me? Exactly.
How dare you correct the people? Yeah. I know, but wouldn't you like it if we did have a final answer on what was the right way to say everything? Wouldn't that make more sense than us arguing about whether or not we should be arguing about it or not? See what I'm saying? So, but I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's logical. I don't know.
How many of you spell cat with a C?
I spell it with both, depending on what kind of cat I'm talking about.
So if you spell cat with a C, you have no business talking in this conversation right now.
Okay, I'm out of here. See.
Yeah, well, if you spell ketchup with a C, you don't have any business talking in here either.
Ketchup, remember? It's
That's
ketchup.
right. Damn it.
Don't be
So
vague.
the spelling of the English language has to be the most stupidest thing ever devised by a human being.
And
right?
don't be cliche. Don't be cliche.
SE, was that SCHUPID or STUPID? I couldn't tell the way that you were enunciating said word.
I thought it was EED. Not.
I hear you.
STOOPPED.
Oh, damn it. We're done.
Stupid. What are you doing in my backyard, crackhead? My neighbor just showed up. He just comes around the backyard and just walks in out. Fun. All right, guys. I'm going to go ride my motorcycle. I'm going to go have some fun. See you guys in a little bit.
So if you convince a people that they can spell cat with a C and Xerox with an X, well, you got him, bro.
Yeah.
You got him.
Xerox.
Yeah.
Okay, so explain to me, why do we park on a driveway and drive on a parkway?
Yeah.
And why are we reckless when we should be recful? I mean, none of this makes sense. I agree with Gallagher. I think he's right. I think the world's just backwards and we're all screwed up in the head. But I could be wrong.
There's a group of people that have convinced us, rightly or wrongly, that there's a right way and a wrong way to do things, right things, think about things. That's the problem.
No.
Yeah.
How dare them?
Yeah. So when do we snap out of the illusion?
Probably when people start shooting, that would probably be the first point.
When I found out that the official narrative for 9/11 was not what happened, that's when I snapped out of it.
Yeah, I hear you.
But there's like multiple like I was still voting after that, like there's like multiple stages of waking up.
Yeah, I agree. Not that I don't think you should vote, but I haven't been doing it.
Yeah, I think there's only one
Not
argument I've ever heard for voting that actually made sense. Where it's like, if you want to argue politics, it helps if you actually voted.
Yeah,
Like,
that way you can say, well, at least I voted. Yeah,
Yeah.
You can throw that in the face, right?
But even then, I would just be like, that's still gay.
Yeah, it's kind of like watching a zombie movie. We all have to already assume that the zombie movie thing idea works. Otherwise, we're just wasting our time, right?
So who is it gonna take? Which bigwig, which shadow giant is it gonna take for the people to agree that cosmology is broken? Who's gonna have to say it?
Warren Buffett.
Elon Musk, probably.
God.
Or like a Harry Potter character, maybe. Maybe somebody like the guy that played Harry Potter. They'd probably listen to
How
him.
about Bugs Bunny, man? How about just Bugs
Ron
Bunny?
Weasley.
Yeah,
Oh
there you
yeah,
go.
if
Ron
Hermione told the
Hermione.
world that it was flat, I think a lot of people might listen.
It's over.
I need to get my bike out of there, bro.
So you mean a Michio Kaku won't do it, or
He don't got tits.
right? How about a
Or
Sabine? Would a
Someone
Sabine
see
do it?
titties?
what's a Sabine?
Sabine Hassenpfeffer?
I don't know who that is.
Come on, bro.
You tell me you didn't
Papa?
just make that up. Sabine
I
Hassan
didn't.
Heifer.
Incorporated.
Well, I did
Don't you watch
embellish
Bugs
on her
Bunny, bro?
last name. I believe her name is Sabine Hassenfeather or Hassenfeather, something like that. She's a physicist, bro. You don't know her? Come on.
No, I'm looking her up right now.
You're
Sabine.
funny, bro.
That's going in your notes, by the way.
Let's
Go
get physicists.
put it in there.
I
Hassan
can't wait to blow it out.
Pfeffer. I'm definitely spelling this bad.
Pfeiffer.
I don't know how this is spelled.
He did not
Who
find.
knows how to spell her last name?
I'm still working on the first name. Sabim.
N.
Oh, Sabine.
Nancy, yeah.
Oh, Sabine Nassif. I got her. Oh wait, no, that's an old guy. No, this is. Whoa, dude! You guys, today is his birthday. Today is Sabine Nassif's birthday. What the fuck?
Sick.
But it's not a girl. I'm so confused.
Yeah, you lost.
You know who else's birthday it is today? Eminem.
Oh, I was gonna say Kelsey Grammer.
No, it's Eminem's birthday.
That's awesome.
I only know that because I happen to share the same birthday as Eminem, but it's no big deal.
Happy birthday.
Thank you very much.
You better
feel
lose
older yet?
yourself.
But does that fact make you gay or does that make you cool? I don't know.
I don't know, dude. I lost track. When you said that, you just like reminded me of that movie where Will Ferrell's trying to figure out if he's living in a comedy or a tragedy. So he's like marking it down. But I was just picturing if he had a instead of comedy or tragedy, does that make me cool or does that make me gay?
Yeah.
Like,
I mean,
checking
you know
it
what I meant
off.
by gay, right? Like, just forget it anyway. You know what I meant.
Yeah.
All right. Good. Because believe it or not, where I come from, we used to call people gay. It wasn't because they were homosexual. We called them gay because they were just silly. They were goofy or they were weird or different. That's what we called you. We called you gay. Why are you being gay, dude? Like, you're just being weird. That's what gay means. So if you hear me say that, don't get offended by it. Because I don't care if you do.
But isn't that transphobic?
Only
No one's
if
afraid
you
of
take that
trances.
personally.
I'm
Only if
afraid
you
of
take
trans.
my language as some kind of personal attack, I guess.
Dude,
You could do that, but
Trans Am.
that would be wrong.
Think about it. You're walking down a dark
Right.
alley by yourself,
But-
and then at the end of the alley, there's like 4 people wearing like furry masks. They start howling and chasing you, and they're like
Yeah.
erect. You know, that's terrifying. That's
Yeah, they're
way
ready.
I'd be
scarier.
high-fiving them.
They're
Why,
about to
why would I
tear you
run?
up.
Why would I run, though? I just high-five them, you know? I'd be like,
Oh,
dude,
man.
give me a bat, too. I want a bat.
You get pushed in the back of an abandoned car.
I'm not afraid of nobody, bro. I'm standing right here on my corner. Anybody wants something, they can come right on here and get it.
Oh God,
You know what I mean?
God, don't you?
God? What do I think about God?
Yeah, you should fear.
What don't I think about? God, what about him?
Do you fear God?
Oh yeah, of course. He's the one I have to
Okay.
answer to. He's the only one I fear. Actually. I mean, I might fear you if you come over here and point a gun at me, or you threaten me with something, or you make me feel uncomfortable. But that'd only be temporary. You know what I mean?
Amen.
House and Pfeffer.
Austin Pfeffer is rabbit stew, dude. Look it up.
What do you guys have for breakfast?
Yeah.
What do you mean, you guys? You mean like flat earthers or
milk?
Yeah, the
Methylene
flat
blue.
earthers.
What does a flat earther have for breakfast? I don't know. Pancakes? I don't know.
Flapjacks.
Well, maybe I should
I
make
was
some
just eating it. I
scrambled
just ate
eggs.
a handful of pistachio nuts. I don't know. What do you eat for breakfast, bro?
Well, I was looking for inspiration.
Oh, I see.
Maybe I
Well, I
should
didn't
have
know that.
eggs.
Raw
I never
milk,
thought about.
dude.
Drink
I
raw
never thought
milk.
about inspiring you with food.
Long
Got me
some
there.
eggs.
Flat
Drink
Earth,
some raw eggs.
flat
There
Earth
you
Quail
go.
cuisine.
eggs. Yeah.
Yeah, well, eggs. There you go. Okay. Interesting.
Raw breakfast. Throw your frying pans out.
From away, huh? All you need is a mirror, right? I can cook anything. All I need is a satellite dish and some shiny tape. Sure you do.
Apparently, you
Have fun with
cannot
that.
make eggs in an air fryer.
Really?
Hard-boiled eggs in an air fryer doesn't work.
Hard boiled? Well, no, because you need water to boil it, right?
I'm just letting you know.
That would be like
Makes a
grease
lot of sense, I
boiled
guess.
eggs.
You could
Sasha
air
might
fry
have
them though,
thought.
couldn't you?
Did you try air fryer?
You can try boiling in an air fryer if you want, but I don't know.
That's so funny if you did.
I got it on for 3 hours, man. It ain't working.
It's not working.
For 3 hours, huh? Damn.
The eggs are still under.
Your bill must be horrible, man. Sucks being you, man.
And that Indian guy was on here before, and he said transsexuals, and then I tried to AI that, like,
Like
what
an
a
Indian guy. What do you mean?
trance,
You sounded
hexual, like
Indian,
a
or
hexual. I don't know. I think he sounded Indian slightly, or he is for real. Yeah, transsexual. That doesn't work. I just got aliens. I have to work on a different meme, fellas. Meme, it's over. That one's dead end. Hexuals. You know, like hexes is a funny thing. I don't know. Yeah, it's a play on words.
yeah, it is kind of odd that sext means sex and all that.
Yeah, what is that? Like a group of people, like, is a sect? You know what I mean? And then there's sex of them, but then that's just varieties, and to have varieties, they have to have sex.
No, they just have a sick sense of a sex.
It's a sexual problem. Ugh. Yeesh. Space sex, right? Maybe we're thinking of the wrong thing. Yeah. They're talking about religious sex. Haha, you thought it was a gutter joke that Elon Musk was making. No, it was a high-end religious pun, is what he was doing. Bam.
Well, the devil is in the detail.
Is that right? Is that legit? Is that out of the Bible? Say that somewhere? I don't think so.
I said it, damn
Yeah,
it.
that sounds like propaganda to me.
Yeah. Just try to get you away from details or whatever, you know? So you're like, yeah, the devil hangs out there. Don't ask questions. That's what it
Wow,
seems like.
this conversation just got weird.
Did it? Did it get weird or did it just
So
get
you
real?
believe in the devil? Is that correct, sir?
What are you guys talking about?
You think he lives in little factoids, hiding out there. The devil's in the details. You think that. You said it.
Well, that's what your philosophy class will tell you. If you believe that.
What?
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you right now. Socrates' philosophies and hypotheses can't define how I'll be dropping these.
What?
That's facts.
It's just saying words, man.
Well, what's happening then? Did Jeremy just kill the conversation or what?
I was waiting for young Jeremy to drop some more bars on us. You got any raps? Do you do some rapping with your
raps?
poetry? Are you working on poetry slam raps? Is that what you're doing?
No, I'll leave that to Harry Mack. He's the one off the top of the dome.
I thought of a good stage name for poetry, and to beat poetry under Jack's Carrot Wax. Jack's Carrot Wax. Anybody? No.
Yeah, that's pretty good. It's pretty good.
Yeah. I don't know.
My little excursion into poetry is taking a back seat to the new Zelda game, as I said.
Oh, okay. All right. First things first.
What is it called? Tales of Two Kingdoms. I don't know what it's called, but I'm playing it. So.
Breath Mints of the Wild.
I'm sure I'll probably go back into it. I don't know. I kind of like the idea of, like, I know one poem off the top of my head. It's a William W.B. Yeats poem. I know one off the top of my head. Does anybody know a poem off the top of their head? That's the thing. It's a weird thing, isn't it? Because it's weird to think that at one time this like people were like it was a big thing, like the latest fucking, I don't know, Louis C.K. stand-up special, or the latest fucking Eminem album, or whatever it is. It's a weird thing to think this group of words, and people are like, oh, it's the newest fucking thing. There's too many things for a snake, so that's where it is. Too many things.
Yeah, you really summed it up. Too many things.
Sorry, I'm doing something.
I don't know what to say to that.
I wonder what they them thought of that.
Thought of what?
What? Go on then.
What I thought of what? I don't know what you're talking about.
Do you identify as a they?
Yes, I go by they them pronouns.
All right.
Oh boy.
Well, I'm not a boy. I'm a they them.
You're like a gang of yourself. That's pretty sweet.
All right, don't be transphobic.
You.
How?
Not to be transphobic, but how could one person be they?
Yeah.
Well, because I'm gender fluid, so I'm a boy and a girl.
But
no,
that's
you're
also
not.
like two people almost, you know?
It's really the Swiss Army knife of the sexual arena.
Well, they have pills for people with multiple personalities, man. If you have two people inside your brain.
Well, I
Some
don't
people want to have
trust.
two
I don't
people inside
trust
you.
big pharma. I don't want to take a pill. I want to express myself.
It's your choice if you want two people inside you. What I think, this comes down to what is is it going to be medicated, regulated? You know what I mean? Like what Elbow said.
Well, my hormones are regulated.
But do you have like two personas within yourself, like that just like can be either or
Wait,
you
how do you
just
make a
mostly,
hormone?
like, oh, I don't know.
Oh, well, you got to stick a rod inside of her.
Guys, let's not take this to triple X rated. All right.
Really, Jeremy? Ah, I'm gonna wash my brain out with soap right now.
A serious question because it really perplexes, right? Like, how could you be both? How can you think you're both? Like, I don't get it. I get man, woman, but how can you be both? It's a serious question. It's not a.
Aphrodite.
Not a.
I don't know. There's
Well,
only one that I know, and that's
you
from
know that
Aphrodite.
there are
Maybe we
some
just can't go
people
to
who
one or
are
the other.
born with 6 chromosomes. They're XXYYY. So that's kind of like being transgender.
No, but how do you know when you feel like a man or you feel like a woman? Do you have phases or?
I mean, it kind of
time of
changes.
day or?
Yeah, it kind of
Well,
changes day to day. Like sometimes I'll be on my period.
Oh boy!
So
So it's a daily. It's like you wake up one day and you feel like a man, or you wake up the next day, or could it happen within the same day? Like, how does it work?
You breathe out your bum or what?
Usually it's when I wake up is when I know, and then for that day I'll be either a boy or a girl.
How do you check your oil or something? How do you figure this out?
Well, today I was chosen to be a boy.
So you don't choose yourself. You wake up and you feel a certain way, right? Is that it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Because to me, it's like really.
So
I don't
basically,
get
every
it.
morning you just get up and flip a coin.
No, he doesn't flip.
More.
He knows when he's up.
Yeah, it's more of a feeling. It's not random.
But that's just like your hormone cycling. So one day, so much testosterone, you're like, yes, I'm ready to go lift some heavy things. You know what I mean? Another day, it's like you got a high amount of progesterone or something like that, or pre-estrogens, and then you're just like, maybe I'll just look at myself in the mirror.
Hey,
Something
stop
like
contributing
that.
to
the. But it has to do with hormones, right?
Yeah, that's what I want to ask. Do you have to take like hormones, or is this a natural thing, or if it's not too personal?
Yes. Sometimes I take estrogen.
Okay.
Okay, so in the case where you do that, then aren't you then going to have a different one of the thems?
Well, I just want to say real quick, there is help for this. I had a friend on the server named Jeremy once, and he was going through this, and now she's all better. So I just want you.
My hero.
That's a good story.
I heard Coach
Talking about Kosho.
Nice, low.
He's talking about Kosho.
I thought it was both, but I don't know. I just heard.
If Jeremy's fair, Kosho's going into feet to the fire, roll.
Well, at least we have some insight now with transgenderism, right? We have some knowledge.
Amen. That's all we can do is try to gain knowledge. I pray
Let me
for
ask
this.
you, what do you feel about teaching children sexuality at a young age? like 5, 6, 7 years old?
Well, I think we should wait for them to have puberty.
At least, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, agreed on that too. Okay.
Then we're just going to take advantage of
And
them. They don't know what's going on.
do you think the parents should have say, or do you think the teachers should have say? Like if a teacher finds out that a child has certain feelings, should the teacher tell the parents or accommodate the student, the young student, age 7, 8, whatever?
Well, I guess it depends on if the parents are accepting.
How would the teacher know?
Well, I guess they could talk to the student. I guess they should just
So
talk to.
the parent, if they talk to the student and the student says, I don't think my mother or father would accept it, you think the teacher should still keep it away from the parent even though the child is young, 7, 8 years old?
Well, I mean, if they were born transgender, I guess that's just how they were born. So, I mean, you can't really change it at that point.
But that's not my question. Should the teacher tell the parents, or should she keep it secret and possibly encourage the child?
I think they should probably go with their instinct, but most likely they should encourage the child.
There we disagree, my friend. There we disagree because a child that's 7, 8 years old doesn't really know much. I mean, he or she could have been influenced by the woke movement, right? Heard some things and just, I don't know, like the way they play, they think they're Spider-Man or Tinkerbell. You know, maybe it's just one of those things. Don't you think the parents should know it? Like, really, you don't think the parents should know?
So, wait, what was the question? I didn't hear that last part.
I said, do you really think that the parents should not know what their child is going through? Because at that age, the child it could be a phase, like they think they're Superman or Tinkerbell. What if it's a phase like that, and then you do it secretly? You put them on hormones or whatever. You don't tell the parents. Don't you think that's wrong?
Oh, yeah, I think that's kind of wrong. The parents should know if they're on physical therapy. If they're receiving substances for their transition, the parents should know.
But they shouldn't know if they just feel that way. The parents shouldn't know then. If the teacher thinks that the parents will not accept the child.
Well, you got to realize that sometimes people are judgmental.
Yeah, but do you actually think that somebody would care more for that child than the parent?
Well, maybe the teacher is transgender also. Maybe they can understand it.
Understand what? That a child at 7 years old thinks he's transgender? Do you think that a child at that age can think that?
Well, that's when I first began my transition.
Did you have a transgender teacher?
At 7 years old,
Yes.
really?
Yes, actually, I did have a transgender teacher also, yeah.
Oh, they were to help you. They were able to help you find your true self. Wow. See,
Exactly. That's how I think about it, yeah.
So you're saying you got groomed?
Were your parents told?
What do you mean groomed? They recognized, they spotted him. They're like, oh, I see.
Yeah, they groomed them to become a trans.
Oh, that's
Okay,
strong.
they them.
Were your parents told about this?
They didn't find out until I was in high school.
Wow.
I say it again. Groomed.
And were you? Were you given drugs by your teacher? If you don't mind me asking, if it's not personal or no?
No. But they taught me about transgenderism.
Groomed.
Did you feel special for a teacher giving you some special one-on-one time? You know, sometimes people become attached to teachers because they teach them a way to add two numbers together, and they're like, "Oh yeah, Mr. Walsh fucking told me how to do this." Now, you know, I feel like more connected to the class or to the teacher. You know what I mean? Isn't that inherently
Yeah. I felt
gonna
like
happen
I had
in this case?
I felt like I had a connection with the teacher actually. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it can strengthen your connections and your bond.
But isn't it also like where possibly you're a vulnerable person being young, and then maybe you ought not be in that position to start with, or something? Somebody might say.
What position are you referring to, sir?
Being like a one-on-one with an adult that's a transition to tell you that you might be that thing that they are
Yeah.
also.
Yeah, they were looking out for me. Yeah.
Well, like, I mean, in the same way that, like, if you had other people, I don't want to make a cruel comparison here. I'm just gonna flip out for a bit. All right.
All right. Well, let me know if you have any more questions.
Okay, so the cool comparison would be like if you had like a psycho murderers that come out of jail or whatever, and they're like, "Hey, I know how to spot. I can see it in a young person. I can see that psycho murderer potential in someone." Like, it's to let them know
And
that
then you grew.
murderers like me.
Okay, guys,
But
don't use the word groom. That's a little transphobic. If you turn someone trans, that's not grooming them.
Okay.
You definitely be groomed, bro.
So like, yeah, just to pull the psycho murderers like out of the regular population, and we could like bring them in as like guidance counselors to regular schools, right? But if they're wrong and they take a Timmy out of there and it's like, "Hey, Timmy, I can see you've got violent tendencies. You enjoy murdering things. You like seeing blood, don't you?" And you know what I mean? Like in that case, it's like maybe that ought not happen to fucking start with, you know, because we can actually make this kind of happen if we sort of pepper enough care and you know, formation of identity by having like something different about you. Sometimes as a crutch to actually truly developing one's own true sense
We
of
can
self.
make what happen? What are you referring to?
Well, it's just like you know, if a kid's got like bad allergies or something like that, and then everybody says, "Oh, you're the sick kid" or something like that. You know, it becomes your identity, or it can be. Because it makes you unique from other people. And I don't know a lot about that age. Really is about understanding. Yeah. See, what age are you talking about here?
So, would
This is
you
like
ever
pretty young.
consider
Like
becoming transgender? Is my
like
question.
you're. What grade was that you're saying this began for you?
Well, I knew I was transgender in 7th grade, and then I began hormones in sophomore of high school.
Sorry, I chose the wrong time to take a bong rip. Oh.
Oh, maybe I should take a marijuana rip also. Sometimes I medicate myself. Guys, it's a cruel world out there. We just have to love each other. That's really all that matters.
I don't know where we're at exactly here, but can we leave and just go somewhere else real quick? There's something everybody can participate in. It's like too much, too personal. Yeah, maybe.
Yes, sir.
Alrighty. Coming at you. What do we got? Some NASA shit? Is that happening? People lying about science? What's going on, guys? Is there war? Something happened? Somebody get shot? Oh, that's a coffee stand. You don't mind if I just hit the eject button on this whole thing, do you?
No.
Like, I can tell the plane's going down. Eventually, people are just going to start dropping out because they've got no fucking interest in it.
Oh, yeah. Thanks for listening.
Appreciate it.
I'll say one last thing on it. Snacks is like, oh my god.
Stop the ducking!
If you try and trick nature, it's not going to end well for you. Whether that be birth control pills or fucking steroids, or it's just not going to end well for you. Whatever your circumstance, don't trick nature.
Well, thank you, Andy. I always appreciate your advice.
Yeah, birth
I want to
control.
ask one last question to our transgender friend, if I may.
Transfriender, go ahead.
Transfriender, I like that. Yeah. I'd like to know your opinion on men being able to participate in women's sports.
Oh, wow. That's a very hard one.
That's why I ask the hard questions.
Well, I don't think it should be allowed, actually.
Keep the question.
Because men and women have a physical difference. So it's kind of unfair for the women.
Nice, I like that. Yep.
So then how can you be both sexes at the same time?
Well, there's a difference between sex and gender. Your gender is how you feel, but your sex is what you are.
So yeah, I'm agreeing with you that men should not be able to compete in women's sport. Yeah, very good. Yeah, that's. I mean, that's obvious, right?
Perhaps maybe they could compete in like chess or like mental sports, but maybe not physical.
Yeah. I don't mind that, of course.
But they could compete with each other.
They can compete against men.
Yeah, honestly, they should just make a transgender league for only transgender.
Yeah, transgender league, exactly.
But
I'm with you.
isn't there a place that did that recently, and no transgender person signed up because they feel they have a right to be in the women's category? Like I heard
It
something
becomes
recently
almost.
like that.
Is it exploitive when you start on that level? Then you know what I mean? Because with enough money, you can make anything exploitive. Because then you have people like growing up and be like, I want to be in transgender wrestling league too. You know what I mean? Like, maybe we're sending the wrong message to people.
Yeah, but I don't think there's any issue if somebody wants to be in that league through their own will. Then I don't see what the issue is. The only category we should truthfully restrict is women's category. But to me, everything else should be open. Well, which it is, but
Yeah, like American Gladiators, but everybody's trans.
Females make better fighter pilots than men.
Why is that?
Because they're able to handle. I think it's the G's. They're able to handle more G's, or the way their physique is. I forget the reason, but physically, there's some. They have an advantage. I forget what it is.
now you got me curious, Essie.
Yeah, I shouldn't have said it before I knew.
That'd be crazy. That can't be true.
Men got the quick twitch. What is that off? Show us of a movie. We got the quick twitch. But in all seriousness, though, if somebody's coming into like a fireman, yeah, I'd want a man to be smashing that door down and carrying me out.
It's not so much about smashing the door out down. It's actually about carrying your lifeless body out of the fucking building.
Well, that as well. Both the things.
I did.
Yeah, you don't want a 90-pound female carrying your body out in a fire, right? I mean, it's just not gonna happen, right?
Well, and like I think we underestimate how heavy dead weight actually is. Like dead weight is heavy as hell.
Especially when he's carrying God knows how much weight anyway. So yeah, I mean, some things are just obvious like that, aren't they? I think. But yeah, women are more nurturing anyway, aren't they? So they should be like school teachers and do them kinds of jobs. I think educators. I don't know. I don't like this. Women can be anything. I don't like seeing female cops. To be honest, I don't think that works.
You don't like sophisticated lady cops? What's wrong with you?
Yeah,
Like sure.
It doesn't really work, does it?
Real quick?
Well, you know the saying, all cops are bastards.
Yeah. Go on then. Yeah.
Yeah. Let me interrupt real quick. It only takes a minute. Yo, SE, are you there? Can you hear me, SE?
Ship to shore. SE, there.
SE, are you there, sir?
Yes, I am, sir. Is it sir today or ma'am?
Well, actually, the other guy wants to talk to you.
Hey, yo, can you hear me?
Oh, yeah, that's happening. Yep.
I'm game. What's up?
Yeah, man. Hello, man. You earlier you posted that image from some document or something like that where this figures have the globe in shackles and with the Hebrew name of God. You posted an image. And I would like to ask you if you know where the original document is from or how it is called, because I would like to research that one further. You posted that image. You know what I'm talking about?
I posted a lot. Which in particular one do you mean?
Let me go through your history real quick. It was a black and white drawing.
Black and white drawing.
Yeah, and in the top corner there was Hebrew letters and the sun. It was a black and white drawing, like a few hundred years old as it looked. You remember?
Honestly, I can't picture which one you mean.
Okay. Just give me a few minutes and I will tag you in chat, okay? Just please be...
Yeah, sure.
Just pay attention, okay? I will tag you. Thanks.
But, yeah. I think I kind of identify as like a cartoon dog that's too smart for his own usefulness. But I'm not about to start taking cartoon dog pills.
I found it.
In other words, Goofy?
Go ahead.
Oh, this one? Yeah, I don't know where this is an old one. Yeah, I really don't remember where I got this one, bro.
Yeah, I will just reverse image search it. It's fine. I think I will find it that way.
Yeah, let me know what you find, because that's pretty interesting. Yeah, it's like, what is it, like the devil in control there, or? Yeah.
You know what gematria is?
Yeah.
Yeah, I find this in the context of gematria very, very interesting, this particular ones, and especially the ones where the Hebrew name of God is inscribed inside the sun, because the Hebrew word of for the sun has a numerical value in the gematria of 640, and the word for Yahweh has a numerical value of 26, and we all can add 640 and 26 together to obtain 666, which just bears an interesting esoteric value, And from the symbology behind that, it's at least worth a consideration, because it's often depicted with the like all-penetrating light of God, whose name is inscribed inside the sun, which corresponds to the numerical value of sun and God, which equals 666 in the Hebrew Gematria system. That's why I found this particular picture very interesting.
Interesting. Yeah. This depictions of demons and people flying and all this is in all cultures. In all cultures, they depict God or what they think is the creator always coming from the sky, right? I think there's who is it? Is it the Apache? No, it's some Indian that tribe that think they came from underground. But the majority of the people, traditions, it's all in the sky, right? Flying horses, flying dragons. The Arabs even have flying carpets with the jinn.
I think it's inherently possible that people in the past were just tremendously wrecked on psychedelics and other types of drugs, and it just would claim visions and whatever, they were liars. That's possible too.
Funny coffee, huh? Yeah. What do you mean, inventor, ASIC? What does that mean? He made the painting, or what did he invent exactly?
Yeah, I think he was an inventor who painted this.
Oh, okay, okay.
You know, this is just the kind of metadata Google spit out when I reverse image searched this drawing.
And I had posted that thing a long time ago.
Yeah, like you posted that in May or something. I don't know. I just opened my Discord and looked at the live stream text chat, and usually I'm quite up to date, but you know, it just opened that period of messages and it just stood out to me. Sorry for the confusion, bro.
No, no, not at all, bro. It must be a sign. Check out this interview I found, 50 years old, about the Gaza. They're interviewing a Palestinian. Check it out. It's only like 40 seconds or so.
Hey, so what just doesn't come around anymore? It's just not a thing. What happened? Or what's the population has dropped severely?
Maybe he's busy. He's got a new house and that, hasn't he?
Busy? What's too busy for
Has,
us?
has anybody heard what happened to his sister?
No.
Maybe that's got something to do with it. But it's a little weird that the I don't know, the 5G thing. Ever since the 5G thing, he's kind of been gone. Too bad.
Okay, that
I would
doesn't
have said
explain
that's none of
anything.
my business. I don't know about you. That was very weird. I don't know. He heard what happened to his sister. What the fuck? No, it's none of my business, actually.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, it's important for people to trust the plan. A lot of people just they just think, oh, this is happening. Oh, this is happening. Trust the fucking plan.
How does that even?
What plan? What are you about?
Where we go
Help me
one,
out.
we go all.
What?
I thought you meant we were building that third temple. I thought that was the plan.
Oh, I'm not Jewish, sir.
Well,
Isn't
that
that
does make no difference.
isn't that a Jewish thing?
Well, it seems to be in the Bible or something. I don't know. We've got to find this perfect red heifer first. I think it's something to do with that. I don't.
Yeah. It's some. I think it's some. I don't know. I don't know exactly about it, but I heard it.
They actually.
Once the third temple is built, it's the beginning of end times or something. I'm not sure. But I think that's what it is.
Software developers got an app out now to identify the red heifer. It's like a heifer app. Yeah.
Yeah, but the secret of Christianity is that the Christ is within. It's the Christ oil.
That's a claim.
If you're saying that, I might have to rethink that whole thing.
Are you familiar with the Christ oil, Andy?
Yes, I am. Yeah.
So
okay,
where does that? Who's the first person to kind of like popularize that? Is it that sort of
The
Portland
Gnostics.
fellow?
The
No,
no,
I'm Max something. What's his name? What is his name?
Don't listen to the guy
It's
with a
the land of
reptilian as a profile pic. You're funny.
it's the land of milk and honey. It's the melatonin combined with the what is it? Melatonin and something else. What's the other one?
Help.
Is it melatonin and
Serotonin and dimethyltryptamine.
yeah, it's that one.
Yeah, that is kind of interesting, isn't it? The old what's that passage in the Bible which says, "I've seen God face to face," and I called it pineal, or like that. That is an
Jacob
interesting.
was face to face with the wait. It's Jacob was face to face with God in the land of Pineal, or something like that.
You know those pine cones that you see the Anunnaki holding in their hands? You know that pine cone, right? With the purse and whatever the watch? Well, that pine cone, they say, represents the pineal gland. That's one of the theories.
Yes, that's correct, sir. And it's also on the Vatican. Also, they also worship this.
Yes, I found that out the other day. I was in shock. I didn't even know that existed. Correct. There's a freaking big one in the Vatican. That's right. So we got a pine cone, a thing that looks like a watch. Oh, and by the way, I found something else about that watch that I didn't know before. Did you know that that watch is connected in the back of the arm under the elbow and it goes into the sleeve? So that watch is connected. Bet you guys didn't know that one, huh? Well, I didn't.
I did not know that. I just
I'll
want to
try
say
to find a picture.
the person I was trying to remember the name was Jordan Maxwell. So Jordan Maxwell was the first person I heard say that Christos has anything to do with oil.
Not his real name, by the way.
That's fine. I wouldn't expect it to be so.
Yeah, first time I watched that guy, it gave me funny vibes. Some of his info was pretty good, but I just thought
people better wake up.
Yeah, just a bit. I don't know.
Christo is the Greek equivalent of Mashiach in Hebrew, which means
Christos
anointed one.
is how you say it.
Yeah, Christos, anointed.
Yes,
I know.
and then
I know. Sorry, I know Jim Carrey said it on Jim Carrey said. Sorry, Jim Carrey said it on Norm Macdonald's podcast, which is fucking I don't know, a huge red flag. I think.
We say Christos Anestis. That means Christ has risen. Christos Anestis.
yes, when it rises up the spines, there's 33 vertebrae in the spine. Jesus Christ died at 33 years old.
Water cavitates at 33 feet. 33 highest attainable level. Well, what they tell us in the Masons. You think there's a clue of connection here?
The square of 33 is the redshift cosmic background mediation number. Sorry.
Yeah, so that's that Freemason symbol of the thing in Washington D.C., you know, the Washington Monument, that thing represents a spine. It's a Freemason symbol. It's also found in Luxor, Egypt.
Yep.
You talking about an obelisk?
Yeah, like the
obelisk is
column.
representative of male principle. It's not the spine.
I mean, it was in the ancients it was just a sundial. You know what I mean? It was just a peg or a gnomon. But yeah, it can also mean a phallic symbol. But
you hear all kinds of things.
The idea that it means a spine. That's the first I've ever heard that one.
Mm-hmm.
It means power, if you ask me. Look at it in Washington, D.C., right? I think it symbolizes power. The one and only, you know?
It represents rising above.
It's a penis.
Yeah, this symbolism is crazy. And a lot of it, guess where it starts? Egypt. Samaria. I'm telling you, the clue to where we come from is in Samaria. I'm really convinced of that.
Samaria, so you think we came from like another planet?
No. Everything leads to Samaria. So I don't know how, religion, math, time, just about everything leads back to that place.
The same as ancient Mesopotamia?
Well, that is it. Yeah.
Yeah. That's the spot. That's the Fertile Crescent, the cradle of civilization.
Yep.
There's a reason why it's called that.
Mesopotamia literally translate in Greek to in between the rivers or the ponds. Meso means in between. And potami means pond, river, whatever.
Cradle to the grave. If that's the cradle, what's the grave?
Anywhere under 6 feet, I guess.
Yeah.
I watched that video you posted, SC, before, and I like that video, man. That's how I feel.
Which one, bro? The Sumerian one?
Indian liberation. No, yeah, both those videos, man. The Sumerian one, that was a good video. I agree with basically 90% of what he said.
literally. And I didn't expect to. Like when I started watching, I'm like, here we go. Like I honestly didn't expect anything good to come from that video just from the name of that YouTube account. And I started watching it, and I'm like, wow, like this guy's actually on point with a lot of, you know what I mean? A lot of the stuff he said, I was, you know what I mean, in agreement with.
I was thinking of you, Rakia, and North while I was watching this thing. I go, holy shit, these guys are gonna trip out, man.
I thought it was gonna be some bullshit, like you know how Ancient Aliens gives you some bullshit. That's what I expected, you know, some baloney. And then I watched it, and I'm like, wow, this guy actually knows what he's talking about. I was surprised.
You see the tie-in between the North American and the Sumerian winged god? If that don't trip you out, bro. I think somebody was talking about it just the other day.
Yeah, I posted it. I did a whole thing on it, but
it was you, right?
Yeah.
So there you go. You see the tie-in.
The Assyrians,
from Sumeria, yeah.
So the Assyrians, the Phoenicians, Sumerians, they're all the same people, it's just different ages.
Yep.
Different dynasties.
It appears that way, yeah.
The bird people.
And the fish. They also had the fish. That's what the Pope took after. Sorry. Dagon. Fish god.
People.
Yeah, Andy was asking me about why the Lithuanians have some in their text, or not their text, their alphabet, their script is similar to cuneiform. That video actually explains a little bit of the similarities between the Hittites and that whole region of the world. Towards the the Caucasus Mountains, towards the left of the Caucasus Mountains.
You're going up north now.
Yeah.
Isn't it significant because it doesn't have like port access like at the bottom and then the top and it's pretty much like a equal footing, like it's equal elevation pretty much. Like
the Russian steppes, they call them. The Russian steeps or steppes.
Okay.
Obelisk is not a spine, it's a PP. I saw that on Owen Benjamin's stream yesterday. There were lots of these evangelical Christians all going up and touching this fucking obelisk, all doing the that jerk that these Jays do at this fucking holy wall. Oh Jesus, it's just like, why?
Once you got a good gig, you don't let it go, Andy. You milk it to the end.
It is kind of interesting, though, to think that, the way the mind is and how it needs to lean on a thing. Lean on me, it needs to lean on a thing. Build a foundation of all kinds of, to, like people say, you can't even have a system of morals without this book or something like that. That is kind of interesting to me. It's a fascinating topic. I kind of like the idea of being a bit more fluid, a bit like Bruce Lee said, be like water, my friend. I like that idea because then it never becomes stale or something. It never, you can. But then it's difficult because unless you've done the work on yourself, you end up like they them.
Be that
like a carrier bag flying around, floating around in wind, So there's a happy medium, as I always say, advocate for the middle way sort of thing. But yeah, it's interesting, this idea, because the thoughts become, they solidify, they harden, and then you truly can't teach a dog new tricks because it's almost like zombified, but in a different way. If you see the ideas own them, then they can't have anything new. There's no. You see what I mean? It almost is. I want to say it's like it's dead in a way.
Well, that's the whole idea. That's what they want. They don't want anything new. They want their dogma, right? You have your dogma. You write it down. These are the laws. This is your land. Like, ask yourself this, right? This is how powerful words are and books are, right? And ideas. Ask yourself this. If there wasn't a book called the Bible, would there be a people in the land of Jerusalem right now? Would that ever have happened if it wasn't a book called the Bible? And Christians that ran the world at the time. Would that ever happen?
Yeah, probably not.
See how powerful written words are? And especially if you can convince somebody that the guy upstairs, whatever that is, the creator, spoke those words. Yeah, that's very, very powerful.
But then there's a flip side to that coin, which is, who was it? Orwell or somebody said that if you want to completely control a people, then you must obliterate their history. So there has to be a happy medium where you know your history. Also, otherwise you end up like rudderless, So this is a tough one to navigate. It really is.
That's a big problem because what did empires in the past do when they took over countries? They erased their history. They erased their gods, right? Yeah. You're absolutely right.
Yeah, they got to knock out everything of the old infrastructure, haven't they? And I think we find ourselves in a place where, or a time, I think there's been many sort of deluge, many, destructions, many. That's where it seems. I don't know. That letter to
It's in our
Solomon.
nature, bro.
Yeah.
Like, look at the lion, right? The lion, the male lion, the pride, the group, right? When a male lion takes over the group, right? Kills or chases off the other dominant male. When it takes over the group of females, the first thing it does, it kills all the babies, the male babies of the other lion, of the other boss. And that's exactly what our emperors do. Check out history, right? If you're an emperor and you have brothers, you just knock them off. Check the history. The kings and queens of England, Germany, Russia, the Ottoman Empire, ancient Greece, Rome. They all kill their siblings because they don't want, somebody to challenge their authority. So we're designed that way.
Yeah, I did get that feeling when you saw the BLM rioters pulling down these ancient, these old statues. You saw, I don't know if it struck you with that, but it made me feel like that, like they were just sort of trying to obliterate history. And it's kind of interesting to think of that Awar. He sort of saw the whole Tartarian narrative as some kind of Marxist plan, to sort of do the same thing to get rid of history altogether. I thought that was really interesting.
I believe that. That's ultimately where I came to conclude. What I came to conclude is that Tartaria, majority of it is propaganda from the Russians. It's directly connected to the Russians because that's the ancient land in Tartaria were Russian. So why not prop up ancient Russia above America?
It is weird though. I don't know about you guys, but I do find myself thinking we are a species that seem to have just woken up. I don't know. I don't exactly know how to put it. With amnesia, I suppose is the best way to put it. Like, what the fuck happened just in the recent history? Never mind. Because I don't feel like all that Christopher Columbus stuff. That sounds a bit dodgy to me. I don't know about you lot. Like, I think America's been inhabited for a long time.
You brought up the BLM movement, and one of the things that I liked about the BLM movement is the fact that they were taking these statues down. That's one thing that I actually can get on board with.
Really?
I had no problem with them taking the statues down. Yeah,
Oh,
no problem
surprised
whatsoever.
to hear that.
Columbus, what's this other guy's? I forget his name.
Oh, because it's
He's
fake narrative. You're saying that's part of the fake narrative. Is that why?
Yeah, yeah. And not
Right.
only that, but a lot of these guys were Masons. Even Trump got mad when BLM took one of these Freemasons down from Washington D.C. I forget his name. Albert Pike. Trump was all mad that Albert Pike's statue was taken down. It's like, dude, like it's Albert Pike. Let the statue come down. It's about time they took that statue down. You know what I'm saying? A lot of these guys were shitbags. It is what it is. And then all the conservative Christians, oh, you're taking Albert Pike's statue down. Do you not know who Albert Pike is?
He did the Secret History of All Ages or something, right?
No.
That's one of his books, I think.
He's a 30.
No.
What it takes to become a 33rd degree Mason? You know how many loops you have to jump through? You know how many?
I read an Albert Pike book recently. I don't know what it was. I thought it was that one. Who did the Secret History of All Ages then?
No. Albert Pike didn't write Secret Teachings of All Ages. That's Manly P. Hall, isn't it?
Manly P. Hall.
Yeah, that dude's a legend. What do you think about him?
He's not Albert
Come on, man. He's a Satanist, bro. I don't like either of them. They're both Satanists.
Satanist?
Yeah.
Have you listened to him speak, man? He's like 80 and he speaks like
oh my
we can only wish to be that fucking cognate at that age. At that dude, he's sharp as a tack at 80. You want to be listening to that dude? Seriously, I don't care.
They profess Satan as their Lord, bro. Both of them.
I didn't get that impression.
It ain't like these rappers that kind of like low key, you know, pretend like they don't worship Satan. These guys were self-professed Satan worshippers in their books.
I actually read one of his books as well called Magic or something like that, and he was talking about how it was more of Saturn, not some sort of being, not some sort of man beast thing. You know, it was like energies from these heavenly bodies or whatever, you know. So I don't think it's what you think it is.
Morals and Dogma by Albert Pike, dude. And then the Secret of All Ages, bro. Manly P. Hall, bro. He's one of the Satan worshippers love Manly P. Hall.
I mean, I'll listen to him speak, and that dude's awesome. So
yeah,
I don't know what that says about me.
Yeah, we all know Andy. It's all right. He's just discovering now. He's like, wait. No, I'm just joking.
I always suspected Andy. Yeah, now I know.
No, listen. The thing is, right? The thing is, I get it. Nobody wants to go listen to a guy who's literally got 5 minutes to live, but he's fucking awesome. He's just it's like a stream of consciousness. It's like you can tell he's not reading anything. He's just speaking, and you listen. You're like, fuck, this dude's ladling the gravy. So yeah, I'd highly recommend you listen to him.
So these people you got Madame Blavatsky, right? You got Anthony LaVey, you got Manly P. Hall, you got Albert Pike, you got Alice Bailey. You had all these people. If you study them, they're all basically on board with the same objective, bro. One world government, cashless society, push to the third. Albert Pike, he already prophesied ahead of time. The First Reich, or he talked about the Third Reich, the Second Reich. He understands what's needed to be done to accomplish the mission. And these plans were they planned this out 200 years ago, 300 years ago. They were already planning this stuff out.
You could maybe throw like Edgar Casey in there too, right?
Edgar Casey in there, bro. Oh, Jack Parsons.
Oh yeah, L. Ron.
JPLS.
They did the sex magic or something in the desert, some shit.
Yeah, in Area 51. In Nevada,
sex
literally.
magic, at least, like that works as far as ritualistic magic. I think that does the trick.
You just explained NASA there. The founders of NASA, JPL, all those freakaloids.
Mm.
Yeah.
I mean, the thing is, I've listened to, like I said, Manly P.O. I've listened to quite a few talks he's given, and I like him a lot. So, yeah, if I'm comparing that to we've got to find this perfect red heifer and then sacrifice it and then make it into soap so we can put it on ourselves before we touch the mound, the sacred mound, and then all that stuff.
Silly, Andy.
Dude, there's no comparison. One guy's making sense, and this other stuff, it makes no sense to me at all whatsoever. I don't know. It makes no sense to me.
What's the guy that makes sense saying?
Oh, fucking hell. I mean, I can't speak for Manly P.O. Go and listen to him. Jeez. I mean, he's ladling gravy left, right, and centre about, who we are and stuff like that. And I mean, it's just the depth of his knowledge, dude. I won't even begin to touch it, I wouldn't do it justice. So, yeah, go listen. He's great. And I heard he was an honorary Freemason. So I don't know if that makes his life better.
It's a little better because you don't have to go through as many loops to get to the top. They just kind of give it to you because you're so famous. You have so much influence and power that they kind of just give you the rank. So you might not have to get pegged or sodomized or drink child's blood or kill somebody to get to the top. You can just kind of skip all that. But I wouldn't say that he wasn't, pegged though.
Right. I wondered what you meant, but then when he followed it with sodomized, I was like, oh, it must mean that. Okay. Ah, shit. Should have played them Pocky Sixes. I think I just passed a winner, folk. No, I didn't.
Oh, are you playing poker right now?
Sure am.
Oh, we should play together. I'm really good also.
Okay.
I'm actually playing on Poker Now, the website.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, I've banned myself off most of the websites. That's the thing you can do, by the way.
Were you being toxic?
No, I don't know. I just stopped. I was drinking and playing, and then it just didn't end well. So I just banned myself off all the sites except one, and then.
Oh, I see. You banned yourself. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just play for free mostly.
That's not really poker, then, is it?
Well, I try my best. I'm a college student, so I'm struggling.
And you place your money, winner take all.
Well, no, I'm just saying if you don't care about it, then it's not. You can't bluff. It's not really poker if you don't care about it.
Yeah, I know it's a different dynamic. Yeah. So, are you a high stakes player?
No, I used to. I used to play for a lot of money, but not anymore. I think I was convinced it were rigged.
No, you're a recreational player.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, the love for it has gone. The gamble in me is really gone, if I'm honest. But it's something to do, I suppose. I talk to you guys as well, and that's something to do, I guess. But yeah, I can't explain it, but before when I used to play when I was like in my 20s, I started when I was about 20, I guess. And winning wasn't the thing. It was just a love for the thing itself. I just flopped it straight. This guy's just going to walk into it. Whoops. Yeah, it was just the love of doing the thing. And then because I went and played live tournaments, and you know, I'd win some, and I'd be like, okay, and I'd come on. I remember that feeling of just coming on with loads of money, you know, in my pocket, like over £1,000 for a tournament that cost me like very little to enter. If he's got a flush, he's beat me. And he has got a flush.
Andy, peep what I just posted about Albert Pike.
Oh yeah, I looked into a bit of this back in the day. I'm sure. One sec.
The Second
World War must be fomented by taking advantage of the differences between the fascists and the political Zionists. Yeah, we know all this, don't we?
This war must be brought about so that Nazism is destroyed and that the political Zionism be strong, enough to institute a sovereign state of Israel in Palestine. During the Second World War, international communism must become strong enough to order the council, to order to control Christendom. Oh, wow.
They've accomplished their goals.
Yeah, I've got a good.
Is that a
good
Freemason?
one.
Or who is that?
Yeah. Albert Pike he was born in 1864 and died in 1865. So remember I told you that this was in the plans way, way long ago. And it's in his book. These people are connected to the top echelon of society. And they plan these things well in advance, just like the Chinese. The Chinese, they're playing a long-term game. They're thinking generations ahead. These people were thinking generations ahead 200, 300 years ago.
Right. But you really think the Freemasons controlled World War II?
Did you not just read what Albert Pike wrote?
I mean, yeah,
Did you
of
not
course
see the establishment of Israel
wanted that to happen, but like I don't think
1948
control the world. Like
it's all good, bro. We don't have to believe in the same, but I'm just telling you, bro, that what I see going on, and we just talked about how the normie Christians are supporting Israel. Oh, these are God's people. These are God's people, right? They're playing into the Masonic hand.
Is that what we mean when we say normies?
Yeah.
No, just joking.
They're playing into the Masonic hand. This was in the works a long time ago, bro. And I'm not fooled. I see through the bullshit, but a lot of people like they think I should be supporting Israel, and they're surprised when I don't support Israel. And they're like, "What do you mean? Like I thought you're Jewish?" Like, no, I'm not even Jewish. It's so the onions, the layers of the onion are so deep that you have to peel layers and layers and layers and layers. And I might never get to the core of the onion.
Yeah, if you can get past his forehead, that's a really interesting quote. Also a Freemason, by the way.
But yeah, so when you talk about Manly P. Hall, bro, he's in the same group as these guys, bro, and you're like exalting him like some sort of like, beacon of wisdom. You're deceived, my brother.
I might be deceived. I could be wrong. I feel like bankers have more control in the modern world than Freemasons. Like, to me, it just seems like Freemasonry is like a modern frat club, but like bankers actually run things.
Once you realize no man has the truth, then you're on your way. But if you think somebody actually has the truth, then you're gone. That's my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, I was talking to EXO about that thing last night, and EXO was a bit of a weird character, right? And some of the things he was saying was pretty good. I was agreeing with him, but then we were talking about. I suddenly brought up, like circumcision, and it was like, oh, well, that's a sacrifice to God. And it's like, what? So, yeah, I mean, I don't know. There's certain things that.
Well, EXO likes it because EXO thinks that he's Jewish. All right.
Like,
Okay.
he always pretends like he's Jewish, but he's not.
Well, are you sure he's not? Because I know there's a lot of Bible people that they call like the children of Israel or something. It's not actually a place; it's just a peoples, right? Are you sure he's not doing that thing?
Wait, what thing are you talking about?
Well, I had oh fucking hell, I'm gonna have to look it up. What's that guy's name? He's got a channel. I'll just look it up. Hugo Talks. You heard of him? I heard him doing a thing about it, saying like Israel is not a place, but it's it's sort of like a people,
Oh yeah, no, that's the thing that Christians believe, I think.
a people of the book sort of thing. So
Yeah.
maybe he's doing that. But yeah, I
What
mean,
an
I
ingenious.
don't know. I agree with North, who says to me a lot, you need to go and read the book. If you're curious about the book, read the book. And he's right. He's absolutely 100%. But when I listen to you guys talk, and you talk, and I've said it before, there's some wacky ideas. There's some wacky beliefs you've got there, I think. Like, and I know that you know what I'm talking about, Lion. Some of the, you sort of see from my perspective, which I appreciate. And yeah, I don't know if I can. I don't think I can see it that way. You know, just I suppose you'd call that just a leap of faith. But like you think of Jonah and the whale, just for off the top of my head, Jonah and the whale. That's clearly not a true story, is it? You don't survive in the belly of a whale.
It wasn't a whale.
Well, regardless, you don't survive in the belly of a fish.
Well, people truly believe that.
No, but I'm
That's
just
what they-
saying.
yeah.
How long was it
I'd
in the
look at
fish?
it a different way. I'd look at it
How
like
long was it in the fish?
3 days.
Okay, you think you can't survive for 3 days in a place? I didn't see people survive under dirt and sand for more than 3 days.
No, you're missing the context of what I said.
Okay.
It's a wacky belief. That's a wacky
Why?
belief.
Why wouldn't you survive in under like in a belly of fish? Let's say a whale, perhaps. A whale has air inside this freaking and comes up for air every 30 minutes or so.
What if you got digested by the stomach acid?
The point is that it's a wacky belief. I'm just saying that
Yeah,
I cannot
I
think
get it,
of
bro.
it that way. That's a heck of a leap of faith
This
to
is
believe that. And
this is what
if
Paul
you don't
says. But the natural man
get
receiveth
that,
not the things of the Spirit of God, for they are foolishness unto him. Neither can he know them because they are spiritually discerned. And yet, according to the scriptures, he died, bro. Jonah died and came back to life. He literally went to Sheol. So he
that in
died. He was
itself,
dead in the belly of the
is
fish,
a
dead.
wacky belief.
And then Yah brought life back into him and brought him back. The creator of the universe brought him back. Why is that so hard to believe?
I mean,
Because you
if
think
you
that it
can't
had,
see why,
like, you think creation was just like natural processes that kind of like rolled, unraveled over time. That's a problem. Yah can literally bring you back to life whenever he pleases.
I mean, to me, it seems more obvious that it's like steeped in metaphor, and like that I can get my head around. You know, like somebody maybe who's being like depressed or something, going down to the belly of the deep, and that I can kind of get around. I can,
I
yeah, that
respect
makes,
that. I mean,
yeah.
if that's what you believe, bro, I'm not gonna try to convince you, but just understand that the creator of heaven and earth can do anything. He's not limited. Like I'm not saying he's completely unlimited because he's bound by his own word and his oaths and his promises. But reasonably, he can bring people back to life. He can reconstitute the flesh, even if you've been decomposing and starting to smell after 4 days. He can put you back together, whole again. Bring your soul, your nefesh from Sheol back to the surface, back into your body. Up to 3 times. Job says that he can bring you back from the pit up to 3 times if he wants.
Yeah, I suppose, like I said before, it's a leap of faith and logic doesn't really apply, does it? So I get it from that standpoint. It's just, I'm talking about me personally. Me personally, I just don't think I can lend myself to that. It doesn't. I can see the power giving yourself off to this higher thing. I can definitely see the power in that. But then when I listen to you guys talk about certain things, I think, oh man, that just sounds wacky to me. Sounds mental.
You believe it?
You know?
Do you believe in evolution?
No, I don't know.
So what's the problem then? You see the logic? Because if you don't believe in evolution and you don't believe that life came about over billions of years, right? Then what's the problem with believing, or if you believe in irreducible complexity, what's the problem with believing that the creator of heaven and earth can reconstitute the flesh, even if you've been decomposing in the belly of a fish and stomach acid for 3 days? What's the problem?
I mean, you can see that would be difficult for someone to believe, right? I mean,
yeah, I know.
Right, good.
You have little faith.
Well, it could be possible using technology, but using a miracle is a little bit more difficult.
Yeah, because it seems like fantasy. Because we've never been exposed to anything like that, so we have a hard time believing anything like that. Because it literally sounds like a fantasy. Like, how can you possibly come back to life, right? But it's possible, man.
And then I just feel like there's like this threat of like, oh, everlasting burning hell, otherwise, and I don't like that. Like, I just reject that on principle. Like, I'm just like, nah, that just sounds wacky
It's
as
a
well.
belief, Andy. It's a belief.
Yeah.
You got to take it. If this supernatural being can do anything and create anything, right? Then what's the big deal about you being in a whale's stomach? I mean, he could do it, right?
Yeah, I suppose.
Just like when I argue, this reminds me when I argue the model, the hump and the drop, and I tell them water flows, and they say, "Oh, you're straw manning. The water goes like this in their model." It's kind of like that, right? You understand what I'm saying?
The better question to all of this is this: do you actually need a savior in your life? Is there a need for a Messiah in your life? Or do you think you can just be your own guide and your own, do it on your own, die alone, so to say, with your own principles? So that's the big question you should ask yourself. If there's a Messiah, the way he has shown himself to the world, do I actually want to follow him? Do I want to take up my cross and be a disciple of him? Or not? That's the first thing it should start with. Not with, do you believe that my creator exists? No. Is there a need in your life for someone to save you?
Well, ask yourself who put that idea in your mind that you need to be saved and you need a Messiah. Because I don't believe that. I don't believe I need somebody to save me. And I don't believe in no Messiah.
Yeah.
So what do you say to that?
So that's what I just asked. If you don't need a Messiah, he will not force himself upon you. Okay? Maybe it's not your time yet. Maybe there will be some other way he will use some circumstance in your life where maybe he's gonna come into your life in a different way, not through us speaking to you about it or whatnot. Or maybe because you have chosen to, you're never gonna have it's gonna be too late, basically. But I think he gives a chance to every living, breathing being to come to repentance. I think that's the wonderful thing. He gives a chance, and however it's gonna play out for you, it's completely different than my life or anyone else in here. But I think there has been chances, and there will be still chances where he is clearly showing himself, and it just depends on you. No one can bring you there. No one can put on a silver tablet. And I'm not only talking about you. I'm talking about every human being. He is not going to force himself upon you. That's not how it works.
No, I understand that. I just happen to think the complete opposite. Like, don't take this the bad way.
I happen to think the bad way, man.
Okay, let me tell you
you.
my opinion then. What I think is that
Yes.
cool?
Yes.
Okay, I think a lot of good people have been convinced of something, which is absolutely untrue. And and the same way you say one day I hope you see the light. I say the same thing. I hope one day you wake up and you see you've been fooled, you've been sold a story, and that's all it is, and
But
you've
not
just accepted it. Yeah.
I see the problem with this is from what should I wake up? From the blessings he's giving in over my life, from the close relationship where he gives me visions, where he literally does things in my life I could never actually predict it to be happening in a favor for me. Things that before I gave my life to him would have never happened to me, you know. So there's so many things happening in my life when I talk to him, when I pray about it, when I wish for it, how I want to call it. The mercy he has upon my life is not just pure coincidence. If I would think that's pure coincidence, that would be foolish on my side, and I can't think that. You know, that's the thing. From what should I wake up? From not cursing anymore, from not being addicted to anything, from not being a lover of this world. What should I wake up from? Where's the light you want to show me? I don't see any better light than this. That we can be separate from the world and be with the Messiah in a kingdom that is without sin, that is without all the. Actually, the thing you're longing for is the very thing He promised us. So many people in here who talk about all the bad things that happen in the world, that give confessions of the very evil and dark things, don't understand what the glorious light of the gospel is. That you can have a place in eternity with the Creator where there's all these things that you're criticizing will not be anymore. And that's a wonderful thing. Why should I wake up from this? I mean, isn't that the best hope that you can have to leave the body?
Yeah, but
Look,
he just doesn't
I'm
believe,
glad.
bro.
I was just gonna say, I'm glad you found your way. I'm glad you found God, and I'm happy for you that you stopped whatever it is, drugs or whatever you're like. I'm happy for you in that. There's no beef in my part, But you gotta understand the other point of view, right? It's like some people just don't share your view, bro.
I know, man.
Yeah.
I know. I mean, I haven't shared this view also for a long time, But the thing is, as long as someone can show me a different light that would fulfill the void inside of my life that has been there for such a long time, like he did, then do it. But so far, the only thing I always just hear is people confessing with the very judgmental moral compass they have been given by the same Creator I believe in, the very things that are promised to not be the case anymore when we reign within His kingdom that is going to be established after the day of judgment. Which is a wonderful promise. I mean, how much more can we ask for? He's promising us, okay, no more death, no more cruelty, no more all these things that are temporary right now that you find so awful. And it already begins here, right? Already in this awful dark world, He gives us so much light, so much blessings, so much separation from it that we can already get a little glimpse of what His kingdom is going to be when it comes to the earth.
Yeah, this is why I usually end up defending the Bible. I've noticed people trying to attack it, and I genuinely end up defending it because of people like you, Clay, and JT. When I hear these like moving testimonies, I think that it's a good thing. Like I think to myself, even if it were some kind of propaganda, then surely that this is good propaganda. That's the way I was sort of approaching it. Yeah, because like JT always says, he's living a good life, and he's the guy's crushing. He's got family. He's running his marathons, and I think to myself, well, okay, it's like a win-win. He gets to the end and he's he's lived a good life.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, what do you lose to at least give it a try? That's what I always say. What do you lose by just saying, you know what? I've listened to all these babbling Christians on the Discord all day. I mean, if you're real, like you promise, then just give me a sign. I mean, what you're not gonna lose anything. Maybe just 1 minute of asking, no, not even, maybe 10 seconds of asking the question. But if you never try it, what is the logic behind that? I mean, at least try it. I mean,
How do
if
you
someone
know?
tells you,
How do you know who tried it or not?
I don't know. That's the thing.
Well, I have tried it. I have tried it.
What I was going to say as well.
Maybe I'm not worthy, Clay.
No,
what I was going to say
that's
as
a
well
lie.
is,
That's a
come
lie
on,
from the devil, man. That's
What
not
was-
true, man. You're a very wonderful person, and you are being loved, and he loves you very much. You can't even imagine how much he loves you. And dude, I have thought the same things, man. And it's really not true, man. I see you're a beautiful person, and no matter what the, temporary things we sometimes argue about, it doesn't matter. But your soul matters to me, man. The very reason that you have been created is a wonderful thing, and because you have been created like everyone else in here, that really shows that he really much loves you, man. He does care about you, dude. I'm not just saying this, to please myself or anything like that. I'll give glory to myself at all. It's not about. In fact, it's not about me when I talk about these things. It really. I wish you can experience the same thing, man. You are loved, dude. I swear.
I hear you, bro. I hear you. Thank you. You think my brother North loves me?
I hope he does.
100%.
Yes.
All right. Cool.
Yeah, I might disagree on a bunch of things and say y'all want to meet face to face. But I'm pretty sure if you meet North, they're going to just say, hey, man, love you, brother.
Yes.
No, I like North. He's got a beef with me. I like North. He says what's on his mind. Okay, it gets a little preachy and defensive sometimes, but hey, I don't hold it against him.
He's in the chat. I see him typing where he was.
That's why I mentioned him. I seen him too.
Oh, all right.
I mean, the thing is this, if North wouldn't love you, man, why would he waste or use so much time to like defend this idea that just promises you that you can have a relationship with the creator and that you can have the same gift that he is promised too, like if he would hate you, he would literally just be quiet and have one conversation and never talk to you again, that would be the opposite. But I think he actually loves you more than you can imagine, even though maybe sometimes we can't really show that because we're still in the flesh.
I'm sure we'd get along fine. I'm sure if that's if we don't talk about religion, right? Because he's feisty in his way, I'm feisty in my way, and just when you have an unstoppable force moving an immovable object, what happens?
So, SE, what do you believe?
What do you mean?
Well, are you an atheist?
No. Everybody knows I believe in a creator. Well, most of the people here.
Oh, okay. You're not a Christian.
No, but I don't believe anybody knows what this creator is. So I'm not a Christian, I'm not a Muslim, I'm not any one of those designations.
Yeah, that's kind of where I am actually. Like, I believe in God, but I don't know what God is like.
Right.
Take your time. Sometimes it takes a lifetime to finally give in. Some people. I know literally. I heard a testimony of a lady 2 days ago who was crying on Discord about her sister dying of cancer, She had terrible cancer that was eating away at her body. And in her deathbed, she converted. Like she literally, and all it took was her sister reading scripture while she was dying in her deathbed and playing like comfortable music. And she converted before she died. Because she kept asking her sister, like, "Oh, well, where does it say that I'm gonna get a new body? Where does it say that I'm gonna have eternal life? Show me." And then she would read it to her, and she had a confirm. I mean, who knows, right? You guys are gonna say that's just BS, but she did have a confirmation because she was wondering if her sister made it or not into the kingdom, right? Or was worthy to enter the kingdom, and she did get a confirmation from the Creator, and she ended up seeing a vision where she literally seen her sister um asleep in what looked like to be in Sheol, but in like like just like Enoch describes, and she didn't even know about Enoch. I had read her Enoch the other day, confirming her dream was legitimate because she seen her sister. Mind you, she had no idea where her sister was, but she seen her sister in a chamber, sleeping in like it said the scriptures talk about profound quietness, being protected by angels, and she seen her sister, and her sister looked youthful again, and it was like and there was a light shining on her like she had made it because she was in profound quietness.
Yeah, that's nice to be comforted at the end there. I like that. It reminds me of. I was just thinking of because I was thinking Noam, bless him, rest in peace. He always talks about Billy Joe Shavers, like one of his country music idols, and Billy Joe always said, "When the bottles stop working, I turn to Jesus." I always like that. But the way human beings are, I just think that if you believe a thing and you focus on that thing, that it will manifest in one way or another. Like Indians might see, or Hindus or whatever, they might see Shiva or what and that makes sense to me anyway. If you put yourself in that space, that energy, you probably have some synchronism. So synchronicity. Doesn't that make sense to you? It does to me.
Yeah. The thing is, like most people believe that when you die, you go straight to heaven or hell. Like you just you go up or down. And for her, it was perplexing that she would see her sister in Sheol in a chamber, right? Because most people don't read Enoch, don't read Second Ezra. They just think that you go straight up. But that's not what Scripture says. Scripture says that the soul, the nefesh, goes to Sheol. It's counterintuitive.
Yeah,
You go
heaven's
down.
not open yet, right?
You don't go up. And so she was perplexed by the dream. And I had confirmed her dream to her when I read Enoch to her in Ezra. And that's when she started crying. Because I had confirmed that her dream was indeed true.
Yo, Lion, right quick. Heaven's not open yet.
Yeah, no, I don't really want to get into theology, bro, because I'm not trying to push. But yeah, I mean, we could talk about it. But I feel like yesterday we talked about it a lot. You know what I mean?
I tried to come in and
no, I was just putting down that line that, like, from my understanding, heaven just isn't open yet. Like, literally, it's not open. You can't go there because it's literally not open yet. That's all I was saying.
Yeah,
So
facts.
everyone's in purgatory then.
I get a mic check, everyone.
North, what's up, bro?
Loud and clear.
Yeah, I was typing in the text chat, but it appears I can't send messages anymore. So I would just say, when you have people asking you or telling you they have tried, right? Well, I've seen, people try to dunk a basketball and fail, 900 times, be it their lack of technique or their training. So I would say if you fail 100 times or you fail 1,000 times, where do you stop? And do you consider that maybe it may be you who is going about it incorrectly? And, we could relate this to many things, but a lot of people, they kind of give God this ultimatum. If you're there, tell me now, or I'm not speaking to you anymore. And maybe they go through that 20 times and they're railing against him, but he's never going to answer you like that. He's never going to reveal anything to you like that. So I would say endurance is key.
no matter if it's physical training or spiritual training. So a lot of people, they want someone to blame, and if they can't blame God, the Creator, or they don't have Him to blame anymore, they will have to consider their own actions. That's what I'll say.
Yeah, I like that part of it. Would you say, North, that you can't basically have a good footing, a good foundation of morality without this or some kind of book to back it up?
Well, even people who say, I don't need a creator, I don't need a God, I don't need a savior, I don't need anyone to save me, I'm good on my own. Well, did you get all the knowledge you have currently on your own?
Oh,
no
no.
one ever helped you. Yeah, no one ever helped you. No one ever saved you. I've been saved many times from death. So I mean, I would just say that you all need a savior. Sometimes you need a savior from yourself. A lot of people submit to the thoughts in their mind, and everyone's thoughts in their minds are not going to benefit them. It's detrimental to their health. So that's
I
very
couldn't agree
that's
with that
very
more.
evident.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I couldn't
very
agree with.
evident.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with that more.
And just because someone takes a thought and puts it down in a book, don't blame the book, right? I mean, we all know there's right and wrong. And the first doctrine you start with is sin, right? Repentance of sin. And how do you know what's wrong? So we start from the morality, we start from these things, but just because something's written in a book, you can't just, oh, I don't care what's in the book. And you hear a lot of people say, what does your Bible say about this? And then you go to tell them and they say, I could care less what the Bible says. So it's yeah, man, people just contradict themselves all the time. But it's kind of like, people come in like EXO and he claims he's a Bible teacher and he's done it for the past 3 days. And the text itself disqualifies him, and he disqualified himself when he didn't even know what the elementary doctrines were. So I would just say that, there's a lot of people who are misled and misinformed on what the creator is or what he's doing and what his plan is, and they need someone to blame. And that's what they have.
And what are the elementary doctrines?
Yeah, there's 6 of them. And so the text actually says this, and if I'm going on too long, just let me know. I'll cut out. But the text says, at a time when you ought to be a teacher. Okay, so someone claims to be a teacher, right, of the Bible, of the Scripture, of the written word. So if they claim to be a teacher, and the text itself says, at a time when you ought to be a teacher, you need someone to teach you again what be the elementary things or the first principles of the oracles of God. And then it tells you what they are. And so the first one would be repentance of sin. The second will, of course, be faith toward God, and the teaching of baptism, teaching of laying on of hands, teaching of the resurrection of the dead, and the teaching of judgment. And so sin, righteousness, and judgment, or sin, faith, and judgment would be the first 2 and the last one. And there's only 6 of them. And like I've said many, 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 many times for many, 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 many years, I've been doing this for over 25 years. And these pastors and people calling themselves teacher of the text have never responded the correct way when I ask them what they are. They just say they don't know. So at a time when they ought to be a teacher of this word and do it in order, in an orderly fashion, because you're taught things in an orderly fashion, whether it be physical things in martial arts or basketball or football, you're taught things in an orderly fashion, whether it be arithmetic, whatever. So that's the thing about it. And we could move on from those things, if the Creator permits, as it says in verse 3 of Hebrews 6. We could move on, but people can't even digest that milk yet, and they're like babies. And if they can't even digest the elementary milk, there's no way they can have you, chowing down on some meat because they don't have it. So, again, people have disqualified themselves for many, many years when it comes to that text and themselves being a teacher. So, yeah.
What
And as far
what
as
was
love,
EXO? what was XO on about the other day when yesterday when I said to him something about because I always when I'd hear this because I was arguing with a Muslim guy about it, and this guy is the most laid back guy you've ever met in your life, and this is the only time. Well, two times he showed his Muslim came out basically. One was about women dressing scantily. He just made a comment like, that kind of along those lines, and I was like, oh, well, that's the first because he's Muslim light. You never heard him talk in that manner, and I was like, oh, that's first time I've heard it. And the other time was when I was talking about circumcision, and he got a bit irate, and it's the first time I've seen him do that as well. Like I was like, because in my head, and I think this is what I said to him, is like, God made you perfect, sort of thing. But he made a mistake, and we better fucking rectify this thing. But then when I mentioned it to EXO, he was like, "No, that's about a sacrifice." And we just got off this topic of the red heifer, this perfect red heifer that needs to be sacrificed. So it was just funny because he sort of shit on that idea and said, "Oh, God's got it in control." But then when I brought this other idea up, he said, "No, that's a sacrifice to God." And I was like, "Okay, he's sacrificing the ND penis for God." It just seems a bit weird.
Yeah, EXO is getting a lot of his doctrine from his wife, and I think if you look into the text, that's not going to be approved of in a sense. But I would say this: the next time you speak to the EXO, because of course he's not going to speak to me, because I asked him this question just the other day in this server, as I've asked him for years in other servers, and he never has the answer. Now, you would figure if the text says at a time when you ought to be a teacher, you need someone to teach you again what be the first things, the elementary doctrines, and he doesn't even have that foundation to stand on. And he said he didn't know the other day, and he got very irate and started screaming, and then he had to leave. But just remind him of that, and remind him that he disqualified himself, and the text disqualifies him from calling himself a teacher of this word. He is disqualified. So there's a lot of things I could point out, but as far as, people saying, do you love me? What does love look like? I've said many times, if a child is running into a furnace and you have only so much time to run and snatch that child by the arm and snatch him out of the fire, sure, maybe a little bit of pain comes along with that saving you, but your entire body was saved and you didn't incinerate or burn up. So a lot of times love doesn't, people define love in many ways, and love can be hard sometimes, and sometimes love hurts a little bit. But that's just like if you're training in martial arts, and I say this many times, is you get stung enough, you're gonna dip or you're gonna move the next time, bro. And so it's a training, and some people you have to strongly rebuke and be kind of stern with them, and the text supports that, and sometimes not. Sometimes you need to be gentle. It just depends on the character of the person and what they're bringing. And a lot of times I just see people mocking or try to bring up a text with their lack of knowledge on the text, and then they don't want to hear anything about what the text says. So yeah, that's it.
Hey Andy, ask the Muslim guy next time you talk to him. Ask him how he feels about like outlying eye holes for burqas.
What does that mean? Outlying what? I didn't get that.
Outlying eye holes for the burqas, like it's kind of revealing, right?
No, I don't know what you're saying. Outlining. What are you saying?
Outlaw.
Oh, outlaw. Right. I see.
Yeah, outlaw eye holes for burqas. You know what a burqa is?
Oh, so they can't see where they're going. You mean? Oh.
Well, it's just no. I mean,
There's camera setups and head-up display.
Sorry, I misunderstood. I don't know what you said.
I don't know. Snacks had something to say. Go ahead.
Can I get in if nobody's talking?
Sure can.
Yeah, I just want to defend circumcision for a second because I know it sounds barbaric, right? Archaic. Why are people still circumcising their children? And before Messiah,
didn't Jesus stop that though, Lion? I thought
No,
Jesus came.
absolutely
No? Oh, okay.
not. No,
Oh,
no.
okay.
People think that because they misinterpret Paul's letters, but circumcision is an act of righteousness, right? And it will be accredited to you as righteousness if you circumcise your son on the 8th day.
Well, we got the XO in here now, so maybe North can ask the XO this question.
Well, hold on. He's gonna ask him the principal doctrines, right, of the faith,
Somebody
which
was
I just
talking about.
I
Wait,
posted.
somebody was
Well,
talking
hold on.
about me, and I wasn't
No,
here.
hold on.
Was somebody
Hold
talking
on.
about me, and I wasn't
Yeah,
here?
it was me.
Nah,
Sorry, XO.
hold on,
Was
bro.
there
Hold
somebody
on.
else talking about me
Oh
also
my
when I
God,
wasn't
here we
here?
go, dude.
Was
I'm
somebody
just
else
10
Wait a
people. I'm
talking
gonna
second.
about
just
me?
Wait a
10
second, bro.
people real quick.
All
Hold
right.
on.
Well, listen.
I
This is
need a
going to be
I need a
so
mod
fun
in
to
here, bro,
crush.
because I was in
Listen,
the middle
I
of a
crush
Yeah,
conversation.
demons.
I'm here.
I crush demons,
I'm
and it's going to
here.
be
XO,
so
hold on
easy,
a
bro.
second.
It's going to be so
XO,
easy.
hold
This
on
is.
one second. XO, hold on. North was or Lion was in the middle
It
of
was
something.
Lion,
Yeah,
but he
Lion
interrupted
was in the
me
middle
about
of
my
something.
eye holes. But go ahead, talk
Well,
about
that's a
slit
good.
cocks.
Let's all
So
just go
yeah,
one at a time.
I'll let him take over because you know he's gonna run the chat. So I'm gonna let him take over after me. But please, just let me finish this real quick. You know,
He's
it
not
says,
here. He's gone. So don't worry
all
about it.
right. So there's things in the scriptures that we don't understand, right? Because Yah himself says, "For my thoughts are not your thoughts, neither are your ways my ways," declares Yah. Whereas the heavens are higher than the earth, so are my ways higher than your ways, and my thoughts than your thoughts. And like I said earlier, the things of Yah seem like foolishness to the unbeliever. And circumcision sounds barbaric and archaic, but just hear me out for a second, right? Because we have a in the Brenton, and I'm reading from the Septuagint, we have a story where Sephora, right, circumcises her son, right, at the brink of time because her son was about to be taken from an angel, an evil angel, or an angel was about to take his life, right? There's something mystical about the
Oh
shedding of
yeah.
hold on. There's something mystical about the shedding of innocent blood that I still don't understand. But it offered protection as soon as because literally the angel was about to take his life. And as soon as she circumcised her son on the brink of time when the blood was shed and spilled on the ground, there was like a hedge of protection around her son that the angel could not kill it, right? Could not get to it. So I don't know what's going on in the spiritual realm, but there's something about innocent blood being shed that is a spiritual currency that protects you're offering a hedge of protection around your children when you circumcise them on the 8th day. Now I don't understand why that is in the spiritual realm, but there's something to it. They don't just do it because they're sacrificing blood to Satan. That's not what's going on here. There's something mystical that's
Self
beyond me.
mutilation is righteous. Got it.
No, it's not. It's not even self-mutilation. There's something about the sacrificing of that extra skin that when that blood hits the ground, it literally offers a hedge of protection. Now, I will say this: since Messiah came and died on the cross, we no longer need to do that as a hedge of protection. Before he came, this is what the ancients had to do because there was literally the evil kingdom, the kingdom of darkness, was still had power and dominion on the earth. As soon as Messiah his blood was shed. The circumcision no longer offers hedges. I don't think it offers a hedge of protection anymore, but it's still accredited to you as righteousness if you do it
Sounds
on
really
the 8th day.
subjective.
But yeah, I'm all done. I'm all set. Go ahead.
Snacks wanted to address that. Go ahead, Snacks.
I mean,
I
the
wasn't
thing
talking.
is, if they came along and said, "Look, we want you to be more, we don't want you to play with it too much, and we want you to be more productive." If they said that, I'd be like, "Oh yeah, fuck, that makes a lot of sense." But when they start getting all, I don't know, wacky with it, I don't know. I can't. It's hard for me to. It just sounds like manipulation or something. Like, just
It's
be honest.
what's interesting is the ancient Aztecs might have been the minds of the Aztecs, whichever ones worship Quetzalcoatl. But one of the greatest sacrifices you could give to the snake god was slitting one's penis and allowing that blood to pour into the fire. So I don't know if there's like some kind of correlation or connection there, but it seems a little awkward, bro.
The Aztecs were descendants of Issachar, the tribe of Issachar. I'm not surprised that they still had circumcision traditions. It's really not a surprise to me. But instead, they diverted it to the evil one, which is unfortunate.
Right. Yep. I don't know. I think Jeremy has some scripture he wanted to share on this topic.
You know, I'd be, and I know this is not, perhaps this is for another room. I'd love to actually go over every word Jesus ever spoke, because I imagine it's not that much. It sounds like, I bet it's not as much as people think. I'd love to just go over that and just, I don't know, with a couple of you, maybe North and a few others, maybe Torah, somebody. Just go over every word he spoke and just go over it. I'd love to do that. Is it a lot? Is it a lot, Lion?
No, I mean, I posted what I was saying earlier in the chat. So if you want to read that, it'll give you an idea of why circumcision was important back in the day. It's still important.
That's a straw man, bro. Circumcised straw man. But yeah, check out the Gnostic Gospel of Thomas. Supposedly that book was written as Jesus spoke. I've heard other people say it wasn't, but that's what I heard.
I did listen to that a couple of times actually back in the day, and it's like a series of like 127 like sayings, parables. I don't know. Like it just most of it went over my head. I've got to be honest, because it's like, you know, if you go into the stable and get the bale of hay and then give it to the, you know, the farmer, and he takes it to the maiden, and it's literally like that, and you're like, what the fuck? And it just goes straight over your head. Now, it might well be that I wasn't ready to hear it at that point. I was still drunk every hour God sent at that point, but I did listen to it probably 3 times, you know, from start to finish, and I still enjoyed listening to the words though, even though probably only 4 or 5 of the sayings I actually, oh, that made perfect sense to me. The rest, no, it just went straight over my head. So
You might have to pierce your ear, and that way you can understand the righteousness of the text.
You guys, I want you to notice something. XO has no problem typing. I don't know if he's going to get anything through because I can't get anything through the text. Nothing will show up when I'm typing. But is he lost for words now? Where are you, XO? I mean, I've been asking for this debate for many years, and you've disqualified yourself according to the text. So I'm just wondering why you're still claiming you're a teacher every day when I hear you.
Well, if we do this, it's got to be like some kind of mute unmute thing because I don't see this that ending well. But we could do it, but we'll just do like mute unmute.
Yeah, he's not going to participate.
Is that cool with you, North?
It's always cool with me, man. But he's not going to do it. You can trust that. He's going to run,
right.
and then he's going to accuse other people of being scared of him constantly. You know, I'll go and talk to all these people, and they're scared, and they run, and yeah, okay. And is anyone else having a problem when trying to, you know, type something in chat, or is everything coming through, or no?
is this ever since the other day?
Check
No.
with Geo on it and see what the issue is.
I think it's Discord.
No. I'll check with Geo and see what the issue is.
Either I'm bro
If
watching
it's
or
on
you
our
guys
end or what.
Yeah, you're roboting a little bit.
Yeah, so guys, even if you're not believers, right? Even if you're not a believer, you can give these guys a test who say they're teachers and pastors of this word. And so you can do this, and I've been doing it for over 25 years. Just ask them, what are the elementary doctrines? What are they according to Scripture? And without looking at Scripture, they have to tell you. And none of them are going to be able to answer. And that disqualifies every one of these guys who claim to be a pastor, a teacher, a preacher, a deacon, or whatever they're claiming to be. No one has answered correctly in over 25 years of me asking thousands of people.
I even saved this on my little thing where I save my bookmarks or whatever. All Bible quotes from Jesus Christ of Nazareth. Okay, it does seem quite a lot actually. Just scrolling down. Okay, that's a lot. Yeah, that'd take a while to go one one by one.
All right. Which canon did Jesus say these words? These hoes ain't loyal.
This says King James Version.
Correct.
What's that correct?
I don't know.
Thanks. Yeah, I think my thing
but
is
if you translate to the original Aramaic, it's these girls ain't loyal.
These shiksas, Miss Shiksas, that's how you pronounce it.
Check out what I just posted, guys.
Bro, the Catholics are like, dude. Take whatever you get from Catholics with a grain of salt, in my opinion.
Well, one of those looks like Orthodox to me.
That's
so
Catholic.
Orthodox is not Catholic.
Yeah. No, yeah. Orthodox is still considered Catholic.
Well, maybe Catholic is considered Orthodox.
Eastern Orthodox is considered Catholic. They split off from the Catholic
Which was
Church
first?
in like
Which was first?
1024. Catholic.
Catholic was before Orthodox?
Yeah.
Are you
Yeah.
sure about that?
Yeah, I'm sure about that. They'll tell you otherwise.
You got to do some research, bro.
Yeah, the Eastern Orthodox split off from the Catholic Church in like 1000s. For real. They had a schism regarding the Holy Spirit. They still have idols. They still do all that stuff. I mean, it depends what Orthodox. If you're talking about Ethiopian Orthodox, you're talking about Syriac Orthodox, or you're talking about Eastern
Lithuanian.
Orthodox.
Wasn't the Greek Orthodox before the Catholic? I could be wrong.
I don't know much about Greek Orthodox to be honest. There's a
Then
lot of
you have the
Orthodox.
Ethiopian, the Russian Orthodox.
Russian Orthodox, right? Yep.
Ukrainians are Orthodox too. If I'm not mistaken, yeah, I'm pretty sure of that. Yeah, because as a matter of fact, I think the Russian religion started in Kiev. Started in the Ukraine, if I'm not mistaken. I'm almost certain of that.
I thought it was
That's why the
Kazakhstan.
Russians, yeah. Sorry, what'd you say?
Oh, I said I thought it was Kazakhstan.
Kazakhstan? You're driving, right?
Kazakhstan's going to be the next superpower.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
They're building it. I think they're theming it around Legends of Zelda, if you look at the pictures.
But look at what I posted, man. Look at the baby Jesus. Look at it. See for yourself. What does that look like to you?
Sweet white baby Jesus.
I would just say the Roman Catholic Church. I mean, they were trying to get the pagan people to go along with Christianity, right? So they mixed in. It's all a mix, man. It's like they have all the pagan stuff just mixed in with Christianity. That's all it was.
I think they borrowed like heavily from the Sumerians, like most of it. I think most religions, like these guys had like, yeah. The more you look into Samaria, it's like, what didn't they have?
Right. I mean, I just say, SE, it's really hard to say what any of the timeline or history is. We know that a lot of it is bogus. So to try to say like we know blah or bloob, it's just like, no, we don't. The more you know, you don't know shit. You know?
You're absolutely right. But you see, with the Sumerian, it's a special case. You know why? Because the writings is in clay tablets. And they found like 20,000 of them in just one place. And they only deciphered like a small percentage. So it's not like these are books, things that could be faked, right? These are in stone and clay tablets. Well, I guess they could have been faked, right?
They could, yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you want a clay tablet? I'll get you a clay tablet.
Yeah.
I mean, how much shit has been robbed from us and stuffed under the Vatican or stolen by the what's that stupid, the Smithsonian? I mean, what we're given is what they want us to know. I mean, that's for sure. And all you could really do is just look at their behavior and what they believe in. And I don't know. I don't know where I was going with that. I just, dude, I know that the people that run this world, they worship Satan. Like that's undisputable. That's for sure.
Well, you mentioned the Vatican, right? That is, if there was one place on earth that I'd like to go between, besides the two poles, I'd pick the Vatican, right? Because those hypocritical sons of guns, right? They have so much information in there, and they have the gall to keep it from the public. Like you can only see a certain thing only if you know what page it's in, and what kind of a crap is that? They looted all this stuff, and I repeat, looted, stole, and now they're keeping it away from everybody. Now imagine just in there what. Yeah, you're absolutely right.
Yeah, man, and look at their church. Like, look at the building that the Pope preaches out of. It's a snake head. Like, the building is a snake head. Like, they hate, they hate Messiah. They gotta go. See you guys.
That was good.
But yeah, see,
that's the lady calling.
That was
it
a
says here-
calling. We could call a calling.
the Great Schism, July 16th, 1054 CE, when the Eastern Orthodox Church was established, when they split off from the Catholic Church. But they have the same story as the Catholics of how their church started, but it's all BS.
Yeah, they all think they're right. One thinks this and one thinks that. And what was the fight over the way we do the cross with three fingers?
It was political. It was political and doctrinal disputes, but mostly political, in my opinion.
Yeah, most probably. But I think the religious thing, was it the Son, the Father, and the Holy Spirit? Was that the main beef?
They still believed in the Trinity. Like I said, it's complicated. It has to do with the Holy Spirit.
Yeah, I knew it had something to do with one of those. I think all three of them. Well, the Catholics believe in that as well, no? The Son, the Father, and the Holy Spirit, or no?
Yeah, both the Catholics and the Eastern Orthodox venerate the Virgin Mary. They even sing. Apparently, the Eastern Orthodox Church has more songs venerating the Virgin Mary than the Catholic Church does. But they'll say, oh, they don't believe that the Virgin Mary is a god. They don't believe, but they still sing songs to her. It's like, what's the difference? You know what I'm saying? Oh, you know what I mean? You don't believe that.
They pray to her in the
They
Eastern
claim
Is
that
that
they
the,
Church.
don't, but they do.
is that like the Russian Orthodox?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Eastern Orthodox.
I've heard like some clergy speak on that, and that they speak on Mary is really the center of it. That Mary is like a earth goddess almost, or something like that, replaced as.
Look, I know for sure they pray to the Virgin Mary. They call her Panagia. How do I know? Well, my aunt told me just today that she prayed for a certain thing, which I won't get into. But I could assure you that they pray to the Virgin Mary.
You mean the Queen of Heaven, Semiramis?
I'm just saying, if they had DNA testing a long time ago, it might not be going.
If only you guys knew how religious my relatives are, and I mean all of them, you'd freak out.
Look at
How
this.
many Catholic churches get full in the States these days?
What?
Or Protestant?
What was the question? How do they get fooled?
How many Christian churches in the States today, besides the Bible Belt, right? Forget that. We know that that's the Bible Belt, but in other parts of the States, right? How many churches get full? Like have a lot of people going every Sunday.
Oh fuck! There's a lot of churches that are jam packed, man. And then you got the crazy churches, like with the I don't even know what the fuck they call them. There's a word for them.
Mega churches.
Yeah, there you go. The mega churches. I got one that opened up down the street from my house, and yeah, it's pretty cultish. But dude, this place gets so packed, and none of these people live in this town. They all come from out of town, and there's just so much money, dude. It's ridiculous.
Are they Catholic or what?
No, they're Christian. It's a Christian church.
Yeah, but what denomination?
Oh, I don't know. It's like some crazy black Christian church.
10s and 20s.
20.
Actually, I kind of like those black churches when they sing and all that. That's kind of cool, I think.
No, yeah. I mean, the vibes are pretty cool, but as far as like what they're preaching and stuff, I don't know, man. It's all about tithings and shit, you know, paying dues. It's all about that cheddar.
Yeah,
That
even
blue
in the
cheese.
Orthodox Church, they pass a basket. People put money in it every so often.
The Creator moves everything around me.
Yeah, that's not good at all, man. I mean, tithings in the scriptures was vegetables. You know that, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna try
How do
that.
we always end up talking about religion? It's Jeremy again, right? He started it.
He's been pushing for this for a while now. He wants.
I know.
Yeah, he wants the Church of Flat Earth to happen, but
yeah,
we're working on it. It's the new doctrine. It's the new denomination. Flat Earth verbatim
I have
church.
so many things to say.
I know, bro. We're waiting, bro. Preach, brother.
All right,
Preach.
listen. First of all, if they had DNA testing,
You're all AI'd out, bro.
back in Mary's time, it might is.
Yeah, we need the AI robot to decipher all that, Jeremy. Sorry, bro.
It does make sense to me though that you know, you could have something good, pure, righteous, and then people will take that and, you know, turn it into something that it was never meant to be. Turn it into something that is a method of control. Turn it into something that's
Profitability.
profitable. Yeah, profitable for themselves, fill their own pockets, and I think that's what's happened here. So this is why I often say that I know there's gravy in that book. I know there is. I ain't saying throw it out. I ain't saying that.
Well, how do you think you become a prophet of the Lord, man?
No, but I just don't want people to get the wrong idea. Like I'm saying, no, this is bad and it needs to, because I hate manipulation ultimately. But I ain't saying that this. I've seen gravy in that book myself. So yeah, I think it's been used and turned sort of used to manipulate. And yeah, I suppose I really ought to. I hate this because I know North's thinking. North's probably listening, going, "You gotta read it, dude. Don't talk about it. Just read it." And he's right. But like I say, when I hear you guys talking about it, it just sounds wacky to me. Some of the claims. I don't know. And also, like, you sort of it pushing this. I call it hopium. Like you're obsessed with this next bit that you can't really confirm. I mean, you can't validate any of that.
Why haven't you read it, bro? If you don't mind me asking, I'll tell you why I haven't read it. If you tell me why you didn't.
Well, I sort of had a Bible when I was a kid, and we all got one for Christmas, I think, or birthday. I can't remember. But then, yeah, I told you, my mum actually, she literally was running a parish because she was married to a vicar, and so. But he wasn't he should have been a barrister. He really should. He was really good when he was on the pulpit, but he didn't really. I don't think he really believed in it, to be honest. He wasn't that kind of person. He was too left-brained. You know, I like the fact that when I ever asked, because I always ask him about stuff like that, and say, what do you think of God? What is God? And he'd just say, I think there's another dimension, but he wouldn't really elaborate on that, which I respect because I think it's the people that do start to try and define what God is that I always think, because I don't think we know. I don't think any of us know. So, but yeah, he did a lot of good in the world, actually.
Well, read the first sentence of the Bible. It tells you who God is and what God is. Right there in the first sentence.
What does he say?
Yeah, I can relate to you what the scriptures say what God is. But yeah, I wanted to hear what SC why he don't read the Bible, and I can only imagine because he says it's begot this, begot that, and Adam begot, right? SC?
Yeah. I tried out of respect for you guys, right? To be honest with you.
Did you skip that part though? Begot who?
No,
and like tried from there.
I just couldn't. To me, it's like, and I've even opened it a couple of times. You know, when you guys say, "Oh, I opened it and I read this and I tried that," and every time I open something, it just nonsense. Just doesn't make any sense. Like Nostradamus to me. I'll be honest with you guys, man. That's why I don't bother with it.
Yeah, I mean I get your point, dude. It's definitely hard to digest the format at which they speak within the scriptures. It takes somebody to kind of help make sense of the parables and the metaphors and the message. It definitely does, but it's also kind of a part of it too, because like I've often heard a lot of people say that they get different messages and meanings from the text that they've written or read over and over. So like no matter how many times they read it, it's like they're getting a different piece of the scripture revealed to them through the Spirit, as they put it.
Yeah, I
Hey,
agree,
you know,
man.
it's gravy.
Real quick, real quick. I just want to say this: that it took me a long time, right, to get over the paradigm that was in my head, because like when I grew up, I wasn't really like I wasn't on fire for the word like I am now. Like it was boring to me, and in my head, I would think of like the Mormon, you know, like the nerdy Christians that like I had like this idea in my head of like what church was, and it was wrapped up with what this word was. So in my head, every time I heard of the Bible or read the Bible, I would just think of like Jehovah's Witnesses or Mormons or like just like the whole churchianity. Like that's what would come to mind. So I had to. It took me a while to undo all that, to then look at the scriptures with a whole new light. Because there's like this paradigm that's like I don't know how to explain it to you, man. Like the worldview of what the Bible is wrapped up with religion and churchianity, and it's like it's a bad taste. So I never really cared to read the Bible, and every time I read it, I would just think of like like a nerdy Christian or something. But that there's more, and once you gotta snap out of that to really see the word for what it is.
A lot
Yeah,
of
anyways.
people claim that they find Jesus, God, or Allah behind bars, like in prison. So I don't know. I see. I mean, that might be somewhere to look.
What can I tell you, bro? I mean, I respect everybody, but it just can't be. The story is just too ridiculous. Why would a creator create two people, put them in a garden, tempt them with a tree? It's the whole thing is just nonsense. Like to me, I mean, I'm sorry, man. Maybe
About
I'm
that
just too
story.
logical. I don't know.
Yeah, about that story. That's like one of the most iconic stories within the scripture. And the funny thing about that is you find that same story through a plethora of different religions and different time eras, like even predating scripture. So that's kind of interesting. It's like this archetypical story that's just kind of transcends through the ages and
Those are just
people.
words.
Yeah, well, I was showing you the comparisons. There's a story like that in the Sumerian. Exact same thing. The
Right.
mother takes the baby, puts it in the river. The king
Right.
finds it. Yeah, that whole thing. Yeah, but there's no like rising from the dead. I don't believe in the Sumerian story, but I'm not sure 100% sure on that one.
You know, what's interesting to me is looking. I know I keep banging on about this noble race of people that needed to be gotten rid of. I see that the Bible's connected to that too. That needed to be get rid of. The things that a lot of us would consider the sort of enemies of the people. They need to get rid of this thing. Like, in order for to take their diabolical plans to take hold, they needed to get rid of this noble race of people. Now, we could talk about the aristocracy and not. No, it's not that. It's because they had everything and we had nothing, and we wanted, we wanted some little something for, a little something for my pocket. I want a little bit of something for my pocketbook. I could just see it from that. But the more I look into it, the more I see. Just as I mentioned the other day, that guy, the Russian guy, the Tsar Nicholas. I think of him as that he's part of that noble race that had to be gotten rid of, and I see that as the book is the same thing. Because it spurgs a lot of people out, and a lot of the people who were trying to get all these, they try, like I posted in that meme. The guy's trying to. He's saying they're trying to. What was it now? The government and the book, the religion. It said religion and the government will succumb or something like that with this plan that's being hatched. So deep and so contrived, whatever it said. And so it's a tough one for me because there's a part of me there where I go, okay, I don't like being manipulated. But then there's this other thing where I go, okay, they needed to get rid of this noble race of people, and they needed to get rid of this book for whatever reason, because it's helping people, because it structures society in such a way, because there's no usury allowed according to this book. You know, I've often talked about government, and I hate sticking up for government because it's a real shit show. But you think about it, when you're dealing with just a corporation, I know USA Inc. and all that, I get it, but it wasn't intended to be. I mean, there's an idea there that's brilliant, right? But I know it's turned into this whole other thing. It's turned into a complete shit show, and I don't know how we can rectify that. Getting the money out, getting the lobbyists out, but I don't think it was. If you think about it, it could be good. It could be a good thing. It could be a great thing, right? So, I mean, like I said before, good luck trying to get any sort of humanism, anything good out of a corporate, just a technocracy, whatever you want to call it. This thing that's coming in now, I don't know. Then you're fucked. Then we're all completely fucked. Digital currency. I mean, that to me, that's the biggest. I agree with Crow, who said it's the biggest loss of freedom for the human race in history. I think that will be the change. That will be the ultimate digital currency. But I can't see. It just seems inevitable to me. I don't know about you guys. It just seems inevitable, especially when they start saying there's germs on the money. Everybody's terrified, aren't they? Oh my god. So I don't know. That makes me want to look into the book more, to be honest. Because the powers that be want rid of it. There's no doubt about that. But it's a weird position, isn't it? Because on the one hand, I'm contradicting myself because I'm saying, didn't it come from the powers that be? I mean, it came through the Roman Catholic Church. The only reason why anyone in the West got that book is because of the Holy Roman Empire. And I heard something the other day. Somebody said it was illegal to have a copy of that book. And nobody could read it anyway, I suppose. But then they'd have all these sermons in Latin. Nobody understood Latin. I don't know.
I blame the ancient Greeks for that. They translated that book. It's their fault.
Yeah, I mean, that. I don't know. I always bang on about the French Revolution, but it's a very interesting time. That's another part of that noble race they got rid of. That King Louis, and then what's her name? The chick that supposedly said, "Let them eat cake," which she never said. Marie Antoinette, I think.
Antoinette?
Yeah, that. I think she never said that. That was just the fucking satirists of that time that got the people to believe. Look at it now. They can do whatever they want. They can build a person up, knock them down. They can. Yeah, they just completely control public opinion, basically, and that's what they did there.
Of course, she didn't say cake. She said, "Let them eat croissant." Yeah, who knows, man? It could all be made up. Could all be made up.
Well, I'm more like from 1792 or something. I'm quite happy to take that on board as true. Because it's not that long ago, really. A couple of grandfathers ago, or several, I suppose, but it's not that long ago.
Yeah, and Rome has nothing to do with why we have Bibles today. Absolutely nothing.
How so?
Of course they do. If they didn't carry the story forward, how would you know about it?
The
How would
oldest
anybody know
Bible,
about
the
Christ
oldest,
or yeah?
the oldest
You
Bible
had
actually is from Ethiopia. Dude, Ethiopia. Oh, I don't know what.
Ethiopia. Yeah.
Ethiopia. Yeah, thank you.
Well, I did say the West specifically. You know, I
no,
mean, I'm
not
just
even,
saying.
bro. That's patently false, bro.
Really, that makes
Yeah,
sense to me.
if it was up to the Roman Church, nobody would have their own private Bibles. Nobody. You do realize that, right? Anybody that was caught translating the Bible into any other language or had private compilation of the Bible was basically burnt at the stake. This is the persecution of the church. That's why the church is known as the beast, because what she persecutes the saints. She persecutes the righteous. If it was up to the church, nobody would have independent translations of the Bible, because they didn't want people knowing what the Bible said nor reading it. Instead, they want to be the gatekeepers of the word, just like the Pharisees. And you had independent compilations in Syriac, in Armenia, right? Ethiopia. All these people had compilations way before the Roman Church did. The Roman Church actually usurped authority in the Jerusalem Council in Antioch. If you go back to the 1st, 2nd century, they usurped authority by the original disciples of Messiah himself, who the apostles appointed to be authority in Antioch. The first one that I know of is Ignatius of Antioch, who usurped authority in the Jerusalem Council. And he actually was the first one to promote Torahlessness, or that the law was done away with. When all the apostles and even Paul himself upheld the Torah and the commandments of Yah, while the church was saying that, we no longer have to abide by the Jewish law. That's for the Jews. And this is the beginning of the schism between the true followers of Messiah and then the apostate church that did away with the commandments. It gets deep, bro. But that's why, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not trying to have a Bible study, but you keep bringing it up, so I have to keep addressing it and setting the record straight.
Yeah, I find it interesting. I don't know. It depends what day you catch me on, because sometimes, like tomorrow, I might see some more of this fucking red heifer stuff, and I'll be and some rabbi, some fucking the hubris on these people. Honestly, I might just come in. I'll be like, nope, got to scrap the whole fucking thing. But I do find it interesting.
William Tyndale is credited for translating the first Bible into English, right? So he translated both the Hebrew and the Greek into English. And while doing so, because he was also under the delusion that the law was done away with and that the feasts were done away with. But, while he was translating line by line, verse by verse, he realized that the commandments were not done away with, the feasts were not done away with, that the Shabbat was actually Saturday, and that what he was being taught by the clergy was wrong. But he sought out to translate the Bible into English, and 10 years later, he was actually burnt at the stake for doing so. And while he was, apparently his last testimony or his last wish was that the Bible would be available to every man, including the farmer plowing the plow. You know what I mean? That even he would know more than the Pope. And a couple years later, that's when you started seeing Bibles being translated all over Europe into English.
Yeah, it's interesting. I know from what I've seen anyway, it looks like you'd get one emperor, one Caesar, I guess, and then they'd be like, they'd be like they go with the Christian thing, they'd go with the Bible. But then the next one along, you'd be like, no, I like the pagan stuff, and you start taking out all the fucking mechanisms of Christianity. And then the next one would come along, and he'd be more favorable for the Bible. And I kind of see it as Rome never fell. like the Caesar just became the Pope. That's what it seems to me, anyway.
This is Ignatius of Antioch is quoted 115 CE saying, "To profess Jesus Christ while continue to follow Jewish custom is an absurdity. The Christian faith does not look to Jews, but the Jews look to Christianity." That's just one of many. If you read his writings, this is apparent that there was instantly a wedge being driven by both Jews and Roman Christians against the true followers of the faith, the true Sabbath keepers, the guardians of the covenant, which were known as the Nazarene.
Yeah, that's kind of interesting. I know there's not that I want to turn it into a Trinity debate, but the Catholics are big on the Trinity then, and it's never mentioned in the Bible. Is that correct?
Man, that's a can of worms that I don't think you're ready to get
No,
into.
I don't want. I don't want to open a can. But that's true though, right?
Dude, it's not a yes or no answer, bro. That's why I can't really answer that right now.
Oh, okay. No, my mother actually said that to me yesterday. She said something about the Trinity, and I was like, "Well, that's not mentioned in the Bible anywhere." So, and then she started telling me about all different, the God, whatever it is, Spirit and the Holy Ghost or something like that. She was saying she was telling me a little bit. I can't remember. God, it's only yesterday. But anyway, I was saying like, well, who's Jesus on the right side of? Who? Why did he say on the cross, "Father, why have you forsaken me"? Was he talking to himself? These are all Owen Benjamin arguments, by the way.
No, but there is a Trinitarian formula in the Hebrew. But
right.
The only thing is that the church believes, or the Catholic Church believes, that Jesus was the Father incarnate. But Elohim is made up of both the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Even in the word,
that's the one,
inherently in the pictographic Hebrew, you have both the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, which are distinct and distinguished.
Yeah, I suppose that's a huge topic, isn't it?
Yeah,
Or
it's too big to get
contention
into.
or whatever. Yeah. Kosho. What do you want to talk about, Kosho?
No, I just came to listen. I just thought I'd be listening to something different.
Yeah, look, change it up. Let's talk about something different.
Yeah, let's talk about something else, man. It's all good.
I guess I don't know. We were talking about Trump and the other server, so they're talking about how he's gonna be disqualified. You want to talk about that, so.
I was just
You're saying
I
he's
was enjoying
disqualified
looking
from
into.
running it?
Once I was just saying I was looking into Paul Simon a little bit, the start of Simon and Garfunkel. They were called Tom and Jerry at first. But anyway, I just wanted to mention a good Jew, brought a lot of love into the world, a lot of happiness. They do exist. They are out there.
Just one of them. The 23andMe, somebody hacked into servers, and well, they didn't hack into the servers, but they hacked them, and they got like all the Ashkenazi Jews, a list of them. They sold that list to somebody for some reason. One of you guys who did this? Was it one of you guys? One of you guys hack them and sell them? Sell the list of Ashkenazi Jews?
Are you Ashkenazi?
Yeah, Ashkenazi Jew, but also what do you call it? Ancient Jew, I guess too.
That's what's up.
We've had 2 DNA tests, and one DNA test said that I was Ashkenazi Jewish, 23andMe, and I did another one a long time ago to see if I was a Cohen, which is supposed to be the line of
Levi.
Aaron. Well, yeah, but Aaron specifically, and that's also true. So yeah, because a lot of people think the Ashkenazi Jews aren't the same people as the ancient Jews, but
I don't believe that.
yeah. Well, I mean, I've obviously I'm an example of somebody who's both. So
But I also don't believe that there's any DNA basis for establishing a genetic link to any of the 12 tribes of Israel.
okay.
There's really no credible genetic base for establishing that link.
Well, except for that you can connect yourself with all the people who are supposed Cohens. I mean, there's that.
The thing is that even the priesthood in the Second Temple period, when Messiah was here, they weren't legitimate Kohens, legitimate Levites. They were usurpers, so it's hard to tell. If you're tracking lineage back to those people, then don't expect it to actually be of the sons of Zadok.
Okay. So they were usurpers.
Yeah. In my opinion, I mean that's a whole nother topic. But yeah, man.
But you also think that the Jews and the Cherokee have the same lineage, so it's like,
The Israelites.
what's it worth?
Well, if you believe the Torah, bro, there would be exiled to all the kingdoms of the earth. Wherever the foot of men had trodden, there you will be exiled to.
Yeah, I don't believe that. No.
You don't believe in Deuteronomy 28?
No, I don't believe in the interpretation you're describing.
Well, what do you mean interpretation? There's nothing to interpret.
Okay, so the people who wrote that book, they didn't know about the whole earth. So when they say things like people, all over the earth, they don't even know where they're sending it. They don't know about the whole earth. They're writing
Oh, I
about
see
things.
what you're saying.
They're only writing about things that they know. That's how I interpret that type of stuff. When they talk about the flood, they're not talking about the whole earth being flooded. They're talking about, whatever part of the earth that they inhabited or knew about at that time was flooded. Like they have no way to write about the entire earth when they have no knowledge.
It was the Iraqi floodplain in the Levant, and that story came from a story from prior mythology.
You know something that's interesting is that because I don't know if you said you lived in the Gulf. I lived in the Gulf over there, and that Gulf is actually within I think it's like at 200 meters in a lot of places. So before the floods of 10,000 years ago, or before the rapid rise of the sea because of the ice age ending, that was actually all land based. That Gulf didn't exist. There was actually land there. And so I think a lot of those that's in that area come from, even Samaria. And Samaria,
What do you guys come in to tag team us every day, or what are you guys doing?
You can't handle it. You can't handle it, dude. Shaking in his fucking boots. But but yeah. Anyways, yeah. The sea level rose rapidly, or at least like 200 meters over 2,000 years in that Gulf. I mean, in the world, and so that Gulf would have went from being land to being a Gulf. And so the Sumerians even talk about how there were sea people or water people or something like that, people who came from the water, and they're probably talking about, and then no one knows where they came from, but that's probably where they came from. They probably came from the land that was once the Gulf or whatever. But anyways, it makes sense that there be myths about a flood, um, you know, in that area because that would have happened in that area. So, but it doesn't make sense that they would know about something on the whole Earth because they have no knowledge of that.
So you believe that they were just exiled to, like around Asia Minor, maybe Asia, but not the Americas? That's too far fetched. That's what you think? It's all right, man. I'm not judging you. I'm just wondering.
All right. Well, hold on. How? Who told them about the flood? Like, if Kosho is saying, well, they can only know about their little part of the world. I mean, yeah. How do they know about the flood?
Supposedly somebody warned Noah, but I don't think that there was there is some evidence that there could have been rapid flooding, not as rapid as they're described. It maybe like there were times where it was more rapid than others or whatever. But I think that a lot of those stories are embellishments, exaggerations. So there's that. I mean, you can't. I mean, I don't know. It's almost silly to me to believe all the accurate when they're written by people, fallible people. I mean, people who make mistakes and write down things incorrectly. And even if they're not writing it down incorrectly, they're still writing it down the only way they have to interpret it. So if they get information or something, they're only going to be able to explain things to the extent that they know, which means they cannot write about that. They're not going to have knowledge of the whole earth.
All right. I mean, I respect that. I mean, I can't. You know what I mean? Like, again, I'm not gonna try to convince you. If that's what you believe, that's what you believe. You don't believe that it's the actual inspired word of God. You think that it's, a fairy tale or a story that was embellished.
Listen, man, I'm not going to have conversations with you if you're going to do that, because I
No,
literally just said I know. Listen, I literally just said the opposite of that. I
He
literally just said
believes
the
in your
opposite.
book.
That it was
He believes in your book, dude. I don't know.
It would have been interpreted by people incorrectly, or embellished, or exaggerated. I didn't say that it's a fairy tale. I didn't say.
So you don't believe in the world flood. You think it was local. That's what right?
No, anything that
He's an
anybody wrote
atheist Jew.
about. Yogi Bear. I don't remember what I was saying. Oh yeah. I don't think anybody who wrote anything down and anywhere, like Jace was just saying, like there was an Iraqi flood story, and nobody would have been able to write about something worldly. Although there are plenty of, there's plenty of evidence that the sea in the whole Earth rose by about 200 meters. So, but I don't think that anybody at that time would have had knowledge about that fact. They would have had knowledge about local happenings, right?
So I'm curious. Do you believe in a world flood or not? Like, do you think it was just local, or do you think the whole world flooded at one point in time, like a cataclysmic, like a crazy flood?
It gets exhausting, man. Whenever I just said I believe Earth, it's evidence the whole Earth, the seas rose about 200 meters, 2,000 years. That's what I believe. Cool. Okay.
But yeah, you believe in Big Bang.
I believe in anything that has enough evidence for it, and I'll stop believing it once there's enough evidence that something else is the case. That's the way that I live my life. It's the way that I advise most people to live their lives. If you live your life a different way, I'd say you make mistakes.
What's the evidence for Big Bang?
The evidence is for Big Bang. The evidences for the Big Bang would be the Hubble ladder, the observation that everything's expanding away from us, and probably every point, so the universe is expanding. And the other evidence would be the cosmic background radiation.
What's the circumference of the Earth?
Circumference of the Earth, 24,901 miles, 10 million meters.
Well, that's not really evidence, right? Is it interpretation of man to what they've seen?
I know that those are the evidence.
So it's just interpretation. Oh, yeah, there's such an interpretation, bro. They're interpreting that this is happening, but they're just going about it just because they believe that it's happening, not because they actually know exactly what's happening.
They believe that's what's happening because of the evidence. The evidence is showing that the universe is expanding, and so because the evidence shows
Into
that,
what?
they believe that.
Expanding into what?
It's just expanding.
Into what?
It's just expanding. That question doesn't
What
make
is it
sense.
expanding to?
The space is expanding. The space exists
It's
within the universe.
Genesis. It's
So
the
it doesn't make
creation
sense.
of
It doesn't make
space.
sense to say what's it expanding into.
What do you mean? If you're saying it's expanding, there has to be something to expand to.
No, it doesn't.
Oh, no, it doesn't?
Time is increasing, meaning that one moment in your world was day 1, and then it was day 2, and then it was day 7, and now it's year 6,000. The time's not
Hold on.
expanding.
How is it year 6,000? Because if you're saying in your thing, it's like billions of years already.
Yeah, I know. I'm trying to make sense to you. I'm trying to give you an analogy that you would understand. So yeah, the time is expanding.
You're just mocking him and not answering this question, bro.
It's not mocking him. It's not. That's not mocking him
Scientifically
at all.
define nothing. If you're going to say the universe is expanding into nothing or something, we would like a scientific definition for either.
Okay, let me try to say this in a way that you guys understand. This is not mocking anybody. The same way that numbers can increase, meaning that you have one set of numbers, and then those numbers increase. They're not taking away from anything as they're increasing. They're just actively increasing. Same way time increases. This is the same way space is expanding. The space is expanding. The amount of space, the value is getting larger. It's not expanding into a greater space. All of the space exists within the claim of the space. So if there's X amount of space one day, the next day there's more space. It's not expanding into a greater space. That is all the space.
X plus 1.
Yeah,
That
I
was
get what
supposed
you're
to.
saying, Kosho. It's not that hard to understand, Kosho.
Oh, Jason, why don't you take your hand at it, dude? Explain how something that exists outside of time, space, and matter is not able to be quantified. Space can't be quantified either because it's constantly expanding, and there's more of it being created out of what? What's it being created out of? What is it expanding into?
It's expanding into God's mind.
Yikes.
I mean, hold on. I can kind of get on board with that because you're saying that space is being created at the same time that the universe is expanding, right?
Yes.
It's all happening at the same time.
Okay, explain it then.
Yeah.
Explain it, John. If you can say you can get on board with that, explain.
He just did. Space is being created.
At the
So
same time
something's
that the
being
universe is
created?
expanding,
What is
space is being created.
out of? Let's be very specific and start small. What is space made out of?
Space is made out of nothing.
Okay, what is a scientific definition of nothing, please? And cite your fucking source.
Yeah, I just got back. What's going on? So nothing's being created?
No, I'm just giving the what
Are you
for
saying
it.
there's nothing being...
Somebody else said nothing. Space is a function of points
You've
and
heard the
positions.
conversation before, so
That's
you're
fine. That's fine, Platypus. You were arguing with somebody different a second ago. I'm not saying that it's nothing.
I know you're being
Okay?
semantic.
I know. No, yeah, Platypus. Do me a favor and shut your own mouth, please. That way, I don't have to tell you to shut your mouth. If I'm talking, I'm trying to say something. It's frustrating to have to start over every time you interrupt. I'm saying that. Fuck. I'm saying that space is a description of the positions and yeah, there's a description of position, points in space, locations.
There is no point in space. So. Point is an arbitrary concept that doesn't exist in the third dimension. So, like, what are you really saying?
What is space made out of, Kosho? If you're going to be very careful, like I know you are, and not use the word nothing, go ahead and explain what space is made out of.
Did you just deafen or something, dude? I just told you.
No, I just muted myself because you got, upset.
Then you should have. I should have been more specific. Don't talk and listen at the same time. If you would have listened to what I just said, I just described what space was.
No, you didn't. No, that was just word salad, dude. I just want a very simple, like, dude, obviously I'm retarded, right? So you gotta explain it to me like I'm retarded. What is space made out of?
I thought that I just did that.
That's a
I
dumb
literally
question.
just explained it for somebody who was retarded. That's how I was
Can you
explaining it.
can you
It's a
explain it
description
again?
of the points. It's a description of the points in a given volume.
So
It's a
space
space. It's a volume. It's points. It's positions. Those are the properties of space.
No. Space has no properties. And he wants an explanation, not a description. So can you just like sum it up in one word? Because I can.
You just asked me for a description, Die Slow. So do me a
Oh,
favor
my
and live
bad.
up to your name, okay?
All right. Sorry, Kosho. Tell your mom I said hi. She's not answering my
Space
calls.
is
Tell your mom
perpendicular to time.
we're concerned.
What was that?
I don't think they know the answer to this question.
Yeah, that's a tough one for them.
Don't mess with Kosho today, man.
You know, space is perpendicular to time.
Oh, really?
Vibrator run out of
Oh,
battery.
okay.
Upset.
So which
What,
one's
perpendicular?
horizontal and which
What's
one's vertical?
horizontal to
Holy
it?
shit, that's funny.
Yeah, what?
Hold on, let Brenda
Come on,
finish.
bro.
Go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead. You there, Truther?
How much space time is in a table?
Wait, what? Are you talking to me?
You talking to me?
Yeah, your kitchen table. Your kitchen table. How much space time is in it?
How much space time is it in a table? Is that the question? What?
I
That
don't
doesn't
know,
even
bro.
make
All
sense.
right, I got a question. If what exists outside of our universe is preeminent to time, space, and matter, how did it get there, and what is it made out of?
Come on, bro. You think they're gonna give you an
Made out
answer
of
on that?
mind.
Of course they're
It's made
not.
out
That's
of
why, dude, that's
mind.
why this conversation pisses me off and gets me so fucking fired up, bro. Because they don't answer. They complain
The
about us
universe
not having
is
a model
mental.
when their model is literally the same thing as what's at the edge of the flat Earth? Do you fall off? What's at the edge of the universe? Do you become nothing? It's fucking retarded.
Right. Right. I've said that for so long, but it's they never want to address it. They never will. They just simply say, "Oh, I don't know, space, outer space."
Yeah. That's the name of it. It's outer. You know, outer space. That's outer space. Outside of the outer space. Exactly. You're on it.
Kosho.
I mean,
Did he? Oh, he fucking
hold on,
left.
just to
Didn't
be
he?
apologetic. Oh, he left.
Let me see. What? I mean, he's always got a new name these days, so I don't know. Let's see here.
Nah, dude, he tried to bring up the
Yeah, he's gone.
the other day, and I just shut him down. I was like, Coach, I don't want to talk Jewish wars with you. And he's been all sassy with me since then. I don't know. It could be something else.
He's got a camo yarmulke he's wearing right now, dude. It's Kevlar coated. He came out of the bunker the other day, bro. Shit was breaking up bad.
So yeah, Jace, since you have the answer, what's it expanding to?
I mean, Kosho already told you it's not expanding into anything. It doesn't make any sense.
It was already there. So why do you say expand?
Well, I wouldn't say expand. I would just say that as time increases, the amount of space increases, which increases the distance between 2 points in space. Because that's what's physically.
So space is expanding, right? And what is it expanding into?
Again, that question is not sensible. There isn't anything outside of space, so it can't expand into anything.
Remember that sound you turned
yeah,
off?
Overemphasizing your S's for sure, but so there's nothing outside of space, so it's not expanding into anything. even though it's expanding. So you're claiming nothing can exist. Is that what you're claiming, essentially? That's what you're implying, definitely.
No, I'm saying your question makes no logical sense. Space is all that there is. There's 3 spatial coordinates and 1 time coordinate, right? So it can't expand into anything. What is happening is there's just more space being created as time progresses, which creates a farther distance in between 2 points as time progresses.
So time compressing creates more space.
So it's creating more nothingness.
So where's this time crunch at?
There's no time crunch. What are you talking about?
You said as time compresses, space expands. Where's the time crunch?
As time progresses, space expands.
I don't. You just
So why would it
overemphasizing your
crunch?
S's, so it's hard to make sense of what
Can
you're saying
I
when
ask him
you're
a question?
hissing.
I just want to ask you, Jace, is it like when you know when you stretch a blanket? Let's pretend that we're talking about the fabric of space and time, right? And it's a blanket, and you're stretching it out. Is that what's going on, in your opinion? You're stretching out the fabric of space and time is being stretched out like a blanket being stretched out.
It's semi-analogous, except for it's space and time itself that's being stretched. So it's not time that's stretching; it's space and time itself that's
I know,
stretching.
I'm aware, but is it analogous to stretching out a blanket? If you're stretching out the fabric of space and time, right? Let's pretend it's a blanket, and you're stretching out the blanket, right? Is that kind of like what's going on in your opinion, in your model?
But yeah, like I said, it's semi-analogous to
So why is it?
And
Why
why
isn't
only
it not?
semi?
what 2 people spoke
Why,
at the same
why is it only semi-analogous, aside from the fact that obviously space and time are not material? But you guys would like to
because
refer to it as a fabric.
a blanket is within space and time, so it's stretching within space and time. We're talking about space and time itself, really just more of it being created as time progresses, which creates a larger distance in between 2 points within that space.
And where do we see that? Where do we see that taking place? Like, where's this observed?
All over the universe. That's
All
really
over the universe. So everything is moving apart from each other in some sort of a what's the word I'm looking for? Unified, in a unified sense. Like it's a consistent deviation apart from one another, like all these celestial bodies.
No, he said no,
No,
though.
that's the overall trend for galaxies that aren't within our immediate vicinity.
Okay.
Hold on, I just want to make.
I'll
I'm
be
going
right
somewhere
back,
with this.
man.
Hold on.
I'll be right back.
Ah, man. Nah, because
So
I was
things
going
are
somewhere
getting
with this.
farther apart, and so things are getting farther apart, and you jump to space expansion. It can't just be things getting farther apart.
Right. Right.
Well, he just said
It's gotta
that.
be. It's
That
gotta be.
sounds like a wild leap.
It's gotta be the raisins in the banana bread or whatever the fuck raisin bread analogy.
I'm trying to catch him, right? Because he said that no, it's being added. So space is being added at the end. So at the circumference of the universe, there's space being added, which doesn't necessarily mean that the
That's not
blanket
what they
or the
say.
fabric of space and
Yeah,
time
that's
is
not
being
what he
stretched.
said,
And I
though.
know it's not. I know it's not what they say. But he knew where I was going with it, so he modified the model and said that it's being added at the ends, right? But if it's like a blanket and it's being stretched out, you would expect, right, for over thousands of years.
No, it's not getting added at the end.
No, I know
It's
it's
getting
not.
added in between everything, everywhere.
I know it's like a blanket that's being stretched out, so we would see changes in the orbits of all the luminaries and all the planets over thousands of years. We would expect the stretching out of space and time to affect orbits, but we don't see that. We've had consistent orbits over thousands of years. I would say at least 3,000 or 4,000 years. We have not seen any deviant
Dude,
of
this whole
both
thing
the sun
happens over
and the moon.
megaparsecs.
But you would
Lion, this whole
expect.
thing happens over megaparsecs, not in their idea of how far Mercury is or Pluto or whatever.
No, I understand, but either way, you would expect some sort of change over thousands of years, and we do not have that. The moon and the sun and the luminaries, the wandering stars, have been consistently orbiting with the consistent trajectories for thousands of years, predictably.
That's
And
not
there's
the model, though.
Yeah, I don't think that you would see anything
The
in there.
lambda CDM doesn't say that it's not things that are gravitationally bound in our local galaxy are not going to expand. The dark energy isn't large enough to overcome their gravitational interactions, thus they're not going to expand.
Let me ask you this, Jace. Is time consistent throughout the universe?
Time is relative.
Okay, so if time is relative, i.e. it's non-consistent throughout the universe, then where do you get off saying the progression of time causes the expansion of space? I mean, do you understand how ludicrous that sounds?
It doesn't matter if it sounds ludicrous. It's what the data indicates.
Well, yeah,
It does, bro.
it does matter because if
We
it's
shouldn't
relative,
go with what we want to sound pretty. We should go with what the data indicates, and that's what
It's
the
so
data
illogical. There's no support your illogical presumptions.
there's a big leap because Jeremy's pointing something out. I guess you missed it because you were doing something.
Yeah, I was busy for a minute, and in about 5 minutes I'll be busy again. But what was Jeremy saying?
You're gonna read John 3:16. Jeremy, go ahead.
Jeremy, yeah, you did too. That's why he was trying to mock you. Jeremy, go ahead, point out what was a big leap.
I don't know where you think we see it at, but we see things getting farther apart. And you took this huge leap to not they're getting farther apart, but space is expanding in between them.
Yeah, but not only that, they don't see it like
data
the information. The information and the data that they're told is not observable on a local level. Local meaning like our solar system. All the information they're
Which is
getting is from
predicted, exactly.
it's like from a distant galaxies which are unfalsifiable because no one has the ability to fire a Hubble into space except for the people that did it. And did they really do it?
Yeah, and then again, it goes back to the point what Jeremy said that they see something moving and they jump into expansion.
Yes, when they have a proper motion and a recessive motion, there's only one option.
Is there?
There's only one thing that can be possible. I'm sorry to break it to you.
Is there?
Yes.
That would just be relative.
Yeah, how do you know which one's the proper motion or not?
Motion.
Yeah, and how do you know if their galaxies are moving away from us, or how did you tell what the proper motion was of it all?
The proper motion is their motions relative to each other, right? So if they're moving relative to each other in one vector, but then they're also having an increasing redshift value, which is the recessional measurement, it only leaves that they're expanding away from us while keeping their proper motions relative to each other.
So you don't actually
because
see
the
them
things
moving.
out there, because the things out there aren't getting closer or farther away from each other, but they're getting farther away from us. That leads you to the space expansion thing, and it can't just be they're just getting farther away from us and staying the same distance relative to each other.
It's not only that,
How
Jeremy.
could they be getting farther away
Carlos,
from us
please.
while their proper motions are towards us?
Yeah, but you guys aren't even observing them moving further apart. All you're doing is observing their color change.
There's galaxies that have a
Okay, so
proper
they're
motion
saying
that points towards us. So how could they be moving away from us while also moving towards us? That would be contradictory. That's why there's a proper motion and a recession motion.
okay, but the space is expanding in between those galaxies too, right? So how are they staying the same distance from each other if there's supposed to be space expanding in between them too? Shouldn't they be getting farther away from each other if
They're
space is being created in
gravitationally
between them?
bound. No, because we're talking about galaxies that are gravitationally bound to each other in a cluster, viewing their motions relative to each other, which they're not gravitationally bound to our galaxy, though, because they're far away. Thus, they can have a recession motion relative to us.
I don't know. I don't know where you get off thinking that you can just see things moving farther away and some things aren't. Like, I don't. You definitely can't tell if it's things moving farther away or space expanding. So you can say you can all you want, but I know you can't come to that conclusion on any definitive basis. So just keep
Of course you
posturing
can.
for us
You
and
can't move an object.
you guys got all the answers.
You
Go
can't
ahead,
move an
Jace. Do it up,
object.
bro. Do it.
You can't move an object towards you while moving it away from you, Jeremy. So that just disproves what you're saying.
But only mass works that way, right?
But I'll be back 10, 15 minutes or so.
Yeah, thank God. Let's switch the topics up quick.
Yeah, but Jeremy, didn't you notice that he
What do you
said
got,
the
guys?
reason the observation that they have is the red shift and the blue shift. It's not observation of them moving further apart or closer together or anything. It's about the color change. That's all it is.
Yeah, Pixel moves and they write a 10-page equation for how it's some fucking magic, whatever.
Yeah, redshifts has already been explained with the ether, so they're toast.
Well, they claim they can see back in time. It's like, how much time do they need to be able to observe the galaxies like expanding into nothing?
When SE comes back, ask him about the 5 sigma.
Yeah, SE can
Well,
play.
Jace was using a Lambda CDM model. Jace was using a Lambda CDM model, so I mean, I don't know how long they're going to be keep using that model for if they getting rid of CDM.
James knows all about it. You know, I don't have to tell him.
Well, maybe Fallen's listening and has never heard it before. He just thinks his model is so fortified.
Oh wow, you haven't heard of the 5 sigma? Of the cold dark matter?
Well, he didn't hear about the impossible solar eclipse, so I would doubt he's moved as far as the sun to understand what the James Webb Telescope's given up.
And
Well,
what
I'll
is
post something for him.
what is 5 sigma, SE?
5 sigma is the what they rate for certainty. So I believe it's 1 in 3.5 million that it's not what they say it is. That's the amount of certainty when they say 5 sigma. So it's like a rating system.
That's always the first question. That's always the first question. What is?
So that's that's what they claim, that they found that cold dark matter is not a thing with the certainty of 5 sigma. And I'll post you one of the boys, one of the main scientists, and you can hear it from him. It's the best way.
Well, why are they still using the lambda CDM model then?
Maybe the
Obviously,
word,
they still think it's a thing.
yeah, maybe the word hasn't gotten out yet, far and wide, I guess.
Somebody help me understand, because let's think of it like the fabric of space and time, like a blanket. Are we making the blanket bigger and not necessarily stretching it out, but just adding to it, like extended it by segments, right, all the way around? Or is it stretching out and expanding in all directions, like the blanket itself is being expanded? So the fabric itself is being stretched out, or is it just being enlarged?
Dude, they say every square inch there's a tiny bit of space being created. Everywhere. All the time, everywhere.
Exactly.
There's space being created in between me and you just now. In between me and you just now. So what's with the blanket thing? Why do you keep talking about the blanket?
Because they call it the fabric of space and time, right? And I'm just trying to get it as a concept so that we can grasp it, right, with our minds.
Well, I think that's more pertinent to the calculus and trigonometry required to understand the bending and curving of the gravitational field. But I don't think it's analogous to their ludicrous explanation, or should I say description, upon the fourth dimension, i.e. space and time.
Yeah. So, but space and
I'd
time.
actually like to know what. I'd actually like to know what. I'd actually like to know what observation they're making that makes them think that made them jump from things are moving away from us to space is expanding. It'd be interesting to hear.
I'd like to understand how they merged space and time to begin with. I mean, time's a fucking concept, and space has no properties. It's literally the
perpendicular, dude.
I'm only using the blanket as something, as a concept that we can grasp, right? So I agree with you, Jeremy, because their model states that space and time is expanding in all directions everywhere, and somehow it's not affecting the planetary orbits. And I wanted to ask Jace, how is it not affecting the planetary orbits? Because we know that gravity itself is dependent on space-time.
Dude,
And they've even compared it like a blanket where you put a bowling ball on the blanket and it creates a divot in the blanket, and that's what gravity is, right? So how the hell do you have space expanding in all directions and somehow it doesn't affect the gravitation of the orbits?
I can tell you, bro. I can tell you. It's because they only have the tiniest bit of space being created everywhere, so that it only adds up over vast distances. I think it's like a mega parsec, some Star Wars shit, and there's like an inch created or some shit. Like, it's a very small amount. It wouldn't affect the orbits. It would take 1,000,000 years for you to notice a change in an orbit from this or something.
Bro, that's Star Trek. Get your Globe Fantasy shit correct. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that, Jeremy. That's all I wanted to know
about the Kessel Run.
So hold on. So in 4,000 years, theoretically, how much expansion are we seeing here? That's what I wanted to ask him. I wanted to get
According to them, according to them, in our galaxy, probably like next to nothing. It wouldn't. I don't even know if you could measure it or what.
All right.
I don't know. You'd have to run the math, but I don't. It's like light years. The tiniest little bit is. I don't know what the exact numbers are, but it's the smallest amount in like light years distance.
All right.
About time. I'm finally unmuted. Can you unmute Hamburger?
I don't know. What's he got? Has he got something good?
It's a she.
What's he got?
They have thoughts to share with the world all the time. They're a genius. Hamburger
What's we
is the
got?
smartest
What's we
guy on the
got?
planet.
They them is the smartest people.
They, them, he, she, hibbity, hibbity, do bop, dee.
Yeah, I'm not really too interested in like somebody just like having to bring other people in to like have any kind of relevance and just kind of dominate the room because they need help or whatever because they're like
Dominate
Okay,
the room.
don't be transphobic, please.
Are you scared of her?
Bro, let's just turn off the lights, dude. It all feels the same in the dark.
Anyways, is that guy from
I just
yesterday
think we
here?
should like stay somewhere else or whatever, you know. You're goofy and creepy.
Is the guy from yesterday here?
Let's not call
I'm
him
just saying, Jeremy. I've
names.
seen this happen before. We can watch it happen again. You flush the whole thing down the toilet. I don't
Snacks.
care.
Come on, Snacks. No, people loved that earlier. I mean, it got a little crazy, but it was a little,
Oh yeah,
little
I
action.
delete. Yeah, I delete. Yeah, sorry.
So the guy from yesterday I was talking to, don't remember his name, and then also Stacy. I researched all the things they were talking about. And the funny thing is, after looking into the eclipse they were talking about, it actually works in my favor. Because the refraction index would actually curve the light further down away, such that you'd have to do the calculation in a way that shows that the shadows are even longer than they're supposed to be. And on top of that, the difference is only 0.6 degrees, meaning that the point that I
Okay,
brought
so
up from
we agree
yesterday.
the sun. My bad. I thought you were done.
No, go ahead. No, you go.
So we agree the sun, because you were trying to make geometric claims based on the length of the shadow. So now we agree the sun's not in that actual position to make a geometric claim on it, right?
No, we could just redefine where the position is based on the refraction. It's a 0.6
Yeah, I know
degree difference.
refraction. That means I know. Well, okay, but let's start at the bottom, right? We're here. We're agreeing that the sun is not in its position, right? That's where we see the sun. That's not where it is because refraction. Right?
Yeah, it's 0.6 degrees higher or lower.
Okay. Now that we agree on that the sun's not in its actual position, now you're making a claim on how much it's higher or lower than its actual position. Is that that's now what's happening?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. How do we verify that?
By throwing the 0.6 degrees into the calculation. Oh, look, it makes hardly any difference because it's 0.6 degrees. And on top of that, the 0.6 degrees actually works in my favor. It's like 0.6 degrees more being offset from the shadow that's showing that the height is different. So, like, let me share a screen real quick. And
I thought it was 7.6.
No, it's 0.6. It's actually even 0.5 or something. I see 0.5 and 0.6. It's like 5.55 or something. But anyways, the point is that not only is it a minuscule difference, right? And that's what's responsible for the horizontal eclipse you were talking about. But that difference is actually in the direction of my favor. So it's actually the case that
Where you're jumping pretty far ahead. Yeah. You've been going on for a while, man. Let's try to keep it somewhat shorter than that. You're jumping ahead. You're jumping ahead. We still haven't verified how the sun is in 0.6 degrees off its actual position or whatever number you're giving me, because I don't know how you did get the actual position. That's what I'm asking. How do we verify that it is out of its position by this much and in which direction?
I'll show you how. So if you're in my share screen.
All right, let's see it.
I'm going to start by drawing
I'm
up
not.
the
Can
Earth.
you just do it verbally? Can you just tell me verbally how we verified it?
All right, fine. I want other people to join the share screen, though, so that they see.
Let
and
them
they're
play
like,
with the strands, bro.
So here's the sun. Here is the moon. So the way that this happens is you could see the sun and the moon at the same time, even though their real positions are lower. So you know that the refraction is in the direction of my favor because the light actually curves downward towards the center point, right?
Oh
Yeah,
god.
Are you
no,
not
no,
able to
not
go into
right.
the
I'm
share
asking,
screen?
how do you know? You're still skipping forward ahead so much, so many steps. You're saying the
What am I
sun's not in its
skipping
actual
forward on?
position. How did we verify? Hold on, man. You're saying the sun's not in its actual position. How do we verify that it's not in its actual position, and by how much it's off, and in what direction? How do
They try
you
to say it's.
verify that?
They try to say there's like an 8-second delay upon its apparent location versus its actual.
That's not it. That's not what we're talking about.
That's no. I mean that it's analogous to his 0.6 bullshit he's trying to throw at you.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
it's
but
very
before we go
simple.
on to, oh, this works in my model, can I? But before we go on to any other bullshit, like how did he verify that it's off that much, and in that direction?
It has to do with the height of the observer. So as your altitude raises, these refraction indexes decrease because the atmosphere gets thinner and thinner. And you notice that as you get close to the ground, the value parabolically approaches a 0.6 degree difference. And the higher you go, the more you get rid of that 0.6 degree difference. You could get rid of up to 99% of it at about 200-mile height. So the fact is, it's around 0.6 degrees. And the direction, we know the direction of refraction is the light moving downward. And the reason why is because the way that eclipse works. You could see the sun and the moon at the same time, even though they're on opposite ends, right? So it's fairly simple and intuitive to get to that. So here, I'm going to point a red arrow to the both of these. The red arrows pointing to those are the real sun and moon, right? What you're seeing up here, though, is where the sun and moon appear to be, right? So that means that the light is actually taking an inward curved path towards the earth, right? Which means that coming back to the problem
Okay, can I
of
just
the poles
interject
and the
something you
shadows.
said 3 minutes ago, please?
What do you say? Hello?
Can I just interject something you said before we get too far off? You said you know the sun's actual position by changing height.
Yeah,
Is
when you
that how we got the
change
actual position?
when you change your height, when you like raise yourself up, like by elevating yourself, the difference in that 0.6 degrees starts to fade away. And that is because the atmosphere gets thinner as you go higher up. That's one of many ways to verify it. There's many other ways. Like, for example, if you're seeing the sun and moon at the same time and your vision is less than 50%, because
Hold
you're
on,
on the
man.
earth and the
Yo,
earth is blocking your what?
you got to shorten it up, man. I want to have a back and forth with you, but I can't if you're just like just ripping off like minutes worth of stuff.
Okay.
Like I can't do it, dude.
Okay, respond then.
I mean, can you keep it short from now on so we can have a back and forth?
Okay. I'm going to keep it very, very short and simple. The refraction direction that's taking place is in the direction that favors the issue I'm talking about. Because to see the sun and moon at the same time, the light would have to curve downward. And that means that in spite of that downward curve of light, when you're measuring the shadows at the far points I was talking about in the shadow experiment, the Eratosthenes experiment, the light actually not only seems to curve away, it's curving away in spite of the fact that the light should be curving downward. The shadow length is much longer than it should be. Does that make sense?
Bro, I don't think I'm gonna do this with you. You're going on way too long. So maybe somebody
What
else
do you mean?
wants to.
I just took it so slow and just explained what is the problem.
My problem is I wanted to respond to something you said in the for you to go on and make another point.
Your mic is cutting out.
You, of course it is.
Look, I just explained it very slow and carefully. Like I could explain it to anyone else that wants to hear it out. I'm trying to
You
do my
made
best to
perfect
explain it.
sense, man. You made perfect sense. I
And
understood
it
what
just
you
sounded
said
like,
exactly.
I mean, to me, it just sounded like Glober nonsense.
Glober nonsense. Well, you weren't here for the original thing. So look at my screen. So you have these poles, right? And you have the sun, and you have shadows that should be casted, right? By these poles. Let me use the black to highlight the shadow part, right? Now, the problem is, what I explained yesterday is that the shadow lengths you get are impossible on a flat Earth unless the sun is simultaneously at different heights. However, on a round Earth, these shadows work because the exponential increase in shadow length is what you'd expect on a curved surface, right? But that's not possible on a flat Earth unless the sun is at simultaneously different heights. As you could see by these lines here,
Wait,
the
what are you on
shadows
about?
we observe are exponentially longer. You following so far?
Yep, makes perfect sense, man.
Perfect sense? Are you memeing? Because, if you just got here and you
Wow.
just listened.
No, I'm honestly, I follow it exactly.
Jason's got a boner right now.
You're my
So,
man
anyways,
crush,
the
apparently.
guy I was talking to yesterday, after I presented this to him, he said, "Oh, well, these shadows, these longer lengths, are not telling you that the sun is at a lower height. It actually could be refraction that's making the shadow longer." And I said, "Oh, okay. Where's the evidence for that refraction?" And he pointed to horizontal eclipses. And I said, oh, okay, let me look into that because, I'm trying to be a good faith discussion person. So I looked into what a horizontal eclipse is. And it turns out that there are horizontal eclipses, and these horizontal eclipses are possible because of refraction, but the refraction works in the direction of my favor, meaning so let me show, or actually, there we go. So the refraction actually causes the light to curve down like this and not further away like this. You see what I mean? Which means that you'd actually expect the shadows to be shorter further away if that refraction was in place. But
Yeah, can
indeed,
you
what you see
verify
is that
that?
the shadows are longer, which means that that point works in my favor. It makes this problem even worse. So, to respond to what Jeremy was saying, even if the refraction, we don't know if it's exactly 0.6 degrees or 100 fucking degrees, the point is that the refraction is in a direction that favors the observation I'm making about the sun being at different heights. It actually just makes the sun height difference more drastic if you throw that into account. Does that make sense? So the sun height problem is unresolved. And the fact of the matter is, the sun has to simultaneously be at different heights to produce these shadows, and including these refraction indexes actually makes the heights vary more on a flat Earth. So genuinely, I still haven't gotten a solution to this. In fact, the point has been strengthened and reinforced.
So is this the modern day Aristophanes argument?
Yeah. I guess you could call it that. So the point is, I guess for anybody who didn't see the thing I brought up yesterday, I brought up a more advanced version of the Aristophanes experiment in which you place more than two poles. You could place 7, 9, 11, right? And you can keep measuring the difference in these shadow lengths. And what you find is the ratio or the rate of change in the shadow doesn't match a single light source point pointing straight light beams outward. that the shadows seem to be extending exponentially. But what you find is that indeed they are increasing exponentially. So that's only possible on a curved surface unless the sun is simultaneously at different heights. But that would be a weird bullet to bite for the flat Earth model. Like, how is that even physically possible? Then the guy I was talking to yesterday said, well, refraction is curving the light, and that's why you're getting these exponentially increasing shadow lengths, like the observer is just looking through a refracted atmosphere. And I said, well, the refraction you're talking about is actually in the opposite direction that you would need it to be to resolve these different exponential shadow lengths. It actually makes the shadows extend more exponentially when accounting for that refraction. Right?
You're talking to somebody else, huh?
His name was, I forgot what his name was. Was it like Toxic or something? He was like telling me about the horizontal eclipses. But yeah, I mean, he has yet, along with anybody else, to present an explanation for the multi-sun height problem. And if anyone in here takes the proposition of the Earth's shape being flat, I'd be interested in an explanation for this.
Sure, as soon as we get that explanation of how you get a ball.
The explanation of why I think it's a ball? Well, not that that was even my proposition, but I'll give you that. So when you do look at these shadows, not only are these shadows that you'd expect on a curved surface because the shadow length increases exponentially, which is what happens over a curve, it also follows the formula of a shadow being projected on a rounded surface. You actually have to use pi to determine.
You know what parallax is?
Yeah, what about it?
So you do know what it is, right?
Yeah, and what does that have to do with this?
A lot.
Okay, before we even get to that, I'm going to ask, are you talking about something that will explain why the sun appears to be at different heights when calculating the shadow lengths and using trigonometry to determine the height of the sun?
It doesn't.
Okay, so if parallax is not related to that, why are you bringing it up?
I think he's saying that the sun doesn't appear to be at different heights when you calculate it using
I was just
trigonometry.
curious if you knew the difference between when something moves away from you and it gets smaller and curvature of surface of something. Do you know the difference between the two?
Yeah, what does that have to do with this? This is us at the same time of day.
Fallen,
looking
do you
at-
not realize that's the same thing that was addressed to you earlier when you brought up this argument? When Napalm was talking with you, he included the fact of perspective, and you kept referring to relative perspective versus optical perspective, and getting confused
his name
between
was
the two. Do you not
Napalm.
recall?
His name was Napalm. Yeah, I don't know why he's talking about perspective. We're not talking about people looking at the sun with their eyes. We're talking about measuring the shadows on poles. I don't know what the hell the difference between those two perspectives even is. He even
If you don't know
conceded
the
that he
difference,
means the
then I
same
don't know
thing.
what to say.
Do you know what a penumbrum is?
You mean penumbra and
Well, there's
untumbra?
the penumbra and the parts of the shadow.
Yeah, what is it?
So what
the relevance
specific
of
part
that
are
to
you
this?
measuring?
Neither of those, because those are shadows that are casted behind the earth. Anyways, we're talking about the earth, nothing else. We're talking about shadows that are
Behind the
casted
earth, wait a
on
minute.
the earth. You understand that? So, what we have here are shadows produced by poles, just like in the Eratosthenes experiment, except we have much more than two poles. This time, we have very many. And we measure the rate of change in the shadow over distance, right? And that rate of change, if you do the math, it works out such that the shadow here, when you do the calculation, yields a sun of this height, but the shadow here
Jeremy, are you understanding
yields
anything
a
he's saying?
sun at this height. What, do you not understand how to calculate the height? Because I could explain it. It's simple trigonometry. Basically, if you have one length and two angles, you can use those to work out what the last angle and the other two lengths of the triangle are. And if you do that, you could determine the height of the sun. Because the sun is a light source, you can use that light source to measure angles as well as the length between the two poles, and that's how you get your calculation.
It would be apparent, right?
Yeah, I think you gotta explain the axes.
Explain the what?
The axes of the picture. The axis.
Well, about that triangulation thing, like, don't you have to have like a horizontal baseline to establish instead of like a curved baseline?
Yeah, you do. Well, actually, you could do it on a curved surface, but that requires like a slightly more complex form of math. But yeah, we're talking about on the flat Earth right now. Where would the sun be? What would the height of the sun be?
Well, why are we jumping to that when this was one of your
Because we're
proofs
trying to
for the globe?
determine. Because the criticism I'm putting forward is that if the Earth is flat, the height of the sun that you get, because you could calculate the height of the sun if the Earth is flat, right? I hear people say the sun is close. I just ask how close, and they say, "Oh, I don't know." It turns out it's anywhere between 1,200 and 3,800 miles high, depending on what shadow you look at. And if you went more than 6,000 miles,
but if you're getting a different measurement every time, what does that tell you?
it tells you that the light that's being projected on the flat surface is impossible. The surface would have to be curved for these calculations to line up. And indeed, that's what this graph below shows. But before we even get to that, do you acknowledge that if the shadow length is increasing in this manner, then the triangle that's formed here is not flat surface? If this light is reaching this object through a straight path. Now you could argue, oh, but maybe the light is being curved and that's what's causing that. And we'll get to that. But do you acknowledge that if the light is going on a straight path, that the sun is at, what'd you say?
If it doesn't curve, then your model is inconsistent, man.
What do you mean my model? We're talking about the flat Earth. I'm saying,
no, not
let's
you.
say the Earth is
not you. Not to you, buddy. I'm talking to the other guy.
Okay.
The flat Earth. If the light doesn't curve, then the hypothesis of the overall shape of the Earth being a flat plane is inconsistent.
The funny thing is, even if it does curve, you run into issues and it's still inconsistent. But before I get to that, I need them to acknowledge that they understand this part of it, this basic criticism, right? The shadows, the length of the shadow does not match a sun that could be at any one point. The sun has to change heights to accommodate these shadows that you see. However, on a curved surface, this is not the case.
So you were able to move the sun so that way you could check, huh?
Nope. The sun seems to be moving itself, but
So
it doesn't seem to be moving at all because it's just all those heights at the same time because these measurements are all taken at the same time. They are coordinated measurements, all at the same time of day. So what I'm saying is there's a paradox in the flat Earth model. The sun is at multiple heights all at the same time.
What flat
That's the
Earth
only way it
model?
could produce these shadows.
I'm not aware that there is one.
Didn't Napalm shoot you down with this morning, dude? And you're back with it again?
Nope, Napalm got destroyed because what he said is, oh, but there could be refraction, and the refraction is curving the light. So then I said, oh, okay, well, where's
nothing?
Yes, he did. I'm going to explain why. Instead of saying I got destroyed, how about you engage with the argument here? So what Napalm was saying, so these are straight light beams. You see my screen, right? These are straight light beams, right? And these are the shadows you'd expect here if the beams were all straight. But the thing is, these beams are further out than this. They don't match straight lines. You see what I'm saying? And so what Napalm said is what must be happening here, let me make this eraser a little bit larger. What must be happening here.
Maybe we should wait for him. Ask him.
The light, well, I'm representing his position as good as possible, but you could call him in. But anyways, I'm going to draw the poles again. So he said what must be happening to make those shadows reach greater lengths is that the light is curving like this. And his evidence for why the light is curving like that was horizontal eclipses. The problem is that horizontal eclipses don't curve in this direction; they curve in the opposite direction, which means that if the shadow is this long, let me expand the marker. If the shadow is this long, despite the fact that the shadow should be here, that means that the shadow's even longer than it should be when accounting for the refraction. That the problem is made even worse. So what he says actually works to my favor upon examination. Just saying, oh, refraction, though, is not enough. What you need to show is that the refraction works in the direction such that it resolves these longer shadow lengths. You get what I'm saying? But it doesn't. It shows that the shadow lengths are even longer than they should be because the curve is going in the other direction such that you'd expect the shadows to be longer. Or you'd expect the shadows to be shorter, sorry.
Perspective, though, man.
Perspective, though. So again, I have yet to hear a good refutation for this.
There's one right there.
How about curved visual space? How do you explain that?
The curved what?
Curved visual space. Even though I was told earlier space doesn't exist, but then in the next breath, they'll use an argument referring to
Well, if you have
curved
proof of it,
visual
we'd like
space.
to see it. I've never seen space. Have you?
Curved visual
Curved
space.
visual space. If space is just visually curving, it just means that the photons traveling through the medium, according to them, must be not on a straight path. And if that's the case, you would see those distortions when you put an object between you and that curving space. Just like how if you put something between you and a cup filled with water, you'll see some sort of distortion in what you would have expected to see. Right?
You got it wrong,
So,
dude. The light's not curving, it's changing angles. It's a focal point. And it's just changing angles. It's not curving. It appears to be curving, and it's easy to demonstrate this, where it just appears to be curving. Like if you look at an airplane go off in the distance, it looks like it's going straight down when it hits a certain point, right?
No.
So it's not really curving. We know the airplane is
Way
going
down though.
Yeah, we know.
So what you're saying is that the light is changing path. Hard turn, same deal, right? You're just saying that the light is changing path, and that when it hits your eyes, you could see that. Except that's not what you see. When you put objects up into the sky, they don't become all distorted. They stay the same for the most part. I mean, when things do get
So it's
really
not
far
what we
away, you'll
see?
see slight distortions and waviness, but for the most part, it
You
remains
say that we
about the same.
don't get an angle change the further a light gets away. That's not what we see. We don't get an angle change. Because you're straw man in the flat Earth. You're saying that light has to be curving. No, it just has to change angles, like a focal point of light.
That's the same thing.
No, it's not.
Wait,
It's
so look
most
at
certainly not the same thing.
So look at the drawing here. So what you're saying is, right, the sun is right here. And what I'm saying
Yeah,
is
the
the
drawing.
light. Yes, I've got the drawing, right? So let me draw the observer, which would be you right here, right? Or even better, let me actually put the wooden pole, because you're saying the light's taking a hard turn and it will affect the shadow, right? So here's the pole, right? Now here's the light of the sun. What I was saying is that it would have to curve like this, right? And you're saying, no, it would have to just take a hard turn. I'm like, okay, well, that's the same thing. Because if it takes a hard turn, it'll just do this and then you get the same resulting angle. So who cares? Like, what's even the difference there?
On your ball Earth, slow down a little bit. On your ball Earth, you have the ground curving, but you're using, like he said earlier, you're using the flat baseline mathematics in each position. So in essence, it's just changing angles, right? It's not really curving. It's just
He's
changing
talking about
angles.
the flat Earth. He's talking
Yeah, but
about
we're
flat
we're
Earth.
talking about on a flat
back
Earth
him
right
up.
now.
Hold on, I got to back him up because he's acting like the ground's curving in this shadow, like we're not measuring angles or something. We're not measuring curve, we're measuring angles. So you can call it curve, but we're measuring angles, right?
I'm talking about
If
on
I
a
can't get
flat
you
Earth.
to
Did
agree
I
with the basics, bro, I'm
anything?
wasting my time, dude. If you don't understand the very basics of
Dude,
this
he's
shit,
not
you
talking about
understand we're
anything
measuring.
curving.
So you understand we're
Holy
measuring
shit, dude.
angles, not curvature. So
Dude, all
it
right.
could
Let
be
me just humor
curvature.
him. So this is the Earth, right, dude? And this is like the sun, and this is light being projected onto the earth, you notice how the light, if you have poles, right? On this pole right here, no shadow. On this pole right here, shadow. And on this pole right here, oh, look, big shadow.
Very good. So you're measuring angles, right? And you're attributing it to curvature, whether it is or not. That's what's happening, right? I mean, we got
Yeah.
to at least agree on the basics. You're
Yeah,
measuring the angle.
you
Okay,
can
fair enough.
attribute this to curvature.
Okay, fair enough. So we're using measured angles, and we're attributing that to the ground curving by measuring the angles. So all we know in reality, for sure, for 100% certainty, is that we're measuring angles, and the angles are
Well, it
changing.
sounds to me,
So that's
Brian, like he's
I just was getting a base established base axiom to start with, so he can follow me
you
along.
shouldn't do that. You shouldn't do that. It sounds to me like what he's doing is just taking measurements and testing the measurements against hypotheses of the shape of the Earth, the overall shape of
I
the Earth.
granted that, Jace. I granted that. Ralph said it could be, but we're establishing that off angles that we're measuring. So, but I'm not trying to pin you down. I'm trying to get common ground here to proceed. So, he earlier he said when we add refraction that it makes the plane model worse. But first, I'm going to give you an example of that's not true. When they did the first good flat Earth model on the magnetic flat Earth, that when they put it in the program, it was having trouble, like what you're saying, because just a simple trigonometry. But as soon as they added refraction, they started getting a sunset, and they were able to map out all the luminaries. And I'm gonna post that model for you real quick, so you could leave your straw man at the door when you come in here. So I'll give you a couple models to look at that work perfect, and then we can have an honest conversation about it. So I'm gonna post them in live stream text one. Give me just a minute.
Damn, son, you got napalm this morning and leaky this evening. I feel bad for you, son. I got 99 problems and the globe ain't one. Hey!
Yeah, but you're saying that you haven't actually verified what Brian is saying is actually true, though, right? Because I kind of have an idea what models he's going to post. And if it's the one I'm thinking of, the person who made that model even admits that that's not really true to how reality actually works. He's just tinkering with the physics to make the model work.
Here's the only thing. Here's the thing. So what he's going to post, he's saying it's going to involve refraction, and that'll curve the light such that you can get those shadows that we keep observing, right?
That's the refraction. You could do it with or without refraction. Now, just watch this before guessing. Watch it and watch what happens
Did you do a
when
share
they put it in
screen?
a computer model. They put it in a computer model, not a globe model, just a computer model, and they put it in a couple. And when you add refraction, it doesn't do what you think it does. So just give that a glance and just look at the refraction part. Look what happens when they add the refraction into the program. These are you can argue with the program, I guess. There's a couple of them you can dispute, but this shit used in reality.
So without refraction, we're going to somehow be able to observe those shadows in this.
Dude, you know what happens without refraction if you're going to just use geometry. Yeah, but you can't pin us down to no variables. You're saying, no, flat Earth, you have to use just the trigonometry and you can't have any other variables. No, that your model is not even held to that scrutiny, man. That's not fair.
Well,
You know,
wait. Well, actually, yes. So here's the thing. It's just based on a simple principle of calculating the height of an object based on trigonometry. So, for example, if you get a styrofoam board, a flat styrofoam board, you get two toothpicks, stick them in the styrofoam board, you get your, cell phone, you turn on the light, you raise it up, and you look at the shadows created by the toothpicks. You can do math to determine how high up your cell phone is.
Wait a second. Now we're talking about toothpicks
we've
again?
done that too, bro. Done that too with screws and with a lens. We ran the just a pan of water a clear pan of water. We ran the light through, and it worked perfect on a flat desk. So he literally proved, if you want to be crazy about it, he proved that his desk is a sphere. Just with a little pan of water, a little clear baking pan with a little bit of water, he ran his light through it, and it made the desk spherical. So if you want to, you could say that, yeah, it doesn't work. I'll agree with you as far as the bare mathematics of it. But when you start adding in variables, like real life variables, then this ain't impossible. I mean, I at least want you to catch up with that before we have this discussion, because you're under the impression that it can't work. That's we've demonstrated it, and
Well,
we've even.
here's the thing, flat Earth tests. That would be part of the equation. Those real life variables, you could throw those into the equation, right? If there's a refraction index, for example, you could calculate for where the light should be based on how much it's curving or what path it's taking, right?
Yeah, that's
Those
the
are
only
all
way a
just things.
computer will work. The only way the computer program will work is with the equations, right? Unless you got some
Well,
psychic
he
computer.
said
Yeah,
earlier that he did the refraction stuff, and it actually goes in the opposite favor.
that's where he
But I
was
think you
wrong.
missed that part, Brian.
That's why. It's because he's wrong, and I've showed something. If y'all don't even want to look at this, then you could just keep arguing out of ignorance, bro.
No,
But
I
when
have
he
the
adds,
video opened, but it's like 20 minutes, and I'm trying not to just go quiet for 20
you don't have
minutes.
to watch the
And I'm
whole
like,
thing. Just watch the first 5 minutes of it, bro. So we can have an honest conversation. If you don't do this, then we can't have an honest conversation.
yeah, I'm looking at it. It's just like animations of things. I mean, there's some music playing.
I'll post one more where it shows his as a sphere with just a little refraction. Just not, just a little, like I said, a couple centimeters of water in a clear baking pan, and it turns his desk into a perfect sphere, actually. Not
Yeah,
even
but
an oblate. I guess you could probably
Brian,
make it oblate
he's
if
not
you wanted to.
denying that.
Okay,
I'm
good.
not, and he's not denying that you can make your desk look like a sphere. But he's talking about a specific measurements that were taken, and in
That's
that
good.
observation, what's happening and what it indicates, not what you could possibly do. If you just do
My
some
bad, bro. I thought he
generalized
it was
thing.
impossible. My bad, It's my bad. I thought he was saying it was impossible on a flat Earth. My bad. Well, at least we're on the same page now.
I didn't even yet say it's impossible on a flat Earth. I said, as far as everything I've tried to do to make it work on a flat Earth, it wouldn't work. Based on some observations that we make
But you
about
live
the
on a flat
shadow
Earth,
length
so how does
and
that work?
refraction. What'd you say? What'd you say?
I said, but you live on a flat Earth, so how does it not work?
I'm not convinced of that.
Yeah, it's an
You know that's a
unsupported
Oh, I
straw.
claim.
see.
That's a straw man.
So, anyways,
So you're talking about angles of light, real quick. Let's talk about this for 1 second. You agree that if I have a sun 1 degree over the horizon, and I have a 1 meter stick in the ground, then I'm gonna get like almost a 30-meter shadow, a real long shadow, but a downward with a downward 1 degree rays of light, whatever you want to call it. So, but if I can show that same sun that's 1 degree above the horizon shining up on the bottom of a cloud, when that sun, according to the mathematics, because you want to stick to the mathematics, so that puts the sun 1,000,000 miles above my feet, which is how y'all explain the downward lit moon, with the moon way in the sky and the sun about to set. Y'all say, well, the moon is only about 8,000 miles above our feet because it's closer, but the sun is 1,600,000 miles. So that's why the sunlight is hitting the top of the moon when it's way higher in the sky. So I'm going to hold you to that same scrutiny with the moon and the 1 meter stick in the ground and say, okay, well, then how's it simultaneously shining on the bottom of a cloud if it's 1,600,000 miles? I've yet to get an answer to this. So if we're going to talk about strictly mathematics, man, you've got some splaining to do in your model that we could just
It's
go
called
out and look at.
scatter.
We ain't gotta go to different cities or any of that shit. These are
That's called
angles.
scatter.
Okay, so if you're okay with sun rays hitting the bottom of clouds and casting a downward shadow at the same time, then why
Yeah.
are you
So the
not okay
thing.
with the flat Earth model? I mean,
Wait.
this
So
is
the thing you're talking about,
Wait, what's
the
a
thing you're
CD?
talking about is called scatter. So there's something called scatter. It's where light impacts a surface and it reflects in every direction onto other surfaces. This is something that happens with clouds, and you can notice that this is the case by the red color that you usually observe under them right before sunset.
So what
So
about the mount? Oh man, what's the name of that mountain? I forgot the name of the mountain. But what about the Mount Rainier? What about the shadow hitting the bottom of a cloud and simultaneously casting a 1 degree shadow down on the ground? What about the shadow that the mountain's casting up on the bottom of a cloud? Once again, while simultaneously casting down on the ground. So that kills your model on its face, bro. You don't have parallel sun rays, so the light changes angles over distance.
yeah, it doesn't have to be perfectly parallel because the sun is massive, and so it could generate multiple parallel sun rays, right? But the overall,
math, bro. I don't need explanations. Show me the.
well,
We're
I'm on the
talking math.
shitter right now. Yeah, I could
Okay.
show you. I could show you the math for
Now
it, but like,
now you're giving just crazy explanations, and I'm demanding the math. Earlier, you were demanding math, and so now that I'm going to hold you to the same scrutiny. I'm going to demand the math of how we can get a shadow going up 1 degree, down 1 degree from a sun 93 million miles away. It's not possible. Just to give you what do you call it? When you ruin a movie for somebody, a deal breaker or a freaking spoiler alert. It's not possible mathematically.
Perfectly possible, Brian. What are you talking about?
yeah, I don't know why he thinks that there's some impossible situation here.
He
Jay,
thinks
just say it was
all the rays
to
are
shine an
all
angle
going
1 degree
just
down and 1
one
degree up.
direction. I think
Hold
he
on. Did you
thinks
just say
the sun rays are only going in one direction and that there's no scattering happening.
no? I'm
Yeah,
using shadows, bro. I'm not talking about scattering. I'm talking about shadow angles. Did you just say
scatter
it was
creates
possible?
shadow. Scatter
Hold on,
creates
man. Let me
shadow.
ask a question. I need to get clarity. Did he just say it was possible to shine shadow 1 degree upwards and 1 degree downwards at the same time with a 93 million mile sun?
If the rays are coming in at different angles, then yes.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
The sun is radiating in 360 degrees, Brian, not just 1 degree.
Oh, you're getting it, finally.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
I don't get how that's flat Earth is clearly what the globe says, but
Just admitted the rays aren't parallel, Jay. You just admitted it.
they are parallel. Not all of them are parallel, because how could the rays being emitted from the top of the sun at a 180-degree angle be parallel to the rays being emitted from straight on of your view of the sun at a 90-degree angle, Brian? That doesn't make any
They are
sense.
within a hundredth of an arc second, right? They are within a. We're talking about degrees here. We're not talking about. So I'm surprised. I'm surprising you, Jay. You haven't looked at these numbers yet, or you're just agreeing with the flat Earth.
No, I know the image you're talking about. It's used as literally used as globe proof. You're trying to twist it into some weird thing where the globe is claiming that the sun rays are parallel, which is true to a very tiny angle. But the other part of the globe claim is that
Less
the
than an
sun
inch, Jay.
radiates in 360 degrees, not just 1 degree.
Okay, good. So, do you or do you disagree that we can have a 2 degree spread in angles, or are you going by the 93 million mile sun with less than an arc second of angle change? Which is it? You sticking with your model, or are you agreeing with the flat Earth? You can't do both, bro.
I don't get what you're saying. That is the model, Brian. The rays that are arc seconds away from each other are going to be roughly parallel, but the rays that are 180 degrees from each other obviously can't be parallel, Brian. That doesn't make any sense.
So if a sun ray has to travel 93 million miles to us with a half a degree of width, that's the sun. It's a half a degree of width. Can you have that half a degree shining up, casting a 1 degree shadow, and down? Just mathematically, just besides what you have in your mind, just mathematically, is that possible?
I'm trying to decipher what you're saying and not getting. You know that the same spot of the sun can have a photon leave at like a 90 degree angle and another one leave at like a 60 degree angle, right? They're on what's called a random walk. So they can leave the sun at any angle, even from the same location relative to your perspective of the sun.
Let me
Sure
see if you
thing, bud.
understand this.
Photons, sure.
Just to see if he understands it. Okay, so let's say I put this in the triangle calculator. I have a baseline of 93 million miles. I've got a theta angle, the observer's angle of 1 degree. The horizon's 0, so I put it 1 degree above the horizon. And then you have the 90, so we're just using a flat triangle with a tangent from our feet. Okay, that puts the opposite side height at 1,600,000 miles. So what does that mean in terms of if I want to change with a 93 million mile baseline, how far do I got to go up to get a 1 degree change if the opposite side is 1,600,000 miles? How far? Let's say this: how far do I got to go up from my observer angle to get a half a degree change?
Brian, I'm not at like a notepad where I could do those kind of calculations at the minute. So if you want to do them and tell me the answer, go ahead.
It's 800,000 miles. It's half, bro. I mean, you don't even need a calculator, bro. If the opposite side height is 1,600,000 miles from a 1 degree angle with a 93 million mile baseline, in other words, if you went 3 times further than you'd have to go 4 times further than the moon. And that's how they explain the moon angles. Like the angle's not making sense when we show them. They're saying, well, the sun's so far away, you got to go up. You know, if you just go up toward the moon, the sun's going to follow you, right? It's going to just keep following you. So if you go half that distance, 800,000 miles, then you'll get a half a degree change. If you go up, like I said, about 4 times higher than the moon at zenith, not quite, but almost, then you'd get a 1/2 a degree change in angle. So y'all make the argument that you could get like a 1/5 or 1/4 angle change from here on the ground to that of the moon, because that's what the trigonometry dictates. So my point is from that distance, you can't get shadows shining down and up at the same time. It's not possible. Just mathematically. I don't necessarily agree with it, Jay.
I'd have to see, you'd have to do out the calculations for me and show me exactly what you're talking about. It just sounds like you're making like an extreme simplification that isn't true to how the actual globe model describes things. But I could be wrong about that. I'd have to see the calculations you're talking about. Nonetheless,
Fair enough.
this guy
I'll get the
wasn't
calculator.
talking about the globe model. He was talking about the measurements, the observations that he had done with some other people, the measurements they had taken, and then testing that against hypotheses of the shape of the Earth.
Yeah, I know, man, but he came in all arrogant and he was talking about just strictly the mathematics. So the first thing I did is gave him 2 examples of it working on a plane in a computer program. If he wants to dig in deep enough, he can get the math on that. But then I wanted to hold him to the same scrutiny, because he's sitting there questioning people. I was listening on YouTube, and he's questioning everybody, saying, show me the math, show me the math. So then, after I showed him examples of what he wanted to see, then I wanted to hold his feet to the fire and I want him to scrutinize his model the same way, because there's some things left on the table with y'all's model. There's a couple things that don't jive.
Not sure. Hopefully he'll. I think he's just watching that video you
No,
had posted.
but I've been listening, and the response to what he's saying is fairly simple. I looked up what he's saying about these shadows happening at these different angles, and they don't. So I reject premise one of how do you observe these different angle shadows. There's not shadows of these significant different angles during sunset.
I'll show you a picture real quick. I'll show you a picture real quick. I mean, I
Brian, you gotta,
started to take a bunch of
Brian,
pictures yesterday. It was
you
happening.
gotta make sure. You got to make sure the picture includes both the clouds being lit underneath and also the measurement being made that you're claiming is made on the surface as well.
Not only can you get the up-down measurements, you can get side-to-side measurements too. You do agree that the sun lights up locally, the clouds, like whatever it's around, it'll shine on the side from side to side. It'll shine on one edge of a cloud, and as much as like the bottom or top of a cloud, depending on where it's at. You do agree that the sun and the moon light up locally. Are y'all just denying reality here? I mean, it's not really fair.
Brian,
to
just
me.
post.
Wait. Can I say something? So what I would need to see is not the bottom of the clouds being lit up. Because what I was talking about, because the clouds could be lit by scatter. And indeed, that's what you sort of see because of the red color that indicates scatter. But what I need to see is the two shadows at differing angles that you were talking about, at those minimally different heights. That's what I want to see.
How about I show you just barely above the horizon and a moon sky with the top of the moon. That.
Brian, you said that the bottom of the cloud was being lit with the shadow of the mountain, and then you said that at the same time, a measurement of 1 degree on the surface.
This is y'all's claim. This is y'all's
No,
claim.
this is what
Okay,
you think.
I'll post Bob
You're
the
saying that
science guy's claim.
Can we see a picture of
I
what
do
you're
this shit
talking
every
about?
time, and I gotta go digging for dude. Every time I have this art, I have to explain this to y'all. I have to go show y'all your own claims and all this, and it just fucking it just gets so old, dude. Where y'all just start denying reality. You come in accusing flat earthers of, oh, you're denying reality, this, that, and these sun angles and all this. And then when your feet gets out of the fire, you just start waffling on about bullshit, denying what we see every fucking day. Like Geo has posted this for you, Kosho. Me and Geo posted several examples of the bottom of clouds lit up.
Brian, listen very carefully,
Bro.
Brian.
It's weird.
Listen very carefully. Your claim was, so I've seen the images where the mountain shadow is on the bottom of the cloud. I've seen that image. Your claim was that image exists at the same time as there's an 1 degree angle on the surface. So why don't you produce that for us? Okay, Brian?
Show them at the same time. If I can show the sun 1 degree above the horizon, putting a shadow on a cloud, or lighting up the bottom of it, I can also show that same 1 degree and casting a shadow down on the ground. This is you not being honest, bro. I've got nothing else to say if you're just gonna like hold me. It's got to be simultaneously. Like I gotta look up and down at the same damn time.
Brian. The point is that it has to be simultaneous. That's the point.
No, yeah, at the same
What
time,
you
not in
made,
the same
Brian.
picture. Not in the same picture, bro.
Okay, well then post 2 pictures that were taken at the same time so we can fucking see it, Brian. You said you're the one claiming that they happen at the same time.
You're
Okay?
the one.
Maybe it's not
What
the
are
same.
what are you arguing with then?
All right, guys, I'm back. I want to say to Brian, I heard what you were saying about having to dig stuff up. I'm not trying to rush you or anything. Genuinely, when I was talking to the people last night, they were doing the same thing to me, trying to rush me on like a horizontal eclipse. And I was being good faith, trying to look it up and understand it. And they were barking at me the whole time when I was like doing my due diligence. So honestly, take your time. But what we're making sure that you are looking for is
problem is you're not come around here a lot. Me and the owner of this server has literally showed if we can show a sun 1 degree above the horizon, we don't have to simultaneously show the time of month where the sun's above the horizon and it's shining down on the moon, right? This is just common sense. This is him just squirming, bro. This dude's, people seem to like him. I even like him, dude, but he squirms, dude, when he gets pinned down, dude. And so now he wants something at the same damn time. So now I got to wait on a day where the sun, it happens once a month, where the moon is lit from the top and the
Brian,
sun
that
is
was your
setting.
fucking plane, Brian. This is why I
So
gotta leave.
you
Every fucking time I'm in the server, I gotta leave the fucking server. You guys piss me off so much. Your plane was Brian. That's the only thing we care about is that happens at the same time. Be clear about that.
Okay, does it matter if the sun same position? Clown? Bad. Because you're pinned down, bro. If the sun's 1 degree above the horizon, then the same thing should be pretty much happening, you know, anytime. So I can't use the sun 1 degree above the horizon and then tomorrow show something else with the sun 1 degree above the horizon? You're saying that the 1 degree tomorrow is different? Please explain.
I think he's calling into question the validity of the claim you're making, Brian. He's saying that when it's
What?
1 degree, like you're saying, what you're trying to say happens doesn't happen. He wants to see
No.
the evidence
Well, what
that
I'm doing-
actually happens.
yeah, what I'm challenging is the claim that
He
what
wants
I'm
me to show my
challenging.
1 meter stick and the underlit cloud at the same time. He knows that's impossible. All I could do is I got to show different pictures, but all I got to do is put the sun 1 degree above the horizon and give examples of a moon being top lit with the sun 1 degree above the horizon and showing a cloud being underlit with a sun 1 degree above the horizon. He wants something that's impossible, bro, because he's trapped.
What? Wait, if it's impossible, then that proves the point that if you can't get those two different shadow angles at the same time, then the sun must indeed be 93 million miles away,
You can't
right?
get them in the same picture, man. You can't shine down at the ground and up in the clouds in the same
You
picture,
can't use
man.
a wide angle lens.
No, what the fuck would I have to do that for if I can show a sun? So now you're shitting on your model
Well,
with every
wait.
word and you don't
No,
even
no,
like
no. Listen, Brian. I'm trying to be good faith here. Brian, look, I'm trying to be good faith.
is unreliable. Is that unreliable shadow angles? So are my shadows unreliable if the sun's 1 degree above the horizon from day to day?
Brian, if it's at the horizon, if you imagine that as a line, that means that light could be pointing anywhere downwards and to the clouds because the sun
I
is not
grant
a
you that.
one-dimensional point. It's not a
I grant
zero-dimensional.
you that.
Okay.
No, I'm using an example of a sun at least like a minimum of 1 degree above the horizon. Every example I've given, which I'm still haven't posted, I will, is with a sun above the horizon. I'll grant you that. Down like right on the horizon or halfway split, you know, that would be the arguing point. Like it could be
Okay.
this, that. I'm talking about a sun at least 1 degree above the horizon. If I can demonstrate these things, it doesn't have to be simultaneous.
Okay, so the sun is above the horizon, and you're saying that which two things are happening? That a shadow is being cast downward, but also what?
I'm saying I get photos of a moon top lit way up in the sky. I mean, you could see this once a month. It happens every month. But with a sun above the horizon, just barely above the horizon, with a moon way up in the sky with the top lit shadow. Okay. Now, if I can also show you a sun 1 degree above the horizon with an underlit cloud or a shadow on the bottom of a cloud, then it doesn't have to be simultaneously. That sun is still measured 1 degree above the horizon. It doesn't have to be at the same time, is what I'm saying.
All right, so let me draw this out to make sure that I have the same thing in my head that you're talking about. So I'm going to put my share screen. So what you're saying is, so I'm going to draw out the Earth like this, and I'm just going to like put an edge here just so that the sun is like right here, right? What you're saying is that the sun is 1 degree above the horizon. Are you in my share screen?
Hold on. I was pulling something up myself. Yeah, I am.
All right, so this line right here, this is like the horizon, this red line. So the sun is like 1 degree above it. I drew it higher for exaggerated reasons so that we could like easily understand. And that there's clouds above right here. And that the moon is also in the equation. So so the moon is like up here, or is it over here?
Yeah. Let me post it so you can see it. Because I will admit that explaining shit, this won't take but a second. I will admit that explaining shit gets kind of lame. It is good to see some shit. So I'm going to post this real quick. This is a longer video, but you only got to watch the first like 30 seconds, dude. And this will show what I'm talking about. 1 second, right here. Okay, here it is. There, it's very beginning. Wait. So the first this video will
Which
demonstrate.
did you post it
It should be
in?
coming up right now.
Oh, there it goes. All right, I see it.
Just
All right,
look at the
let's
first
watch
30
it.
seconds. I'll hold on. I won't even say anything else until you.
All right, I'm watching.
That's hilarious because I used Kosho's his example. I figured what better, because he explained it very well. If the moon is way up in the sky, you do the trig, and it still comes out lower than the sun, even though it's higher in the sky. So I'm like, okay, well, let's follow that out to its natural conclusion, and you apply that same math to different phenomenon, and you turn out with contradictions,
So now I see what you're talking about. You're saying that the light appears to be coming at different angles, like somehow the light is appearing to hit downward on the moon, but also it seems to be swooping under on Earth, right?
Yes.
So,
So when you look out at the distance, you get different angles. It's not. You can almost only explain it with perspective. I know it doesn't follow the exact. Well, maybe I don't know. I haven't really tested the math, but I don't think it follows the exact the mathematical model of perspective. But there's something going on for that to be happening that's beyond the math. I think. I've got an equation that straightens for navigation, but still, that doesn't prove anything. Just something to make the model work mathematically, to make the cell nav work on a plane mathematically. It doesn't prove that the Earth's a plane. It's just math.
there's a problem that I'm running into, though. And that problem is that the sun has a radius of 700,000 kilometers, which means a diameter of 1,400,000 kilometers, which in miles is probably about a million miles wide.
The diameter is 65,000 miles, which gives it a 1/2 degree. At 93 million miles, gives it a 1/2 degree visual representation.
65,000 miles. It says the radius of the sun is 695,000 kilometers, which converted to miles is about 450,000.
Yeah, it's like
65,000 mile diameter.
yeah. You said a second ago. You said 60.
I cut out then. Sorry.
Yeah, it's like 865. Right?
Oh, 865. Okay. So
you
about
agree to that math that
900,000.
You just did in that video, right, Kosho? You agree to that math that you stated?
I have no idea. That video was taken out of context, so I have no idea what the context was for even what I was saying. So I'm not gonna.
Nobody even believes the math. I usually have to go look up the math, so I figured I'd use
No,
you
it's
to.
fine. I know that's fine. That's fine.
Dude.
I don't know the context of what I was saying, so I'm not gonna agree with that it applies to this.
Yeah, I
Gotta
wasn't
watch
pinning you down on there. I wasn't trying to pin you down on there. I was just trying to get some backup. So, because every time I talk to ballers, they're like, let me see the math. I got to go look it up every time. I'm like, at least let me give somebody y'all know is good at math to verify the math. I'm not saying you are
I know, but
verifying
you're asking
anything
me.
else
I
in that
know. I
video.
got you, dude. I'm telling you that I didn't. I watched 5 seconds of it. I don't know the context because it's all split up. So I'm not gonna just agree with it. But I'm gonna watch it again. See if
Sure. Well, I, like what to my claim.
So here's the thing. The thing you're saying about like rays swooping under and also pointing down at the moon, it doesn't have to work like that because the moon and the sun can actually be on a two-dimensional horizontal plane. And so it's actually that the light hitting the moon that you see here is coming in from the side. And then like the other side that's hitting us is just it hitting us straight on. Like, let me draw out what I mean.
Yeah, I don't
So,
argue that. I'm not
oh, you don't
saying that
disagree?
y'all haven't shown shit to me anyway. I'll give you that. But you got to apply that to everything though, and that's when it gets tricky, you know.
Well, yeah, I mean, but this resolves the issue. Would you agree? Because if it's the case, right? Let me clean up this board and start a new one. So
But
if we have the
it
sun,
creates a paradox, or not a paradox. It creates a conundrum. It does resolve the issue of the moon, but then at the same time, that same sun, if I could show you a sun 1 degree above the horizon, also shining up, like when y'all try to use this as proof of a globe with the cloud being underlit with the sun like 1 or 2 degrees above the horizon, that's a conundrum, bro. You can't have both. You see what I'm saying? You can't have parallel rays and a top lit moon, and also underlit clouds with a sun above the horizon, even at 1 degree. Doesn't work.
so this is not perfectly to scale, but I want to illustrate this. So the light from the sun that's coming in, right? It's I know I didn't draw that perfectly straight, but it could be such that what's happening here. Fuck, this shit is in the way. What the hell is this? This app sucks. I should get like a better drawing app. But anyway,
I see where you're pointing. I'm already not agreeing with it.
you're already not agreeing with it?
No, I'm not disagreeing with it.
Oh, okay. Well, I want to show the other dude anyway, just so that like when he gets into these conversations later, he's better prepared. So if the observer is standing right here where that red is, he's observing sunset and also seeing half of that moon being lit. So I feel like that just kind of just works perfectly as far as like the model goes. And you're saying if it works like that, we got to apply it to everything. And I suspect if we do apply that to everything, the way this works, it all should check out mathematically.
No, I don't disagree with that, bro. But I'm talking about a sun above the horizon. When you start talking about a sun below the horizon or even halfway, then we get into the weeds a little bit. I'm talking about a sun that's a full degree above the horizon or more, you know, which I feel like I've showed some of them that are a few degrees above the horizon, but at least 1 full degree above the horizon. Then that problem I presented is still left for, you know, an explanation. I don't disagree with what you're showing there, or disagree with the fact that that you can explain a top lit moon, but both with the same explanation. They're contradictory. You got a downward and upward with the sun that's in the same position. Maybe not simultaneously, but basically simultaneously in reference to where the sun is at.
Well, like so there's two things I could say. The second thing I'm gonna say is like we could get into the weeds on that stuff, but the first thing is if the other guy's still there, did my explanation make sense to you on like what he was talking about? Is he still there? I guess he's gone.
Wait, were you talking to me?
Yeah.
I wasn't paying attention.
Oh well. I got him to agree on a system that works for the situation, involving what he was talking about with the observer being at sunset and observing like the moon being quote top lit. And I drew it out as it typically works, you know, on a revolutionary solar system model, and like this seems to check out and whatnot. So yeah.
Checks out, man. That was Cumshow's
Yeah,
point.
yeah, yeah.
Used him for the
Yeah,
math.
that
It
was my
checks out. I don't
that was
disagree.
my
I don't
point. Brian's
disagree with that
Brian's
quote.
point's different though. Brian's point's about how that's happening at the same time as it's shadow on the ground. Just having a hard time understanding.
No, I'm talking about with a sun. Okay, maybe not exactly at the same point, but at the same simultaneously. In other words, the sun being 1 degree above the horizon. That's the only examples I use is the sun above the horizon. So, like I said, I'm not even pinning you down in that video. I'm just getting you to verify to save time to, when I have this discussion with people. Like I got to back up and do the math and all that. I'm like, look, here's a globe. You know, this is how y'all explain the moon in the top angle, and I don't disagree with that. I just disagree
All right.
when people like show me a underlit cloud talking about that proves a globe when he's not understanding the full. You're talking about Bob the science guy. Show me underlit cloud acting like that proves a globe with a sun sitting above the horizon. It's like, bro, he's not thinking it through. And that raises the question, like, you know, obviously something's going on with scattering, maybe, whatever you want to call it, but it's not just parallel sun rays we're seeing visually at all times.
All right, so I want to do the same thing again, but I'm going to expand it. That's not actually the size difference. The moon is a lot smaller than that, but we'll just do it like this.
I still think he's not understanding that the light from the sun can be leaving the same location on the sun, but at different angles. Like, I don't think he's understanding that.
Earth, bro, then you're not arguing with flat earthers. I understand that. Do you?
All right, so you
No,
see the red. The red is the observer, right? And you notice, if you look closely, I drew this such that it's not complete sunset yet. He's still in like a mostly lit part, but it will be sunset. Just like how you're saying if it's 1 degree up or 5 degrees up or something, right? And then what is he observing on the moon if you look? Well, when he looks this way, what he's seeing is this. So he's seeing slightly more of the moon lit and then some of it dark, right? Dark here, lit here, here, here. And so that's, you know, during, or not quite during, but before the sunset. And so you'd expect more and more of that moon to become unlit as you go through. And indeed, like the moon has phases, right? It's about a 27-day pattern because the moon takes about 13 degrees of rotation per day for 24 hours. So it seems to just check out for me personally, right? It just depends on the position of the moon in respect to the Earth.
You can make that work with that example with math.
Okay. So if we can make it work,
Say that it's pretty hard to visualize. If you run the math, then yeah, you can make it work. But now I'm not submitting to like a selenium eclipse. That's to me a different story. That's a whole different argument though. But I would have a different argument for that. But as far as describing that, it is hard to visualize. But if you can make sense of it mathematically, I'll give you that. I'll concede to that.
all right. Well, and like I said, we could always come back and talk again. So if like you think about this later and then you see an issue with it, you could bring it up and say, actually, there seems to be a hole in this idea. How does this work here? We could do that. But for now, I guess I'll go back to the thing I was talking about, which is
I'll
the
try and put
multiple.
together everything, dude, and I'll shelve that for now. I'll try and put together everything where I have it all in one consolidated place, not like a 20-minute video where I got other examples and I can clarify it a little better too.
I mean,
So,
I'll watch
yeah.
that video. I added it to watch later, but like, yeah, I mean, because I have to go soon, I want to like throw some final things in about this multiple sun height issue because I want you to like be prepared for it next time we talk so that we could like advance it further. There were some people I was
Yeah.
talking to being just crazy dishonest, saying, "Well, who said that you can like measure the height of the sun using shadows?" And I was like, "Well, do you acknowledge you could do it with like a phone light or like a lamppost?" And they were like, "No, you can't." And I was like, so I turned on my camera and then got like Jenga pieces and stuff. I was like, "All right, you see how this works now?" And I like wrote the math out for them, and they're like, this is bullshit. Why are we looking at shadows when we could?" I'm like, dude, come on. Like,
I will say this though, in their behalf, the argument does go beyond the mathematics. If you're going to talk about pure math, yeah, you can use an angle and a distance. You need both, you know, and get heights and everything. But I encourage you to think of it more on the angle part and what could be going on between, you know, us and big distances. Like, but yeah, I'll try and make a little presentation so you even know what the hell I'm even talking about. But yeah, anybody arguing with him against that is just needs to just listen more, because yeah, in real life we can measure things up close, you know, and prove it's Pythagoras. It's part of the Pythagorean theorem, you know. We could check a building and distance and all that, but in their argument, they're correct saying, you know, we're using flat baseline mathematics. If we want to start assuming globe and putting in curves, and it does go off into
That's
the
not
weeds.
the
So
point, Brian. But the point, what the gentleman here, I'm sorry, I don't know your name, what his point is, using that flat baseline mathematics, you get an inconsistent result. You get a contradictory result from your measurements, which means the measurements are showing that the surface you're on actually cannot be flat baseline
no,
mathematics,
it's
because
not,
if it
Jay.
was, you
You're
wouldn't
not
get
listening.
contradictory results.
Bro, you're not listening. Okay, look, if I put the moon at 3959, which is the sun, which if I get directly underneath it and I walk away 69 miles, it changes 1 degree on a flat plane. So that's where they got the radius from. I could argue that. Okay, now I'll go 2 degrees. It's exactly 138 miles. If I go 3 degrees, it's not off by 1 full degree until I get like over 1,500 miles away. So now you've introduced other variables. When you're looking through 1,500 miles of atmosphere, now you would agree that if we're directly underneath something, then the least amount of optical refraction or whatever it is going to be minimum. That's where it agrees on both. Really, I could argue that it disagrees a little bit against the globe, but that'd be a little bit nitpicky. But still, they for the most part agree when you're directly underneath it. It's when you get these long distances away is when the math starts disagreeing. And so if you're going to be honest, you got to say, well, what's happening over them distances, or at least consider that magnification, refraction, you know, just atmosphere in general can possibly be.
You have to have distances where the actual error due to the predicted curvature would be measurable, would be noticeable. That's why it takes a little bit of distance, because over a 1 mile distance or over a couple hundred feet, the deviation from flat that the globe predicts isn't noticeable.
yeah, he's talking about statistical significance. So I hear what you're saying, Brian. By the way, my name's Fallen to the other dude. I don't know your name also, my bad. But if you're saying that we don't seem to measure that accelerative change in the shadow over short distances, that's probably a statistical significance issue, right? Oh, it's hard to measure like differences over very small different distances because the differences are small after all, right? The only way to like gauge those bigger differences is to be over a longer distance, perhaps. And to respond to the thing you were saying about how it does seem that this change happens over longer distances in atmosphere, I agree that there actually is refraction. I could actually grant that 100%. I could concede that. And then the problem is that refraction, it actually works in the direction of my favor, because the direction that the refraction takes should actually be shortening these shadows. But the shadows
Fair
are
enough.
still long. So it creates some
that's fair,
inequity.
man. That's fair. If that's the way you see it working, then there would be the argument though. So it would be up to me to show something happening that goes against that and show. proof of that, So yeah, I'm good with that, man. But I was just trying to make the point to Jace that that look, it's not until we get over these great distances stuff starts happening. So I'm just throwing it out as a possibility, And you're honest enough, and I don't think Jay's dishonest. I don't mean to say that, but you're honest enough to consider, yeah, that's okay, but then this, then you'd have to prove this, and I'm good with presenting an argument for that. But so I'm good with that.
What you
I think
doing?
I can present a good argument for that.
Flutter.
Yeah, I'm
Just
not
trying to
even
be honest.
saying
I'm just
that
trying to be
it's.
honest, man.
Yeah, I'm not even saying that it's not possible that there's like some difference that's happening once you travel a certain amount of distance that's like creating some exponential effect. But the strange thing is that that exponential effect is the exact thing you expect on a curve. So how would you determine if that was like inverted refraction or
Let me
just a
tell you
curve?
things we'd expect that, but let me we'd expect on flat surface, like the way it slows down, like that's where y'all start using refraction. And granted, it's not as much, but like when things start getting further away, they slow down like stars, sun. When you measure them, they set a lot slower. So I could equally say that on a flat plane, that's what we would expect. As something's dropping as it gets far away, combined with a low refraction, it would certainly slow down and not set as fast. It would lose its 15 degree an hour consistency. But yeah, that's a whole nother argument. Once again, I agree something's got to be happening optically. Understand, which I think some flat earthers come from that point of view that we don't need to explain that. It's just the way it's happening. I don't agree with that stance, but I gotta acknowledge it. It's hard to argue against. It's just kind of just avoiding the whole conversation, and I don't mind talking about it and trying to come up with evidence and shit like that.
Yeah, that's cool. So for the moment being, because I do gotta go, I gotta get something to eat. I'll just leave off with this. In general, when it comes to like making arguments for the shape of the Earth, if like I put forward the proposition, for example, that the Earth is a globe, my goal is to show that all the measurements we see fall perfectly in line, seemingly, with the espoused numbers of the globe Earth model, and that if that's just a coincidence, is that coincidence also taking place on a flat Earth model? And I like to put that to the test to see if that's the case, because when a flat earther told me, oh, well, the shadows could be changing angles if the sun is close enough, I said, actually, that's interesting. Maybe that would work on that model. But then,
which we don't have. Oh my gosh, so sorry to cut in, but yeah, we don't need to just keep going on in this, but my gosh, sorry, I had to say something, but this isn't going anywhere, either side at this point, and yeah, sorry about that. Sorry we don't have a model, but good listening as always, guys. I meant no disrespect. I'm sorry, I'm just
Pretty
cooking.
rough for the flatties.
was that Stacy talking? Actually, Stacy. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Well, I sent him a friend request because he said he had to go. I got to go also, and yeah, we have watched for that. But I did send you a friend request. If you can accept that, we can exchange a little bit of evidence and shit. At least I like where you're coming from. You're open to a possibility, but you want to see it. I'm good with that, and I'll end it there.
Yeah, that's my closing statement. And wait, where's the? Oh, there it is. A little bit of a boomer. There we go. Yeah, and just to respond to Stacy before I go, actually, to be honest, Stacy, that was the most productive conversation that I've had so far in this server. Like everybody else was
I'm
trying to
not
dodge the
Stacy,
question.
by the way. Sorry.
Oh, wait, you really fucking sound like her.
No.
My bad. Didn't mean to. Well, anyways, this was the most productive conversation I have had with someone in this server so far, so I would beg to disagree. But anyways, I'll be back sometime. If not today, then tomorrow. See y'all later.
All right, well, I ain't
Have a
gonna
good
lie, we
night.
enjoyed hearing it, man.
Squirmy, squirm, squirm.
Better than hearing Jace. Sorry, Jace. He's still here.
Yo, yo. Talking smack.
There are Octobers, man, who come from that stance, just to mathematics. They come in here periodically, and I just try and give them something to think about, possibilities and shit, and break
He's
them
just
up with
not jaded. He's not jaded yet.
has too, that's all.
I remember I did that test 5 years ago, Brian. The one where we measured the sticks and the different places and all that kind of stuff. I posted
I just did it
an
here.
example. Great. I posted an example of I made for the flat Earth in 3 different locations. The predictions from Austin, from Las Vegas, from St. Petersburg, and on a flat Earth, you can use it to predict the site, which is what's needed to predict the other angles for the other places. And you can see that the sun height for each of those places are wildly different. So the angles for the place are wildly different. And furthermore, the predictions made from Austin for the globe, when it was time for the results didn't match any of the flat predictions, and they perfectly matched the globe prediction. And
Not perfectly. Not perfectly.
within the margin of error that I allowed for was I allowed for a whole degree of error, and they were well within that. Whereas the flat Earth, the error was far outside of 10 degrees in some places. It was 10 degrees different than the actual results in some places. They were all within 1 degree on the globe, far outside of 10 degrees even in some places on the flat
I
Earth.
know, man, but you've seen Decimal Z demonstrate with screws on his flat desktop in a little clear baking dish. Now I'm repeating myself, but in about a couple centimeters of water in it, and made his flat desk into a sphere perfectly. The angles would match perfect. And I'm not saying we couldn't make an oblate version of that or whatever. But when you act like it's just when you use the pure mathematics, I'll grant you that. I'm not arguing that. With the pure mathematics, something's going on with the change of angle of light or the ground or whatever the fuck. But don't act like
You made a point, Brian. You just made a point. Get another one. Decimal Z didn't measure. He measured 2 nails that were 5 centimeters long. He measured 9 of them. They were all in the same. They were all in the same distance. There was one in the center. There was one a couple centimeters away, and then there was another a couple centimeters away, and there was a circle of each of those. So there's 4 a couple centimeters away at the same distance, making a circle, and then there was 4 more a couple centimeters away. Yeah, hold on, Brian. The point is that even though he puts 9 nails on the table, he's only measuring the difference between 2 nails.
You
And
agree he made his
people
flat
know that.
desktop into a sphere, though, right? Angles.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't. No, he measures 2 nails,
I'm not,
5 centimeters
you're not
tall.
being honest.
All right, Brian. Just talk to somebody else. Wait till Paul comes back. Talk to him. Then.
I'll show you. You should look into cartography, even using like the planar survey, where they say that it's a flat surveying or whatever. You should do the cartography using either a lot of states in America have databases of their planar survey coordinates. You can do it using that, or you could do your own measurements. And it's purely just logical of what it works out to show with the metric. And right, if the surface those coordinates were representing was a flat surface, it would map linearly with the Pythagorean theorem to a regular cartography map, but that's not how it works out.
Man, this survey is old school.
So in other words, yeah, if you're using pure mathematics, I'm not disagreeing with that. But if the atmosphere is acting as a lens, like that pan,
well, no,
we get
this I'm talking about something that
bro.
has no atmosphere, none of these kind of atmospheric effect considerations. This is just pure. The surface is flat. It would linearly map to making a flat cartographic map.
Linearly measured the screws linearly and showed 15, 30, 60, and 75 degrees with equidistant on a flat surface, bro. I don't think you understand what I'm saying. I do give you that the mathematics alone, yeah, there's got to be something going on in the atmosphere, like lensing. been demonstrated.
But that
Maybe
has
I can show
nothing to
you.
do with what I'm talking about. I'm just
You're
talking
talking about
about
linear.
the
If we're
flat
using the stars,
surface mapping one flat surface to another. Like if I use a ruler and just measure out increments on a table and then just use the Pythagorean theorem to map them to a linear map, that map, scale and all, will match the table exactly because it's a linear map from one flat surface to a flat map.
that's not true, bro. If you've got something going on that's
Of
changing
course
the
it is,
angles,
Brian.
I'm gonna try this one more time. When he measured the distance to all the screws, okay, he spaced them out equidistant, okay, measured the angles to the light. So the screws, they measured equidistant. You hear me? They measured equidistant, okay? They're the same distance, and they gave a different angle reading to the stars. They showed a spherical desktop or a half semi-sphere, half dome, whatever you want to call it. So you need to see this before you keep waffling on, bro. I'm not arguing with the mathematics for the 100.
Brian. You know what I'd actually love to do? I'd love to have like you or Rakia or you and Rakia, you know, whoever the flat earth surveyors are. I'd love for you guys to just, you know, do some measurements of some area, you know, your planar survey way you do it. And then send me those coordinates. We should do that sometime.
The margin of error is way more than the Earth curve distance between flat Earth distance. Way more. When they were using the chains, and then they made it twice. They cut the margin of error in half when they went to tapes. And but still, it's still more than Earth curve. It's still significantly like 6 times more than the difference in distance between a flat plane and a globe. The margin of error in distance is. I made a video on it and showed the information, the margin of error. It's there'd be no way you'd have to.
I'll include your margin of error. All the data you give me, all the data you or Rakia, whoever gives me, I'll include all of that.
Okay.
It would be a pretty.
You agree though? If over 69 miles, if on the flat desktop we got 69 miles per degree by bending the light, but we still got 69 miles per degree roughly. Okay, now by scale. So now if we're not arguing the 69 miles per degree at this point, so now what we're arguing is whether the desktop is actually curved or not. So the fact of the matter is you're not going to measure distance and distinguish. And even if you could, over 69 miles, the difference in distance is only like 9 or 10 feet over a flat plane and a globe. So if you just go degree to degree, which they're not even going that far, they're going more like a tenth of a degree or something, and just using the angles to determine the distance. So just being honest, we're not going to measure distances and prove anything. Not in reality.
Well, no, it would take the cartography. You'd have to do the cartography, but you need the coordinates first. You can do it off the measurements, but right, I don't want the measurements. I want the actual coordinates, right? Because the measurements, you could say, oh, there's these errors, blah blah blah. I want the actual distances. You guys measure out the coordinate distances, and then I'll do the cartography with that. So there's nothing to do with the atmosphere involved or anything. You've already got all that squared away. You've got the distances already.
Yeah. All right. Well, I mean, you can use a coordinate system without putting any land masses on it. It's a legitimate coordinate system. I could show you a blank one if you want, with no land masses.
I've done this before. I've gone into multiple state databases and I've done this before, but I would like to do it with you guys so there's no squirming when the final result comes out.
Bro, you're the one squirming, Jay. Listen back to this, bro. Keep saying the same thing over and over, and I'm not disagreeing with math, okay? But you're not hearing this, dude. On the flat desk, we measured the degrees with equidistant screws, equidistant distances. So the distances aren't in this argument. And my argument right now, I'm telling you that the screw's the same distance, angling out planar or linear. They were mocking a curve with just a little lensing. So I'm not arguing the distance. But if you're using these, what else are you going to use to measure the angles? You're going to use sun, the stars, all this shit, But if
Well,
we're
no,
just going
no,
to
I
go,
want you to do that. Use your preferred
arguing that.
method. There's a thing, Brian. There's always a thing. There's a nifty little thing that happens. And it removes all of these visual, optical, atmospheric kind of arguments.
Yeah, but I mean, if we're not going to use them, then I'm not going to use them for some of your excuses. Why does everything slow down as it sets, as it gets further closer to the horizon? That's what we would expect on a flat plane. So don't use any variables. Just explain it mathematically. That's how you'd explain it over a flat plane without diving deep in the numbers. Just the phenomenon itself. Expect something to slow down and dropping as it got close to the horizon. So it works both ways, bro. I'm not denying your shit and saying it doesn't work. I'm just saying, that there's factors, there's things going on in reality, and that's where the argument should be, not asking if it works or not. When people take it all the way back, like this couldn't work, that's not an honest argument.
There's just a nifty little thing, Brian, that happens, and it's just pure logic. No visual effects. I'm letting you work all of that out. So do it to the best of your ability. I could do multiple cartographies using your whole range of errors, and it still will work out the same way every time because it's just a logic thing.
Yeah, I would just appreciate it if when we show examples in real life, like we show, Fresnel lens, and we pull a light back and watch it change size, then at least at the very least quit saying that it couldn't work over flat plane. That's a nifty little, that's a shifty, squirmy tactic to after we show you something and show you other methods. And we back this light away with just a little bit of lensing. We show the light not changing in angular size, setting and vanishing, and we show it hitting the bottom of simulated clouds when it's above them. We show you all these in one demonstration and just mimicking an atmosphere, basically. Just what the atmosphere is claimed to do, to act like a lens. So we show you this phenomenon with a lens, and then a couple weeks later, sometimes a minute later, it just gets denied. Like, oh, this couldn't work, bro. It just showed you a demonstration in reality, and at least let's keep this honest. Then argue and say, well, that's not how that's working. Yeah, that's a fair argument. We can argue that. But saying it couldn't work, that's not honest. Just showed you how it could work with a reasonable demonstration. And there's other methods too. That being my favorite. But that's I'm not saying you're doing that, Jay. But we get that a lot, dude. We get frustrating when we got to keep shit over and over.
Well, yeah, that's why I don't make those kind of, what's it called, horizon, all these arguments with all these conflating variables. That I don't really make those. I mean, I'll join in on the conversation and give input to one side or the other when someone else is making the argument usually, but those aren't my go-to arguments. I would go to something like this, which is just pure logic. It removes all of these conflating things and only leaves one logical possibility. And then there's other ones that aren't just pure logic, that are actually observation based but don't involve all these other conflating variables. But there's I would like, because it's stated a lot of the time in these forums that some of you guys are planar surveyors, and so I would, it would be nice to have your own data to do this with, so that you can't say that the measurements were botched or messed with in any way because you're the ones who took the measurements.
I'm not really technically a surveyor. I'm using the equipment my whole life, and I've done a couple of long projects and everything, but I just claim to know how to use the equipment and whatnot, and I understand how it works. But you agreed that we could take our planar measurements, if we extended them out, and add R to them, and get reality as projected by a globe. Like if we added R, we measure in reality, and then we'd get a globe if we to our real life flat measurements.
I'd have to see. Yeah, if you add a radius of a sphere to your measurements, then yeah, you'll get the reality. But also, from my experience in crystallography, I know that I can do the cartography of mapping the lattice, the two-dimensional, just like say the XY plane or the YZ plane or the XZ plane, right? I could take that flat two-dimensional plane and linearly map it to a map, and it will be a one-to-one ratio. It'll be just a Pythagorean ratio or metric of the map.
I totally lost you after you
Because
said the
the
XY.
crystal plane is two-dimensional and planar, and so is the map that I'm mapping it to. So it's just a Pythagorean one-to-one correspondence.
You realize that if you take every local map, whatever, I mean any flat surface, a grand flat surface, and you use the heavens, even if you admit that it's flat, and we've proven that it's flat, you can't make just a one-to-one map in reality. You can't make a three-dimensional map, even if, on a flat surface. It's not possible. In other words, you take a 15-degree angle, you draw 3 circles on a flat map. And you draw one toward the North Pole, one toward the center, and one toward the other pole, or whatever you want to call it. One toward Cancer, one toward Capricorn, one toward the equator. You measure a 20-degree angle to something above you. It doesn't even have to be a sun. It could be 100 miles in the sky. And draw a circle around it. You're going to get different sizes, but being lower down. If you're comparing them degrees to the ground itself, the degrees in the sky to the ground, it's not possible. In other words, it took me a while to figure that out. It's not possible to map a flat plane or a globe on a two-dimensional surface in reality.
But it is. That's the example I just gave you. It is possible because in crystallography, we do cartography from what's called the real lattice to the reciprocal lattice, right? And we take two-dimensional slices of the crystal, and we'll take them either in the XY plane, the XZ plane, or the YZ plane. You just take one of those planes, and it's planar and two-dimensional, and you can one-to-one Pythagoreanly map
I'm
that
not
to
arguing
a
that.
flat map.
I just told you, Jay, that if we take a light and we use a little bit of water to act as a lens, then we get the right measures. I'm not talking with crystallography. I'm not talking about with refraction and reflection. I'm saying without that stuff and just mathematically, it doesn't work mathematically 1-to-1. It can't. I mean, it's not possible.
Well, that's what the crystallography shows, is that it does. Without it, these maps don't involve any kind of atmospheric or light effects. We're just taking the distances of the nuclei from each other in those planes, and because they are planes, you're
Steel
taking
man,
a
what I'm saying, bro.
slice. You're taking a slice of one of the planes. You can map that in a Pythagorean way to just a flat map.
No, you can't. Not using
Of
circular
course you
latitudes.
can,
Bro,
Brian.
certainly cannot. Bro, you can't use circular latitudes that are extruding.
No, I'm letting you choose
You can't.
your way of how you want to measure the distances. That is irrelevant to me. I just need the distance, the coordinates is what I need from you, just the distances. That's all. I don't need to know how you measure those. Use your favorite method. Give me your errors. I'll make multiple maps spanning the whole range of your error bar.
Using
It's
the
still
AE
going to
map.
turn out the same.
Using the AE map, Australia is 4,000 kilometers in width. Okay, you proved that wrong. It's 4,000 kilometers, a little over 2,000 miles. Okay, it gives pretty much the same distance in central North America.
I've
Prove that
already
wrong.
done this for states in the US, but what I want is your own measurement. So you can't say that I'm fudging the numbers or that there was some weird measurement way, because you took the measurements that I'm using.
Bro, you're not listening, dude. Bro, I just told you that modern distance measuring using tapes is the difference between flat and globe is beyond the margin of error. I don't know if you heard me. Okay, but when they're using chains, it was twice as bad. It was like 1 to 500. So you got a mile every 500 or something, or every. But you've got margins of error with these distances, and that's assuming you're measuring a flat plane the whole way. You know, you'd have to literally adjust for rises and drops. I mean, it's not as easy as you think. You just go out and measure shit, bro. It really isn't, man.
I know, that's why I'm leaving that up to you. You use your favorite method for getting the most accurate results that you think you can. Give me your error bars as well, and I'll show you what happens.
You don't understand the angle example I just gave you, where if I drew 3 circles, one, north the equator, one south the equator, on using circular latitudes, it can't possibly work without a scaling input on a circular map. Even if we proved the Earth was flat, we still have to add a scale. It's not possible any other way because the circles are getting bigger as they're getting further out. So if I'm trying to compare the degrees to the ground, they can't possibly match up in reality. Even if we proved beyond a shadow of a doubt, and everybody in the world agreed the Earth's flat, we still have to use that scale in the map like Gleason did, because it won't match the surface won't match the sky. It can't. It's not possible. And until I figured that out, bro, I was having a hard time with it too. Now that
You're
I
not getting
understand
it,
that,
Brian.
I had to
That's
break
not
it
what
down
I'm
for you, bro.
talking about. I'm letting you handle all of that stuff. Give me your favorite version of all of that and your best measurements of doing it.
Okay. Well, they don't cross bodies of water when they do surveys. So just take just use the AE layout. It works perfect. People.
No, we need the coordinates, the planar or the spherical if you want to do spherical surveying, but you're making planar claims. So
Sure you
we
don't
need
miss
the
my next video
planar
coming out tomorrow.
coordinate.
Make sure you don't miss my video coming out tomorrow, bro. With the distance between. I'll show how the map is supposed to be and meant to be used. I'll show you the distances between Santiago and Sydney. It ain't 20,000. Fucking ridiculous. And Gleason did this shit. He mapped it out. It's that video's coming out tomorrow evening. Please don't miss it because it's going to answer so many of your questions. And it's not 6,000 kilometers between Perth and Sydney. It's 4,000 kilometers. It's a little over. And that's according to the Gleason's map. People been strawmanning the Gleason's map, including myself in my own mind, all this time, until I looked into it and researched it and figured out how it works. And it works. It's a legitimate coordinate system. But you gotta.
Yeah, I'm not saying that it isn't, but the Gleason's map is the cartography behind it is already done. It's already a projection, right? What I'm doing, I want your coordinates so that I can do the cartography with them and show you that these claims of planarity cannot possibly be logically true.
Map is a projection. To call it a projection is just, that's the definition of a fucking map, is a projection. Okay? To say it's a globe projection is dishonest. Possibly be a globe projection. When he look,
that's the problem,
in
Brian.
my last video, when MC Toon said it's a distortion of the globe, meaning it's not a fucking globe. It's not a extortion. It's a distortion. It's not. It doesn't match a globe. It can't possibly be. It's an as-is map. It can't possibly.
It's a distortion because of the cartography,
a globe. It can't possibly be a globe model. It's not even possible. I showed that in my last video, and I pulled up the patent.
You're missing, like, the point is going straight. You're missing the forest from the trees, man. You're on the right track, but you're just not seeing the logic involved.
Are you acting like the map doesn't work? Like the map we use to build the whole modern world?
No, the map works for what it's designed for, but you have to think about the logic behind how these maps are constructed.
Hold on, bro. You can't just interrupt, bro. Hey, I listen to you monologue. Look, are you claiming? I got to figure out what
you're monologue. So you guys in this fucking nonsense of me monologuing.
Let me clarify where we're going with this. Are you claiming? Because maybe I'm wrong. Are you claiming that the AE map is a globe? Are you claiming it's a
No, I'm telling you the AE map, the cartography behind the AE map is not what you're saying. It's not spherical measurements that don't have a corresponding metric and thus are a projection or a distortion. That's not how the AE map is constructed.
Okay, and if I could show you that the AE map does not scale out to a globe, yet matches reality, will you reconsider everything you're saying?
What do you mean doesn't scale up to a globe, Brian? Do you know how the AE map, the cartography behind it?
Doesn't match a globe. It's close, but it doesn't match a globe.
But you know that it's coming from planar measurements, right?
Why won't you answer a question?
They're not doing spherical excess in their measurements for the AE map.
Bro, you're wiggling and squirming. Dude, to answer a question, are you trying to claim the AE map is a globe projection? I need to know where to go.
I'm trying to walk you through the logic, so maybe you'll see your error. Right? How is the AE map constructed?
What exactly is my error, bro?
Tell me.
What exactly is my error? Please tell me exactly.
You won't answer any of the questions I'm asking to try to get at that.
You're the one dodging, bro. You're projecting on me, bro. You won't answer any fucking thing I ask. And I've answered everything to the best of my ability. Bro, go back and listen. Everything you've asked, I've answered it to the best of my ability. It's called honesty. Okay? And I'm not calling you a liar, but you're not answering any fucking thing I ask. I'm just simply asking, are you claiming the AE map is a globe projection?
No.
Does it match a globe?
No,
okay,
Brian. We're walking through the planar logic. That's what I've been doing the whole time.
Are you claiming that it doesn't work?
Oh, I want you to see that there's a huge logical flaw involved, but you won't answer the necessary questions.
I asked a question. I'll answer it to the best of my ability, but at least say, are you saying they work? You asked for a question.
Well, what do you mean? See, now we
All right,
got to
go ahead.
go off in the weeds. What do you mean by work? Yeah, it doesn't work, Brian. The distances, the way it's arranged is all totally wrong in the overall format.
What if you're wrong?
We know I know that I'm not wrong. I can drive to New York. I could walk to New York. I could drive to Maine. I could walk to Maine and measure those straight line distances and see
Okay.
that the AE map doesn't correspond to those distances.
What's the distance on an AE map between, let's say, just say the 30th latitude. Just say the 30th latitude from East Coast Atlantic to West Coast Pacific. What is it on an AE map to see if you know how to properly use the AE map and on a globe? And then we could figure out the difference between the two.
I'm taking a
I'm saying
walk right now, Brian. Right,
to
I'm
see if you
taking
know
a
how to use it.
walk.
Trying to pin you down, bro.
I'm taking a walk right now.
You ain't gotta
So
do it right
yeah,
now,
I
dude.
don't know the distance on the map straight off the top of my head. What I do know though is that it should be, if I recall correctly, it should be something like 7,500 miles from east to west coast.
Not even close.
Are you from America, bro? Just asking.
No, it's not 75. I'm thinking of something different. Sorry.
Anyway, I'm
Because
not
it's
trying to pin you
only
down. I'm not trying to say
I
the joke
drove
now,
to
Jay.
Kansas once, and that was like halfway across the country, and it was only like 1,600 miles. Yeah, so I don't know off the top of my head. That doesn't make you right. My bad. I got the numbers wrong. Doesn't
trying to be
make you
right. I'm
right.
just trying to listen. I'm not trying to be wrong. I'm not trying to be right. I'm just trying to let some of the information of what I've reached and
You've
what I
totally
researched.
avoided the simple logic.
Every time I talk, bro, this is my closing statements. I gotta go, Jay. Just calm down for 1 second, please. Okay, I'm just trying to show what I've learned in my research that I was using the AMAP wrong for years in my mind on paper, and I think a lot of other people could be guilty of this, of using it wrong. And so please be sure to catch my next video coming out tomorrow evening on the distance between Perth and Sydney. But I'll do a couple in North America, United States. I'll do Sydney to Santiago, and show the proper way.
totally-
Gleason proposed this map, and it'll pick up on the conversation, bro.
You've totally avoided the simple logic, which I feel like it's because you're scared to know. But nonetheless, Ryan, I think you should survey whatever area
I'm
you
not
can.
saying that I'm dishonest
Whatever
and I'm dodging
area
shit. Tell
you
me.
can survey. I only need you to do like a survey of like maybe 5 to 10 miles total. Like you could do it in increments, obviously, as planar surveys are done, right? But I
I've
need
already done
at
a mile and
least
a half.
like 5 to 10 miles. So you can do that.
Why?
Do it your favorite way, right? Do it your favorite way. Get the coordinates into. I've already done this using the coordinates that the states
Just 'cause I'm
publish.
not about to survey 5 or 10 miles, bro. Don't tell me that I'm dodging. That's dishonest. If you tell me that because I'm not
didn't
willing to
say
go
that.
survey 5 or 10 miles that I'm dodging,
You haven't let
I'm
me
not
finish
dodging.
the point.
Well, quit
I
fucking
never
putting words
said
in my
you were
mouth like
dodging.
It's dishonest of you, bro.
Dude, I never said you were dodging doing the survey. That's not what I said. What I
What am
said
I
is that
dodging?
you
I
should.
gotta go. I'm asking. I gotta go. What about dodging? Because I don't want to get everybody thinking I'm dodging.
You
What am
are
I?
dodging the logic behind how the cartography of the Gleason's map, or the AE map, or whatever, works. But this is a different thing now that I'm talking about, right? We should put our money where our mouths are, right? I'm not a
You said
surveyor.
you
I
just said
don't
I'm dodging.
have.
Don't shoot the subject.
I
You
don't
just said I'm
have
dodging the
those.
logic.
You said you have to go, man. I'm trying to give you something that we can do together because I need you to do it because I don't have the necessary equipment nor the skills. I don't know enough about surveying to do this myself, right? I could take the published coordinates that the states publish, right? But I want the measurements from you guys yourselves so there's no squirming that can be done.
I measured on my odometer 150. Besides that, what am I dodging? You say I'm dodging the log behind what? I just don't want to dodge. This is me being honest. If there's something I didn't answer, give me a chance to not dodge, please. What are you saying I'm dodging so I can undodge? Please.
Yeah, you were dodging the way that the cartography is done, Ryan, right? I forget what you were saying before about it, but it wasn't. It was like reverse to what's actually done.
All right, man. Just I'm gonna let you know when I put this video out to show you the distances, and then we could page. I think we're talking about the same as planar distances compared to maybe a globe, maybe a map, scales, and all that. Just so you know, I gotta go. I'm not trying to dodge, swear to God. If I accidentally avoided something, then bring it up next time, and I'll try and do a better job of not dodging. 'Cause I'm not trying to
Yeah,
dodge.
you totally disrupted what I was even thinking. I can't even remember now. So just forget that, Brian. You didn't dodge anything. It's all fine. What I would really like is for you to do planar surveying. You or someone you trust, I don't care, just for you to come up with planar surveying data over a span of 5 to 10 miles in your local area. That would be a great help for me if you were
Say this
willing to do that.
up so you don't get your hopes up. The difference of distance on a globe and a flat plane over 5 miles is like an inch and a half, maybe 3 inches. It's ridiculously low. There's
Yeah,
no way anybody
that's
could
why
measure
that's not,
that accurately.
but that's not what I'm going to show, Brian. I'm not going to give away what I'm going to show, but that's not it.
Man, I'm not willing to go measure if you're asking for distance, man. I'm just going to refer to a local map. I don't see why they couldn't have done it decent or better to me, at least, or had the time to do it or got paid to do it. But if you got a point to make, I'm all ears. I respect that. You got a point to make, I'll bring my points. I'll bring my latest video that I'm about to put out, and we go from there, bro. And we can maybe get some kind of closure.
That's already closure, man. I mean, there's the logic, it doesn't lie. I just need I don't want any squirming. So I want you guys yourselves to do the measurements that I use to show the logic. Because if I just use what's published in a state survey database, then you could say, oh, they fudged the numbers, or they didn't do the measurements properly, or
Bro, the
there's a whole
states are
range of
planar,
things you
bro.
could say.
You're the one squirming. The state planar surveys, all the state surveys are planar. You're the one squirming. We don't deny the flat planar Cartesian measurements state to state. It's you who deny them, not us. Get that straight.
Okay. But I mean, I could show you just from there things, but you're just going to make excuses. So that's why I want the measurements from you personally.
What's your excuse, bro? You measured all the states flat and planar in 2 dimensions. How are you making them work on a ball? We already know. We've already got
Because there's a big problem, Brian, with what you're saying. There's a big problem when you actually do the cartography from what you're saying, Brian.
Well, there's not, bro. It's when you start trying to join bodies, tell me distances of oceans and stuff. You can give me approximations. That's fine. They work just fine on my model. Okay, it's when you claim that they don't. I got a problem with that. It's when you claim that that elevations and all that were measured from. They're not. That's fucking like latitude lines, shit like that, like property lines. That's horizontal measure. In fact, they do elevations like in hard to get places here and there. But as far as your day-to-day life, city to city, sidewalks, roads, everything built in the modern world is done planar. Period. I mean, I'm not the one arguing with reality,
I know,
bro.
Brian. I'm totally agree. I need to agree with you on that for the logic to show what
So
it
why would
shows. Right?
argue
They
with
are
that?
doing it planar, indeed. right? It's
Sign it,
not
though.
the measurements or anything where the issue arises. It's
Why
in
do
the
you want me to measure?
it's in
I don't
parts
disagree
of
with
the
it.
cartography.
I get you, bro. But I'm running out. Look, why would you want me to disagree with local measurement? You're the one. Apparently, maybe you're not. But we're
So,
not agreeing with.
all right, how would you at least do this? Would you at least look at your favorite state, be it, I know you live in Florida, if that's what you want to use, go to their planar surveying, database. Tell me that you agree with the coordinates and the measurements that are listed there and send me the link, right? So that we have it on record that you agree they're not fudged, they're done using proper methodology, there's nothing wrong with the measurements and the coordinates. Would you be willing to at least do that?
Sure, I'll look into it. I'll have to make another presentation of took all this local data and see if you're willing to. Yeah, I'll make a claim, but I'll bring it. I'll make it with a pretty much a presentation on how they made a ball out of all these flat local measurements, and how they don't survey over water. Even Hawaii, like an island 10 miles apart, it's got its own survey. They don't go these long distances you think they're going. Yeah, you can make a ball out of that. So that's what my presentation. But I'll make a definitive claim one way or another in my presentation.
Yeah, I mean, you don't have to do a whole presentation. I just want you to look at whatever state is your favorite, look at their surveying database where they have the coordinates listed and the measurement methodology listed for how they do it, and just send me in a message so that it's in writing that you agree the methodology they used is solid, it's fine, and that the coordinates are valid.
It's plainer, bro. Just off the top of my head, I don't have nothing to disagree with any planar state coordinates as individually.
All right, well, just get it to me just in a DM in writing, and then we can go from there.
Fair enough, man.
Oh, can you
You take
guys
it easy.
say hi to God Rockin' for me? He has me muted, so just tell him that I said hi.
Yeah, what's your name, man?
Truth Seeker.
God Rock and Truth Seeker says hi. He says you have him muted and he wants to say hi to you.
Oh, maybe he's away. I don't know.
Yeah, he might just not be at his mic.
Or maybe you don't want to talk to me. I'm just kidding. Possible. It is highly possible. Very much so. Very much.
I was gonna.
He was gonna. What?
You know what I mean? So all the grand arguments of refraction and Scythian aliens, it's over now. It's over. Is it peace again once more throughout the land?
It's
There's no more
over.
Globers alive.
Yeah. Okay.
We all suffered instantaneous death.
That works.
I really hope Brian's willing to at least do that for me.
Why? Because you're like Globe Earth Batman or something.
Indeed.
That's cool. Where's Batman? What does that mean? Who's this Jeremy guy?
Yeah, quit talking about Brian like he's a penguin.
Who? Brian who? Or
The Antarctic ice wall penguins.
Ice wall. That's one I am.
No, you
Fortnite?
forget
Ice wall?
it.
I was teasing.
I need to turn you up, Cookie Monster guy.
Them penguins are armed.
With
Armchair
machine
teeth,
guns.
which they likely have.
Like, likely have, definitely.
Might as well, right? Make that claim. Penguins in Antarctica have teeth, but we can't verify it, so how can we know?
Guess so.
It's not that funny. Sorry.
Nah. Well, maybe.
We got them penguins. I do think the Pittsburgh Penguins have teeth.
Right.
Sharks do. You know that. Sharks definitely have teeth.
Sharks.
San Jose.
Yeah.
Sharks be out here dropping teeth like they're candy.
What are they ever going to do without them? Dangerous, I guess.
Dude, I was on a ship one time with my ex-girlfriend, and
this is a bad story.
Big ass, yeah, dude, big ass shark was like ramming the ship. It was quite scary.
She smelled that good, huh?
Yeah.
Did you jump in her arms? Never save you.
Did you jump in her arms? I was waiting for something like that.
She picked me up and twirled me around to comfort me.
Carried me over the threshold. What it was like to be young. But what lasts? You'd be like me. One day you think you're just a kid, you change, and the next day you wake up and you look in the mirror and you're like, "Holy shit! What happened? Where'd all this gray hair come from? I'm how old now? What? Like, what the hell? How do old people get old? I just don't know. It's so weird. It happens.
Yeah, it's all avoidable.
Wake up one day, just wake up and look in the mirror and realize you're old. It's too late. It's just too old. Yep, you wake up. Kind of like waking up dead. Same principle. It's like Murphy's Law or something.
Yeah, yesterday, love was such an easy game to play.
Telomeric oxidative stress.
Say it again.
PMS, bruh.
Are you down with it?
Down with the sickness.
You are. It keeps you in work. Jace is deeply alive. He's deeply alive.
That's what it was.
That's what it's about.
It does indeed. Like a cross of, sickness and stupidity is job security.
Musician. I know what time it is. Yep. Everybody else should join in. I'll give you my address. Welcome, love you. Who's ready?
What?
What?
Did you say Boo Radley?
Yeah. Gem Scout. What about Boo Radley? Who Boo Radley do? Ooh, look.
This is like mumble rap hour, huh? Cool.
I know. I can't understand what the guy's saying.
Poor guy.
Someone is mumbling in the background.
Oh, I think they're talking about Truth Seeker.
I don't hear nothing.
Yeah, they stopped now.
How dare them? Where'd Kosho go? Thought he was in here.
I know, right? You can tell we're making progress on these dinosaur bones.
Okay. Have fun with that.
I know, right? It is fun.
Ooh.
What are you gonna do with the dinosaur clones?
Yeah, gonna clone them.
Well, not a big suit.
I mean, if you just keep them small, there's no problem, right?
Yeah, I guess.
Apparently, I guess
If
we'll
you
just let Kosho draft up the protocols. We'll be all good.
You know, Velociraptor is only dangerous like after the first 6 months.
Oh, come
Before
on.
that, I mean.
Oh yeah, you can just like kill them if they get too old. Yeah, that'll work. No,
Well, you know.
what I'm saying is, no smaller dinosaurs. You know what I mean? Small ones. What do you? You just have a pest problem. You know what I mean? They're not going to be big enough to hurt you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Just don't make a T-Rex. Or Velociraptors. You're okay.
Yep.
You just don't break that basic rule. You're okay. Yeah. Don't let them get too big. Because then you have to make a fucking theme park. Okay. Like if you start making, it's like Brontosaurus is safe. You know what I mean? It just eats trees. Like,
You should just make a theme park
theme
anyway.
No,
I mean,
it's like okay.
why do
the
we
investors-
need? Why do we need dinosaurs? We can just make
Because the investors come in because you need HD TV screens in the backs, like the backrests of the.
But you could just make robotic dinosaurs. And that would be
It all
like
comes
cheaper
at a
and
price,
safer.
and we're all corrupt. At the end of the day, we're going to make T-Rexes if it brings in the clientele. Okay, that's the deal. So if we just make everything small, hardly anyone will think it's an attraction.
If you really thought
Oh,
that they
the
could do
lost
something like that, would
world.
you really go there? I wouldn't. I'd be good. Stay clear of that. Just like if they offer a roller coaster without a seatbelt, I'm not jumping on. I mean, you guys can if you want. I'll watch. You know, I'm good. I'll stay down here. I'll watch you guys.
Yeah. I mean, it's a cool idea to think about, but is it practical? No.
Right. I'm sure there's a lot of things that are practical that we just don't do because
there's
not enough money to be made on it. Can't control it enough, so they just don't want us to have it. Which is really a shame. But if you're a really smart scientist, you just invent your own stuff and just not share it. You don't have to worry about it. If you've invented everything you need, then you're good. Just only share it with the immediate family and you're all good. You know, work.
Like Jace, if they had zombie stuff and they're like, "Hey man, zombie stuff's real," and you're like, Word. And they're like, yeah, and it doesn't die either. We can like experiment with it. You have to do all these experiments now with the zombie stuff to make sure that we can make cells that don't die. Here you go. Now go do your work. Are you gonna start doing that, or are you gonna be like questioning? You'd be like, I don't know. Maybe zombie science is a bad thing to get into. Or be like, oh no, but science can't be wrong. Fuck it, I'll do it. Well, how do you feel? Put you in this moral conundrum.
I think it's sort of
Yeah, I probably wouldn't want to work on zombie stuff, at least purposely creating zombies. If they're already, if it just happens and all of a sudden we need to figure it
What would
out,
be the
then yeah, sure, I'll work on it. But creating
what would be
them,
the point of this?
So you're saying they'd have to trick you correctly so that you'd work on it? I mean, I don't know.
Well, no, if they showed
how
me
are
that there
they
was
going to
technology that
trick
you could
us?
use, yeah, maybe I would investigate it.
Yeah, they just
Come on.
trick somebody else that's like not as smart as you, maybe, or smarter than you. I don't know. First, before, and then you have to like deal with the repercussion of that. You're like, oh well, science did it. I don't know. I
Well,
guess I have to make a decision here.
I don't worry about those kind of things because that doesn't really ever come into play in reality. I mean,
Your
it's a
job's a
thought.
job. I'm just saying.
But,
Yeah, well, you don't. I don't know.
Okay.
At the end of the day, wouldn't they just have to offer the right grant? Like if they offered
Yeah, and a homeless guy that lives
$15
down on the
million
suburbs, he just
grant
made
to
more in
work
the
on
auto
that,
industry.
you'd work on it.
You could get a raise. You know what I
Maybe
mean?
not.
I wish it worked like that.
Yeah. Maybe he's got the answers to everything.
Give you like a position, or like tempt you. Like they'll be like, oh, yeah, we'll make you like slightly famous. Make you like put you in a magazine or something. Slightly, well, I don't know, we're science famous. You know what I mean? Not important famous or whatever, but you know what I mean? Like, put like Wired magazine or something. Be like, oh, we'll get you the cover. He's the guy who figured out the zombie stuff.
I guess it would just depend on the situation. Most likely, no.
I think we should
We all
start
know
out.
there'd be a lot of scientists that would just do it anyway, just even out of fascination.
I think we should show them what pseudoscience really is by creating our own bullshit. And just make it so bad that everybody gets sick of it. That they'll prove it wrong just to shut us up. That'd work.
Oh, it doesn't, because there's plenty of pseudoscience out there that a lot of
That's
people
what I mean.
still believe.
So you just start pumping it all full. Just start pumping it. Just everybody start taking the dumbest idea in the world and just start going with it. Why not? That's what the government's trying to show us, right? They're trying to show us that, that's what it's all about. It's all about taking advantage. It's all good. No worries. It won't hurt the economy. Nah. Why would it? No. Won't hurt nobody. It's just innocent, me stealing money from you and you not getting over on me. Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense.
Israel bombed a hospital today.
I mean, there's plenty of pseudoscience that people are just ready and willing to believe. The government doesn't really have to trick them. They'll
There are a
just
lot of
swallow it
hospitals.
right up.
I'm sure there's probably one right up there. Just to me. Wouldn't put it past them. So
You're mumbling again, man. I don't know what you're saying.
It's a danger.
They say he's got bras in Atlanta, credit cards, and scanners.
Zombie Crossing, yeah, that's a funny one. I can't wait to put that one on. Got a lot of those around here. Damn near everybody that walks by, throw something at their head and go, hey! And you go, what?
When it comes to zombies, if there were legitimately ones there and they wanted some scientists to work on it, there'd be plenty of scientists that would jump at the chance. You wouldn't even have to pay them extra.
And they'd also start speaking with German accents spontaneously. Yeah.
It's the German
It's a zombie.
Even though they've been gone for how many years now? I challenge anybody to show me any evidence for anything that's true. Anything. Just show me one thing that's actually true, that you can prove beyond a shadow of a doubt. Doesn't exist. Because that's what it is. Just a bunch of bullshit. When are you guys gonna figure that out? Politics, all of it. It's all just a bunch of garbage.
Well, I agree with you there, but there's certainly
Don't respond.
stuff that's true.
Don't respond. You see that advertisement on the TV that says that there's a war somewhere? Believe it? No. Why would I? Why would I? Take me there and show it to me. I'll believe you. That ain't gonna happen, is it? No. You can tell me all day long something's true. I mean,
the issue.
I could blow up. I could burn a car of
someone
a house
was
here
willing
and take a
to
video of
take
it and
you,
say that somebody
you
blew it up
really
with a
go.
rocket. I could
One
lie
more
and say
time,
that.
please.
I just think, from my experience, if someone, this is just kind of metaphorically this situation, but if someone was going to take him there, he probably wouldn't go, and then he would just still claim that it's
No,
fake.
I'll go. Let's go. Take me to Ukraine and show me that there's a war. I'll believe you. Just show it to me. But what I've seen on TV is definitely not evidence of anything, except that they can make all kinds of stupid stuff with a background.
Yeah, but someone saying that honestly wouldn't be coming on a Discord and demanding people that they already know aren't going to be able to do that, right? If I honestly wanted to see something, I wouldn't come to Discord and demand random strangers show it to me. I would look up, well, who would be the ideal person to go to for what I want to see, and I would contact that person.
I did that. I did that a couple times. I did that with the weather manipulation. I made a few phone calls, and I pissed some people off. They got really angry with me because I told them that I didn't believe them, that they could control the weather, and they were lying about it, that their company was bullshit. And they got very angry with me and swore that they could prove it in court. So I don't know. Maybe you guys just never seen the stuff I saw. I don't know. But I'm pretty sure they can. Pretty sure they can make it rain wherever the hell they want to.
Yeah, just as
It's just a matter
a
of
question
how much
for
money
the
you have.
Ukraine thing there. Yeah, sorry, just
You know
as
what
a
I mean,
question for
right?
the Ukraine thing though. Am I on? Are we
I said
lagging?
everything was bullshit.
Sorry.
I didn't just say
He's
one thing.
talking over you, man. We can hear you.
Alright. Yeah, sorry. Just a question on the Ukraine thing, though, bro. Don't you think that if it was everything, I don't doubt that a lot of stories coming out of Ukraine are just all complete bullshit. That's provable. But if there was nothing going on over there at all, that would also be. I mean, I know that there's been a lot of things where someone's gone. Yeah, they just said that they bombed this place yesterday. Have a look. There's nothing wrong with it. It's right here. Here's the building. But there are plenty of scenarios where there are provable things that have happened. So I don't doubt that there's some fakery going on with some of it, and that's just the propaganda to spur people on to yeah Ukraine. But there are definitely real things happening.
Yeah, I'm not saying
Like what?
I'm saying I just don't believe the storyline.
Most of it's fake.
Not necessarily fake.
Yeah,
Just,
I
it's
mean, the
not what
story's
they're telling you. They're just giving you some
true.
side story. That's what
Cool,
that's all
man.
I'm
Yeah,
saying.
no worries. Now I get what you're saying. Agreed. I agree.
I was like, wait a minute. Maybe you misunderstood. I'm not trying to say you're wrong. I'm kind of backing up what you're saying, but at the same time, you know what I mean? Being a smart ass at the same time. Sorry. I should be more obvious.
Cool. Man. I just didn't, because I was getting in my brain that you were saying the whole thing just wasn't happening. And I'm like, well, yeah, I don't know.
No, I'm sure that
hard to fake the whole thing.
Okay.
Yeah, cool, man. That's all right. I'm with you.
Yeah, and who knows? They're probably just using story blocks to tell the story of just by clips. I'm just joking that they're not just putting
like for instance,
but
I'm just,
you
let's
can
just bring
imagine
this up as a proof.
but I'll say something serious real quick, then I'll be done. But it's just that it's difficult to always be having a camera around when some kind of dramatic war shit's actually happening, and then we've got this 24-hour news cycle. You're gonna inherently get some fake shit.
Yeah, we have too many independents over there. People like Patrick Lancaster, Vanessa Beerley, and a whole bunch of others. And the Ukrainians, they're not what people think they are. Like I think I'm pretty sure it's Vanessa Beerley, and there are a bunch of other independent journalists were staying in a particular hotel. It got known that they were staying in that hotel. That hotel was bombed by the Ukrainians within a day. They fucking tried to kill the journalists. They're fucking scumbags.
Well, did you know that today a hospital was bombed in Gaza and 500 people died?
I would probably say that there would be tens of thousands of people dead in Gaza. They have decimated entire areas, like buried to the ground. Areas that they would normally tell the civilians to go to these areas, you'll be safe there. They have destroyed them to the ground. Must be like, 1 kilometer radius just gone. There'd be tens of thousands of people dead. There's so much footage on just the decimation that they've done. It's incredible.
I mean, this gets done all over the world, right? I mean, it's been going on for years. But I mean, do I believe the storylines that they tell us? No. I don't even watch TV. I don't waste my time with it. So when somebody asks me, what do you think about this or that, I don't know. I just say don't. Try to know as little as possible because it really doesn't affect me. I mean, yeah, the gas prices have been going up and down, and food prices have gone up and down, and some weird stuff's gone on. But other than that, honestly, I didn't see anything on the TV making any difference in my life at all. Not one bit. You know what I mean? So I just always ask myself, like, why does everybody else think that it matters? You know what I mean?
You're a human being, aren't you? Don't you share a common humanity with them?
Yes, but I mean, right? But for all the stories that they're on TV about something getting blown up, how many have you actually seen with your own eyes? Is what I'm saying. So, like, how am I letting that affect me if I don't even know if it's real? You see what I'm saying? If we get all excited and we have emotion and we start getting all upset and defending people that don't exist or defending some crazy idea that doesn't even exist because somebody just made it up, you know what I'm saying? Then I don't understand.
Right.
You know, if you can't trust the stream of information, then why bother with it? You know what I mean?
They can be victims and not exist. Why do you say that? They can't. Man.
Yeah, I mean, there's plenty of stuff that can be shown, and at the end of the day, we've got to call it out. And really, what should be happening is every single person.
When's the last time that we actually had a play-by-play war? World War II, correct?
Oh, yeah. Anyway,
we still got footage of that.
Sorry, man.
Right? We still got evidence that it existed, right?
Gulf War
somebody
I
fought.
The play-by-play
wasn't. But we have extensive video recordings.
Could you stop stepping on people when they're talking though? And I don't think Australia got to finish playing reality.
Yeah, I was just saying, like, at the end of the day, really what should be happening is every single person on Earth should be not going to work right now and should be in the streets protesting. Like, what's going on all around the world is absolutely disgusting. Right? Whether we all know that parts of it are fake, parts of it are true, but no matter what, there are innocent women, men, and children being murdered right now. I don't care if you want to call it war, it's murder. It's absolute murder. Right? And this is happening right now. And if it was happening to you guys in America and it was happening on your soil right now, you'd be wanting people out there on the streets everywhere in the world going, fucking stop it.
Yeah,
and this is what we should, everyone should be doing it. It blows my mind how people just accept, like, oh, that's just a war going on over there. It doesn't matter. It's.
I didn't mean it like that. No, I didn't mean
No, I'm not saying that you do, but they're just like other people. They're just like, yeah, what can I do? And it's like, well, if everyone stood up,
well,
and
you can do something. Yeah, if everybody just complained, maybe yeah, exactly. Maybe something would change. Yeah, or at least everybody's attitude might change.
Yeah, instead they've pumped so much propaganda into people. People are actually going, yeah, fucking Israel, go kill them. Like I've seen multiple videos of Israelis in Israel saying, just bomb them, to just decimate them, destroy Gaza, just kill them all, kill every single one of them. And it's like, well, Hamas for started was created by Israel in the first place, all right? And now they're out there doing these things. They started a complete false flag to go do this. And then the Israeli people are, saying just decimate them all, and propaganda all around the world, and everyone's back in Israel. It's all just complete bullshit. Sorry, man, it makes me fucking angry that this is going on.
Oh yeah, me too.
Well,
You
when you
know,
realize that Hamas gets most of their funding from Israel, you realize how fake all of it is.
exactly. Exactly. You know, and like I said, there are multiple people now, even Israelis coming out saying, how did this even happen in the first place? We got sensors all over the fences. We have like literal drone machine guns all around the fences with cameras all around them. How did this even happen? There's no way it could have happened. It's obviously a false flag.
I wonder what God Rockin's doing right now.
Probably doing something besides this. Oh. I didn't know sleeping.
Yeah, so I understand. You know, in some ways, I am a little bit emotional in certain ways about it, because I just can't handle the propaganda and everyone just going, "Yeah, just go to war, just kill people." And it should be like, "Well, hold on, let's just all stop and fucking sort this shit out."
Shut your mouth.
You know, people are dying. You know, people are being fucking blown up, buried in buildings alive, and then they can't get to each other. You know, like it's
What about all
it's
these
just,
terrorists that are bringing over here?
yeah, well, exactly. You have
Crossing the border. The Mexican border has Mexicans.
Is that happening?
But really, they're not. They're Taliban. And they're bringing over and they're coming over and they're going to start fucking everything up.
And your government is literally training the Ukrainian fucking Azov Nazis. Like, you know, they're bringing them over and teaching them how to use advanced weapons. These people are like full-blown neo-Nazis.
Well, if you're American, you can do that anyway, can't you? You can train yourself
But
to use
thing
all these
is,
weapons.
what is our move, though, with the government continuing working with our enemies? You know what I mean? What do we do? Where are we at in that position?
Who knows, bro? I mean, at the end of the day, we all know that they funded ISIS. We know that they created Al Qaeda. Like, these aren't conjectures. This isn't conspiracy theory. This is conspiracy fact.
Yeah, no, I totally agree.
You know, it's like one moment Al Qaeda's the bad guy, and then all of a sudden, when Al Qaeda's in there fighting Syria, oh, let's give them money and more weapons. Like,
Yeah,
what?
right.
Like,
They're doing what
I
we
can't
want them
believe
to.
that literally the entirety of America didn't erupt in fucking outcry over that. I can't believe
Well, we
the entire
probably
world
did,
didn't erupt in outcry.
would you see that on TV though? See, that's the thing is people in their living rooms probably did get revolted by that. But what like, would you even ever see that? No, you're only gonna see whatever your government wants you to see, right? They're
Yeah, I
gonna
think
give
the
you the
biggest
idea that
problem though
Americans
is
are doing
that,
this and that or whatever, and depending on who you are, right? Sorry.
yeah, sorry man, I think the greatest psyop was teaching people that what the fuck can you do? You're just one person. So we are all just sitting in our living rooms being angry about it, going, oh, these motherfuckers, when really we should be out there. But they've just taught us that, well, you can't do anything. Who are you? You're just that one little person, so shut the fuck up.
I'm not
Well, I
gonna
know better
lie, I
than that.
honestly believe that if we had Trump in office right now,
we would be really honestly probably doing a lot better off than we actually are now. Because Biden's old as fuck, and that motherfucker's about 200 years old, and that motherfucker can't even remember his own fucking name.
Trump is hardcore backing Israel, so nothing would be changing there.
Oh yeah, I know with that situation. But you know what? At least I mean he has more balls than fucking any other president we've had. He'll literally say whatever the fuck he wants to say, wherever he wants to say it, whenever he wants to say it. You
That's
know what I'm
not
saying?
necessarily a
But
good thing, is
the
it?
thing is he was actually
Nor is
he
it a dumb
actually
person.
moves with Putin. Who else gets close enough to Putin and becomes friends with Putin? You know what I'm saying? Another powerful president, maybe Trump. You know, and he does. He has
I'm
a lot
not
of
sure if
power with.
the
There wouldn't be no Ukraine getting fucked up by Russia right now if we had Trump in office. I believe. Honestly, I do believe that because him and Putin are
Or
friends.
you
He would
could
have shut it
believe
all
that.
down.
Or you could say that all of what you just said is just all just a storyline and it's been fed to us. And that's just what we believe. This is what we've been told, right?
Yeah, true.
Like, how would
But
we know?
I
You know
could
what I'm
almost
saying? It's
agree
like,
that I'm not sure if Trump was in, would we be in the same position with Ukraine? I'm not 100% sure whether we would be.
Yeah,
Trump
we would
did
be.
seem to be working with Putin a little bit easier.
I believe that we would have been all shut down if Trump would have been in office. Ukraine would have been right. You know what I'm saying? There wouldn't have been no war. None of this would have had to happen. You know what I mean? But
Yeah, possibly.
Trump was in power for 4 years, and it was a nothing burger. Like, it was lots of talk. Yeah, he says what he wants when he wants. He doesn't give a shit. But he didn't really do much. Like, I followed the Trump train before he got elected. Oh, first thing I'm going to do, I'm going to repeal Obamacare. I'm going to drain the swamp. I'm going to build the wall. I'm going to do.
Lock
I
her
bought
up.
into
Lock
it.
her up. Lock her up.
Lock her up, exactly. I bought into it, lock, stock, and barrel. And at the end of the 4 years, what's he actually done? Fuck all. And now you've got this banana running the place that's there, who should be in an old folks' home drinking his vegetables through a straw. And yet you've got 300 million people that have got guns. And what did you do to try and make the place right? Fucking nothing, because plain's right. They've convinced us all, oh, you're just one guy, what can you do? And anybody who does actually get together and try and make something of it, well, they're branded as right-wing militia, they're radicals, they're this and they're that. These people are not our elected government, and the quicker we realise that they are just criminal slave masters, and we are beaten down slaves who have all the power yet wield none of it.
We're all suffering Stockholm syndrome. The stuff that's going on with the WHO at the moment is going to be just devastating to everyone. What the WHO is getting worked out is going to take everyone's rights away.
happening
So,
now is all bullshit. It's all conspiracy. Just like I know you guys have probably read the book "Behold the Pale White Horse," correct?
I haven't read it, but I know about the story.
Never. You've never read that?
No.
Well,
I've heard
basically,
it.
what it is it's a book about it's true book, completely all facts, and it shows the facts inside the book, but it just talks about Rothschild. It's a guy who worked for Area 51, or he worked for the military or whatever in some secret branch. Well, he got tired of all their shit or whatever. He released all everything he knew, every paperwork, all the paperwork he had on everything. So he was a whistleblower. You know what I mean? He let everybody know what it was. You know, and there's a lot of stuff in there about how the government would release toxins into the air, or how the government would also poison the drugs going into the streets so that way they could kill off major amounts of the population.
yeah, there's been so much admission. I mean, that's why people call it, what is it, revelation of the method, you know? I mean, you go back to, like, documents have come out for the past 60 years saying they were going to use the weather to manipulate people and, yeah, like...
Hold on.
Sorry, whoever's talking, you sound like you're really distant.
Thank you, John. I guess carry on.
Yeah, I don't know. Basically, there's not much we can do as people to change anything that's happening. You know what I mean? There's nothing.
What? Yes,
We
sir.
have no power to be
You
able to
can
control
rebel.
things. I mean, obviously, we can sit here
You can
and
do stuff.
discuss theories and conspiracies all we want, but that's not ever going to change anything that's actually happening out there right now, day to day. You know what I mean? What can we do to make change?
Well, you could shoot a Rothschild.
Anyway, this is God Rock, and this is my buddy that's here. He
Say
took
what?
over the mic. So it's not me speaking, by the way, guys. It's my buddy Stilo. So meet Stilo.
Yeah, Stilo.
Okay.
Wait, Godrock, and do you have me muted?
You just said it wasn't God Rush.
Hello? Oh, I remember Godrock, and when I first met him as a flat earther.
You were never a flat earther. Shut up.
Godrock has changed a lot since then.
So what's up, guys? How come the silence?
What's up, brother? How you doing, bro? How you been?
Hey, Rookie, tell Godrockin to unmute Truth.
Doing all right. Doing all right.
Can you tell him to unmute True Seeker?
Cookie Monster. Where are you?
Why would he unmute me? He doesn't even know I'm here.
No, me. Tell him to unmute me. Tell him to unmute True Seeker. Rookie, hello.
Talking to my neighbor. Hold on, dude.
Anything exciting going on in anyone's lives right now? You can change the subject.
Oh, I'm
Yeah,
just taking
I got some real exciting stuff going in my life. Let me tell you.
Yeah, it's called building the edition.
Now I'm trying to sell my mom's house. She lives in a 3,800 square foot 3-level home, and she doesn't like taking the stairs. I put a stair lift in for her a couple years ago, but she don't like riding that thing either. So we got the house up for sale, and that's tell you what, that's not an easy job right now with the interest rate. So, oh yeah, I think so. Okay. If they don't,
So the interest rates are taking a turn in July.
Anyway, selling a home these days is not easy with the interest rate. Let me tell you.
I just saw a thing yesterday, right? Last night on news here in Australia. For you guys in America, your home loans are 7.7% of your wages, something
Yep.
like that. For us here in Australia, they are 16.3%.
Holy
Basically, our
moly!
home loans are costing us more than double what they're costing you guys.
Wow.
Oh
Like
wow!
we're
So
literally one of the
American
most expensive in the world.
American homes are already very expensive.
What's causing
You
that?
might.
What's
Wow.
causing it though? Like, what's making it go up for you guys and not us? I don't get it. You
Don't
know?
know, man. Like, I mean, our government does a lot of, they do a lot of first
Shady deals.
homeowners grants, that kind of thing.
Yeah. Right.
So is
So
the
when they
do
started
people
doing
make
that really increased prices.
do people make pretty good money in Australia? I mean, do they make enough money to afford that kind of interest rate, or
Well, yes and no, because I mean, like the wages are obviously going up, but they haven't gone up anywhere near as much as what houses have gone up.
right?
Probably the average house price here now is like probably 650K.
Yeah.
You'd be getting up
My
around
mom's
there.
house. My mom's house. We're trying to sell it for. Well, we're going to put new windows and siding on it, and we're going to ask like 650 for it. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, here you're looking at like one bedroom places being worth like 300, 350.
Wow.
Yeah, it's
My mom's
getting
house has
crazy here.
My mom's house has 5 bedrooms, 5 fireplaces, 3 living rooms, a formal dining room, 3.5 baths, um, 3 living rooms, 1 formal living room, and 2 regular living rooms, 1 downstairs and 1 off the kitchen.
Okay, Godrock.
So it's a
This
huge,
is not
huge
appropriate.
freaking home, man. I built it with my dad in 1974, and they've lived there ever since then. Now
Yeah,
my
even
dad
in a
passed
shitty
away.
area, that's sorry.
Yeah, they live in a real nice area, real nice subdivision, and so
Okay,
that's a plus.
Godrock. This is not
But
appropriate.
my dad passed away a year and a half ago, and my mom's been living there with my sister, but they don't get along, so that's caused some friction. And so my mom just wants to sell the home, and then she wants to go into a senior living apartment or something where she can function a lot easier. She has to live in that big house, go clear downstairs to make something to eat. It's just too much for her now. It's got a huge big yard. I go over there, but they have a riding lawnmower, which makes it easier for me to go mow the lawn. But it's just a big house. And my mom's 84 years old, and she just wants
By the
out.
sounds of that, that house here in Australia would be worth $2 million.
That house would be.
Oh, yeah, for sure. 5
Wow.
bathrooms, like, 3.5 bathrooms, 5 bedrooms, big yard, 3 levels, easy in a decent area. That'd be worth $2 million. At least 1.5 million minimum.
Well, it's worth about 600, between 600 and 650 here. If we do the window, it needs new windows because it's had windows in it for 40 years. And my dad's a knucklehead. He put wood frame windows that roll out, and now they've just fallen apart. Windows are trashed. They were beautiful, beautiful wood frame windows, but they just don't hold up. Wood doesn't. They should have put vinyl windows in it. And he put wood siding on it. That's another thing my dad did as a knucklehead move. He should have bricked it. If we'd have bricked the house, it would have been in perfect condition still today. Now we got to put new siding and new windows in it. It's going to cost us about $100,000. We got it listed, but I think that the people are not showing much interest in it because it needs siding and windows. The windows
Yeah.
are like some of them are literally falling out of the house because the wood's rotted, and the rolling, the wind up function doesn't work on them anymore. Only on a few of them. My dad just put the wrong stuff in. I tried telling him not to do it, but he wouldn't listen to me.
The problem with windows like that too is the restoration. If you get someone to come in and restore windows like that, I mean, I don't know about there, but here that would be expensive to get someone to
Oh
restore
yeah,
old windows like that properly.
yep.
It would cost
The only way to
thousands.
do it is get rid. The only way to do it is to pull them out and put new ones in. Hang on a second, I gotta take this phone call.
Yeah, I'm actually looking at the moment. I'm thinking about actually demolishing my house and then putting 2 places on mine because we have a government scheme here for what they call NDIS housing. So you build houses for the disability scheme, and the government will basically rent those houses for about 160 grand a year, each house.
Oh, wow, that's a lot.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah, it's
crazy.
insane. It's insane. I mean, rent here is relatively expensive anyway, but nothing like that.
Right. So, have you
You
heard
know,
anything about some kind of a summit going on tonight? Some get-ups or something Witset's doing or somebody's doing? Anybody heard about it?
they're
Some
meant to be
meetup
doing
or
another
it's
one.
called
They
the
think they
summit.
normally do that on the weekend.
Well, maybe it is this weekend. I don't know.
Well, there's the Flat Earth, like the Flattoberfest. I think is that this weekend or next weekend?
I don't know. I think you might be right.
Yeah,
Jeremy's
that's
doing a
that's
Bible
definitely this
study.
weekend or next weekend. Sorry, someone mentioned Jaron.
Oh,
I said
so anyway, yeah.
Jeremy's doing
So
a
I'm
Bible
home right
study.
now. Pain in
Jeremy's
the
doing a
ass.
Bible study.
There's a debate on Jaronism, Jeff Daugherty versus Dustin Nemos. It's in like 18 minutes.
What is it? Some kind of a debate or something?
Yeah, I don't know Jeff Daugherty versus Dustin Nemos. I don't know who either of them are.
Dustin
I've
Nemos will be
heard.
defending something to do with the Bible for sure, because that's what his last debate was
Oh,
about.
I just had someone call me and ask me if I could find any information on some. He mentioned something about some kind of a summit. I'll have to call him. I'll have to call him back and ask him more information what he's talking about.
Yeah, I'm thinking I might try and come to America next year for the Flattoberfest.
Oh, that'd be fun. I'll bet. That'd be cool.
Yeah,
You ever been
something
to
to do,
America?
you know.
You ever been to
I
America?
came. Yeah, I went to New York for 10 days in about 2008, and that was it. That's the only time I've ever been to America.
What a
The girl
place
that
to
I was with
go,
at
New
that
York.
time was
Wow.
fascinated with New York. Yeah, I went there in Christmas, man. It was pretty nice.
Yeah, I'm sure it was. There's a lot of back in 2008 or 9. What you said that would have been New York's prime time, boy.
Yeah, it was nice,
There
man.
was some shit
The
going down
funniest thing about it is we actually met a big rate Australian celebrity there, which was pretty funny. We were so there's a show called The Block, which is like a house restoration show where they get like 6 people or 6 couples, and then they have to go in and restore 6 different places, and then they sell them at the end, and whoever wins gets money, blah blah blah. And he hosts that show. So we're just like in this random cafe in New York, sitting down, and this guy walks in, and I look at my ex-fiance at the time. I'm like, I reckon that's fucking Scotty from The Block, and she goes, no. And then all of a sudden you hear this Australian accent, and I'm like, holy fucking shit, that is him. So I stopped him. I'm like, hey, Scotty. I'm like, hey, Scotty, what are you doing? And he's like, oh, I'm just here for visiting family. I'm like, all right, cool, man. Nice to meet you. Catch you later. And off he went. Like, how random is that?
That's pretty random. Pretty cool.
Yeah. Yeah, who
Yeah,
would
I've never
expect to
been
see
to.
a
I've
random
never been to a
Australian big
big
rate
city.
celebrity?
Yeah, that's cool. I've never been to a big city in the United States. Even well, I went to Chicago for a couple of days, and then I've been to LA a bunch of times. Saw California like 20 times, but never been to a big city like New York. I've lived here my whole life, but Chicago was about the biggest city I ever went to. But
Yeah, the first few days we were there, we just walked around everywhere, and then after that, we're like, screw this, man. We're catching the subway. Like we're probably doing like 40 or 50 k's a day of walking, just looking at everything, and we'd barely
yeah,
even touch the surface. The place is just huge. It's insane how big that place is.
yeah. I guess a lot of people. I got a nephew that lives there. He's he's like does Broadway shows and stuff like that. He graduated from University of Utah and graduated as something to do with entertainment, right? Singing. He's a singer and a dancer, and anyway, he's doing some big show right over there now. But yeah, that's a big place over there, man. My sister
Yeah,
lives in
some of
Connecticut,
the yeah.
about
Yeah, some of
45
my
minutes.
ex's friends, they were in New York a couple of years after us. They go to this just like a little backyard comedy club, you know, the sort that someone's handing out drink cards to and says, "Oh, come in," you know, blah blah blah. So they go to this comedy club, and a couple of acts happen, and the next thing you know, fucking Chris Rock comes out, and he's there to just practice one of his next major show. They're like,
Oh,
"What the
nice.
hell?" Like nobody knew Chris Rock was going to be there, obviously, apart from the people that own the place. But yeah, he just came out to this tiny little place just to practice his next major show.
Huh. What a treat. Huh.
Yeah.
It had to be for the
Yeah.
people there anyway.
Yeah, for sure. Basically, just get in for the price of a couple of drinks.
All right.
Yeah, they had a funny one. They saw Vince Vaughn as well at some place, and they took a photo of him, and then their security chased them down and deleted the photos.
Oh, geez.
They're like, oh, they just took some photos of him. And next thing you know, they're like security's chasing after them, and they're like, fuck, get out of here. Chased them down, grabbed their phones, and fucking deleted the photos. But yeah, over here as well, I've always heard a lot about the Bronx Zoo, as if like it's some good thing to go to. Me and my ex, we went there on Christmas Day because we're in New York. You know, what else are we going to do? So we went there, and we get there, and there was like just some sketchy, huge African American dudes walking around. I'm going, oh shit, maybe we shouldn't have come here. And we get to the zoo, and it was a fucking shit zoo. There was no animals out. There was nothing going on. It was ridiculous. Like, oh, gave us something to do. Met some nice raccoons in Central Park.
Oh, that Central Park is so cool looking. It's when looking at it from like Google Earth and whatever else. That thing's huge.
I know. I couldn't believe how big it is because you see it just in pictures, and it doesn't look that big. You know, with the city wrapped around it, it doesn't look that big. And then you get there, and you're like, "Oh my god, this park is massive."
Yeah, it's got lakes or water in it where you can go fishing and all kinds of weird shit.
It's insane. That's what I mean by like, you just don't. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah. There's I heard there's like at night, Central Park, there's like these people that go in there and they got these in the deep in the woods, have little get-togethers and really weird, funky, strange, satanic shit goes on in Central Park at night. All kinds of weird stuff, man. That's what I've heard. I don't know if it's true, but it certainly looked big enough you could be doing some weird ass shit like that.
Oh, it would surprise me if it was going on sometimes.
Yeah.
They're not doing anything satanic. They're just shooting heroin hard.
Hello. Steve.
I think someone's talking, but you're roboting.
Oh, jeez.
Time is it for you guys now?
It's 6:49 p.m.
PM? Oh, okay. That's relatively early evening. It's 11:15 in the morning here.
Hey,
Yeah,
Mr.
so
Rockin.
yeah, what's
How's
up?
the snow out there?
Gone.
Gone. Okay.
Yeah, I talked to Bill, and he said he's going to try and work out a way to get us up there. Not this weekend, but next. He's going to California or Nevada tonight. He'll be back Sunday night.
Oh, nice. Okay.
And then he said, so the weekend after this one, he said he's going to work. He'll find a way. He said to get me up there. So
nice.
Yeah. And I've been doing a little bit of a remodel for him on his building over here. He owns a building that has a bank in it, and it's got a bunch of other stores that go west of it. I'm doing a little remodel for him right now over there. And I met a kid that's working with me. He said he would go and do the heavy work. So I don't know whether I'll take him or not, but maybe. Because I can't go up there and do anything like what needs to be done. You know what I mean? I just can't. It's my heart and shit. I don't think I could be at 9,700 feet elevation and running a pickaxe and a shovel. I just don't think that's going to be something I can do. Anyway, but he said he'd get me up there, so we'll see what happens.
Cool.
Yeah. I wish it was easier for you to just show up, but God, you're just so far away, you know? I know you said you could make it work, make it happen, but man, I just can't seem to get anything definitive on my end exactly what day, you know?
Yeah, it's all good. No worries.
Hey, Stormfire, can you tell Godrockin to unmute me?
I could try.
No, I know, but let's not worry about
no,
that.
one sec. You have Truth Seeker muted. Would you like to give him another chance?
Who, me?
Yeah.
No, that's Sasha. That's old Sasha 2.0.
You're not going to give him another chance?
No, I'm done.
What if he's really done his best?
I'm
Tell-
done with him.
tell
Bro.
Godrockin I'm
Sorry,
a-
tell him
man.
sorry about his luck. Just
No,
forget
tell
it. Why can't he
tell
just
him I'm
forget about me?
Christian. Tell him
Well,
that
he
I'm
can
a
hear you.
Christian.
You just can't hear him.
I know.
Tell him
I
that I'm
don't
a
really.
Christian.
No, I'm done. Sorry, Truth Seeker.
What? He has me muted for nothing.
You just forget about me, Truth Seeker. Forget you ever even met me, and just go on about your life and have your fun and do your business with whoever you want. Just forget that I ever exist, because it's not going to do you any good. We don't have anything to talk about anyway, bro. So just bail on talking to me, bro. It's not going to happen.
So what's that? We can mute
Sorry.
someone on here and then we won't hear them talking?
Yeah.
Oh,
Well,
wow.
yeah, you just right click on their name, and then it'll say mute, and you click on it and lower the volume. I got his volume all the way down. Maybe that's why I can't hear him. But he said I had him muted, but I don't know. I could mute him.
Can you hear me,
that as well.
Hello, can you hear me?
But yeah, you can mute people or turn the volume down so you don't have to listen to them.
He's trolling. He's not listening, so.
Can't know one personally
But
that I
see,
want to do that to.
he come to you, Stormfire, asking you to come and talk to me about it? Is that what he did? I don't know
He
why
just
he's
mentioned
so.
it. He just mentioned it there.
Oh,
Yes, Godrockin. I
yeah, he
told
just
him.
mentioned it right now. It's kind of like he's searching out for me now.
Tell Godrockin that I was asking to be
I mean,
unmuted.
that's old Sasha 2.0, isn't it? Isn't that who that really is? A year ago, that was his name, Sasha 2.0, I think.
Were you Sasha 2.0? True Seeker?
Yes, that is my dead name. Yes.
That is his dead name, yes, apparently.
Yeah.
And I feel like the dad in between the two kids, you know? You know how they're like, tell Johnny, tell Johnny, and they're like, Johnny's right fucking there. He can hear you.
Well, it's funny that you feel like I'm a kid. I'm 67 years old,
Nah,
bro.
I'm just,
I
I
know.
don't mean to be
I
nice.
can
I know.
hear
I'm
God
just teasing,
rocking,
bro.
but he can't hear
All
me.
good.
Yeah, it's just one of those funny situations, you know, like, oh, just pass the message on. Okay. Hey, bro, he said this.
He was never a real
This is
truth
like the
seeker.
third time he's done this. In the
He
last,
never really
I
wanted
don't know, year.
to be truth. He
He's
was a
getting
big
people.
truth seeker all
Go tell
along.
Godrock, and I want to talk to him. Come on, Sasha, just
And
back
he's
it
always a
down, bro.
big truth
Stop.
seeker, so I don't really care.
What'd you do, Sasha?
I did nothing. He's mad at me because I believe in evolution.
He's mad because why?
Because I believe in evolution.
Oh.
I'm not mad. I'm not mad at all. I'm just done. It's
Believe
just,
in
there's a whole
evolution.
different.
What kind of craziness
Yeah,
is that? Why would you believe such a silly thing?
Do you still believe
exactly.
in evolution?
Of course he does.
I do, sir. Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna mute you too.
Oh, please don't mute me. I'm also a flat earther.
Oh, good one.
So they believe in evolution?
I see his green circle, but I can't hear him.
Oh well, you sound. Who is this speaking? I'll mute
Oh
you
boy,
back.
it started a trend.
Who muted me? Is that plain reality?
Nah, man, not even either.
Oh,
That's
it's the other
funny
guy.
shit right there.
I'm fucking
But
around. Oh, calm down.
I'm having fun. I'm having a blast.
Yeah.
Professor Dr. Silly. Who in the hell is this guy?
Oh, he's all right.
I know, but who is he? Is he?
I'm the town drunk now. I moved in
You're
here.
the town drunk?
The town drunk. No, that's
Oh my
fucking Jazza, man. Jazza's a fucking shocker. He comes in the other day and just being rude as to everyone. Hey, motherfuckers, like him. Like he was being rude to Snacks and rude to Lion or something. And I had to come in and say something. I'm like, Jesus, man, you're just flat out calling these guys liars and shit. Calm down, bro. And then he's like, yeah, fucking motherfuckers. I'm like, man, calm down, dude. Stop drinking.
Wow.
Yeah, Jazz is a bit of a programmed individual from what I've seen. But I won't, talk ill of people that aren't around, that can't defend themselves.
Yeah. Hey,
I'm just going to drop on mute for a moment.
So, does anyone have any questions for me about evolution?
How do you think it went down? Tell us. Was it the soup? The soup did it?
Have you ever taken an IQ test?
Does my IQ have to do with whether or not evolution's real or not?
I was just wondering.
I don't believe them in many ways.
I've never taken an official one, but I've only
Then
taken a fake online one.
But yeah, I mean, like, well, I mean, what? What's your? Convince me. Convince me. Evolution's true. What evidence do you have?
I'm not really the debater type.
I mean, it doesn't have to be like a debate. It doesn't have to be.
You know, did you just tell him like what do you think? Do you believe in the primordial soup stuff, or you think Darwin's?
What is that? Is that atheism? I'm not an atheist. I believe in God.
Yeah, the primordial soup. That's like life began as, I guess, rocks. I don't. It doesn't make sense to me. But yeah, I don't really believe in evolution, bro. Have you seen that? Did you? I posted a Mark. Hold on, stand by one. I posted a thing like. Did you see that paleontologist that found soft tissue in dinosaur bones? He got fired from.
Well,
Yeah, Cal State Northridge. He's a professor there, and he's found soft tissue in dinosaur bones, like triceratop horns, on every continent. Have you seen that?
does that disprove evolution or something?
Well, I mean, it would definitely indicate that their timeline, the supposed timeline's retarded, and I don't think that'd be that. Yeah, I mean, in my mind, it does. I mean, their timeline is obviously really
Well,
bad.
isn't soft tissue just like the muscle thing?
Yeah, dude. So like, this guy, he has found fossils. Like, it's legit. In every continent with soft tissue in it. So like, it's not 60 million years old. Right? Like that's according to the mainstream timeline, dinosaurs, I think the dinosaurs went extinct at 60 million years ago. So it's impossible to have soft tissue in that. Like you can't hermetically, it's impossible. I promise you. Um Air would get in there. So anyhow, so yeah, so I mean,
Wow. Yeah, I guess you could be right.
I'm just saying, like that's really bad, dude. Like really bad. Like their timeline is super off. And of course they won't admit that to you. Like I brought it up to one of the guys yesterday that's, like a mainstreamer read out of the textbook, and they're like, okay, yeah, like he did find stuff, whatever, but um, you know, yeah, so I mean, I don't know what to say to that. I mean, what do you say to that? And they even tested the hemoglobins, and they found that the result, the death was the result of drowning. Kind of crazy, huh? So you can't make this shit up, man. It's too weird. I'll show you. I'll send that link to you too.
Okay, thanks.
Let's just bow our heads for a moment of prayer before Jeremy does his Bible study.
Amen. Thank you,
A-
Jesus.
Amen. And thee, and they, and everybody. All right, Jeremy, it's all yours, man. Take it away. Hallelujah. Well, as he gets his Bible verses together, does anyone have anything to share?
Biblically speaking, or just in general?
Yeah, general.
So Jeremy's doing a Bible study. Is that what's going on next? Is that what you were just saying?
Nah, I'm just playing, dude.
Oh, just messing with him?
Just fucking with him.
All right.
Yeah. So what's up, man? What you got?
I got nothing right now. I got lots going on in my life, but nothing you guys would be too interested in, I don't think. Selling mom's house and working on a project I've been working on for 14 years. That is the craziest thing you'll ever hear about, but I'm not gonna talk about it. It's just one of my personal little things I've been working on for quite some time. I just hope well, it's gonna work out, but it's just just put it this way. If I were to tell you about it, it'd be the craziest thing you ever heard.
Oh, you're making some crypto shit or what?
Oh, no. No, it's let's see, how can I
Frankenstein?
say this? Huh? Oh,
Said
it's
he
just
trying.
something I've been working on. Um, has to do with well, it has to do with the Lord. Let's put it that way, Lord Jesus Christ.
Oh, Jeremy could help you with that.
I'm sure he probably could. Maybe I don't think that he has a better relationship with him than I do, but oh, I'm still interested in this. Where did he go? Silly professor. He took off.
What was he up to?
I don't know. That's what I'm trying to find out. Probably nothing.
So were you building Noah's Ark over there and shit or what?
No. No. Just building what would it be called? I don't know. It's just not a topic that's open for discussion in public. Let's put it that way.
Okay.
I shouldn't even have said anything. I should just keep my big fat mouth shut.
Well, now we know you're recreating the Ark of the Covenant, and
No, not doing that. It does have to do with the Lord, though. That's for sure.
tabernacle.
No.
Turning your mom's house into the tabernacle.
Nope. No, it's a little more. It's quite a bit more simple than the things you're talking about. But I don't think I'm quite capable of those types of things. I am 67 years old and had a few heart attacks, and so all this building shit you're talking about, Noah's Ark, and the Ark of the Covenant, and all these kinds of things. That's something younger, healthier man's going to have to do if that needs to be redone. I don't think we need another Noah's Ark or another Ark of the Covenant. We still have the Ark of the Covenant's been found, I do believe, by Ron Wyatt.
All right, so you're whittling the fucking staff, Moses's replica staff or something.
No. You got some good ones, bro. I like that. Oh.
Trying to walk on water? I don't know, bro. I give up.
No, it's not nothing. You're setting the bar way too high for me, bro. You're talking about things that are way beyond my capabilities, bro. Not trying to do anything quite that fantastic. I'm just trying to find a way to bring some resources down off the mountain. Let's put it like that.
Are you saying that you can't walk on water, bro? What's wrong with you?
Well, I haven't tried. Let's put it that way. I'm not quite that
Give it a go, man. The easiest way to do it is just to get a really thin layer of water on the ground and then just walk all over it.
There you go.
Boom.
That's
Now,
sort
if
of
we're talking
deceptive there, though. I don't want to be deceptive.
That's not deceptive. It's you still walked on water.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
You didn't walk on deep water. That's a different story. And no, man. Last time I was listening, you were just asking was it True Seeker about evolution? Did you get off that one fast?
Who was, me?
No, someone asked him about evolution.
Yeah, he's an evolutionist. He believes in it 100%. He thinks we come from monkeys and Big Bang.
Yeah, how does a
and
flat earther think of that? That's bizarre.
Well, I
yeah,
believe
he's a
in
full-on
if the more you know about genetics,
evolutionist,
the more you would know that.
as I remember him. Let's put it that way. I could be wrong, but as I remember.
You got him muted, God Rocking? Because he was like trying to
Yep,
talk.
I do.
Oh, you want to
I
unmute
do.
him and stuff?
Nope.
Oh, okay. You guys got some past history?
Yep.
Well, he doesn't like me because
I just don't. I'm just not in for a silly conversation.
Right.
I'm not going to talk about evolution. I don't want to talk to someone that believes in evolution, and he just goes on for no. I'm just done with all that, bro. Sorry.
Well, he just
You can
gets
talk
mad.
to him about it, can't you?
Yeah,
He'll talk to you about evolution.
So
Maybe.
he gets really upset. Really, that's all that's happening.
I don't know why he wants to talk to me so bad. I haven't talked to him in probably
He
a
can't
year.
win an argument,
And
so
all of
he
a
gets
sudden he's in the
upset.
room and he's like begging people to ask me to unmute him. I told him back then a year ago, just forget that you ever met me, dude. Just go about your business and talk to other people and have a good time. And I'm not mad at him or anything. I just don't enjoy the conversation that he has. I think he's a goofball. Sorry, Sasha, but I think you're a bit goofy. His first name is Sasha 2.0. Then he went to Truth Seeker, but I've known this guy for couple of years at least, maybe longer.
Yes, that is correct. I
I
used
don't
to
even
go.
know why he wants to talk to me. Why? I don't get it.
Well, because we're an old friend. He's an old friend of mine, but for some reason he has the screw.
Says he misses you. And
he misses me. Oh my
Says he
God.
misses you, man.
What does he
Says
miss
he wishes you
about
guys could reignite.
reignite what? Evolution conversation?
The love affair that once was.
The love affair there once was. Maybe on his side. There certainly was never one on mine. Oh, that's fucking funny.
Says he might have moved a little too fast for you, but I don't know.
Maybe it's time to forgive, amigo. Maybe it's time.
Forgive and forget. I'd rather do the forgive. I'd rather forget. Let's just forget first. Forgive and forget. Let's do that. I'll just forget. forget to forget. I forgive the guy. I don't care what he does. I just don't want him doing it with me anymore. Really don't care what he does. Go about his business, have fun on the server, talk to people about evolution or whatever he wants to talk about. Just don't do it with me. Tell me you guys haven't had somebody that just annoys the shit out of you when you talk to them.
I got lots of people that annoy the shit out of me when I talk to them.
Oh boy.
Just about every baller I talk to annoys the shit out of me.
Yeah.
Well, what can you do? You know. He said, I like Kosho. For some reason, I like Kosho. Really? You can't stand him? I think he's always been cool to me, and he's pretty chilled. And at least from what I've seen so far, he actually has the ability to admit when he's, when something's not going his way in general. Maybe not in deep things, maybe not. I don't know. I haven't heard him enough, and have heard some things where I'm like,
Kosho's
here
pretty
you
cool,
go.
dude. He's not a bad
I
dude.
agree with you.
His mom's a bit of a stage 5 clinger, but he's cool.
He's been around a long time. I've known Kosho for probably 3 years. We had it out one night over him setting up a telescope or it was a piece of PVC pipe or something on top of a tripod, and he was aiming it with a telescope or something on top of it, or a level. There, he had a small little builder's level that he had taped to the top of this piece of PVC pipe and put it on top of a tripod. That's the best I can remember what this experiment that he said he was doing, and that he had aimed it out over the water and at this island or something that was like 20 or 30 miles away, or I can't remember the distance, but it was a long ways. And he would look through the PVC pipe and couldn't see it because it had dropped down so far, over the drop rate, the curvature of the earth, it wasn't visible through this pipe. And I told him, I said, dude, that little level you put on top of that, it's one of those little tiny levels. I think it's like a foot long or something. Duct taped it to the top of this pipe and then leveled the pipe. Now, if that bubble was only off a 64th of an inch in between those two lines, like a little builder's level, a foot long, those things aren't that fucking accurate anyway, especially for that kind of distance. Those things were like leveling an 8-foot stud maximum. A little 1 foot level, you stick it on the side of the stud, plumb it up or whatever. That's about all those fucking size levels are good for. We had one of those fucking taped to a top of a piece of fucking PVC pipe and had it mounted to a fucking tripod and leveled it with that little level taped to it and said that the thing that the observation was below the level of that pipe. It was down below it. And I'm like, dude, do you not realize that bubble could be off just a tiny, tiny bit where that pipe was actually tipping down just like a 100th of an inch. And then if the front part of that pipe was up 100th of an inch or down 100th of an inch, whatever, it would have to be up, I guess, in order for that island to be below its view. Because I'm definitely believe that we live on the water's flat. So anyway, he said it had dropped down out of view, and it's like he's using a 1 foot level to level this pipe, and it's like this is not even accurate. There's no way that could be accurate. There's no way that pipe is level. You've tipped that pipe up a little bit, and because I just know, because I know that there's no curvature out there to be found to begin with, and yeah, we had this big argument about. He thought it wasn't accurate. He thought using a piece of PVC pipe and a little short level duct tape to the top of it was some sort of accurate observational device. And I just told him, no, you're wrong. Not. Can't
Yeah, it
use
kind
that.
of reminds me of the supposed image they got of the black hole, which was 50 million light years away, supposedly, or some ridiculous number like that. And they
Right.
supposedly had these huge radar things pointed at it. And it's like you at 50 million light years away, which is the number of 50 million times 6 trillion miles away. You could be off by 0.50 zeros with a 1, and you're probably billions of miles off.
Right.
You know,
exactly. Did you know? Are you talking about that girl that claims she found that black hole? That lady.
The one where they actually supposedly had the image of they've claimed they got the
Right.
image of the black hole.
Right. Okay, that's the same one. You
Yeah,
realize
where
that
they
she made a video and did this presentation on this discovery of this black hole. I watched it.
yeah, I think I've seen the one you're talking about. But go on, yeah.
She said in that presentation that the software in the computer that this imaging, this 1 or 2 pixels, whatever she actually picked up in by whatever observational device she used, these antennas and these whatever, that the actual software in the computer was designed, she admitted this, that the software was designed to turn whatever she got, whatever pixels, whatever image that she got in by this retrieving this information through these or these antennas or whatever these observational devices were. I think it was I think there were some sort of antennas or something. And she said that the software in the computer that received these 1 or 2 or whatever pixels of information was designed, that she designed the computer software to take those 2 pixels and make them look like a black hole. She admitted that that was in her presentation. That the
Are you guys
software
talking about
was
the picture of the black hole that they took recently?
Yeah, it was a couple of years ago.
About a year or 2 ago.
Yeah, a year or 2 ago. Yeah, that they had so much data from that. This is what I heard. I don't know if this is true, but they had so much data from that. They had to ship it in with trucks because it would have took too long to send over the internet. Also, there's this guy called the Sky Scholar on YouTube. He's just ran through this whole black hole picture thing. Yeah, you guys should check him out. He's called the Sky Scholar. He just destroys this whole black hole thing picture.
Yeah, I think I've seen that one. But if you like, Globebusters played the video of that girl talking about the whole thing one time, and she's like, "Yeah, we basically we analyzed the computer or the software analyzed every single picture ever been taken by anyone of trees, people, land, the sun, everything, and it like analyzed all of them, and then it analyzed all the data, and then it came up with the thing that we, would be the most suited to whatever the black hole was." I'm like, well, what the hell does a picture of a tree have to do with a black hole? It's ridiculous. Why is it having to look at all the pictures from anyone that's ever taken on the internet? How's that even relevant?
Well, I thought she said, I remember her saying something about the software being developed so that it would actually turn that information into whatever these pixels of information were. You said there were truckloads of pixels? I don't know about that. I don't know where that comes from. I didn't hear her say anything like that, but I remember her saying something about the software being designed so that whatever information came in, it was going to make it look like a black hole no matter what it was.
Yeah, you had to have an algorithm to pick which pixels you wanted to put in there. They could have made a picture of anything depending on what they set the algorithm to. And yeah, this data was taken from all over the world, supposedly. So it had to be all brought into one place so they could analyze the data and run the algorithms or whatever the fuck.
So they couldn't send it. This is the story. I don't know if this is true, but the story is they couldn't send it over the internet because it would have took decades or like hundreds of years. They had to put it on hard drives and ship it like that, so they could actually get it done. Because it was like petabytes and Google plexes or whatever of information.
Huh. I don't remember that, but maybe you're right. I'm not saying you're wrong, but yeah, regardless, the whole thing doesn't sound like we're going to get a picture of a real black hole. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, they could have set it to make a unicorn. You would have got a picture of a unicorn, depending on what you have the algorithm set to. It's arbitrary.
Well, it's the same as I watched a little bit of a documentary which was on Netflix about dark matter, and these guys are going like, yeah, we've built this thing, and what we're doing is we're expecting that it's going to give us this particular ping. If we get this particular, sound or whatever it was, well, then we've detected dark matter. And I'm like, well, that's just if P then Q, Q then P. Like, you've just decided that if you hear this particular thing, that means it's dark matter. How the fuck do you know it's actually dark matter? Like, it just didn't make any sense
all their
at all.
shit is affirming the consequent.
Exactly.
Dude, all their shit is affirming the consequent.
Yeah. If we hear ping, we expect to detect ping, that would mean dark matter. Oh, we detected ping. Oh, dark matter. But, they still can't find it, supposedly. So, and obviously they never will.
No, they know dark matter's cold dark matter's not even a thing.